Having traversed the world of the Divine Seal throne for 18 years, I am endowed with the divine constitution of the God of Light. Those who claim to be the children of light or the reincarnation saints are but mere trifles before me. At the age of 18, I ascend to the rank of a ninth-tier holy knight, my spiritual power surpassing 100,000, and I am poised to subdue the mightiest of the eternal and creation divine seal throne as my chariot. However, my long-awaited golden finger, the system, has finally arrived after an excruciating 18-year delay. Ding! Detection shows the host has reached 18 years of age, initiating the Divine Seal system. Novice Practitioner, detection identifies you as a first-tier holy knight with mediocre talent. It is recommended that you challenge the Demon Hunter Guild's grand competition. I was utterly taken aback. 18 years. I had thought that my divine constitution was my unique advantage, yet the system only arrived now. It dares to regard me, a ninth-tier powerhouse, as a mere novice, a first-tier holy knight. The system interface presented a novice gift pack, 100 gold coins, a spirit grade sword, a low-level skill book, knightly self-cultivation, all trinkets meant for fourth-tier knights. As a dignified ninth tier, even a scrap from my storage ring surpasses this by 100-fold. Curse system, have you bound the wrong individual? Or has time travel gone awry? My frustration surged, and I felt like cursing in the streets. Detection complete. No errors found. Please endeavor to complete the novice task. Novice task. Clear the demon hunting team selection competition with mid-fourth tier cultivation and successfully join the demon hunting team. Failure. System disintegration. Success. Rewards will be determined by completion level. Am I a ninth tier beacon of light? To scramble with a bunch of fourth and fifth tier youngsters for a spot in the demon hunting team? And I must masquerade as mid-fourth tier? Where is my dignity? What difference is there between this and a max-level powerhouse slaughtering a novice village? It's utterly humiliating. I refuse. Absolutely refuse. I shall conquer the throne of divine seals. Beep. Additional information. Upon completing the ninth tier series of tasks, the system will automatically disband and grant 1. The esteemed position of the God-S dwelling, unparalleled and without side effects. 2. The ultimate throne, surpassing both the God of eternity and creation. System, you win. Your insight is impeccable. The throne of divine seals is my obsession, let alone the ultimate throne that transcends it, along with that easily attainable divine position. The temptation is genuinely enticing. Isn't it merely masquerading as a newbie to gain entry? I'm in. Objective. The Sacred City's Demon Hunting Team Selection Competition. With 6 pairs of luminous wings unfurled behind me, I leisurely made my way to the Sacred City. The journey from the Dragon Gate to the Sacred City takes a cart 10 days. As a ninth-tier powerhouse, I shall arrive in a single day. If not for the concern of scaring the little ones, I could have been even quicker. Just as I landed in the forest outside the Sacred City, I heard a commotion and an aura of bloodlust permeating the air. Oh, what is this? Upon closer inspection, a bald priest, Sima Xian, was being besieged by 5 individuals clad in the attire of the city guard. The leader bore a sinister expression, Gui Wu, a typical jealous genius resorting to underhanded tactics. I shook my head. Human infighting? Not my interest. In the original tale, Long Haochen was nearby. Let him play the hero and rescue the beauty. I lifted my foot, preparing to leave. Beep. Side quest triggered. As a knight, albeit a false one, who harbors light, how could one stand idly by while witnessing a fellow suffer injustice? Sima Xian is a once-in-a-century priestly genius, who could become a valuable ally or assistant for the host in the future. Task. Rescue Sima Xian. Reward. Spirit Grade Armor. 100 points of spiritual power enhancement. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. System, you are ruthless. Not only employing moral coercion, but also kindly reminding me of my feeble strength. Fine. You're the system. You're the boss. I shall rescue him. My figure transformed into a streak of light, instantaneously entering the fray. Gui Wu thrust his spear imbued with sinister energy towards Sima Xian's back. Timing is everything. Boom! I didn't even draw my sword. Merely with a tremor of my protective, spiritual aura, the air erupted with a bang. Gui Wu was sent flying like a rag doll. caught by his lackeys who hurriedly administered medicinal pills to revive him. Brother, thank you. Your strength is impressive. I can barely discern how you obstructed their path. Sima Xian, both astonished and elated, quickly urged, but they are numerous and vengeful. You must leave at once. I shall cover your retreat. Do not let this delay the registration and preliminary rounds for tomorrow's demon hunting team. Injured? Delaying the competition? A twitch flickered at the corner of my mouth. I never anticipated that one day I, Long Junyuan, would be concerned about not being able to contend with a few fourth-tier minor Karami. I gazed at Guwu, who was struggling to rise, along with his band of subordinates, and remarked indifferently, You hail from Shocheng? The Knight's Temple, as a branch of the main city, has produced such backstabbers as you? It seems the rod extend from the top down. It is time for a change. Guei Wu and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, what a bumpkin. Shocheng is the main city. My master ancestor is a seventh-tier knight of the Holy Temple, a possessor of a mithril pedestal. Even the Holy Knight Han Xian must show respect. And what are you? Guei Wu, filled with indignation, felt deeply humiliated. That was merely my oversight. Now allow you to witness true power. Crimson-armored Earth Dragon, merge. Guei Wu summoned his steed, his aura soaring instantly as he brandished his spear toward me with a sinister grin, commanding, render him incapacitated. Guei Wu had truly become serious. With his mount enhancement, even the pinnacle of the fourth tier would struggle to withstand him. It was over, the situation outside the city had turned dire, but Shocheng could handle it. To provoke us from Shocheng, F5? It serves you right. In the shadows, Long Haochen and Li Xian grew anxious. Brother, Haochen, hurry, save him. Long Haochen was already preparing to intervene. Simultaneously, Sima Xian was astonished, raising his staff to bolster my defenses. Confronted by the menacing Guei Wu riding the crimson-armored Earth Dragon, I did not even bother to lift my eyelids. Is this already breaking my defenses? Summoning a mount? My tone was as flat as if I were commenting on an ant by the roadside. His strength barely qualified for the threshold of a demon hunting squad. Unfortunately, what he faced was no mere demon of that caliber. In the midst of Sima Xian's urgency, the mocking laughter of those from Shocheng, and the imminent intervention of Long Haochen, I slowly raised a hand. There was no earth-shattering surge of power, no dazzling display of skill, merely with my palm upward and fingers slightly curled. In the next moment, pure to the extreme, condensed to a terrifying degree, a luminous spiritual energy, akin to a miniature sun compressed to its critical point, suddenly converged in my palm and erupted. The radiance was not blinding, yet it carried an awe-inspiring majesty that commanded all things to bow. The forest fell into silence. The crimson-armored Earth Dragon beneath Guei Wu emitted a terrified wail. Halting its charge abruptly, the sinister grin on Guei Wu's face froze entirely, transformed into boundless fear. In the shadows, Long Haochen's pupils dilated in shock, his raised sword suspended mid-air. Sima Xian's mouth hung open, forgetting to cast a spell. Every gaze was consumed by the miraculous light radiating from my palm. Chapter 4. Just turned 18 in the very moment the sun emerged, a torrent of terrifying energy erupted. In the blink of an eye, it blossomed around Guei Wu. The next instant, Guei Wu was flung back like a startled bird, hurtling dozens of meters away, along with his companion, the crimson-armored Earth Dragon, crashing violently into the trees, leaving them both in a state of disarray. Had it not been for his relatively decent physique and the fact that his magical beast partner absorbed most of the onslaught, this blow could have rendered him incapable of cultivating or wielding spiritual power for an entire year. Upon witnessing this, Sima Xian stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on Long Junyuan. Astonishment etched across his features. It was evident that he had not anticipated Long Junyuan possessing such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly dispatching Guei Wu in an instant. They were both mid-level fourth-tier beings. How could one so effortlessly obliterate the other? This was no trivial matter. Sima Xian remained rooted in place, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Guei Wu had regained his composure. Observing his unconscious crimson-armored Earth Dragon, stripped of its fighting capability. A flicker of sorrow welled in his eyes as he roared towards Long Junyuan. Charge. Annihilate them all. Those who dare treat me this way shall suffer the consequences. With that declaration, he tenderly retrieved a pill, consumed it, and immediately bolted towards Long Junyuan's position, rallying 4 other companions to join him in the assault. Fools! Long Junyuan scoffed. Unable to discern the situation, they will only invite greater suffering upon themselves. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and an aura of absolute brilliance enveloped him. In an instant, it transformed into ripples, surging forth and erupting around the 5 individuals. In the blink of an eye, these 5 audacious beings from Shio City were sent flying over 100 meters, utterly bewildered. Their minds were consumed by 3 questions. Where are we? Who are we? Where are we headed? Host has completed a side quest. Rewards have been distributed. After their disappearance, Sima Xian excitedly bowed to Long Junyuan, expressing, "Thank you, brother. Without your intervention, I would likely have been forced to flee by the end of this battle." As he spoke, a hint of exhilaration glimmered in his eyes. He was inherently drawn to violence. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to cultivate as a disciplined priest. The power demonstrated by Long Junyuan had thoroughly captivated him, naturally igniting within him a desire for challenge. Long Junyuan was well aware of this sentiment. However, after completing this arduous task and achieving all he desired, he had no intention of lingering any longer. Exchanging a few words with Sima Xian, he departed without hesitation, leaving Sima Xian momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Sima Xian stared blankly at the spot where Long Junyuan had stood and murmured, "To think that such a formidable presence would appear in this year's Holy Temple Alliance competition. My battle spirit is truly ignited. Had I known, I should have detained him earlier and challenged him. At least then I could have gauged his strength and prepare myself." Without delay, Sima Xian set off toward the Holy City to register, hoping for a chance to challenge Long Junyuan in the future. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Li Xian and Long Haochen watched in silent awe. Such power! Even Teacher Nailin, a 5th-order expert, might not execute it so flawlessly, Li Xian remarked, her voice tinged with astonishment. And this is merely the surface-level strength of a 4th-order practitioner? Brother, you might be in for some trouble this time. Long Haochen was equally stunned. It's not just the sheer force, it's the seamless activation of skills. In that brief moment, though I couldn't fully perceive it, I glimpsed techniques like Divine Domain Block, all executed without the slightest hesitation or visible effort. His expression turned pensive. While Long Junyuan's display didn't instill defeat in him, it had certainly left him deeply shaken. The idea that an 18-year-old 4th-order knight could wield such terrifying prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, had he known Long Junyuan was actually a 9th-order sacred knight, he might have deemed it reasonable, though the revelation would likely have petrified him on the spot. An 18-year-old 9th-order sacred knight? If word spread, it would drive the younger generation and even seasoned veterans to despair, perhaps even prompting them to lament in disbelief. Are you even human? Holy City, Knight Temple Registration Office. The examiner scrutinized Long Junyuan's documents, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Young man, where are you from?" he inquired. "Dragon Pass," Long Junyuan replied. "Recommended by the Vice Hall Master of the Knight Temple stationed there." "How peculiar. Why is there no test data here? No records of your bone age or exact cultivation level?" The examiner was baffled. This was the first time he'd encountered such an anomaly. Typically, candidates underwent preliminary testing in their home regions before arriving, including the initial Demon Hunt Squad trials. Yet Long Junyuan's file was utterly blank. Of course, Long Junyuan couldn't very well admit he'd decided to participate on a whim. That would hardly befit the gravity of the Demon Hunt Squad selection, a tournament that had nurtured countless prodigies for the Holy Temple Alliance. At that moment, with a faint smile, he replied, "Then, esteemed senior, how shall we proceed?" The examiner pondered for a moment and said, "Follow me." Soon after, the two departed to a specialized examination chamber. Within, there were several instruments that lacked detailed specifications. And seated among them was a 6th-tier examiner, whose keen eyes sparkled with a semblance of interest upon seeing Long Junyuan, as his otherwise dull gaze brightened slightly. After all, it was rare for anyone to visit this place. Yet, that glimmer quickly faded. The reality was that those who could arrive unexpectedly, bypassing the local assessments, were likely to be individuals who had been inserted here by some influential figure, and such individuals were often devoid of any real potential, merely scraping by, in all likelihood. Given this understanding, there was little cause for astonishment. Consequently, the examiner softened his demeanor and inquired about Long Junyuan's age. Long Junyuan replied, "I have just turned 18. Upon hearing this, the examiner nodded and gestured for Long Junyuan to take a seat, proceeding to investigate his precise bone age and cultivation level. However, as the examination progressed, the examiner found himself momentarily frozen, gazing at Long Junyuan with a perplexed expression, utterly at a loss. "You just said you were how old?" the examiner asked in disbelief. 18, Long Junyuan reiterated. The examiner was rendered speechless. "You dare to claim that your current state corresponds to 18 years of age?" Chapter 5. The investigation of the Paladin Commander and the secrets of Long Junyuan. Gazing upon Long Junyuan before him, Examiner Qin found himself momentarily taken aback. 18 years old? Was this truly what one referred to as 18? It was absurd. After all, he himself was a peak 6-tier powerhouse. While his prowess might not be overwhelmingly terrifying, the talents participating in the Demon Hunting Corps were, at best, only 5th tier. Surely, he could see through them. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sensation that he did not possess the qualification to probe further into this individual. With this thought, the examiner did not hesitate and proceeded to conduct a second investigation. Indeed, he could not fathom the depths of Long Junyuan. Stunned, he realized that in over 30 years of service, he had never encountered such a situation. "Young man, please hold on. I shall summon other strong individuals for further examination," he stated, swiftly rising to depart. Not far from his path, he encountered 2 formidable figures approaching together. "Paladin Commander, there you are," Old Qin called out. "What is the matter, little Qin? Why the fluster?" "Commanderant Qian incurred, perplexed." Without delay, Examiner Qin recounted everything that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Han Qian shook his head resolutely, asserting, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The instruments there, though not of the highest caliber, can indeed detect up to 7th-tier practitioners when utilized correctly. The highest among this cohort of Demon Hunting Corps participants is merely 5th-tier level 4. How could he possibly conceal his abilities from you? Do not even entertain the notion that he might be concealing his true strength." Han Qian, known for his meticulousness, was evidently skeptical, dismissing the possibility that anyone could surpass this established standard. Consequently, upon absorbing the information, he promptly rendered a judgment in his mind: false. He deemed it unnecessary to traverse there, considering the myriad of pressing matters pertaining to the Demon Hunting Corps competition. It was more prudent to resolve those issues than to squander time on what he deemed trivialities, especially since he had recently received news of a prodigy arriving from the Dragon Gate, though the identity remained unknown. Hearing this, Old Qin felt a surge of urgency. At that moment, a rugged man from the Holy War, the Deputy Hall Master of the Warrior Hall, Ren Wuquang, who had been observing Old Qin's demeanor, noted that he did not seem to be fabricating stories. He shook his head and said, "Old Han, perhaps we should take a look. It could very well be a true prodigy." Upon hearing Ren Wuquang's words, Old Qin sighed, and Han Qian nodded in agreement. Since Ren Wuquang had suggested it, they decided to investigate, if only to maintain a semblance of respect. Before long, the two made their way to the examination room, entering just in time to behold Long Junyuan seated in meditation. The moment they laid eyes on him, both Han Qian and Ren Wuquang were instantly captivated, their gazes fixated on Long Junyuan's presence. They are terrifying entities at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, possessing an astonishing ability to perceive their surroundings. It was precisely because of this that, upon their first sight of Long Junyuan, they immediately sensed the overwhelming brilliance emanating from him, leaving them in awe. In this moment, Han Qian retracted his earlier disdainful attitude. He was suddenly struck by an inexplicable feeling that the individual before him was of a level perhaps beyond what their instruments could measure. Whether it be his aura, the essence of his spirit, or his striking appearance, All were of the highest caliber, incomparable to ordinary beings. If I were to select a peer for comparison, it would likely be that concealed prodigy, Long Junyuan from the Night Sanctuary. I once glimpsed him from a distance, and the energy he exuded bore significant resemblance. However, upon hearing this, Han Qian shook his head vigorously, asserting impossible. How could he possibly compare to Long Junyuan? You must understand, Long Junyuan is. In the midst of this, Ren Wuquang interjected, perhaps he is Long Junyuan himself. I recall him being merely 18 years old, and this individual seems to be of the same age. Han Qian shook his head like a rattle drum, insisting, no way, absolutely impossible. Long Junyuan could not have arrived in the Holy City, let alone participate in the Demon Hunter selection. It's preposterous. Although Long Junyuan rarely presents himself publicly, I know for a fact that he is at least 8th tier. While it is feasible for someone of his age to partake in the selection, the disparity in strength would be insurmountable. He would never deign to engage in such slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Qian promptly made his way towards Long Junyuan. Upon noticing Han Qian's approach, Long Junyuan took the best course of action befitting his status, stating, "Greetings, Holy Knight Commander." Han Qian waved his hand, signaling, "Let the testing commence." With that, a layer of brilliant light enveloped his hand, and in the next moment, he ascended gracefully into the air. Countless instruments and radiant spiritual energy erupted, linking with Long Junyuan. In an instant, streams of spiritual light surged forth, preparing for the impending breakthrough. Old Han, what level of cultivation do you think he possesses? Ren Wuquang inquired, leaning closer. In any knightly establishment, even within the main hall of the Dragon Gate's Night Sanctuary, any 5th tier would promptly seek my arrangement. Yet this youth, despite hailing from the Dragon Gate, eludes my knowledge. This suggests he is likely only 4th tier, probably at the mid to late stage, which is respectable and should afford him a chance at advancement within the Demon Hunter ranks. However, he still falls short of the genius category, Han Qian assessed. As if to affirm his evaluation, at the very moment his words fell, a dazzling surge of spiritual power erupted from Long Junyuan, instantly affecting the entire testing apparatus. In an instant, overwhelming light attribute spiritual energy radiated outward in all directions, creating an expansive domain of pressure. Even the case of Han Qian. Despite Long Junyuan's apparent lack of seriousness, an unusual pressure lingered in his heart, a peculiar sensation that rendered Han Qian speechless. After a brief moment, the radiant light gradually faded. Han Qian widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Long Junyuan. His aged eyes brimmed with shock as he scrutinized Long Junyuan, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Soon, as the brilliance dissipated, he discerned the inscriptions upon the instrument. In that instant, he was left dumbfounded, for he could see that the device bore no numerical indication of cultivation. This scenario could only imply two possibilities. Either the cultivation was below the 3rd tier, or it surpassed that of the user. To Han Qian, the latter was inconceivable, leaving only the former as the sole explanation. Contemplating this, the tension that had previously gripped Han Qian's heart relaxed entirely. Initially, he had assumed that such a terrifying radiance heralded the emergence of a future star rising in the firmament. Already envisioning the path ahead and contemplating the possibility of taking on a disciple, little did he expect that the individual before him had yet to step into the ranks of a 3rd tier knight. It became evident that the intensity of the testing light did not necessarily correlate with strength. This young man stood as a living testament to that truth. Consequently, this implied that he lacked even the qualification to participate in the Demon Hunting Corps. Chapter 6. This individual is Long Junyuan. I have come to participate in the Demon Hunting Guild competition. Upon witnessing all of this, Han Qian couldn't help but sigh. Not even reaching the 3rd tier, he fell short of the minimum standards for the Demon Hunting Guild. What a pity for such a promising talent, whose comprehension and affinity for the light were evidently commendable, displaying an astonishing potential for luminous power. Yet, with such insufficient cultivation, should he truly break through and participate in the competition, he would likely face elimination, which would merely serve as fodder for ridicule. Not an enviable situation. Han Qian sighed again, gazing at Long Junyuan's face, filled with regret. He had initially intended to see if he could take Long Junyuan as a disciple, for he indeed represented a promising candidate. However, his cultivation was far from meeting the criteria for apprenticeship. Accepting him might lead to mockery that would haunt him for ages. Old Han, that may not necessarily be the case. Examine the instrument closely. I recall this is not the latest model, and it may be faulty. His cultivation level might be far from weak, Ren Wuquang interjected. Impossible. Although the instrument is outdated, I personally handled it, and it cannot fail. Unless his level exceeds the 8th tier, or even surpasses mine, then it would be undetectable, Han Qian asserted with conviction. But that is utterly impossible. My cultivation is at the peak of the 8th tier, and this child is merely 18 years old. How could he possibly be a 9th tier powerhouse at such an age? Even Long Junyuan could not achieve that. Han Qian's words were resolute, and it was evident that, given the current circumstances, he had condemned Long Junyuan without hesitation. Anyone in his position would have done the same, for reaching the 9th tier is a monumental feat under normal circumstances. Attaining the 9th tier by the age of 60 would already mark one as an absolute genius within the alliance, let alone at 18. This level would draw the attention of even the leader of the Sacred Alliance, Yang Haohan. Then, what do you intend to do? Ren Wuquang pondered as he observed Long Junyuan's position, suddenly struck by an idea. He contemplated whether he should take Long Junyuan away for a trial. Such an extraordinary affinity for light might allow him to receive the legacy of the light sword god, Yi Wuxiang. Of course, the likelihood of success was almost negligible. While his cultivation talent might be lacking, his comprehension and affinity for light were not insignificant. He was indeed a good seedling. If he were to remain in the Holy City, there might be a chance for him to qualify for the Demon Hunting Guild next year. This was the only thing this old man could do for him. Han Qian sighed once more, then turned to the composed Long Junyuan and said, "Child, would you be willing to join the Night Branch of the Holy City? I will find you a teacher. Tell me your name." Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan's expression grew peculiar. What an audacious proposal, to find a teacher for himself. Was it Yang Haohan or Yang Haoyu? Aside from those two, there was hardly anyone else in the Holy City who qualified. After all, his previous teacher was Long Xingyu. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much and slowly replied, "Long Junyuan." "Ah, Long Junyuan, a splendid name. I have high hopes for you." Upon hearing this, Han Qian nodded, but suddenly he reacted, staring blankly at Long Junyuan with wide, astonished eyes. "What did you say? Your name is Long Junyuan?" At this revelation, Han Qian and Ren Wuquang were momentarily dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating whether Long Junyuan would indeed show up, with Han Qian confidently asserting that he would not. Yet, here he was, the most gifted genius in the history of the Holy Alliance, attending the Demon Hunting Club. "Your Excellency, the Grand Paladin, I intended to explain earlier that this young man is indeed named Long Junyuan. I simply refrained from interjecting." Old Qin chimed in, nodding in agreement. This left Han Qian feeling somewhat helpless. He had been eager to wrap things up quickly. Remembering the earlier discussion, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. However, he recognized the gravity of the situation at hand. Although he was uncertain why Long Junyuan had come here, he understood that it was imperative to keep his presence a secret. "You must leave at once. Regardless of what transpires, do not disclose this information. It is a matter of utmost confidentiality for the Alliance." Upon hearing this, the inexplicable smile on Old Qin's face vanished, replaced by a look of understanding. For he knew Han Qian's character well enough to realize he would not joke about such matters. The existence of one named Long Junyuan was indeed extraordinary. Once Old Qin exited, Han Qian turned in shock towards Long Junyuan's position. Everything that had just transpired seemed utterly irrational. Yet, if the person before him truly was the Long Junyuan he had envisioned, then all the prior absurdities suddenly made sense. At 18, possessing an exceptionally pure light elemental energy, these two attributes seemed to align perfectly with the legendary Long Junyuan. Both Han Qian and Ren Wuquang felt their hearts racing as they gazed at Long Junyuan, their thoughts swirling in contemplation. It was essential to note that Long Junyuan had always been safeguarded within the Night-S Sanctuary, to the extent that even Han Qian, as the Grand Paladin, had only encountered him a handful of times, particularly not in the past 3 years. This was why they had failed to recognize him earlier. Now, with the realization that he was indeed Long Junyuan, Han Xian began to juxtapose this figure with the countless iterations he had seen throughout the years. What astonished him further was that Long Junyuan had reached such a level of prowess, one that even he could not fully comprehend. Dragon Junyuan, what brings you to the Demon Hunter Guild for this test? Han Xian inquired, gazing at Dragon Junyuan's position, genuinely perplexed by his intentions. It's rather simple. I intend to register for the upcoming Demon Hunter Guild competition. Otherwise, what purpose would my presence here serve? As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Junyuan slowly extended his hand and retrieved a document from his storage space, containing details of his life and all pertinent information. Upon perusing the contents, both Han Xian and Ren Wuquang were momentarily struck with astonishment as they beheld Dragon Junyuan before them, their eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. The document revealed that he was merely 18 years of age, yet his cultivation level was distinctly marked. 9th rank, level 1, Holy Knight. Crossed out, 4th rank, level 6, Great Knight. Witnessing this revelation, Han Xian and Ren Wuquang trembled, their expressions clouded with fear, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon Dragon Junyuan, momentarily at a loss for words, stammering in an attempt to articulate their thoughts, yet finding themselves utterly speechless. It was as if they had been ensnared in a cycle of bewilderment, rendered dazed and confused. Goodness, what is your intention in joining the selection process as a 9th rank level 1, and to further disguise yourself as a 4th rank level 6 Great Knight? Are you toying with us? Surely you must be jesting. In that moment, Han Xian found himself at a loss for an appropriate response. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, Dragon Junyuan continued, addressing the Grand Holy Knight. Might I inquire if I have successfully passed this verification? Passed. Without a doubt. If you haven't passed, then who could possibly qualify? Han Xian managed a wry smile. At that instant, a system notification resonated within Dragon Junyuan's mind. Host has completed the main quest, successfully passing the Demon Hunter Guild assessment. Rewards have been distributed. Chapter 7 Side Quest. Assist Saint Seal. Upon hearing the sound from the system, Long Junyuan smiled subtly. It seems feasible. Completing these tasks brings him considerable amusement, and he is curious to see what peculiar challenges this dogged system will conjure test him. These questions pique his interest. Naturally, Long Junyuan has no intention of lingering any longer. Instead, he looks at the 2 prominent figures from the Sanctuary Alliance before him, gathers his cards, and bows slightly. Paladin Commander, Berserker Guild Leader, I shall take my leave for now, until the day of the Demon Hunter Tournament. As soon as Long Junyuan finishes speaking, a unique glow envelopes him, and in an instant, he vanishes from sight, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, Han Xian and Ren Wuquang can only gaze in astonishment. Truly impressive, a 9th tier indeed. His speed and ability to teleport are remarkable. Even though I was watching him closely, I had no idea when or how he left. Ren Wuquang remarked in admiration. As a battle enthusiast and a destroyer at heart, his first impression was of Long Junyuan's exhibited power, which undeniably left him in awe. That speed was beyond his realm of comparison. Simultaneously, he was genuinely curious about Long Junyuan's circumstances. How could someone merely 18 years old possess such prowess? And why would he deign to join the Demon Hunter Guild? However, Han Xian's thoughts were not as convoluted. After witnessing Long Junyuan's departure, he hesitated for a moment, staring blankly at the scene before him, his eyes filled with genuine shock. After a while, he regained his composure. This upcoming Demon Hunter tournament is quite troublesome, truly troublesome. This is beyond ordinary circumstances. The repercussions may be catastrophic. Although he is Long Junyuan, the future head of the Night Sanctuary and the prospective leader of the Sanctuary Alliance, we cannot simply allow this to unfold unchecked. Feeling flustered, Han Xian understood he needed to take action. He turned to Ren Wuquang and said, Quang, stay here and observe whether Long Junyuan will return. I will report to the leader immediately. This matter is of immense significance. Long Junyuan is not only a prodigy of the Alliance, but also one of the vice leaders of the Night Sanctuary, holding an equal or even more pivotal position than us. We cannot make unilateral decisions regarding his actions. It is imperative to consult the leader for a resolution. Otherwise, We cannot bear the consequences of this situation. Having spoken, Han Qian did not hesitate, rising promptly and hurrying towards the leader's residence, determined to resolve the matter swiftly, leaving Ren Wuquang in a state of disarray. Within the holy city, Long Junyuan continued his journey. Compared to the Dragon Gate, the holy city is undeniably far more prosperous. This level of affluence even surpasses that of the capital from my previous life. In this realm of humanity, only the holy city exists to somewhat alleviate the pain of the demon race's invasion. Observing the cacophony of voices and the thriving surroundings, Long Junyuan could not help but express his admiration. Having traversed this world for 18 years, Long Junyuan had primarily dedicated his time to cultivation, rarely leaving the Dragon Gate. When he did venture out, it was to delve deep into the heart of demon territory, where he relentlessly hunted the demons, striving to secure peace for humanity. Thus, among the demons, the Dragon Gate, and those acquainted with him, he earned a title, the Demon Slayer, or perhaps more fittingly, the Slaughterer of Demon Gods. The goal of the Demon Hunting Brigade was to successfully vanquish the demon gods, a mission Long Junyuan had accomplished more than once. Nevertheless, pondering such matters proved to be of little value. He needed to promptly locate the residence of this emblem and settle everything. At that point, he could choose whether to continue his cultivation or explore the wonders of the holy city. However, time was of the essence, for once night fell, traversing the holy city would become impossible, even for a holy knight like him, bound by this custom. Long Junyuan spoke these words lightly, not lingering on them for long. As he intended to depart, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a peculiar brilliance flickering nearby, not aimed at him, but rather emanating unconsciously from a specific position and radiating outward. Then the sound of rhythmic tapping echoed thud, thud, thud as something struck the ground, prompting Long Junyuan to immediately look up in curiosity. The outcome was as he had anticipated. A girl with purple hair was striking the ground with a bamboo staff. In that instant, Long Junyuan recognized her. Was it the reincarnation saint, Saint Kaiyu? Indeed, like him, she seemed to have been confined within various strongholds, and this appeared to be her first emergence from the demon exorcism pass. She was likely engaged in the reincarnation trial, which caused this blindness. Long Junyuan observed the scene, understanding the situation without dwelling on it, shaking his head in response. Despite feeling a twinge of sympathy for the tragic yet resilient figure of Saint Kaiyu, he chose not to engage with her, as his own matters were of greater importance. However, as these thoughts occupied his mind, the system responded once more within his consciousness. Side quest triggered. As a traveler, how can one lack a team? As the reincarnation saint, Saint Kaiyu possesses talents that surpass those of a novice knight like yourself, both in combat abilities and teamwork. If you can earn his favor and form a demon hunting team with him, your future survival will be significantly secured. Quest: cultivate Saint Kaiyu's affection for you and assist him based on his current situation. Completing this task will reward you with 100 points of spiritual power, 1 point of innate spiritual energy, and a piece of randomly selected brilliant grade equipment. Note: Saint Kaiyu, as the reincarnation saint, possesses an extremely extreme personality and is highly wary of the outside world. The host must act according to their capabilities. If you fail completely, subsequent side quests will no longer be available. Upon hearing the system's words, Long Junyuan was momentarily taken aback. Oh, system, do you not regard me as a human? Are you intending for me to suppress that reincarnation spirit furnace or to restrain that Grim Reaper's divine constitution? While these tasks may not be impossible, your approach seems to have bestowed upon me the template of Long Houchen. Chapter 8. Do not be so impetuous, Saintess of Reincarnation. However, Long Junyuan is not one to shy away from challenges. Once he commits, he does so without hesitation and strives to achieve excellence in all endeavors. This is the essence of Long Junyuan. Similarly, the emergence of the system and the rewards it bestows have genuinely taken Long Junyuan by surprise. While 100 points of spiritual power and splendid equipment may seem trivial to him, the solitary point of innate spiritual energy piques his curiosity. Already possessing the physique of the God of Light and reaching the limit of 120 points of innate spiritual energy, he wonders how much further he could ascend should such an enhancement be possible? Contemplating this, Long Junyuan is intrigued by the potential heights of the God of Light's physique. Is there a level beyond the God of Light? With this thought in mind, he proceeds without hesitation, taking deliberate steps forward. As a ninth-tier holy knight, his body has already transformed into elemental form, moving with an imperceptible presence. To perceive him through mere senses would be a formidable task, even for other ninth-tier beings. Presently, Kai'er is but a fifth tier, making it utterly impossible for her to detect Long Junyuan's formidable power. Soon, Long Junyuan stands beside Kai'er, gazing thoughtfully at her position, unaware of what she is contemplating. To assist Saint Kai'er, the most crucial aspect lies not in anything else, but in the realm of the reincarnation trial. Thus, he refrains from interjecting immediately, choosing instead to sense her reincarnation aura and analyze how best to proceed. Although this power is bestowed by the God of Death, it holds parity with the power of the God of Light. Controlling this trial, under the God of Death dominion, is indeed a simple task. Long Junyuan speaks calmly, and without a moment's hesitation, he begins to walk alongside Saint Kai'er, utilizing his spiritual power to obscure his presence, thus lending support to her. While Saint Kai'er cannot perceive this, it does not imply that others are equally oblivious. Closely following her, Saint Yu has little faith in the situation, having placed several other assassins by her side for protection. "Look, there's a handsome guy seemingly walking purposefully alongside the leader," exclaims the lively fourth-tier peak assassin, Xingxuan, as she rubs her eyes in excitement, observing Saint Kai'er. It seems as though she has witnessed something extraordinary. However, the other assassins perceive the gravity of the situation with growing concern. Goodness, this young man is quite audacious. Normally, it wouldn't be a significant issue to walk alongside the leader, but doing so intentionally changes everything, remarks the oldest assassin, voicing his apprehension. "What does this mean?" questions the perplexed assassin, Xingxuan. The elder assassin continued, "Let me put it this way. Previously, there were a few rascals who, captivated by the young lady's beauty, attempted to engage her with some flirtatious remarks. However, before I could intervene, the young lady merely unleashed a hint of her spiritual power, toppling them effortlessly, leaving them bedridden for days. Moreover, do not be deceived by her loss of sight. Her perceptive abilities surpass our mere visual observations, and she is a formidable fifth-tier warrior. I assure you, within 3 seconds, the head lady would undoubtedly sense the presence of this enigmatic man and react accordingly. Otherwise, should she return today and I fail to demonstrate this, I would gladly perform a handstand as proof." The elder assassin spoke with conviction, as if certain of a possibility. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his assertion, and after a moment, there were no further choices to be made. However, he had perhaps acted too hastily. 1 minute passed, then 3, 5, and even 10 minutes, yet they saw no sign from Kai'er. It seemed, within her perception, that Long Junyuan was non-existent. This scene left them all utterly stunned, particularly the elder assassin, whose complexion turned pale, not from fear of reprisal, but from his inability to fathom the man's intentions. Stammering, he questioned, "What shall we do? If even the fifth-tier lady cannot react, what hope do we four-tiered warriors have? We would likely be eliminated in an instant." Upon hearing this, their eyes widened in alarm. It was evident that panic had set in. "Boss, what should we do next?" asked the assassin Xingxuan. "Go to the assassin's branch and summon the Lord of the Holy Moon. We are his subordinates, and it is most appropriate to request his presence. Once the Lord arrives, everything will naturally resolve itself," the elder assassin declared. Without a moment's hesitation, Xingxuan sprang to his feet, determined to finalize the arrangements. Meanwhile, the other assassins nervously watched Long Junyuan's position, fearful of any actions that might jeopardize Saint Kai'er. If that were to happen, it would spell disaster. Although Saint Kai'er had not sensed Long Junyuan's presence, she had long recognized the few tailing her and was acutely aware of their fluctuating auras. As Xingxuan departed, she cast a puzzled gaze through her murky eyes toward the disturbance. What is happening? Why are their auras suddenly so chaotic? After voicing her thoughts, Long Junyuan acknowledged that it was no longer prudent to conceal himself. Observing the unfolding scenario, he spoke softly Perhaps it is because I have been beside you for 10 minutes, and yet you remain oblivious. Upon hearing those words, even though Kair was inherently indifferent, she was taken aback at that moment. A chilling sensation surged from behind her. She truly did not anticipate this. The fact that someone could remain undetected by her for a full 10 minutes was astonishing. Even her great-grandfather, Saint Moon, would find such a feat impossible. With this thought in mind, Saint Kair turned her senses toward the position of Long Junyuan, but as she did so, a wave of regret washed over her. For in her perception, Long Junyuan appeared as pure nothingness, transformed by an overwhelming and terrifying brilliance. His formidable aura seemed to merge seamlessly with the light itself. He embodied the essence of illumination, the divine aspect of radiance. This extraordinary sensation caused a primal shiver to course through Kair. One must understand that even her great-grandfather, Saint Moon, could not achieve such a state, and Saint Moon was a formidable being of 9th tier, 2nd level, possessing dominion over realms. The notion of this man led Kair to contemplate her unique reincarnation physique, as well as everything accomplished by the previous reincarnation child. It was possible that this individual had discerned something profound, and he might even be a powerful entity of the demonic clan. If that were the case, the implications of being taken or exploited by the demonic clan could be dire. Although Kair harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Assassin's Temple and the Alliance of Temples due to her past experiences, being manipulated by the demonic clan would be a fate worse than death for her. With this in mind, after a firm clenching of her teeth, Saint Kair hesitated not for a moment. Grasping her green bamboo staff, she channeled the reincarnation power within her, unleashing a surge that propelled her toward Long Junyuan's position. This strike harnessed a significant amount of her reincarnation energy, while it may not rival the impact of the reincarnation sword. She was confident it could compel this individual to retreat, if not injure him. After all, the might of the reincarnation spirit furnace and her reincarnation physique was not something an ordinary person could withstand. However, Long Junyuan was fortuitously not an ordinary individual. Upon witnessing the approach of the green bamboo staff, he immediately comprehended Kair's intentions and actions. Yet, he bore no fear of her so-called reincarnation power. With a simple extension of his hand, he effortlessly seized the staff and dissipated the reincarnation energy within it, casually remarking, "Reincarnation Saintus, do not be so impulsive." Chapter 9. The Successful Method of Utilizing the Reincarnation Spirit Furnace and the Divine Favor of the Reaper. Reincarnation Saintus, do not be so irritable. In the Sacred City, the manipulation of reincarnation power has influenced the entire realm, a matter of great consequence. Long Junyuan gently grasped the green bamboo staff held by Saint Kair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. His aura was remarkably steady. Even Saint Kair, as the reincarnation saintess, found herself momentarily awestruck. After all, he wielded the power of reincarnation, yet he seemed to suppress it as if he were merely playing with a child, which was indeed curious. Not only was Saint Kair astonished, but so were the multitude of assassins surrounding them, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. After regaining her composure, Saint Kair regarded Long Junyuan with a serious expression, her eyes radiating a fierce brilliance. In that moment, her previously emotionless gaze transformed, now tinged with a palpable intent to kill, a manifestation of the most profound murderous intent, stirred by his words, "Reincarnation Saintus." All uncertainties were definitively resolved in that instant. Her heart brimmed with a tumult of anger and shock. Anger surged within her at the exposure of her identity as the reincarnation saintess. The man before her was aware, and he could potentially be a spy from the demon clan, a most unfavorable revelation for her. The shock stemmed from his terrifying perceptive abilities. Only a select few, including her great ancestor Saint Moon and her parents, were privy to her reincarnation constitution, and they would never divulge such information, even within the ranks of the Assassin's Sanctuary. The knowledge of her identity was limited to a scant few who were merely aware of her noble status. Thus, it dawned upon her that this individual had, within a mere 10 minutes of interaction, comprehended her unique constitution. To make matters more alarming, he might very well be a formidable demon, having stealthily entered the sacred city during the demon hunting tournament. Such entanglements were indeed significant. As Kai'er pondered, she found herself grappling with the dilemma of how to subdue Long Junyuan. However, at that moment, she sensed that he had perceived something about her as well, regarding her with an expression of keen interest. Even without locking eyes with Long Junyuan, she felt as though there were no secrets left to conceal under the weight of his oppressive aura. It was as if he could see through her entirely, with no shred of concealment, rendering any attempts to hide futile. Kai'er harbored no shame in this predicament, but rather a deeper astonishment. Then Long Junyuan chuckled softly, saying, "This holy moon hero, usually so astute, how is it that now she seems to regress?" The concept of divine favor is entirely foreign to her. She does not even grasp the distinction of the reincarnation physique. My dear great-granddaughter's situation is not at all comparable to that of the reincarnation child. It is quite peculiar indeed that, being a Reaper's favored one, she would choose to undergo trials handed down from the war god's favored ones. It is truly remarkable. Merely in the span of these last 10 minutes, I have nearly unraveled the nature of your divine physique. Resolving this matter should not pose much difficulty. As Long Junyuan's words lingered, he gently waved his hand. At that moment, a unique spiritual furnace within him stirred, and an extraordinary golden light enveloped him. In the next instant, the golden radiance surged forth from his being, gradually moving towards Shang Kai'er. Almost immediately, a rich and peculiar luminescence emerged from him, bursting forth incessantly. In an instant, before Shang Kai'er could react, it penetrated into her body. Upon sensing this moment, Shang Kai'er was left utterly stunned. She could not comprehend Long Junyuan's references to divine favor or the distinctions between the Reaper and War God's favored ones. However, she could distinctly feel an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy rushing into her. This energy was formidable, and, upon entering her body, it directly surged towards her reincarnation furnace, violently impacting her reincarnation physique. Though the sensation of pain was not excessively intense, it was amplified infinitely by her trepidation. Is he truly intending to kill me this way? With her heart racing, Shang Kai'er found herself contemplating the worst possible outcome, convinced that her life was now at stake. After all, the entry of spiritual energy into her body might merely nourish her, but an invasion of such energy directly assaulting her physique and furnace was an entirely different scenario. With this thought, she cast a fierce glare towards Long Junyuan. If death was inevitable, she would not let him off so easily. If she was to perish, they would perish together. Although he appeared exceedingly powerful, perhaps even surpassing her ancestor, should her reincarnation furnace erupt in full force, combined with the power of the reincarnation sword, it could unleash divine strength capable of annihilating him. Gritting her teeth, she resolved within herself, "He may perish, but not without a fight." With that determination, she hesitated not. She began to channel her strength, urging the power of the reincarnation furnace. Long Junyuan's intention was precisely this. The moment she activated her reincarnation furnace, the spiritual energy he had left within her was instantaneously awakened. In an instant, it encircled the reincarnation furnace, transforming into a force of the soul and entering the eternal tower. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, and for an instant, Kai'er felt an unparalleled clarity in her mind. At that moment, her reincarnation spirit furnace seemed to experience a form of liberation akin to a sense of perfection. In the following instant, she sensed the gradual restoration of her lost six senses. Soon after, they began to rise gently, and suddenly, Kai'er realized that her vision had returned, allowing her to perceive her surroundings with remarkable clarity. This revelation left her momentarily stunned. The trials of reincarnation and their accompanying side effects had proven insurmountable for anyone. Even her own great-grandfather, who had labored for a decade without success. Yet now, it appeared that the individual before her had resolved it effortlessly. At that moment, Kai'er recalled everything that Long Junyuan had just spoken, a shiver coursing through her heart as she turned her gaze toward him. She began to perceive that Long Junyuan harbored little intent to harm her. Thus, she might lower her guard. Before long, she also directed her attention toward Long Juanyuan's position. Upon seeing him, her heart involuntarily quivered. How handsome! Although Saint Kaier prided herself on not being overly captivated by appearances, she could not help but feel a flutter within her as she beheld Long Juanyuan, whose face bore no discernible flaw, embodying what could only be described as the most perfect being in existence. This realization set her heart racing. However, she did not linger in this reverie for long. Instead, she earnestly focused on Long Juanyuan, allowing her previously hostile aura to dissipate as she spoke. Though I remain unaware of your identity and intentions, I must express my gratitude. My reincarnation trials have indeed seen significant improvement, and I thank you sincerely. Upon the completion of her words, a prompt resonated within Long Juanyuan's mind. Host has completed the task, gaining the favor and gratitude of Saint Kaier, increasing spiritual energy by 100 points, and enhancing innate inner spiritual energy by 1 point. Chapter 10. Long Juanyuan's Betrothal. Sheng Yu's emotional fluctuations. The moment the system provided feedback, Long Juanyuan felt a surge of spiritual energy within his body. Compared to his terrifying reserve of 100,000 points, this 100-point increase was negligible to him. However, that single point of innate spiritual energy enhancement brought him an entirely different sensation, a tremor in his very soul. Though he hadn't examined it closely, the distinct perception confirmed that the system had indeed elevated his innate spiritual energy by 1 point. This unprecedented sense of potential and growth was exhilarating, marking the first time he acknowledged the system's significant utility. Contemplating the situation, Long Juanyuan felt deeply satisfied. He had initially believed the divine light physique represented the pinnacle of his, or even the world's, capabilities. Yet now, possibilities unfolded before him. Breaking through the limit from 120 to 121 implied further ascension. 122, 123, even reaching 130, 140, or beyond. Anticipation stirred within him. Without hesitation, he resolved to return and explore the implications of this spiritual enhancement. Turning to Kaier, he stated simply, "My task here is complete. I shall take my leave." His abrupt departure left Kaier momentarily stunned. Initially, she had suspected him of being a demonic infiltrator. Yet, the overwhelming purity of his divine light energy, surpassing even that of a divine seal knight, rendered such suspicions absurd. If not an infiltrator, then why had he aided her? Merely because she was the reincarnation saintess? Kaier was neither narcissistic nor one to incur debts lightly. Determined to repay his assistance, she called out, "Might I know your name?" With a faint smile, Long Juanyuan replied, "I am Long Juanyuan. Convey my regards to Elder Sheng Yu." In an instant, his form dissolved into radiant light, vanishing without a trace. Kaier stood perplexed, murmuring his name. Long Juanyuan. It sounds strangely familiar. Yet, her contemplation was brief. Just moments later, a peculiar purple ripple suddenly manifested beside her, and an elderly man with a slender frame and a white beard emerged, his eyes betraying a hint of anger. Accompanying him was the assassin Xing Xuan from earlier. Upon sighting him, the assassins who had been following Kaier swiftly approached, their expressions a mix of trepidation as they regarded the position of the holy moon. Although this hall master was not one to act excessively, his volatile temperament meant that even a casual display of his power would be unbearable for them. Hall master. In unison, everyone bowed in deference to the assassin's etiquette. Enough of this formality. Speak to me. A young man was seen accompanying Kaier for quite some time. Was his presence genuine? Holy Moon demanded, his voice tinged with urgency. It is indeed true, and it appears he even had a spar with the eldest sister, the elder assassin replied, swallowing hard before recounting all he had witnessed. However, due to the earlier shielding of the surroundings by Long Juanyuan's words, he had only been able to perceive fragments of the events. Thus, his account was incomplete. Holy Moon felt a twinge of confusion, and as he regained his composure, he was struck by a pang of guilt towards Kaier. He lamented his inability to assist her during the reincarnation trial. How could he allow her to suffer in any other regard? Hearing the elder assassin's report ignited a fierce urgency within him, his spiritual energy surging forth, causing even his white beard to lift in the air. Damn it! How could they dare treat Kair this way? I am the hall master of the Assassin's Sanctuary, and such events should not transpire under the very eyes of the Holy City. It seems I must make it clear that Holy Moon is not to be trifled with. Now tell me, what is the situation of that young man? His gaze was fierce, akin to that of a ferocious lion. It seems he is a knight? The elder assassin responded. A knight? Holy Moon paused, his expression turning menacing. Very well, describe his features to me. I shall take you to meet that old fellow Yang Haoen. If this knight is merely an ordinary one, it is indeed peculiar for him to approach Kair. He must possess some knowledge or be acting under instructions. Holy Moon seethed with anger. After all, Kair was of utmost importance to their assassin's sanctuary. If anything were to happen to her, it would spell disaster for their clan. Had it not been for the current need for law and order within the Alliance, he would have rushed to eliminate the threat the moment he learned of the young man. However, he had forgotten to inquire about Kair. Yet, she spoke up. There is no need for such trouble. He means me no harm and even came to assist me. He even told me his name. Holy Moon paused, taken aback. Kair, with her nature, had actually explained herself to that individual. What is his name? He inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. His name is Long Junyuan, Kair replied. Ah, Dragon Junyuan, a member of the illustrious Long family. This revelation compels us to seek out Long Tianyin and Long Xingyu. Shan Yue, gritting his teeth, suddenly realized the implications and looked in astonishment at Kair. What did you say? That person is Long Junyuan? He has actually come to the Holy City. Upon hearing this name, Xingyue's previously turbulent emotions deflated instantly. He was one of the few outside the Knight's Sanctuary who truly understood the situation regarding Long Junyuan, which is why his demeanor shifted so drastically. It was not merely due to Long Junyuan's status. Rather, Shan Yue was acutely aware that Long Junyuan would not harm Kair, for he had no motive to do so. Though Shan Yue was uncertain about Long Junyuan's circumstances, he was confident that, given his prodigious talent, he was at least on par with Kair as a child of elemental affinity. Could it be that such formidable physiques are drawn to one another? However, Kair had never heard of Long Junyuan. Shan Yue shook his head and remarked, Long Junyuan is regarded as the most gifted individual in the history of the Knight's Sanctuary and the Sanctuary Alliance. His talents even surpass yours. After a brief pause, he added with a hint of resignation, he is, without a doubt, a coveted suitor among the younger generation within the Alliance. Previously, countless sanctuaries sought to arrange a marriage with him, including our Assassin Sanctuary. If not for your reincarnation physique, it is likely that you would have been the one to form a bond with him. At this revelation, Kair was momentarily taken aback. Although she had long shed any semblance of a typical feminine disposition, hearing such words still left her bewildered. Meanwhile, Xingyue's anger had dissipated, replaced by genuine confusion. Could it be that he has come here because of that marriage proposal? Kair shook her head, clarifying, no, it is because of my physique. With that, she conjured her spiritual energy to silence the surrounding sounds and began to relay the entire situation to Shan Yue. By the end of her explanation, Shan Yue was left flabbergasted. What did you say? Your reincarnation as a saintess has even provided you with a solution? Shan Yue was astonished, then vehemently shook his head. Impossible. Even I do not possess the capability to alleviate your reincarnation physique. And Long Junyuan is at most an 8th-tier practitioner. How could he possibly succeed? Furthermore, how could he comprehend the distinctions between the divine of death and the divine of war? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shan Yue dismissively shook his head. Moreover, you must understand that for the past decade, I have been studying your reincarnation physique with numerous texts belonging to the Assassin's Sanctuary on the reincarnated children. Are we to believe that the accumulated knowledge of the Assassin's Sanctuary over the past 3,000 years is inferior to that of an 18-year-old child? Absolutely not. It is utterly impossible. If he were to succeed, it would imply he possessed divine-level abilities. Such power could even unseat the head of my Assassin's Sanctuary and allow him to ascend as the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance. The Holy Moon exclaimed, yet he merely uttered words without pausing. Under Kair's consent, he seized her wrist with a firm grip, channeling his spiritual energy to conduct an exploration. Soon, his expression began to shift, evolving from disbelief to astonishment, then to a dazed and bewildered demeanor. This scene undoubtedly caught him off guard. He was thoroughly familiar with the manifestation of the reincarnation physique and the reincarnation spirit furnace, and in the current state, he understood better than anyone else. After a moment of silence, he swallowed hard and uttered in a daze, "Reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation has passed." Chapter 11. The terrifying light God Pro, 121 points, and the desire to reclaim their engagement. The cycle of reincarnation has passed. How could this be? Your trial of reincarnation, at this moment, is not relentlessly pressing upon you, but rather, it is remarkably stabilizing, as if the entire trial of reincarnation has been lifted. Sheng Yue gazed in astonishment at Sheng Tsai before him, realizing that her sixth sense had been restored. Her eyes now sparkled with vitality and brilliance. Furthermore, upon keenly perceiving the state of Sheng Tsai within, Sheng Yue trembled with an intrinsic awe. The power of reincarnation gradually converged, losing its previous aggressiveness, replaced instead by a peculiar aura imbued with purifying strength. Sheng Yue understood clearly that all of this stemmed from the hands of Long Junyuan. Recalling how Kai had just explained to him the distinctions and classifications of divine favor, he pondered whether this exemplified the difference between the god of death and the god of war. The god of war charges directly, while the god of death does not. Indeed, this was a profound divergence. Had I known that I should have readily accepted the so-called engagement at the moment it was cast aside, especially since he could manipulate your reincarnation spirit furnace to alleviate your suffering. Yet I rejected it at that time. Now, if I were to seek out Long Tianyin or Yang Haohan to consent to this matter, would it still be feasible? Sheng Yue murmured, his gaze flickering with a wave of excitement, as his once murky eyes seemed to shine more brightly at this moment, filled with fervor. Upon hearing this, Kai was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that your objective? In the midst of this joy, Kai regained a semblance of her youthful demeanor. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she processed the situation. Sheng Yue, noticing the transformation in Kai, felt a surge of exhilaration, driven by a sense of guilt towards her. It appeared that due to her current condition, he had grown more humane. He also recalled Long Junyuan's terrifying talents and abilities, feeling a sense of satisfaction and excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Given this, let us first seek out Long Junyuan to discuss matters." The engagement could be addressed later, but it was paramount to first inquire about the trials of reincarnation and the spirit furnace with that young man. Sheng Yue was filled with exuberance. Although Sheng Te harbored resentment towards him, she found a peculiar novelty in Sheng Yue's demeanor and astutely posed a question. "Great-grandfather, do you know his residence?" At this, Sheng Yue paused, genuinely unsure. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "No matter, we should go to find that old fellow Yang Haohan next." I refuse to believe that Long Junyuan would not have made arrangements for such a significant event upon arriving in the holy city. As soon as the words were spoken, Saint Yu did not hesitate for a moment. An eruption of spiritual energy surged forth from him, enveloping the form of Saint Kai in an instant, only to vanish the next. Witnessing this, the previously concealed assassins stood dumbfounded, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, in his designated quarters, Long Junyuan sat cross-legged, his entire being radiating with spiritual energy and a luminous aura. Before him flickered the interface of a system panel. Name: Long Junyuan, cultivation level, 9th stage, 1st rank. Identity: Deputy Master of the Ninth Sanctuary, reserve member of the Demon Hunting Squad. Innate spiritual energy, 121, God of Light. Gazing at the system panel, a glimmer of joy danced in Long Junyuan's eyes. It appeared that his spiritual energy had indeed increased slightly, granting him greater potential for advancement beyond the singularity of the God of Light. Long Junyuan reflected on this, recalling how he had constantly suppressed his desire to cultivate upon his return, yet had nonetheless sensed the unique feeling of rising spiritual energy within him. This peculiar sensation stirred a profound excitement within him. After returning and entering a meditative state, he began to grasp the intricacies of this enhancement. Indeed, the words spoken by Master Xing Yu resonated in his mind, After reaching 70 points of innate spiritual energy, every increment in strength represented an endless elevation of talent. If 70 points were remarkable, then 121 points were even more so. If quantifying my talent, perhaps my current increase exceeds a mere doubling. It is akin to a pro version of the God of Light. Furthermore, this opens vast possibilities for me to ascend to even higher realms beyond the God of Light in the future. Should I truly attain such heights, one day my spiritual energy may surpass 1,000,000 points, leading to unfathomable levels of power. Long Junyuan contemplated this with palpable anticipation. Additionally, he looked forward to another prospect. Let me observe how much my cultivation speed and mastery of light have strengthened following this enhancement. He murmured softly, and as his words faded, he gently closed his eyes, entering a state of deep meditation. The moment he did, a radiant layer of light energy began to emanate from him, spreading outward in all directions. Moments later, it surged skyward, transforming into a distinct beam of light that harmonized with the brilliant sun above. In the Sanctum Alliance's main residence, at this moment, Yang Haohan sat cross-legged, eyes closed, nurturing his spirit and recuperating. However, suddenly, the armored paladin, Han Qian, rushed in with an anxious expression, exclaiming, "Leader, leader, are you there?" His urgent demeanor instantly drew Yang Haohan's attention, causing the warmth in his gaze to shift towards Han Qian, remaining still like an immovable mountain. This was the master of the throne of guardianship and compassion, the knight of defense and command, Yang Haohan, the true pillar of the Holy Alliance. Sensing such a gaze, Han Qian gradually steadied himself, letting out a long sigh of relief. What has transpired? Yang Haohan inquired. The dragon monarch Yuan has arrived in the sacred city. Han Qian explained without hesitation. Oh, it seems that the Dragon Heaven Seal has finally decided to release him, allowing the dragon monarch Yuan to oversee matters in the sacred city for a while. Has it? Previously, he had kept this treasure hidden, Yang Haohan remarked with a smile, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. Not merely that, leader, it is far more complicated, Han Qian replied, his anxiety palpable. Oh, what has occurred that has caused you, a typically composed paladin commander, to be so distressed? Yang Haohan inquired, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Han Qian. Having worked together for decades, despite their hierarchical roles, they were true friends, and Yang Haohan understood him well. Thus, he was intrigued by Han Qian's current state and wished to uncover what extraordinary event had caused such alarm. Of course, Yang Haohan felt assured that whatever it was would not rattle him. After all, he considered himself the most emotionally stable presence within the Holy Alliance. Even if the demon god emperor were to invade the sacred city, he would remain unperturbed, calmly calculating the broader strategy. He believed that there was nothing in the world that could frighten him. However, upon hearing this, Han Qian sighed and said, after arriving in the sacred city, the dragon monarch Yuan first presented his vice-chancellor's order to enlist in the demon hunter selection trials. Furthermore, he has successfully passed, and soon he will become a demon hunter. Is it merely joining the demon hunters? He is only 18 years old. Even if he is at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, his age makes participation quite normal. Why be so alarmed? Yang Haohan waved his hand dismissively, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Yet, suddenly, it seemed he comprehended the gravity of the situation, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment as he gazed wide-eyed at Han Qian, as if he had just heard something utterly terrifying. What did you just say? The dragon monarch Yuan signed up for the demon hunter selection trials? Chapter 12. The most precious possessions of Kai Er, the resigned Saint Yu, and Yang Haohan. What did you say? That scoundrel Long Junyuan has entered the demon hunter selection. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan was momentarily incredulous. The composed demeanor he had just cultivated dissipated, replaced by genuine astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that Long Junyuan had come to the holy city not for leisure, but to engage in serious affairs. Moreover, he was not here to assume a position, but to participate in the demon hunter selection. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. If what old Long conveyed was accurate, then Long Junyuan had already ascended to the rank of a 9th-level holy knight and could challenge the divine seal throne at any moment. What on earth was he thinking? clearly qualified to contest the eternal and creative divine seal throne. Why waste time with the demon hunters? Yang Haohan was at a loss for words. Han Qiyun, do you know where that brat is staying? Without hesitation, Yang Haohan resolved to address the matter. He likely resides within the Dragon family residence, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Knight's Holy Temple, as he has a designated place there, Han Qian replied. Let us hasten thither. I am curious to discover his true intentions for participating in the demon hunter selection. Surely, it cannot be merely to fulfill some dream of his. 10 years ago, when he was at the 5th level, he would have jumped at the chance to participate. Why must he wait until now at the 9th level? If he genuinely intends to remain involved with the demon hunters, I shall reformulate my plans. Yang Haohan exclaimed, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Han Qian shook his head in resignation. You promised to remain composed and emotionally stable. How is it that a single statement has unraveled you? However, despite his desire to jest, he recognized the necessity of adhering to formalities. Nodding at Yang Haohan, Han Qian affirmed, Indeed, my lord. Yet, just as he finished speaking, a frail voice interrupted, You too. Do not depart just yet. Suddenly, a peculiar purple vortex materialized, emanating an unusual radiance. Soon, 3 distorted figures began to coalesce within it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Saint Yu accompanied by Saint Kai Er and Ing Sui Feng. At the sight of Saint Yu, Han Qian felt momentarily perplexed, but he quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, Elder Saint. What brings you here? Of course, there is an urgent matter. Otherwise, why would I return to seek Yang Haohan? Saint Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, her temper as fiery as ever. Han Qian refrained from further inquiries, instead glancing at his dear friend Ing Sui Feng, who merely shook his head, equally baffled by being summoned by Saint Yu. This left Han Qian in a state of confusion. What is the meaning of this? Yang Haohan inquired, stepping forward slowly. Uncertain of Saint Yu's intentions, he aimed for a swift resolution so he could promptly seek out Long Junyuan. What else could it be but the legendary prodigy, Long Junyuan, from your Knight's Sanctuary? I have matters to discuss with him. Please inform me of his whereabouts. Saint Yu implored anxiously. Why do you seek him? Yang Haohan inquired, perplexed, as he recalled that Long Junyuan and Saint Yu had not shared a significant relationship. How could he not know? He was just on the street, having trailed behind my granddaughter for quite some time, accompanying her despite her loss of sight. Saint Yu replied with a nod. Yang Haohan, momentarily bewildered, had initially thought something extraordinary must have transpired to render Saint Yu so distressed. Upon reflection, he surmised it concerned his granddaughter. However, Long Junyuan was not the type to frivolously flirt with young ladies. Saint Yu, please calm yourself and share the details of how this rascal has involved your great-granddaughter, Yang Haohan urged, seeking clarity. He has manipulated the most precious aspect of my great-granddaughter. Saint Yu instinctively responded. At this revelation, both Yang Haohan and Han Qian, along with the still-dazed Ing Sui Feng, widened their eyes in astonishment. Glancing between Saint Yu and Saint Kai, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. What could be more precious to a young woman than? At this moment, Yang Haohan was utterly at a loss for words. Long Junyuan was already betrothed, and it was not to Saint Kai. Deep down, he believed that Long Junyuan would never engage in such behavior, yet he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Fortunately, there was no need for him to inquire further, as Kai, realizing her great-grandfather's words had led to a misunderstanding, interjected, My reincarnation spirit furnace has been manipulated by him, resulting in corresponding changes within it, and, subsequently, an improvement. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan suddenly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Saint Kai. As the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance, he was aware of the existence of a saintess within the Assassin's Sanctuary, who possessed the same reincarnation constitution as that child of reincarnation from 3,000 years ago. Upon first laying eyes on Saint Kai, Yang Haohan had sensed her uniqueness, and he was certain that in terms of perceptive abilities, Long Junyuan was undoubtedly her equal. With this realization, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Given Junyuan's capabilities, it is impossible for him not to recognize your reincarnation constitution. Thus, it is only natural for him to act accordingly, Yang Haohan affirmed with a nod. While knowledge is one thing, He has indeed performed a remarkable feat, Saint Yu acknowledged. Realizing his earlier misstep, the reincarnation constitution is exceedingly rare. Presently, you are the sole bearer of such a lineage. Jun Yuan should be considered one of her kind, and thus, he would cherish this fortuitous opportunity, leading to his unusual actions. Therefore, it is only to be expected. It is unlikely that you are suggesting that Jun Yuan, after merely 10 minutes of exploration, not only successfully discovered the existence of his reincarnation physique, but also effectively resolved its inherent shortcomings. How could he possibly achieve this? Over the past decade, you have sacrificed considerably, even enlisting the entire power of the Assassin Sanctuary and part of the forces within the Sanctuary Alliance. You have perused countless ancient texts, yet you have still been unable to significantly ameliorate the deficiencies of your granddaughter's constitution. If Long Jun Yuan truly succeeds this time, then both your position as the Lord of the Assassin Sanctuary and my position as the Alliance leader of the Sanctuary could be relinquished in favor of a more capable successor. After all, we both understand the terror that the reincarnation child once embodied. Yang Haohan smiled faintly. However, upon the utterance of his words, Xing Yue's expression suddenly darkened, and a peculiar red light of fury flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Haohan. This left Yang Haohan somewhat perplexed, wondering if he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive issue. Yang Haohan exclaimed, "You old rascal, are you plotting something?" Kai's reincarnation trial was successfully suppressed at that time, allowing his sixth sense to fully restore, leaving him without any lingering concerns. Who is truly in a position to relinquish their role? The Lord of the Assassin Sanctuary or the Alliance leader of the Sanctuary? Chapter 13. The Search for the Dragon Lord Yuan, a cultivation that resembles a divine abode. Thus, shall I abdicate and yield my position first, or will you, the esteemed leader of the Holy Alliance, take the lead? Shang Yue regarded Yang Haohan before him with a subtle hint of amusement in his gaze, eager to witness the reaction of the typically composed Yang Haohan upon learning this news. Subsequently, Yang Haohan's response did not disappoint Xing Yue. What did you just say? That brat, Jun Yuan, truly altered the configuration and dynamics of his reincarnation trial? How is that possible? It is well known that 3 millennia ago, the Assassin Sanctuary was still home to elders above the 9th tier and 7th level. Yet they were unable to resolve the issues surrounding the reincarnation offspring, let alone someone like Dragon Lord Yuan, who has only just entered the 9th tier. Yang Haohan was left dumbfounded. Throughout history, these so-called children of elements, possessing innate spiritual power exceeding 90, have been among the rarest of resources. Both the talents themselves and the information pertaining to them are exceedingly scarce. Thus, they find themselves in such a passive position. Upon witnessing this scene, Xing Yue's morbid curiosity was greatly satisfied, and he silently expressed gratitude to Dragon Lord Yuan. He then proceeded to reinterpret all that Dragon Lord Yuan and Kai had conveyed. As his words trailed off, Yang Haohan's eyes widened further. The information presented exceeded his comprehension and worldview. According to Jun Yuan's explanation, an innate spiritual power of 90 points signifies an existence favored by the divine, known as a God's chosen, bestowed with blessings from various deities. Moreover, even within the same profession, there may be different gods that bestow their favor. For instance, the divine protector of the reincarnation offspring 3 millennia ago was the god of war, while the deity that favors your granddaughter is the god of death. Although both are connected through reincarnation and require proof in the crucible of bloodshed, the god of war and the god of death are not interchangeable. Yang Haohan seemed to grasp these revelations. The myriad questions he had harbored regarding these physical traits were entirely unveiled in that moment. Thus, it became clear why I sought you out, to locate him so that he might elucidate these matters further. As it happens, we must also prepare for the future. Kai is set to join the demon hunting squad, and it is imperative to clarify these issues beforehand to avoid further complications, Xing Yue elucidated. The demon hunting squad? Yang Haohan's lips curled slightly. Very well, Kai, and I also intend to seek him out. Since that is the case, you may accompany us. That is acceptable. However, Yang Haohan, when you mentioned the demon hunting squad, your lips twitched. What was that about? Xing Yue inquired. Soon, Dragon Lord Yuan will also participate in the demon hunting squad. And, at the tender age of 18, he is indeed qualified to join. Yang Haoan paused, responding with a hint of resignation. Sheng Wei, he is astonished. The sensation this news imparts is akin to the tremors caused by the suppressed reincarnation spirit furnace. This lad is truly an anomaly. With such cultivation, one still intends to go and bully the demon hunting group. Saint Moon expressed his bewilderment, yet he had no intention of understanding it. In his view, nothing was more significant than the reincarnation trial of his great-granddaughter, not even the position of the master of the Assassin's Temple beneath him. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate, but instead turned his gaze towards Yang Haoan, instructing him to hasten their journey to the Holy City. The vicinity of the Knight's Sanctuary, near the Dragon family's residence, was where Yang Haoan and the 5 others stepped into at this moment. Yang Haoan, are you certain that Long Junyuan is here? Saint Moon inquired, casting a doubtful glance at Yang Haoan. Of course, Yang Haoan replied. However, after uttering those words, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, wiping the sweat accumulating between his brows. But do you not feel that the closer we get to the Dragon family's estate, the hotter it becomes? Even with my protective light elemental aura, the heat intensifies. I initially thought I was the only one sensing this. I didn't expect you to feel it too. Saint Moon remarked, momentarily taken aback. He then looked up towards the sky and suddenly realized something. However, do you see the sun? Does it not feel as though it is drawing nearer, thus causing the temperature to rise alarmingly? Upon hearing this, Yang Haoan glanced upward, squinting his eyes. As a divine seal knight, he was naturally able to discern many things. Not only was the sun approaching, contributing to the rising heat, but the light elements in this area were also abundant, continuously converging towards a single point, as if summoned by someone cultivating, attracting the elements of heaven and earth. At the moment Yang Haoan articulated this thought, he was taken aback, as were those around him. They could all perceive the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy and the distinct guiding of the light elements. Yet the notion that someone was cultivating to invoke such terrifying energy was beyond their belief. For at this moment, this area felt as if it were under the divine favor of the God of Light. Indeed, the true God of Light, manifesting a genuine miracle. And how could such a miracle possibly be summoned by human cultivation? Immediately, Saint Moon expressed his skepticism. Yang Haoan, do refrain from exaggerating. How could mere cultivation evoke such terrifying elements of light and earth? It is likely a special formation set by that Long Junyuan. Otherwise, why not attempt to cultivate yourself and see? Upon hearing Saint Moon's words, Yang Haoan concurred, as such an overwhelming absorption of spiritual energy could not possibly stem from mere cultivation. With that in mind, he resolved to attempt it. Closing his eyes, he began to release his spiritual energy, and in that moment, his domain unfurled, coupled with his protective and allied divine seal throne. The absorption of spiritual energy was poised to reach an alarming magnitude. However, in the next instant, Yang Haoan opened his eyes in astonishment. Some looked around in disbelief at the substantial elemental light surrounding them. These luminous entities are resisting me, or perhaps they simply regard me with disdain, for they are aware of a more formidable presence awaiting them. Thus, as a knight of the divine seal, I am beneath their notice. Upon hearing this, the beings around paused, their expressions reflecting incredulity. Han Qian swallowed hard, gazing into the distance. If I am not mistaken, the true nexus of spiritual energy resides within the Dragon family's estate, while currently, all members of the Dragon clan are the Dragon Guardian Pass, with only one individual remaining in the Holy City, possessing the right to enter the Dragon estate, none other than Long Junyuan. This implies that the convergence of spiritual energy is indeed at Long Junyuan's location. Furthermore, the energy that even the Alliance leader cannot consume must be subject to contention. The optimal method for seizing this energy and elements is through cultivation and absorption, indicating that someone is undoubtedly engaged in this practice. With this realization, Han Qian exhibited a look of astonishment. Thus, it is indeed plausible that Long Junyuan's cultivation is the cause of this phenomenon. Such an act could even rival that of the divine. Chapter 14. The Holy Moon, upon hearing Han Qian's words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the dragon family's estate. A mere glance was sufficient for them to ascertain that this location was the nexus of all radiant spiritual energy, remarkably stable. Indeed, this very place was the dragon family residence, where Long Junyuan was currently engaged in his cultivation. The collective understanding among them was crystal clear. This young man had evidently harnessed something extraordinary, as the synergy and suppression of spiritual energy were palpable, leaving even Yang Haohan feeling somewhat overwhelmed as he silently lamented the situation. However, he did not dwell on his thoughts for long. A brief glance at his companions prompted them to nod in unison, and they ventured deeper towards the dragon estate. Yet once they crossed the definitive threshold, the powerful luminous elements and spiritual energies surrounding them erupted violently. The force of light was imbued with an unfathomable power, capable of instantaneously purging all darkness. This was a protective mechanism cultivated by Long Junyuan through countless trials and tribulations in the realm of the demonic. As the holy moon and her companions pressed forward, Long Junyuan's spiritual energy, now augmented beyond that of the god of light, began to shift in response. In an instant, it surged towards the approaching group, bearing an overwhelming aura of lethality. Within a heartbeat, it had closed the distance to the 5 individuals. Witnessing this spectacle, both Yang Haohan and Shang Yue, along with the others, instinctively held their breath, acutely aware of the immense terror and pressure emanating from the spiritual force, which left them in shock. Yang Haohan, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation, was momentarily taken aback. Why are you doing this? The tactics you employ in the realm of demons cannot be applied here in human territory. For heaven's sake, we are not demons. As this realization dawned on him, Yang Haohan's expression darkened. He felt utterly speechless. Who would have imagined that the esteemed leader of the Holy Alliance would one day face such a threat of obliteration and purification by light, especially within the very heart of the holy city? If word of this incident were spread, it would undoubtedly become a source of mockery. Where would he hide his face? Resolving not to dwell on the embarrassment, he decided it was imperative to summon the throne of protection and the divine seal of the alliance. While Han Qian and Shang Kai'er were manageable, any misstep would undoubtedly lead Shang Yue to spread the news far and wide, culminating in utter disgrace. Thus, summoning the throne was an urgent necessity to swiftly resolve this chaotic situation. With this thought in mind, Yang Haohan hesitated not a moment longer. In the next moment, a resplendent radiance enveloped him. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light manifested upon his form, followed by the sudden appearance of an imposing throne, exuding an aura of profound tranquility and balance. The lofty backrest was adorned with countless gemstones, intricately forming a magnificent shield at its center. The weighty, harmonious energy it emanated imbued him with a sense of formidable presence and protective power, rendering the gaunt elder's murderous intent utterly impotent. At the pinnacle of the throne's backrest lay an oval, milky white gem, radiating a vast and serene essence that dispelled the fears and anxieties within the hearts of the 6 powerful beings from the sacred halls. It seemed that as long as this gem existed, no harm could befall anyone. The wide seat was adorned with a tortoise-shell pattern, supported by 4 stout legs resembling those of an elephant. The 2 massive armrests curved upwards, embellished with embossed clouds. Countless heavy patterns extended from either side of the backrest, cascading down to every corner of the throne, enveloping all in a gentle, spring-like aura. Yang Haohan sat upon the throne, an endless energy radiating from him, while the other 4 stood upon the platform, shielded from the overwhelming force. As he felt the throne's power surging into his being, sensing the terrifying strength and near-legendary defensive capability, even the usually composed Yang Haohan could not help but exhale deeply within. Fortunately, he had summoned the god's seal throne in the nick of time. Otherwise, the situation could have been truly awkward. Now, it appeared that stability had been restored. With a sigh of relief, he felt a measure of relaxation wash over him under the protection of the god's seal throne. He cast a proud glance towards Long Junyuan, as if to proclaim, "You remain unchanged, Long Junyuan, You cannot suppress me. Then, turning his attention to Sheng Yue, who was nervously glancing toward the exit yet hesitated to venture forth, he remarked with a chuckle, "Ah, Sheng Yue, you wish to leave now? That may prove rather difficult. Remember, you assassins are inclined towards a more bloodthirsty nature. The light possesses a certain restraint against such tendencies. If you do not intend to become a primary target of that power, it will be prudent to remain within the throne as confines. Otherwise, should the light's influence bear down upon you, it may not kill you, but it would certainly be quite overwhelming, and you are well aware of Long Junyuan's capabilities." Upon hearing Yang Haohen's teasing words, Sheng Yue let out a cold snort, fully aware that the elder was deliberately trying to intimidate him. If it were only himself, he would have no qualms. With his speed, escaping would be no trouble. However, with Kai'er present, his options were severely limited. Resigned to this reality, he gradually drew closer to Yang Haohen, though he could not suppress his defiance, muttering as he approached, "I don't need you to say that. I am quite capable of making my own decisions." Having spoken, he did not hesitate and swiftly approached Yang Haohen, instantly arriving at his side. This left Yang Haohen speechless. Yet he chose to ignore him. Instead, he promptly activated his Guardian and Alliance Divine Seal throne, and in the next moment, a terrifying power began to converge upon him, unveiling an endless radiance. It is all the power of light. My Guardian and Alliance Divine Seal throne possesses no weakness. Yang Haohen chuckled inwardly, asserting that stability is indeed stability. However, as he harnessed the power of the throne and concentrated the surrounding light energy, he suddenly discovered that the light energy upon his throne had become somewhat ethereal. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted, bearing down forcefully upon Yang Haohen. Within the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by an immense strain that crashed upon the Guardian and Alliance Divine Seal throne, impacting Yang Haohen himself. At that moment, he felt as though he were being struck by a tremendous force. His expression shifted, turning somewhat pallid. It was exceedingly arduous. He was momentarily stunned, realizing that the power of light had erupted, yet his throne was being so easily restrained. Meanwhile, Sheng Yue, who had been closely observing Yang Haohen, couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing this scene. Glancing at his position, she remarked, "Oh, Yang Haohen, it seems you were struggling as well. Are you truly capable?" Chapter 15. The Resolute Saint Moon. A minor breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohen was taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have dismissed Saint Moon without a second thought, for he was well aware of his own capabilities. However, the current predicament left him feeling utterly exasperated. At his age, being questioned by that old curmudgeon Saint Moon about his abilities was infuriating. Despite his years, he was still more than capable. Just wait and see whether I can rise to the occasion. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Haohen immediately summoned his 9th-tier elixir, along with the protective and alliance domains at his disposal. In that instant, he unleashed a unique domain that enveloped everyone present. Saint Moon, witnessing this display, gritted his teeth. He was inherently hot-tempered, and, as an assassin, he loathed the notion of being confined to a cramped space. Given that Yang Haohen had already showcased his prowess, he had no intention of remaining idle. "Yang Haohen, you are tasked with safeguarding my great-granddaughter. Should she suffer even a scratch, I will make you pay dearly." Saint Moon seethed. "That wretched Dragon Lord Yuan has a most peculiar reaction. It infuriates me. If he dares to show his face again, I shall give him a thorough lesson." As an assassin, Saint Moon's reflexes and perception far surpassed those of Yang Haohen. He had quickly grasped that the amount of light energy was not substantial and that it had struck a single target. If he could manage to break free and share the burden, his speed might mitigate the situation, alleviating some of the light energy that Yang Haohen and the others were facing. Though Saint Moon frequently clashed with Yang Haohen and occasionally found him insufferable, he had to concede one undeniable fact. Yang Haohen was no longer merely the leader of the Night's Sanctuary. He was the unequivocal lord of the Sanctuary Alliance and the true pillar of humanity. Saint Moon understood all too well the significance of Yang Haohen to the entirety of humankind. His importance transcended mere cultivation and strength. It lay in the realm of morale. If he were to be injured or worse, perish, the repercussions would primarily affect the demon exorcism pass itself. Yet, as the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance, Yang Haohan embodied the spirit of humanity. Even if he were to be wounded and unable to oversee matters, the entire human race would suffer a tremendous blow. With the autumn offensive of the major passes on the horizon, if Yang Haohan were to encounter any issues, the resulting impact on morale would be truly catastrophic. Contemplating this, Saint Moon resolved to take action. Brother Saint Moon, do not act rashly. It would be wiser for us to remain here and wait for Jun Yuan to complete his training. Once he is finished, we can venture out. At present, even if I cannot utilize the light elements to activate the divine powers of the Guardian and the Throne of Compassion, it is sufficient to hold our ground until Dragon Lord Yuan concludes his seclusion. At this moment, they found themselves in the Holy City, rather than within the territory of the demon race. It was imperative to prioritize caution. Both of them were distinguished figures within the Alliance, and should any harm befall them in the Holy City, even if they were not to perish, the gossip that would ensue would be utterly humiliating. Yang Haohan regarded Sheng Yue and expressed these thoughts earnestly, devoid of any urgency, as he sincerely advised against reckless actions. He harbored no intentions of deceiving Sheng Yue, for he understood that the existence of such elite warriors and top-tier professionals was of utmost significance. Any incident, particularly within the Holy City, would be an enormous affair that could not be taken lightly. I am well aware of that. However, our assassins differ from your knights. You prefer to survey the grand scheme, while we favor direct confrontation. The principle that the latecomer faces change epitomizes the essence of an assassin, Sheng Yue replied, casting a glance towards the location of the Long family estate. Gritting his teeth, he added, "Damn it, were it not for that fellow being Long Junyuan, I would dare to confront even a demon lord like Feng Xiu without hesitation." As he spoke, a peculiar glow enveloped him, signifying his domain, as he prepared to depart swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. However, just as he was about to act, he sensed the elemental light of the world gradually dissipating, retreating into the palace. Simultaneously, Long Junyuan's voice echoed, "Gentlemen, why have you chosen to intrude upon my cultivation at such an inopportune moment? This situation is rather awkward. Wouldn't you agree?" As soon as the words left his lips, figures began to materialize, and in the blink of an eye, a strange light coalesced before Yang Haohan's throne. Although the form was indistinct amidst the gathering light, they all recognized that this presence was indeed Long Junyuan. Upon witnessing Long Junyuan, Yang Haohan found himself at a loss for words. It seemed their commotion had disturbed Long Junyuan's cultivation, prompting him to halt his progress just in time to prevent repercussions that could affect the entire holy city. Yet, Yang Haohan was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. The joy stemmed from the realization that Long Junyuan had grown powerful enough to pose a threat to the Divine Seal Knights. Conversely, his concern arose from the fact that, as a Divine Seal Knight, he had nearly suffered a setback at the hands of Long Junyuan within such a brief span of time. In terms of raw strength, he surpassed Long Junyuan, yet the innate luminosity emanating from him effectively suppressed the true might of the Guardian and Compassion Divine Seal. This was what truly vexed Yang Haohan. In a moment of exasperation, he casually remarked, "That old fellow Sheng Yue is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yue, still in a daze, suddenly snapped back to reality, nodding as he responded, "Indeed, I sought you out to inquire about Kai." However, before he could finish his sentence, Yang Haohan's frustration had already been alleviated, and he promptly interrupted him. This left Sheng Yue utterly bewildered. "Yang Haohan, you old rascal, are you doing this on purpose?" The Holy Moon, in a fit of anger, unleashed his fury upon Yang Haohan. Yet, Yang Haohan paid him no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Long Junyuan and inquired, "Pray tell, what exactly have you been concocting to provoke such an uproar?" The illumination of protection is but a minor affair, yet the entirety of the holy city's light elements, coupled with the sun, have undergone significant alterations due to your actions. With that, Yang Haohan gestured towards the sky. The current state had not completely dissipated. Upon raising his head, Long Junyuan could still perceive a sun that seemed to have advanced in distance. He couldn't help but chuckle. "My apologies, Alliance leader. I experienced a modest breakthrough, which caused a slight commotion, inadvertently troubling you. I shall be more cautious in the future. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Yang Haohan remained speechless, while the holy moon, along with the previously passive Shang Kaier, Han Qian, and Ing Sui Feng, shared a mutual sense of bewilderment. The two foremost beings, although they refrained from verbalizing their thoughts, were internally grumbling. We, two ninth-tier, second-level beings, nearly suffered harm due to your recklessness. You refer to this as a modest breakthrough and a minor disturbance? If you were to experience a significant breakthrough with a corresponding upheaval, would you not obliterate the entire holy city? That would be catastrophic. Chapter 16. The Confidence of the Holy Moon. The distinction between the god of death and the god of war. Upon hearing the words of Long Junyuan, both Yang Haohan and Shang Yue, along with the other three, felt an overwhelming urge to express their incredulity. The disparity was utterly daunting. Although they were all renowned powerhouses within the alliance, it was exceedingly difficult for them to emulate Long Junyuan's actions. This young man, astonishingly, referred to such conduct as mere triviality. It is evident what kind of impact he must have had on the demon clan prior to this moment. Nevertheless, they were all human, and since Long Junyuan was a highly regarded junior among them, they gradually regained their composure. Shang Yue then turned his gaze toward Long Junyuan. Fully aware of the purpose behind his presence here, he intended to inquire about the reincarnation trials and the so-called divine favored ones. Were it not for the matter concerning Kaier, he would not have subjected himself to this ordeal. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized something. Turning sharply to glare at Yang Haohan, he remembered that this old fellow had just interrupted him. Should he attempt it again, Xing Yue would surely lose his temper. Seeing this, Yang Haohan understood Xing Yue's thoughts and rolled his eyes in exasperation before saying, Junyuan, why not first address the questions posed by the Lord of the Holy Moon? The matter of reincarnation is indeed of great significance. Hearing this, Long Junyuan nodded and looked at Shang Yue, asking, Lord Shang Yue, what is it you wish to inquire about? Pleased with Yang Haohan's response, Xing Yue acknowledged him with a glance. Of course, he did not adopt a condescending demeanor toward Long Junyuan. Instead, he exuded a unique air of confidence. Yes, confidence. Earlier, did you discover that Kaier is the saintess of reincarnation? I have come primarily to discuss the so-called divine favored ones and the circumstances surrounding the divine entity, as well as the reincarnation spirit furnace. Do you possess any knowledge regarding these matters? After posing this question, Shang Yue fixed his wide eyes upon Long Junyuan, with a hint of excitement flickering within his gaze. As thoughts began to surge through his mind, although Long Junyuan possessed more knowledge than he did, there was still an element of defiance within Shang Yue. In his view, Long Junyuan must have acquired some fragments of inheritance that specifically detailed information about the divine favored ones, which merely scratched the surface of his inquiries. Having lived for over a century and priding himself on his extensive knowledge, having perused the entire library of the Holy Alliance, Xing Yue's intellectual reservoir was indeed formidable. While Long Junyuan was undoubtedly gifted, how much time had he truly spent studying? As long as Long Junyuan could provide him with relevant information, Shang Yue had the confidence to uncover even greater possibilities. However, upon witnessing all of this, Yang Haohan cast a sidelong glance at him. He could perceive that the old fellow, Shang Yue, was still unyielding and unwilling to concede defeat, evidently intent on redeeming his earlier disgrace. It was rather audacious of him to engage so fervently with a junior. While Long Junyuan might have a deeper understanding in this regard, Yang Haohan did not underestimate Shang Yue. Should he be granted a genuine opportunity, Shang Yue could indeed triumph in terms of experience. Naturally, Yang Haohan had no intention of hindering such minor contests, as they bore no significant consequence. Yet, Long Junyuan paid no heed to Xing Yue's sentiments and merely stated, the divine favor bearer, as his name suggests, is an entity blessed by the deities, possessing true qualifications for divinity. Once the divine favor awakens, one can harness the power of their corresponding deity to engage in battle. At Long Junyuan's words, Shang Yue felt a tremor within. Long Junyuan had articulated something profound, within Xingyue's memories. The child of reincarnation was indeed able to summon divine assistance and wield the powers of the deity in combat. Presently, this concept was impeccably elucidated by Long Junyuan. Nevertheless, Xingyue harbored numerous doubts and a sense of defiance. While there were indeed references to this in ancient texts, he was more intrigued by a particular matter. He recalled that you previously mentioned the deities would bestow their favor, yet considering the nature of the reincarnation body, born from slaughter, how could you ascertain and be certain that the deity associated with the former child of reincarnation was the god of war, while Kair was not so favored, associated instead with the god of death? Xingyue was puzzled by this situation. Similarly, he firmly believed that Long Junyuan was incapable of addressing this matter. Perhaps he could merely distinguish the auras, yet the nuances within eluded him. However, the subsequent revelations from Long Junyuan undeniably left him stunned. It was rather straightforward. Although both deities were embroiled in the battlefield of life and death, waging war through slaughter, the god of war predominantly relished carnage and brutality, bringing calamity upon the demon race. Killing was the only imperative. Conversely, the circumstances surrounding the god of death differed. While he too brought death, he possessed a unique ability absent in the god of war: purification. This ability to cleanse all souls and eradicate malevolence delineated the fundamental distinction between the god of death and the god of war. Having spoken, Long Junyuan slowly approached Sheng Kair, and in a moment of bewilderment, he grasped her small hand. This sudden act left all present, including Sheng Kair herself, utterly astonished by Long Junyuan's boldness. Sheng Kair found herself staring blankly at Long Junyuan, uncertain of what to say. Aside from family, it seemed to be the first time she had been treated in such a manner by someone of the opposite sex, and the individual before her appeared to hold the potential for salvation. At that moment, for reasons unknown, her heart, previously as cold as ice, began to thaw gradually. However, Long Junyuan harbored no such elaborate thoughts. Although he held Kair's delicate hand, he was primarily focused on his own aspirations. In the next moment, his spiritual energy surged dramatically, summoning the countless soul powers he had previously collected. A myriad of third and fourth-tier vengeful spirits erupted instantaneously, converging towards the position of Saint Kair. At this moment, Xingyue felt a twinge of panic. An epic dagger materialized in his hand. Despite his unwavering trust in Long Junyuan, he could not allow Saint Kair to confront dangers she had not yet faced. Thus, he resolved to act decisively, uncertain whether he could stabilize the ensuing chaos, yet determined to prevent any further harm to Kair. However, his intervention came too late. Under Long Junyuan's influence, a peculiar purple light suddenly radiated from Saint Kair, accompanied by a distinct luminous aura. The reincarnation spirit furnace expanded within her, bringing forth the reincarnation sword, which emanated an ever-growing presence that pressed forward relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy trembled. The vengeful spirits, under the immense pressure, were thoroughly purified, transforming into pure soul energy that entered the reincarnation spirit furnace. After circulating through a complete cycle, it swiftly returned to Kair's body. At that moment, she felt as if the world was spinning around her. A strange warmth emanated from the reincarnation spirit furnace, enveloping Saint Kair. Witnessing this scene, Xingyue was left utterly astounded. So, this was the extent of his capabilities. Long Ziyz, I am truly impressed, he murmured in disbelief. Only now did he realize how ludicrous it was to compare himself to Long Junyuan. The reality was strikingly humbling. He was thoroughly outmatched. Thankfully, he had refrained from making a greater display of bravado earlier, or he would have faced embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Xingyue turned his gaze towards Saint Kair. The previous encounter had merely involved third and fourth-tier spirits, which she would not require much time to refine. She swiftly completed the process, recognizing the changes within her and those instigated by the reincarnation spirit furnace. Coupled with a diminishing sense of pain, she couldn't help but feel overwhelming joy. Her gaze shifted towards Long Junyuan, and the emotions reflected in her eyes transformed from shyness to profound admiration. Sheng Yue observed all of this, and, at that moment, a pang of anguish pierced his heart. He, Sheng Yue, a member of the Assassin's Guild Alliance for over a century, was not only completely outclassed in knowledge by this 18-year-old youth, but had also unwittingly allowed his beloved great-granddaughter to be overshadowed. Chapter 17. The Transformation of Kair. The reformation of Yang Haohen's demon hunting team. Upon witnessing these events, Sheng Yue was overwhelmed with discontent. With a heavy sigh, he expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you. After this, our assassin's sanctuary owes you a favor." In response, Long Junyuan remarked, "Although many matters among professionals are shared, the characteristics of each divine favored one are distinct. The so-called reincarnation test aims to thoroughly stimulate the reincarnation physique. While the method is not flawed, the deeper tests between different deities vary. Henceforth, in the realms of soul and purification, let Kair delve deeper into the path of purification, supplemented by the essence of slaughter inherent in the reincarnation physique. This is the optimal approach for the god of death. Once one reaches the 6th tier, preparations for awakening divine favor can commence." Long Junyuan's words resonated profoundly with Sheng Yue, who absorbed them entirely without deviation. Awakening divine favor, the true power of the divine abode, Sheng Yue murmured, then performed a genuine assassin's salute to Long Junyuan. This gesture, reserved for only Long Tianyin and the starry knight Yang Haoyu within the Knight's Sanctuary, had never been bestowed upon Long Xingyu or Yang Haoen. In that moment, he unequivocally acknowledged Long Junyuan, no longer viewing him merely as a junior. "Consider me enlightened," he declared, turning his gaze towards Kair and Ying Suifeng. The two immediately comprehended Sheng Yue's intent, positioning themselves beside him. With their understanding of Long Junyuan expanding, Sheng Yue naturally intended to return and resolve matters concerning Sheng Kair as thoroughly as possible. However, Kair, standing beside Sheng Yue, appeared somewhat distracted, her eyes lingering on Long Junyuan's position. Waves of peculiar emotion stirred within her, as she recalled the warmth of Long Junyuan's grasp. This extraordinary sensation stirred something within Sheng Kair, dissolving her previous indifference. Entranced, she gazed at Long Junyuan's location, lost in thought, remaining thus until Sheng Yue led her away. After their departure, a sense of emptiness lingered within Kair, leaving her uncertain of her contemplations. Observing Sheng Yue and the others fade from view, Yang Haohen silently watched for a moment, yet did not linger in indecision. Instead, he turned his attention toward Long Junyuan and inquired, "Junyuan, I heard from Han Xian that you have come to the Holy City to participate in this demon hunting team." "Indeed," Long Junyuan affirmed with a nod. Yang Haohen responded, "Why would you wish to join the demon hunting team? With such cultivation, isn't it an underutilization of your talents?" As soon as the words left his lips, Long Junyuan smiled slightly and replied, "In the military camp, there is a saying, one cannot claim to be a genius without participating in the demon hunting team. I am but 18, the most fitting age for such endeavors. Thus, I am compelled to join. Could it be that by not participating this time, I would have to wait another 5 years until I am 23 to join?" Long Junyuan contemplated this notion. However, this was hardly a genuine response. After all, he held little regard for such trivialities. If Long Junyuan were not a genius, then what other entity in this world could dare to call itself a genius? Perhaps none could. His true intention was to discern what rewards the system might bestow upon him, for that was the crux of the matter. By extracting sufficient feedback from the system, he hoped to enhance his innate talents and abilities, perhaps even aspiring to attain a physique that transcends even the divine light itself. A remarkable ambition indeed. Upon hearing Long Junyuan's explanation, Yang Haohen fell into contemplation. Long Junyuan was already a being of the 9th tier. If in 5 years he were to reach the age of 23, he would undoubtedly ascend to an unfathomable level of power. It is known that typically, after the age of 20, with foundational skills fully developed, any practitioner enters the pinnacle of their growth phase, experiencing an exponential increase in their cultivation speed. Presently, Long Junyuan was at that level. One could only imagine how formidable he would become in 5 years. No one could ascertain the extent of his potential. With that in mind, it would be more prudent to acquiesce to his wishes. Simultaneously, he calculated the best course of action moving forward. Nodding, he remarked, in that case, you should agree to his participation. Let everything proceed according to the information you previously provided to Han Qian. Having spoken, he hesitated not, exchanging a few more words with Long Junyuan before releasing the power of the Guardian and the God of Compassion as seal, thus taking his leave. Han Qian hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, Leader, are we truly allowing Long Junyuan to partake in the Demon Hunting League competition? Hearing this, Yang Haohan rolled his eyes. What other option do we have? The Dragon Seal has come into play. There is no changing Long Junyuan's mind. Furthermore, he has contributed immensely to humanity. What harm is there in him joining a Demon Hunting League? Yet, as soon as Yang Haohan uttered these words, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Of course, he can participate in the Demon Hunting League, but not in the same capacity as before. I have been contemplating reforms for the League, but lacked the opportunity. With Long Junyuan's emergence, I now have the chance to implement some changes. With a smile, Yang Haohan continued, However, I shan't disclose this to that young lad. Today, let us return and deliberate. We must expedite the preliminary rounds to conclude within a day, followed by a formal reformation for the finals. This time, let us give him a little scare. With a hearty laugh, Yang Haohan took flight, filled with enthusiasm. At Long Junyuan's residence, he sat cross-legged in meditation. Although he had been momentarily interrupted by the leader and his companions, the effects of his physique were astonishing. During this session of cultivation, he had remarkably increased his spiritual energy by several hundred points. Long Junyuan sensed his own state and remarked that beings of his caliber required no external equipment to perceive the augmentation of their spiritual power. This increase brought him immense satisfaction. Compared to his former self, as a being of pure light, his current progress was at least threefold swifter, and this was merely a modest enhancement of his innate spiritual energy. Such thoughts filled Long Junyuan with profound contentment. He resolved to continue his cultivation, eager to unearth the myriad mysteries still hidden within his divine physique before the impending suppression battle tomorrow. His mind wandered to the upcoming competitors, briefly dismissing the likes of Long Haochen, Li Xian, and Yang Wenjiao, focusing instead on the rather infuriating figure of Gouwu. If memory served him correctly, this young man, whom he had deliberately restrained, should not be in a position to be utterly incapacitated. It would indeed be an intriguing diversion to observe his actions on the morrow. A faint smile graced Long Junyuan's lips as he recalled Gouwu. He had not forgotten him. Yet he had no intentions of orchestrating any schemes against him. That would be far too undignified. Even amidst the entire cultivation city, Long Junyuan felt no trepidation. With these thoughts brushed aside, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. Nightfall enveloped the outer sanctum of the holy city. At this moment, a peculiar rift appeared in the sky, with strange threads swaying within it, allowing the residents of the holy city to manipulate and comprehend all that had transpired during this period. Far removed in the heart of the demon city, the angelic demon god, Bai Meng, suspended his hands before him, deftly maneuvering the threads, as if everything around him were mere puppets on strings. This was the daily routine of the angelic demon god Bai Meng. While engaged in this manipulation, he suddenly sensed something, directing his gaze towards the Long family estate. Although he could not perceive the specifics, he detected an unusual presence of spiritual energy emanating from that direction. His eyes glimmered with intrigue as he mused, "Oh, this genius seems rather interesting." Chapter 18. The manipulation of the angelic demon god. The divergent attitudes of Saint Moon towards Dragon Lord Yuan. Observing the unfolding events below, the face of the angelic demon god revealed a hint of a playful smile. It was evident that the situation surrounding Dragon Lord Yuan held considerable value. Although he had yet to witness the true extent of Dragon Lord Yuan's power, particularly in suppressing the Guardian and Compassion Goddess throne, he distinctly sensed the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from him. This was a prodigious talent he had been unable to detect after years of lurking in the holy city. In his eyes, the worth of this genius was exceedingly formidable. Indeed, this prodigy was exceedingly intriguing, his innate ability likely rivaling that of Prince Abeo. Otherwise, such an alarming affinity would not have been possible. However, regardless of how captivating a human talent may be, he remained merely a human talent, and thus, there was no necessity to spare his life. A glint of amusement flickered across the face of the angelic demon god, Bai Meng, as he resolved to take decisive action. The intricate web of schemes and causalities he had woven since beginning his surveillance of the Holy City over a century ago had borne immense value. Yet, if he could eliminate this potential human genius, the endeavor would surely prove worthwhile. Moreover, with the demon hunting team selection now underway, the most exceptional talents under the age of 25, alongside their mentors and numerous formidable allies, seem to have congregated within the Holy City. The recent rapid development of the Holy Alliance was also noteworthy. Indeed, he had fortuitously found an opportunity to resolve matters with them. Bai Meng's heart brimmed with laughter, for he had devised a strategy that would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the demon hunting team and the entire Holy City. Within the assassin's sanctuary at that moment, Xue Jisheng sat in a chair, sipping tea from a pot, wearing an expression of disdain as he observed everything before him. That Saint Moon fellow was truly regressing with age. With the wealth of experience and abilities bequeathed by the ancestor of the reincarnation, he chose not to utilize them, instead heeding the counsel of a mere 18-year-old junior. Regardless of his talent, he was still merely a knight. How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of the reincarnation body? It was laughable. If a problem were to arise, it would be amusing to witness how Saint Moon would react. Such were Xue Jisheng's thoughts as he scrutinized the scene. Meanwhile, Ing Suifeng watched with keen interest, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. He yearned to challenge the seemingly arrogant elder, Xue Jisheng, yet felt himself unqualified due to his own status. Xue Jisheng continued to observe the sequestered Saint Kaler and Saint Moon, his gaze heavy with contempt. However, at that moment, from within the closed chamber, the joyous, maniacal laughter of Saint Moon echoed. It has succeeded. Reincarnation has truly come to fruition. Upon hearing this uproarious laughter, both Xue Jisheng and Ing Suifeng immediately sprang into action, racing towards the source of the sound. At this moment, one could see Saint Kai seated in meditation, emanating an extraordinary luminescence of soul energy that continually radiated outward. The dense aura of reincarnation was also expanding around her in all directions. This was the power of the reincarnation spirit furnace. Shortly after its return, with Saint Kai's consent, Saint Yu had ventured into the nearby mountains to slay dozens of fifth-tier demon clans, seizing their soul energy to assist in Saint Kai's enhancement. And evidently, it had succeeded. He felt an overwhelming joy at this moment. Xue Jisheng, though familiar with the prowess of the reincarnation spirit furnace, could distinctly compare the previous state of Kai to her current one. Could it be that everything the old man had doubted had come to fruition? This was astonishing. Xue Jisheng was left speechless. He was compelled to reassess this youth he had never encountered, for the evidence lay plainly before him. Elder Xue, observe how Long Junyuan and Ing Suifeng have found an opportunity. Witnessing Saint Yu now, a faint smile betrays his countenance. Upon hearing this, Xue Jisheng fell silent. This Ing Suifeng had been patient for quite some time, and now was not the moment to bring up old grievances. What transpired? Saint Yu inquired curiously, eager to understand the situation. Ing Suifeng proceeded to elucidate everything to Saint Yu, including the disdainful murmurs from Xue Jisheng outside. After hearing this, Saint Yu's expression darkened. Xue Jisheng was taken aback. He could sense that after Ing Suifeng had explained everything, for reasons unknown, Saint Yu's demeanor had shifted considerably. Elder Xue, you are a senior. I should not speak thus. However, you are aware of the significance of the reincarnation saintess to the entire Holy Temple Alliance, and how vital Long Junyuan has been in facilitating and enhancing the reincarnation trials. Naturally, he is a benefactor of the entire Assassin Sanctuary, unequivocally a benefactor. Your dismissive attitude toward a benefactor is unbecoming, especially for one of your stature as the highest-ranking and most formidable elder of the Assassin Sanctuary. Should word of this circulate, how would the 5 great sanctuaries, or even the entire Holy Temple Alliance, regard our assassin's sanctuary. The conviction in his words was palpable, starkly contrasting with his usual whimsical nature. Yet now, he spoke with utmost clarity, his voice resonating powerfully in Xue Jisheng's ears, leaving him utterly stunned. Was Saint Yu out his mind? It was no wonder he felt perplexed. The internal factions within the assassin's sanctuary were intricate. Although Saint Yu's position as the temple master was secure, issues still lingered. He himself wielded the greatest authority within the sanctuary aside from Saint Yu. For the sake of his own power stability, Saint Yu, due to his character, would neither show him deference nor reprimand him in such a manner. Yet now, he had rashly reacted merely because Xue Jisheng had spoken unfavorably of Long Junyuan. This left Xue Jisheng in a state of astonishment. Nevertheless, it is rather understandable, for he could not fathom the immense sacrifices, the profound heartaches, and the relentless efforts that the Holy Family endured for the sake of Kaiyue. At this moment, after finally discovering a glimmer of possibility, how could anyone dare to brazenly belittle it? In Xingyue's mind, as she gazed at Xue Jisheng, a singular thought emerged. You old biting. Perpetually rely on your age and experience to assert superiority. In the past, this may have been tolerable, but now, when the matter at hand concerns my great-granddaughter, how dare you speak so audaciously? It is not merely a matter of retorting. Should you utter a single disparaging word about Long Junyuan again, I would willingly forfeit my position as the master of the assassin's holy temple to bring you down. Chapter 19. Long Xingyu. As if an old friend approaches. Witnessing the current state of Shengyue, Xue Jisheng felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, he had never encountered Shengyue in such a manner, and he was reluctant to engage in a conflict with him, for everything was unfavorably poised against him. Setting aside the prospect of the reincarnation saintess becoming the future of their assassin's sanctuary, if Shengyue were to disclose this matter, countless supporters would swiftly turn against him. Having learned from the past experiences of the reincarnated, no one understood the terror of the reincarnation physique better than they did. Thus, they would naturally lean toward Xingyue's side. Moreover, there were numerous reasons that firmly constrained Xue Jisheng. This predicament left him quite helpless. Previously, such considerations were solely the burden of Shengyue, and he never anticipated that he would one day have to shoulder them himself. Everyone believed that Long Junyuan had altered the dynamics of offense and defense. Contemplating this, Xue Jisheng could not help but ponder Long Junyuan. The genius knight named Long Junyuan was indeed formidable, possessing such terrifying power. If that were the case, he must seek an opportunity to meet him soon, Xue Jisheng thought inwardly. Meanwhile, upon observing Xue Jisheng's demeanor, Shengyue let out a long sigh. Their assassin's sanctuary was already lacking in depth. If the two strongest members were to encounter issues or even come to blows, it would spell disaster. They might even be unceremoniously ousted from their precarious position within the Sanctuary Alliance. That would be disastrous. With this in mind, Shengyue exhaled deeply, urging Xue Jisheng and Ying Suifeng to expedite their exit. He then turned his gaze back to Sheng Kaiyue, whose position was imbued with soul energy, his eyes reflecting layers of intent. At last, success was within reach. If he could indeed spare Kaiyue from the torment of reincarnation, then her future choices would be her own to make. Even if she were to take a liking to Long Junyuan, he would concern himself no further. In fact, Shengyue even harbored the intention of having Long Junyuan as his great-grandson-in-law. In the Alliance leader's residence, Yang Haoan wore an expression of discomfort as he sat upon the sofa, reflecting on everything that had just transpired. He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with resignation. He had never anticipated that once Long Junyuan stepped into the 9th tier, the circumstances would be completely transformed. His formidable power of illumination was indeed incomparably potent. Even the invocation of the throne of the Guardian and the God of Mercy could not rival him, being suppressed to the very roots of light itself. It was uncertain who could possibly reign in this young man. With his involvement in this year's demon hunting team, everything could be upended. Yang Haoan felt torn between elation and concern, his mind overwhelmed with the weight of it all. The proposal to amend the system of the Demon Hunter League was met with uncertainty regarding the method of alteration. It was evident that the young man in question, being a disciple of someone formidable, displayed extraordinary prowess. Opposite him, a resolute middle-aged man lifted a cup of tea to his lips, pride radiating from his words. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan rolled his eyes, exuding exasperation. Xingyu, do not embellish the truth. The level of spiritual energy and strength he possesses is not something you could teach him. It is his own enlightenment. If you have yet to master it yourself, how can you instruct him? As these words fell, Yang Haohan recalled the moment he summoned the throne of the god of guardians and compassion, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and mischievous delight. Moreover, once he steps into the 9th tier, he will be transformed. Currently, you may not even be his match. Dragon Xingyu, sipping his tea, suddenly froze, and in the next instant, a terrifying crimson-golden light erupted from him, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. Doubt creased his features as he questioned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a master of the throne of the god of doom and slaughter, the knight of judgment and justice, Dragon Xingyu. Though Dragon Junyuan's talent may surpass mine, he has only just entered the 9th tier. I have already achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the 9th tier. That boy can only break through after a while. How could he possibly be my rival? Dragon Xingyu shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the notion. While he may not be Dragon Junyuan's true mentor, he nonetheless played a significant role in his development, imparting knowledge about the Punishment Knights. The aspect of the Guardian Knight was taught by his father, Long Tianyin. Dragon Xingyu was intimately acquainted with Dragon Junyuan's capabilities, having seen him only 6 months prior. Could it be that in such a brief span, he had completely transformed beyond recognition? That is inconceivable. You may go and test it yourself. However, allow me to advise you. When summoning the throne of doom and slaughter, be sure to attune yourself to Junyuan's aura and refrain from acting recklessly, Yang Haohan remarked casually. Testing is one thing, but to confront that rascal Junyuan, I need not summon the throne of doom and slaughter. That would be overly unfair, Dragon Xingyu replied, setting down his teacup with a shattering sound. Under Yang Haohan's pained gaze, he summoned his spiritual wings and vanished from sight. Xingyu's temper remains as volatile as ever. Yet, this provocation may serve its purpose. Junyuan is not a match for his mentor. Nevertheless, assessing his capabilities should pose no issue, Yang Haohan mused internally, eager to uncover the true limits of Dragon Junyuan. At the same time, within the confines of the Dragon family's estate. At this moment, Long Junyuan awakened. Indeed, he had completed a full cycle of cultivation, enhancing his spiritual energy by 1,000 points, and he had merely just begun. The speed of his progress was remarkable, surpassing his previous pace by more than threefold. Furthermore, through this session of cultivation, his mastery over this new physique had significantly strengthened. Long Junyuan thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with exuberance, eager to ascertain the level he had attained after this enhancement. He was keen to test his newfound strength. Unfortunately, he found himself without any opponents. However, at that moment, Long Junyuan suddenly gazed at the sky, squinting slightly, and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as he lamented the absence of a worthy adversary, a formidable presence approached. Moreover, this aura was one he recognized well. With this realization, Long Junyuan couldn't help but smile. An old friend has come to visit. How delightful. I shall extend a warm welcome. Chapter 20. The Might of a Sword. The astonishment of Long Xingyu. The movement of the light god. Guests have arrived. Let us attend to them. Sensing the aura of the future, Long Junyuan's expression momentarily shifted, followed by a hint of a smile. He had just mastered all this power. He had spoken of needing someone, and now someone had indeed come. Yet, he remained uncertain of their identity. He hoped that this formidable being could withstand the surge of his enhanced abilities. At the very least, a level 2 of the 9th tier was required. He sincerely hoped this would indeed be the case. Long Junyuan smiled faintly, and then his spiritual wings unfurled, a total of 6 pairs of wings flapping continuously, symbolizing his identity as the god of light. In an instant, he soared upwards, breaking through the ceiling and ascending into the sky. Just as Long Junyuan had anticipated, an entity stood before him. with a pair of spiritual wings beating behind. Clad in a distinctive black robe and gripping a crimson-golden epic sword firmly in hand, the figure gazed indifferently at Long Junyuan, seemingly lost in thought. At last, my esteemed disciple Junyuan has emerged. The visitor was none other than Long Xingyu, whose face, concealed beneath the black robe, bore a trace of combativeness as he regarded Long Junyuan. Memories of everything Yang Haohan had previously shared with him flooded his mind, igniting the latent thoughts of a formidable warrior within him. The Alliance leader claimed I was not his match. This time, I shall see if you truly possess the strength to overpower me, to render me incapable of victory. Long Xingyu's thoughts raced fervently. In his eyes, Long Junyuan's talent was undeniably formidable, perhaps even more terrifying than his own, deserving of the title of the greatest prodigy in the history of the Temple Alliance. However, a genius who has not reached absolute mastery remains merely a genius, not a true powerhouse. He himself had attained the pinnacle of level 3 in the 9th tier, having battled for decades and mastering the power of the Divine Seal Throne. Even if Long Junyuan stepped into the 9th tier, he would not cower. He would confront him with the same intensity as when he was at the 8th tier, ready to unleash chaos. This time, he would decisively slap Yang Haohan in the face. Long Junyuan analyzed the situation upon first sight of Long Xingyu, noting his extraordinary demeanor and seemingly formidable strength, as well as the underlying motives that had led him to confront him at the Long family estate. He inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to the Long family manor?" In response, Long Xingyu felt a wave of disbelief. This place could be considered his home in the holy city. Did he need to report his presence to Long Junyuan? He shook his head and replied, "What business do I have with you? In the entire holy city, within the Temple Alliance, where can I not go?" Long Xingyu's words carried an air of defiance, evoking a sense of familiarity in Long Junyuan. However, he found them quite displeasing. Similarly, he immediately realized that the individual before him likely harbored ill intentions, and he could distinctly sense the formidable battle spirit emanating from this person, suggesting an eagerness to engage in combat. If a confrontation was what he desired, then so be it. He would oblige. Observing the figure clad in black, Long Junyuan felt no inclination to inquire further. Instead of asking numerous questions, he considered it far more revealing to discern the truth through battle. Moreover, given that the individual had already displayed hostility, there was no room for hesitation. In the next moment, he slowly extended his hand, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a unique epic-grade sword materialized within his grasp, a testament to his concentrated power. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual energy surged forth. "Judgment of the Holy," Long Junyuan proclaimed, and in that instant the sword, embodying the essence of the holy judgment, erupted forth, transforming into a resplendent sword strike that sped toward Long Xingyu with blinding velocity. It surged directly toward his face. The speed was astonishing. Propelled by Long Junyuan's terrifying spiritual energy, this strike rivaled that of any 9th-tier paladin, and in certain circumstances, it even surpassed the might of seasoned 9th-tier warriors. Taken aback by the sheer force, Long Xingyu did not hesitate. He raised his own epic-grade sword. "Divine Shield," he bellowed, and an angelic figure materialized behind him, shielding him in a radiant mist. In that moment, Long Xingyu intended to counterattack amidst the chaos, yet he was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of suppression. He could only remain stationary, resigned to receiving the strike. Although he managed to block it, he was nonetheless astonished. What terrifying quality of spiritual energy! Was this truly the strength of a newly initiated 9th-tier warrior? After all, it had taken him an entire year of solidifying his 9th-tier cultivation to truly grasp its power and begin his ascent. Yet here was Long Junyuan, manifesting a peak strike that not only matched his own initial prowess, but even surpassed that of any 1st-tier 9th-tier knight. This was indeed the terrifying capacity and physique of Junyuan, truly extraordinary. Long Xingyu gazed at Long Junyuan, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He could assert with certainty that had he just entered the 9th tier, he would have been no match for Long Junyuan. Even at the pinnacle of first tier, ninth tier, or even second tier, he would still fall short and be easily subdued. But now, he stood at the pinnacle of third tier, ninth tier. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. And particularly with someone like Jun Yuan, the first prodigy in the history of the Alliance of the Sanctum, this was doubly true. Long Xingyu nodded in acknowledgement of this fact. Yet, abruptly, his thoughts shifted. Regrettably, while I was indeed invincible back then, I find that I am now beyond his reach. The strike he just delivered was his utmost effort, yet it posed little threat to me. Long Junyuan mused internally, feeling a surge of confidence. However, he did not anticipate that this strike was merely a deliberate probe of strength by Long Junyuan. As a being of divine luminosity, he naturally did not possess the ninth-tier mastery characteristic of ordinary practitioners. He was innately attuned to all things radiant. Indeed, this individual was formidable. Though my previous strike was merely a test, it bore the might of a ninth-tier combatant. Apart from my former self, even someone as exceptional as Han Xian, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, could not withstand it. Only a 9th-tier warrior could. Nevertheless, I could discern the true purpose of this individual's arrival. It was likely due to knowledge of my circumstances. Presently, only the Lord of the Holy Moon Palace and the Alliance leader are privy to my situation. This person before me, a knight, must have acquired information from the Alliance leader. Long Junyuan began to analyze the situation. There were only a handful of 9th-tier knights, all of whom he could recognize. With this information, could it be that the punishing knight, starting from the 2nd level of the 9th tier, had learned of my existence through Yang Haohan, a being who was undoubtedly aware of his own strength and possessed a rather proud disposition? At that moment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Long Junyuan's eyes as he suddenly realized the identity of this individual. If it were indeed him, his presence at the Long family estate implied a freedom to come and go as he pleased. With this thought, Long Junyuan unleashed his spiritual power, and in that instant, the true might of his divine luminosity began to dance. The elemental light energy of the heavens converged towards Long Junyuan, enveloping the area in a perfect embrace. Even Long Xingyu sensed the shift, casting a wary gaze towards Long Junyuan, uncertain of his intentions. Meanwhile, Long Junyuan smiled gently at Long Xingyu, remarking, "I did not expect you, Teacher Xingyu, to possess such cunning. Very well, I shall present him with a grand gift, a truly magnificent one." Chapter 21. The Radiance of the Light Deity. The commotion in the Holy City. Thus, Dragon Junyuan prepared to bestow upon Teacher Xingyu a truly magnificent gift. As soon as these thoughts settled in his mind, a blinding and terrifying radiance erupted from his being. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the God of Light manifested, unleashing an endless torrent of luminous spiritual energy. At that moment, the very essence of light surged forth, causing even the concealed sun in the sky to reveal its brilliance, showcasing the radiance it was meant to display. This moment served to aid Dragon Junyuan in executing his ultimate move. Oh no, not merely aid, but rather submission. Consequently, a significant portion of the holy city was illuminated. Sensing this overwhelming power, Dragon Xingyu, who had just intended to launch an attack, found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at the unfolding spectacle with eyes filled with confusion and a hint of helplessness. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. What a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. What does this fellow, Junyuan, intend to accomplish? Dragon Xingyu pondered deeply, a surge of inexplicable trepidation washing over him, as he sensed an inherent danger emanating from the very core of his being. This sensation rendered him unable to confront the situation directly. How utterly terrifying! However, in the next moment, Dragon Junyuan had completed his gathering of power. A smile flickered in his eyes as he cast a calm glance at Dragon Xingyu below, softly proclaiming, "Radiance of the Light Deity." In the next instant, the luminous elements capable of influencing half the holy city coalesced, transforming in a heartbeat into a dazzling and formidable sword of light, its sharpness rekindled. This sword, imbued with an utterly terrifying purity of light, surged fiercely toward Dragon Xingyu's position. At that moment, sensing the magnitude of this force, Dragon Xingyu felt a tremor deep within his being. Goodness, this fellow truly regards me as an adversary, does he not? Such a fearsome strike. This is not merely a first-tier 9th-stage attack. Even a peak second-tier 9th-stage strike would scarcely possess such power. Dragon Xingyu's expression shifted to one of shock. In that instant, he set aside his earlier frivolity and adopted a serious demeanor, unleashing the full extent of his spiritual energy. Radiant body, holy light guardian, light protection, absolute radiance of light. In that moment, Dragon Xingyu layered countless protective night skills upon himself. He activated all his defensive capabilities, simultaneously using his spiritual elixirs and donning his defensive equipment. Just as he completed these preparations, the radiance of the light deity erupted forth, surging toward him with astonishing swiftness. The terrifying skill displayed here is surely no longer merely a forbidden spell. It has ascended to the realm of divine techniques. Upon encountering this move, Long Xingyu's sole thought was consumed by its overwhelming power. In that fleeting moment, he was utterly engulfed by the forbidden spell. Simultaneously, the explosion of golden radiance resonated throughout the entire sacred city, its brilliance penetrating even the most formidable barriers, leaving the very existence of the city in a state of bewilderment. All practitioners of light felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them, rendering them nearly immobile. Even Long Haochen, the son of light, could scarcely withstand this overwhelming force. He sensed an extraordinary weight pressing upon him, not enough to topple him, but the peculiar sensation sent a shiver through him. What on earth was transpiring? What was the source of this terrifying power of light? As the son of light, he was supposed to command all that is luminous. How could he feel such an instinctive urge to submit? It was incomprehensible. Even his father, who had once summoned the throne of the god of doom and slaughter, could not have achieved such a feat. Staring at the unfolding scene, Long Haochen found himself at a loss for words, merely etching the direction and the feeling into his memory. Despite the shock, he firmly believed that regardless of the entity at play, he would undoubtedly surpass it. Without a doubt, this moment was not only recognized by Long Haochen. The entirety of the sacred city felt the tremors of this battle, including the guild leader, Yang Haohan. At that moment, Yang Haohan had been savoring tea, contemplating the upcoming Demon Hunting League competition and strategizing for the Decadal Sacred Temple tournament. However, the sudden eruption of divine light disrupted his composure, causing the light within him to waver. The teacup trembled in his grasp and spilled across the table, soaking both the surface and the documents laid upon it. Such a blunder was unfathomable for a knight of divine inscriptions, yet Yang Haohan found himself too astonished to care. He gazed intently at the unfolding spectacle, remarking, "It seems that Xingyu and Junyuan have already begun their duel. I never anticipated their clash would yield such an effect." His astonishment was palpable. He had not foreseen any of this. It was utterly bizarre. While he may not be the mightiest knight, he prided himself on being the most steadfast. Yet, even he trembled momentarily upon sensing this overwhelming force, leaving him in a state of confusion. Clearly, significant events were transpiring at that location, and he could only wonder what the eventual outcome would be for the master and disciple. Yang Haohan mused. It was evident that he harbored numerous thoughts at present. However, a sudden realization struck him as he cast his gaze towards Long Junyuan's position and remarked, "Yet, Junyuan has successfully ascended to the 9th tier, qualifying him as a pivotal player in the Sacred Hall's Grand Tournament. If he were to join us this time, he could potentially yield significant results." In his heart, Yang Haohan acknowledged the paramount importance of the Sacred Hall's Grand Tournament. Although Long Junyuan participated in the Demon Hunt Regiment, who could assert that participation in the selection for the regiment precludes involvement in the Grand Tournament? With this thought illuminating his mind, Yang Haohan felt a burgeoning clarity regarding the impending reforms within the Demon Hunt Regiment. In the Sacred City, the unfolding events evoked immediate reactions from nearly all beings, particularly the powerful, who were taken aback by the palpable energy. This included the esteemed leaders of the various sanctuaries, Li Zhengji of the Magic Sanctuary, Shan Yue of the Assassin Sanctuary, and Xiu Yonghao of the Warrior Sanctuary. all equally astonished. Yet their astonishment paled in comparison to that of the person most affected, Long Xingyu, the leader of the Knight's Sanctuary. In that moment, Long Xingyu stood frozen, his mind clouded. The radiant manifestation of divine light from the earlier moment had dissipated, along with the pressure it had exerted. However, this disappearance did not bring him joy. Rather, it left him in a state of disarray. Chapter 22. The Disheveled Long Xingyu. The ultimate outburst of slaughter, Long Juanyuan's domain. That strike landed squarely upon Long Xingyu. Though with his terrifying strength, Long Xingyu would not perish or be utterly annihilated. After all, Long Juanyuan had not unleashed his full power, but had measured his strike against Long Xingyu's current condition. It was enough to reveal Long Xingyu's identity, without inflicting any internal injuries. Yet, the present scene was undeniably humiliating. At this moment, Long Xingyu stood disheveled within the luminous ring, his concealing black robes utterly disintegrated, leaving his form exposed. His once majestic, epic-grade, full-body armor now lay in ruins. Nearly 40% of it shattered, revealing patches of his skin beneath. Had he not blocked with his equipment, he might have been left completely bare. Imagine a divine seal knight, streaking across the night sky of the holy city. The sheer absurdity of it would have become a joke echoing through the ages. And if that divine seal knight happened to be the father of Long Haochen, the future paragon and leader of the divine seal knights, the scandal would outlive even the collapse of the Temple Alliance itself. Fortunately, it did not come to that. Long Xingyu stared in stunned silence at the scene before him, at his once dutiful disciple, disbelief clouding his gaze. Never had he imagined that Long Juanyuan could push him to such a state. Was this truly the same disciple he had trained? Half a year ago, though Long Juanyuan had indeed suppressed him with sheer talent, he had never reduced Long Xingyu to such disgrace. This peculiar sensation left Long Xingyu unsettled, his thoughts drifting as he studied Long Juanyuan with an unreadable expression. Meanwhile, Long Juanyuan, satisfied at having forced Long Xingyu to reveal himself, smirked. Good. It really is Long Xingyu. My senses were correct. He recalled the past 6 months of training under Long Xingyu, each session ending in his suppression, the gap in their cultivation too vast a bridge. Yet one of Long Juanyuan's driving motivations had always been to surpass, even defeat, Long Xingyu. And now, that goal seemed within reach. Teacher Xingyu, you've grown weaker over these past 6 months. Did your battle with Anan drain your vitality so thoroughly? Long Juanyuan's mocking voice carried clearly to Long Xingyu's ears. But don't worry. If there's an enemy you can't defeat, like Anan, you can always leave it to me. After all, isn't it said that the student may surpass the master? What do you think? Upon hearing this, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that Long Juanyuan, having just achieved victory, would dare to mock him so brazenly. This peculiar sensation also stirred a sense of indignation within Long Xingyu. If you are not thoroughly subdued by me in the following moments, I shall bestow upon you a piece of immortal-grade, divine equipment, he declared. However, such an outcome appeared improbable. He intended to showcase the terrifying power of the Master of the Seat of Doom and the God of Slaughter, the Knight of the Holy Temple's Judgment and the God of Judgment. As Long Xingyu uttered these words, his entire cultivation began to coalesce at that very moment. And in the next instant, waves of lethal energy erupted from his being. A myriad of crimson domains emanated from Long Juanyuan, imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A terrifying presence that expanded boundlessly. The pressure was immense, akin to stepping into a realm of corpses and blood. This was Long Xingyu's domain of slaughter. It was a domain bestowed upon him by the Seat of Doom and the God of Slaughter. Simultaneously, 2 golden-red long swords materialized in Long Xingyu's grasp, their blades radiating a fearsome brilliance, exuding not an orange hue, but the very essence of the golden red he represented. In essence, these were 2 divine weapons. The swords of Doom and Slaughter, intrinsically linked to the Seat of Doom and the God of Slaughter, now firmly held within Long Xingyu's hands. The aura was formidable. Although Long Xingyu had yet to harness the power of the seat to enhance his capabilities, he was now likely capable of contending with formidable 9th-tier, 5th-grade demon entities. At this moment, Long Xingyu hesitated not for an instant, charging towards Long Junyuan's position, roaring as he did so, "Junyuan, if you intend to surrender, now is the opportune moment. Once battle commences, the circumstances will drastically shift." He mused that it was somewhat unfortunate for Long Junyuan, for he had only previously utilized this state against the top 10 demon gods. To be defeated in such a state was by no means a loss for Junyuan. One could even argue it was a significant gain. Long Xingyu bellowed, confident that this single strike could only be matched by confronting Anin or the more powerful demon gods that surpassed him, necessitating the invocation of the seat's power. Against the remaining demon gods, even those of comparable core cultivation, such as the 10th pillar, lightning demon god Pao, were more than enough for battle. Employing such skills against Long Junyuan would indeed be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, Long Xingyu wished to allow Long Junyuan to experience this level of power. He had never entertained the notion that Long Junyuan could withstand it. After all, this was a collision of top-tier domains and divine weapons. Did Long Junyuan possess divinity? Did he possess a domain? As Long Xingyu charged towards him, Long Junyuan's heart was tumultuous. At that moment, he felt no fear, but rather an unusual sense of insignificance. Truly, Master Xingyu in such a state. I once sensed this from afar during his battle with Anin. At that time, I thought to myself that I would defeat him, and now, unexpectedly, this moment has arrived so swiftly. Long Junyuan sighed. However, a sudden smile flickered across his lips. When I faced this at the 8th tier, I had no hope. But now that I have ascended to the 9th tier, to be suppressed by him would render my breakthrough meaningless. Surely, I possess the capacity for resistance. This hidden card I have kept concealed until now can finally be put to the test. If it were any other attribute as combat power, I would guarantee my defeat. Yet, against the light attribute practitioner, even if Long Xingyu were to personally intervene, I do not believe I would be at risk of failure. After all, I am the god of light. As soon as these words fell, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, a mighty aura soaring into the heavens. And in the next moment, it burst forth and expanded in all directions. The domain of the god of light, activate. Chapter 23. The terror of the realm of the light god in the name of the light god, I deprive. With a commanding shout, Long Junyuan summoned an overwhelming aura that spiraled around him. In an instant, an infinite power of light enveloped him, gradually radiating outward in all directions, completely surrounding the area. The realm of the light god, a domain truly belonging to the deity of illumination, declared that here he was the sovereign of light. As he gazed upon Long Xingyu, Long Junyuan contemplated the gravity of the moment. He had mastered this realm not at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, but rather during his mid-8th tier cultivation, where he had touched upon the profound mysteries of the light god and successfully ascended to the level of the light god's domain. Yet, the consumption of this power was formidable, far beyond what he could sustain at that time, coupled with his inability to unleash the true terror of this realm. Now, having successfully ascended to the 9th tier and benefiting from a modicum of innate spiritual energy enhancement, his energy consumption had remarkably decreased from 10,000 points per second to 5,000, with the potential for further reductions as his talents continued to evolve. He genuinely yearned to engage Long Xingyu in battle, to test the depths of his newfound capabilities, which prompted him to reveal this secret weapon. Suddenly, the domain expanded explosively, surging towards Long Xingyu. Upon witnessing this, Long Xingyu was taken aback. What is this? Junyuan actually possesses a domain? He was startled, as in his understanding, one typically only attains a domain at the 2nd level of the 9th tier. Even he, the most gifted and powerful knight among his peers, had only begun to grasp it at that level, and even then, only partially. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he realized the truth. Junyuan's innate talent was indeed terrifying, far surpassing his own. Thus, it was not surprising for him to master a domain upon reaching the 9th tier. After processing this revelation, Long Xingyu swiftly turned his gaze toward Long Junyuan, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. However, he thought to himself, in your current state, it is utterly impossible for you to suppress me in my domain of slaughter. Though I may not fully understand your realm, It is inconceivable for you to contain me at this moment. Without hesitation, he charged towards Long Junyuan's position, believing that while Junyuan might one day surpass him, achieving such a feat now was entirely impossible. With determination, he dashed forward, intent on concluding this extraordinary duel between master and disciple. However, at that moment, Long Junyuan slowly raised his hand, gazing at Long Xingyu before him, and solemnly declared, "Light deprivation." As these words fell, the realm of the light god transformed into a unique space, swiftly enveloping the area, while the terrifying force of light expanded in all directions. Long Xingyu observed this scene, feeling a sense of perplexity. Nevertheless, he quickly summoned the spiritual energy within him, only to abruptly find his body immobilized. He then witnessed layers of intense golden radiance surging forth from within him, rapidly merging into the surrounding golden space. In an instant, Long Xingyu felt the light energy within him gradually dissipate. Although it was not entirely suppressed, it could be said that his energy was being continuously consumed. In merely a second, thousands of points of energy vanished, leaving him with an extraordinary sensation of stagnation. It felt as though all of his light had been utterly stripped away, an experience both peculiar and bewildering. Upon feeling this, Long Xingyu was left in a state of shock, at a loss for words. This was his first encounter with such combat. It was pure restraint. He halted his offensive stance, staring in astonishment at Long Junyuan, uncertain of how to respond. After all, the situation was truly alarming. For any practitioner, regardless of their cultivation level, spiritual energy is the very foundation of their existence. The current circumstance, where his own energy was completely stripped away, equated to losing the basis for combat, an utterly disconcerting predicament. This is my domain, aptly named Light. Within my realm, I am the god of light, the true deity of illumination, wielding mastery over all radiance. From the moment I reached the 8th tier, I comprehended this. Teacher Xingyu, you are the first to enter my domain of light. In the realm of the light god, any spiritual energy inferior to my light attribute is rendered powerless, and all forces belonging to light shall be wholly deprived by me, serving as sustenance for the domain. Those whose cultivation surpasses mine will have their energy stripped equivalently to my current power, gradually diminishing. Teacher Xingyu, you must have just had 100,000 points of energy deducted, along with several thousand every second. Moreover, as an absolute powerhouse of light, you will face immense suppression while battling in the realm of the light god. Should you doubt this, feel free to test it. Long Junyuan regarded Long Xingyu with a faint smile. There was no eruption of energy, yet his calm demeanor resembled that of the most formidable presence in existence. Uttering words that resonated with a demonic whisper, evoking profound shock and tremors within all beings present, a truly extraordinary sight. Hearing this, Long Xingyu remained dumbfounded. What absurd realm exists, a veritable anomaly? Is this not tantamount to wielding an unfair advantage? How can other champions of light contend against you? Long Xingyu stood in astonishment, yet the power within him continued to surge unabated. How could I possibly engage in combat with the champions of light? They are all of humanity, while the demon race is comprised entirely of beings of darkness. Therefore, my divine attribute of light is inherently more suited for assaulting them. Long Junyuan smiled faintly, acknowledging, indeed, the light deity is formidable. The alliance leader previously remarked that you would embody true hope, and he was certainly correct. Long Junyuan nodded thoughtfully. However, I remain unconvinced. Even though you are like a half-disciple to me, to truly earn my respect, you must surpass this trial I present. Long Xingyu roared defiantly. Subsequently, he knelt partially, thrusting his sword fiercely into the ground as he proclaimed, "In the name of slaughter, I purify the abyss of doom. Arise, throne of the god of doom and slaughter." Clearly, he intended to summon the throne of divine seals as his final resort. In his estimation, once he invoked the throne of doom and slaughter, the power of the artifact would undoubtedly overshadow Long Junyuan's capabilities, for he bore no such divine relic. Once the throne manifested, the realm of the light deity would inevitably collapse. However, He seemed to have overlooked that the throne of divine seals could only be wielded by night due to its inherent light attribute. At this moment, Long Junyuan commanded the power of the light deity, presiding over all illumination in the world, the throne of divine seals included. Perceiving this, Long Junyuan smiled gently and declared, "In the name of the light deity, light of divine seals, I revoke." Chapter 24. The Divine Seal Throne of Long Xingyu. Complete Severance. In this moment, Long Junyuan extended his hand, his demeanor indifferent as he gazed upon Long Xingyu and the Divine Seal platform prepared to summon the throne of apocalypse and slaughter. He spoke with conviction. Instantly, an overwhelming radiance enveloped Long Xingyu, penetrating his very being, seemingly striking directly at the essence of the throne of apocalypse and slaughter. Sensing the shift, Long Xingyu momentarily froze, a flicker of contempt glimmering in his eyes. He retorted, "You wish to strip me of the power of the throne of apocalypse and slaughter, Junyuan? While your talents may surpass mine, you must recognize that even the weakest of divine seals is a formidable artifact of divine caliber, not to mention that this one is among the elite." Long Xingyu regarded Long Junyuan with disdain. The aura he was about to unleash surged forth, erupting into a torrent of light that radiated outward in all directions. Soon, a colossal halo manifested behind him. The grand throne towered 10 zhang high, its lofty backrest adorned with countless gems. Within its contours, a figure emerged, exuding a commanding and fearsome presence. Atop the backrest rested a semicircular crimson gem, resembling a half-sun casting its gaze upon the earth. Yet, its radiance was a dim orange-red, emanating a terrifying aura as if heralding the arrival of doom. At the center of the figure's chest, the most striking feature was a golden red diamond, its facets sharp and gleaming, from which the throne's magnificent light emanated. On either side of the expansive seat, 2 lion-like sculptures roared, their majestic forms intricately carved. An array of exquisite patterns cascaded down the throne as if flowing from the backrest itself. In that instant, Long Xingyu seated himself upon the throne, his cultivation surging forth, augmented by the throne's power, elevating his prowess by twofold. Feeling the terrifying spiritual energy coursing through him, Long Xingyu experienced a deep-seated satisfaction, even a stir of excitement. After all, just moments ago, he had felt the oppressive weight of Long Junyuan's domain, leaving him somewhat stifled and yearning for victory. Though such feelings were not typical for a mentor, Long Xingyu found himself consumed by an absolute and ferocious battle intent. Yet, in this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He recalled when he first ascended to the 9th tier. It was then that he had been restrained by the punitive night and the formidable talents of others, including his father, Long Tianyin, and the leader, Yang Haoan, until they summoned the Divine Seal Throne, which ultimately stripped him of the ability to resist. As the wheel of fortune turns, he, a retribution paladin, finds himself being dominated by his own disciple, with no element of suspense involved. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he was only able to push back with the reluctant aid of the Divine Throne. This situation leaves Long Xingyu in a state of helplessness. Indeed, the tides of fate have shifted dramatically. The world is replete with peculiarities. Having just endured the instantaneous disappearance of spiritual energy and the absolute suppression of his domain, Long Xingyu can only find a fleeting sense of peace while seated upon the throne of doom and slaughter. However, at this moment, Long Xingyu is resolutely aware of one thing. As long as he occupies the divine throne and can harness its power, he can suppress this domain of the light god and dispel it from him. Thus, Long Junyuan is destined to lose. With this thought, he gazes at Long Junyuan with a smile, the sword of doom and slaughter in his hand shimmering with a glint of cold light, its overwhelming aura causing all present to tremble in genuine fear. Junyuan, you are indeed honorable. You chose to attack only after I summoned everything. Yet, it is unfortunate that your best chance to defeat me was during the initial summoning of the throne. With your domain suppression, I may not have had the capacity to resist. However, since you refrained from striking and allowed me to summon the throne of doom and slaughter, you have already lost. Long Xingyu declares, observing Long Junyuan. As his words fall, the countless soldiers of slaughter beside him erupt in jubilant celebration, evidently influenced by Long Xingyu's confidence. Already anticipating the imminent victory, Long Xingyu watches Long Junyuan's position, gathering strength and awaiting the opportune moment to unleash his offensive, a decisive blow to Long Junyuan. Yet, Long Junyuan remains unfazed. The domain of the light god continues to radiate and has not dissipated, and he stands at its center, his eyes brimming with confidence as he gazes at Long Xingyu, saying, "Master Xingyu, feel free to make your move." Hearing this, Long Xingyu smiles wryly. It seems that coaxing his stubborn disciple into submission is futile. He has always demanded a resolution, even in the face of certain defeat, and Long Xingyu has consistently provided one. This has been the case in the past, and remains so now. With this in mind, Long Xingyu does not hesitate. He gazes intently at his disciple, his expression serene, then slowly extends his hand, the sword of doom and slaughter pointing towards Long Junyuan, declaring, "Judgment." In the next moment, an orange-red light sword coalesces atop the throne of doom and slaughter, poised to deliver unto Long Junyuan the outcome of failure. Long Xingyu believes that this sequence of events will unfold as anticipated. He has even begun to prepare for a celebratory feast. However, in the very next moment of his reaction, he suddenly realized that the brilliance of the gem of doom and the throne of slaughter behind him had abruptly diminished, giving way to a disintegration of power. This unforeseen spectacle rendered Long Xingyu momentarily speechless. He gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, uncertain of what words would aptly convey his astonishment. What is this situation? Long Xingyu looked at Long Junyuan with a hint of surprise, eager to understand. He was utterly flabbergasted. The throne of doom and slaughter was his true trump card, and now, astonishingly, it had been suppressed by Long Junyuan, rendering it unusable. This is quite extraordinary. I thought the domain had been sealed. Long Junyuan smiled faintly, having remained completely unfazed, for he was well aware of the actions he had taken. To think, you even have the potential to seal the throne of doom and slaughter. Release it immediately. Long Xingyu bellowed. Release? Long Xingyu, puzzled, replied. After you release it, let me have a sword from you, Master Xingyu. Long Xingyu. So, in your eyes, I am merely that kind of person. Chapter 25. An unexpected visitor in the holy city and the terrifying amplification brought by the domain of the light god. Once all your suppressions are lifted, will you strike me with a sword? Long Junyuan gazed contemplatively at Long Xingyu before speaking. Long Xingyu, in your perception, am I the kind of knight who would launch a surprise attack on my disciple after the battle has concluded? Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan pondered for a moment, then replied, while such an occurrence has never transpired, I sense that you, teacher Xingyu, possess the potential for such actions. Long Xingyu was momentarily taken aback by Long Junyuan's words, standing there in a daze, his expression filled with disbelief as he stared at Long Junyuan. The impact of Long Junyuan's statement seemed to overshadow even his ability to suppress the throne of the god of doom and slaughter. At this moment, he yearned to reprimand Long Junyuan, not in the context of combat, but as a teacher expressing a loving admonition towards his student. Observing Long Xingyu's ashen face, Long Junyuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had long anticipated witnessing this scene. Long Junyuan could affirm one thing. If faced with entities of other attributes, be they from the demon race or humanity, possessing abilities above the 9th tier and 3rd level, he was certain that he would stand no chance of victory. He might even face defeat. However, under the suppression of the domain of the light god and the physical essence of the god of light, any practitioner of the light attribute would face only one possible outcome against Long Junyuan: utter defeat. To put it succinctly, the current domain of the light god serves as an unparalleled instrument of internal strife. Light practitioners, unless they possess sealing abilities at the 7th tier and above, inherently find themselves at a disadvantage against Long Junyuan. While he may not triumph over those elder practitioners, he remains undefeated. This is one of Long Junyuan's formidable certainties. Of course, should this suppression be lifted, those with significantly higher cultivation than Long Junyuan might indeed mount a counterattack. Thus, The choice lies between concluding the battle or maintaining the constraints. Naturally, when it comes to Long Xingyu, Long Junyuan would not overthink his strategy. Very well, Teacher Xingyu. I shall reluctantly place my trust in you this time. Long Junyuan laughed heartily, aware that the moment had arrived. Instantly, the elixir within him stirred, and in the blink of an eye, the domain of the light god dissipated, causing both Long Xingyu's and Long Junyuan's spiritual energy to vanish in that instant. At that moment, Long Xingyu felt the pressure that had enveloped him evaporate, and he exhaled deeply, relieved to be free from the burden. However, as his spiritual energy returned, enabling him to wield the power of the throne of the god of doom and slaughter, he did not release it immediately. Instead, he gathered his strength, and in the next moment, all the luminous spiritual energy in the world converged upon Long Xingyu, erupting forth in a magnificent display. An endless aura reverberated through the air. At this moment, both the apocalyptic sword of slaughter in his hand and the gem-encrusted throne of the god of apocalypse and slaughter behind him had reached their utmost potential. The unexpressed light of judgment, too, stirred in resonance with this moment. Moreover, his speed was unparalleled, having reached its zenith. Judgment, Long Xingyu shouted, and the absolute aura belonging to his throne erupted forth, ascending towards the heavens in an explosive display, reaching its pinnacle in an instant. However, Long Junyuan remained unfazed by Long Xingyu's sudden outburst, for the target of that strike was not him, but rather the void in the distance. The fiery orange blade of judgment soared towards the emptiness, emanating a dazzling brilliance as it traversed its path, seemingly enhanced. The blade struck fiercely against the void, and in that moment, a chorus of wails echoed through the emptiness. It was a sound of anguish, accompanied by the release of countless skills. Clearly, the unfamiliar visitor in that void possessed considerable strength, yet it was no simple feat to withstand Long Xingyu's assault. Moments later, a voice filled with genuine fury and resentment rang out. Long Xingyu, you have lost your mind. Yet, Long Xingyu paid no heed to this. Instead, he turned to face Long Junyuan, remarking, Indeed, you are my disciple. That sudden amplification just now must have been achieved through your physique and the domain of the God of Light. Otherwise, despite the slaughtering light released by the throne, I am far from wielding such power at present. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan nodded and replied, Naturally, it is said that the domain of the God of Light is the sovereign of all radiance. How could it merely suppress those who share the same luminous essence? If I so desire, or if benevolent light-bearers wish to assist within the domain, they can indeed receive corresponding enhancements. Your judgment just now was no exception. Long Xingyu's heart soared at this revelation, and he clapped Long Junyuan on the shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, That is splendid. If this is the case, our chances on the battlefield against the demonic forces have significantly increased. From my perception, the enhancement from your domain of the God of Light has elevated the power of judgment by at least one tier. Should your cultivation continue to strengthen, the amplification will undoubtedly be formidable. This will be an absolute weapon against the demon race. After all, the 6 great sanctuaries are not comprised solely of knights with light professions. There are numerous warriors and mages among the light attribute practitioners. Given this, as long as you advance to the 9th tier at level 5 and truly master the domain as an extension of my power, perhaps that will be the moment we can genuinely counterattack the demon race. Long Xingyu spoke earnestly. After Long, Xingyu demonstrated the remarkable augmentation abilities of the Light God. The feelings of defeat stemming from his earlier failures and the suppression of his throne dissipated in an instant. In their place blossomed a profound sense of hope and satisfaction. Though he harbored a fondness for heroism, relishing the notion of single-handedly controlling the situation, he also recognized the terrifying potential of the enhancements and battlefield assistance that Long Junyuan could provide. This was not merely a figure that could be casually articulated. It represented an astronomical increase in the capabilities across the battlefield, an enhancement measured in countless percentages. It could be asserted that with this display of prowess, his value within the Alliance would surpass even that of Yang Haoen, the leader of the Temple Alliance, and all the formidable warriors therein. With this realization, Long Junyuan smiled faintly and resolved to train diligently, vowing not to betray the efforts of his benefactor. However, he suddenly raised his gaze towards the entities above and inquired, "But I wonder, who are those who have come here so unexpectedly?" "They have come for you," Long Xingyu replied. "What do you mean by that?" Long Junyuan asked, puzzled. Long Xingyu's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he regarded the figures. He responded coolly, "Our recent battle has likely reverberated throughout the entire holy city, and they have undoubtedly sensed it. Their arrival here is presumably to gather intelligence in preparation for the upcoming grand tournament of the temple." Chapter 26, The Stone of Realms. Donc singulière intervention. They are likely here to seek you out. Long Xingyu gazed into the distance, a flicker of indignation crossing his eyes as he spoke. It is probably regarding the upcoming Sacred Temple Grand Tournament. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not concerned himself with such matters for the past 18 years, as a traverser, he was naturally aware of the significance of the Sacred Temple Grand Tournament and his own capabilities. If I recall correctly, during this iteration of the tournament, Teacher Xingyu merely exhibited suspicion and tenacity, unrelated to the absence of the tournament a decade hence. Yet, the three divine seals acted in unison and ultimately achieved victory. However, the circumstances of the past 10 years have not unfolded as previously anticipated. I had not contemplated this before, but I certainly should now, Long Junyuan mused. It was one thing to remain oblivious previously, but now that he comprehended these matters clearly, he was determined to participate in the Sacred Temple Alliance Grand Tournament, ensuring that the position of Alliance leader remained within the Night Temple. This would greatly simplify his future endeavors. With that in mind, let us deal with them decisively. As the foremost of the 6 sacred temples, could the Night Temple truly be so easily bullied? Long Junyuan murmured, preparing to take action. However, he was halted by Long Xingyu. "No, you are regarded as the Night Temple's trump card. Moreover, you intend to participate in the upcoming Demon Hunter Squad selection. While I do not understand your motivation for confronting those children, as your teacher, I will not deter you. Yet, if you reveal yourself now, they may unite to prevent your participation upon discovering everything. The 5 sacred temples' impeachment and obstruction. Even the Alliance leader may not be able to fully safeguard against them merely for the sake of a Demon Hunter Squad." Long Xingyu spoke calmly. He was uncertain of Long Junyuan's intentions, but he was committed to protecting him. Long Junyuan, driven by his desire to attain the formidable throne of the Eternal and Creator Divine Seals, knew he must pass the Demon Hunter Squad selection. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent to the situation. After all, he had no intention of allowing these sudden intruders to depart unchallenged or to trample upon him. In that moment, he realized what must be done. In the next instant, he slowly extended his hand, and a terrifying golden gem materialized within it. This was the realm of light that Long Junyuan had just condensed, infused with pure light elements. Once he crushed the gem, the realm would manifest spontaneously. This technique could be termed realm compression, a skill unknown to anyone in the sacred magic continent. Long Junyuan himself had not mastered it until he transcended to the light god at the threshold of 121 points, successfully grasping this formidable divine art. Certainly, once the overwhelming force is unleashed, it is not the power of Long Junyuan that is depleted, but rather that of the user. However, as the user does not possess the constitution of the God of Light, the consumption is alarmingly rapid, beginning at 20,000 points, while Long Junyuan requires only 5,000 points for himself. Undoubtedly, in such a terrifying domain, this is indeed a remarkable value. Yet, Long Xingyu remains oblivious. In a state of confusion, he grasps the jade stone, and beneath him, a beam of light erupts, the throne of the god of doom and slaughter re-emerging beneath him, slowly ascending towards the infinite expanse of the sky. In that very vicinity, numerous powerful figures clad in tattered armor or worn robes observe the scene before them with a sense of disarray. Although none have sustained serious injuries, all bear the marks of battle. They are all 9th-tier warriors, and even though Long Xingyu is the master of the throne of doom and slaughter, the fact that so many formidable beings are in such a state speaks volumes of the terror that the recent judgment unleashed. Long Xingyu, what did you mean by that? The chorus of indignation erupted from countless powerful figures, including Xue Jisheng, the elder of the Assassin's Sanctuary, Ling Xiao, the head of the Priest Sanctuary, and several seasoned practitioners from the Magic Sanctuary. They had arrived primarily due to the overwhelming burst of light and the palpable pressure sensed by numerous light attribute practitioners, an unmistakable indication of something extraordinary. Thus, upon witnessing the earlier event, they hastily made their way here. Their purpose straightforward: to ascertain the true nature and intentions of the Night Sanctuary, as well as to discern the identity of the individual who had just battled Long Xingyu. However, they were unprepared for Long Xingyu's swiftness. By the time their main force arrived, intent on advancing, Long Xingyu's judgment had already surged forth to confront them. At this moment, not wishing to reveal his apprentice's identity, Long Xingyu regarded everything before him with a detached gaze, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. You are all well aware of my meaning. The question of why you have come to the Long family's estate is one I ought to pose to you. As for your intentions, it would be prudent to relinquish them at this juncture. During the great competition of the sanctuaries, you shall receive the answers you seek. For now, abandon such thoughts. Long Xingyu's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the entities before him, the sword of the god of doom and slaughter in his hand emanating a radiant light, poised to strike at any moment. Under normal circumstances, faced with such a threat from Long Xingyu, even ninth-tier warriors and the leaders of the various sanctuaries would retreat. Yet now, with their numbers so vast, how could they possibly fear a single Long Xingyu? Moreover, given Long Xingyu's demeanor, there must indeed be something significant at play, perhaps a secret weapon of the Night Sanctuary. Long Xingyu, you merely need to step aside, allowing us to conduct our inspection. Then all will come to a close. Otherwise, how could I have gathered here without purpose? It would be quite embarrassing to have come in vain. The esteemed elder Xue Jisheng of the Assassin's Temple gazed at Long Xingyu before speaking. Unlike the others, he understood that within resided the prodigy known as Long Junyuan. However, due to the circumstances surrounding the Holy Moon, he refrained from directly naming him. To do so would ignite the conflict between the two, which would spell doom for the Assassin's Temple. Thus, he intended to compel Long Xingyu to yield. But how could Long Xingyu possibly acquiesce? At that moment, the radiance emanating from the throne erupted, transforming into a sword and armor that adorned Long Xingyu. This represented his pinnacle state, and it served as his resolute answer. He would not yield. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire assembly fell into disarray. It appeared that Long Xingyu was not inclined to back down. Fear not. Let us all advance together and subdue Long Xingyu. We must prevent him from launching an attack and ascertain what lies within, after which we can depart. Very well, prepare yourselves. In light of Long Xingyu's display, each individual harbored their own thoughts, readying themselves for action. Though Long Xingyu possessed unparalleled strength compared to any among them, they were united in purpose. Long Xingyu stood alone, devoid of allies. All of this was observed by Long Junyuan, yet he harbored no intentions of intervening at that moment. For just then, a warm and resonant voice emerged. Oh, how was I unaware that one could brazenly intrude upon the shared residence of two divine knights within the holy city? Chapter 27. The Stratagem of Li Zhongji and the Accomplishments of Long Junyuan in the Radiant Domain. As these words materialized, a soft milky white radiance emerged, and in the next moment, this brilliance reverberated. A serene and balanced aura manifested, followed by the terrifying throne of the Guardian and the God of Compassion, which also appeared amidst the light, emanating a profound and robust presence akin to the might of mountains. Upon closer inspection, atop the throne sat none other than Yang Haoan, the leader of the Alliance of Sanctuaries, clad in divine armor and wielding a sacred shield. At this moment, Yang Haoan regarded the adversarial forces before him with an expression of utter indifference and spoke. Since when has it become permissible within the holy city to coerce a knight of the divine seal who has rendered great service to humanity? As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure was unleashed, causing those without domains to be thoroughly shaken and rendered immobile beneath the protective and compassionate aura emanating from Yang Haoan. All present were momentarily taken aback, not out of guilt for Yang Haoan's words, for they had come prepared, but rather in astonishment. If it were merely Long Xingyu standing in resistance, it could be deemed a normal occurrence, as he had the autonomy to decide many matters, regardless of their correctness. However, if Yang Haohan were to intervene, the situation would shift entirely. His composed demeanor, along with his role in maintaining the equilibrium among the 6 great sanctuaries, set him apart from the other sanctuary leaders. As the most formidable figure in the alliance, should Yang Haohan become involved, the implications would be far-reaching, potentially affecting all major sanctuaries, a scenario unprecedented in the past. This also indirectly affirmed the distinct reactions of the entity battling Long Xingyu. Leader, this course of action is not what we anticipated. However, regarding this conflict and the ensuing changes, you must provide us with an explanation. At the very least, we need to ascertain the intentions of your night sanctuary, lest we fear that the demonic forces have infiltrated the holy city. A corpulent and powerful figure spoke, his tone amiable, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. His previous remarks were far more astute than those of Xue Jisheng and others. Li Zhengji, do not attempt to intimidate us with such words. Do you genuinely believe that pure light can be subdued by demonic forces? Long Xingyu scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. You may succeed in pressuring the leader, but you shall never impose your will upon me. Li Zhengji's countenance darkened as he registered Long Xingyu's contemptuous remarks. If that is the case, do not blame me, he retorted. While you possess the assistance of the Divine Seal Throne, I am not without my own artifacts. As long as you allow us to pass and observe the situation, this matter can be resolved amicably. Otherwise, though many warriors from your night sanctuary have yet to arrive, nearly 10 formidable figures from the 5 major sanctuaries are already present. Li Zhengji spoke with a nonchalant tone, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to threaten the 2 knights of the Divine Seal, for he was adept at exercising restraint. However, he now believed that their magic sanctuary was sufficiently powerful to subdue the night sanctuary. Thus, there was no longer any need for restraint. Henceforth, their magic sanctuary would undoubtedly rise to prominence, and he would be the next leader of the Sanctuary Alliance, and that was sufficient. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan's expression darkened, fully aware that conceding at this juncture would lead to a vastly altered situation. Nonetheless, Long Xingyu had no intention of yielding even an inch. He regarded Li Zhengji with indifference and declared, "To deal with you, the alliance leader, and I are more than enough." With that, he slowly raised his hand, revealing the domain stone, and in that instant, a surge of radiant magical energy erupted from within him, causing his power to ascend skyward. At that very moment, the domain stone shattered under the force of Long Xingyu's assault, splintering into fragments upon the ground. In the moments that followed, waves of luminous energy began to expand outward in all directions, transforming into a formidable domain that spread light across the area, enveloping Long Xingyu. At that moment, he was taken aback to discover that his own magical energy was dissipating rapidly, 2,000 units every second, to be precise. This revelation left him momentarily stunned. Was Long Junyuan sabotaging him? At such a critical juncture, had he provided him with this stone to completely consume his magical energy, thereby eliminating any possibility of resistance? How absurd, Long Xingyu pondered. However, he quickly regained his composure. If he recalled correctly, this must be the terrifying domain of Junyuan. When that domain first manifested, he distinctly felt his magical energy being stripped away. Moreover, after the release of this domain, he sensed himself becoming the sovereign of light, with an affinity that rivaled that of Haotzin, the child of light. With this realization, Long Xingyu experienced a sudden epiphany. He seemed to grasp what was unfolding. It appeared that Junyuan possessed a method to entirely seal his domain and temporarily entrust its use to another. A glimmer of extraordinary brilliance flickered in Long Xingyu's eyes. If this were indeed the case, then victory was assured. Having just experienced the hospitality of Long Junyuan, Long Xingyu understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of this domain and the levels it could reach upon eruption. This was no trivial matter. With this thought in mind, Long Xingyu disregarded the depleting magical energy coursing through him and cast a cool, indifferent gaze upon all present. His demeanor as stoic as a lion poised to strike. This unique domain was anything but simple. It appears that Long Xingyu is destined for a rather unique fate. We must act swiftly together, and you, old Shui, should immediately delve into the fray for reconnaissance. Should you discover anything noteworthy, speak without delay. Li Zhengji spoke slowly, demonstrating his adept control over the situation, having already discerned the appropriate course of action in but a moment. In the next instant, everyone moved in unison, intent on rushing forward. However, they found themselves directly targeted by Long Xingyu. Observing their movements, Long Xingyu harbored no particular thoughts, merely stating, "Then let me enlighten you about the terrifying nature of the Junyuan domain. Such burdens cannot rest solely upon my shoulders." With that, he gradually raised his hand, causing the domain of the light god to shift, surging with an overwhelming aura. At that moment, the essence of the god of light reached its zenith, proclaiming, "Light, deprivation." Chapter 28. The Alliance's mighty warriors retreat. Long Junyuan's unique engagement. As Long Xingyu's words echoed in the air, an explosion of light erupted before him. In an instant, countless beings across from him felt an overwhelming suppression of their powers. Those not aligned with the light attribute trembled inwardly, as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Their inner cultivation waned significantly. Meanwhile, the masters of the light attribute, including Qiu Yonghao, the esteemed leader of the Warriors' Sanctuary, and the formidable light mages from the Mage Sanctuary, along with numerous powerful priests from the Priest Sanctuary, all sensed an immense constraint upon their state. Their spiritual energy was eclipsed by the pinnacle of Long Xingyu's 9th tier, 3rd rank mastery. In the blink of an eye, as the radiant domain of deprivation manifested, their spiritual energies were instantaneously suppressed, leaving them with little to no chance for resistance. This sudden turn of events left them utterly stunned. Particularly, Qiu Yonghao, a formidable practitioner within the 9th tier, found his powers stripped away in an instant. Only a remnant of his external spiritual energy remained to stabilize him, barely allowing him to maintain his composure. Although he was deeply concerned, he still possessed enough strength to ensure his own survival. In stark contrast, the mages and priests were engulfed in panic as they cast anxious glances toward Long Xingyu. Their external spiritual energy was feeble, and once their internal energies were depleted, they stood before the embodiment of doom and slaughter, Long Xingyu, without any means of resistance. This sentiment birthed an innate fear within them, a dread of that terrifying domain. The uniqueness of this special domain was not to be underestimated. The realization struck Li Zhengji. If he too could be suppressed, it was evident that Long Xingyu's domain of doom and slaughter held effects far beyond mere power diminishment. Li Zhengji squinted as he surveyed Long Xingyu and the spiritual energies at play. His own cultivation, merely at the 9th tier, 3rd rank, was similarly restricted. This revelation instilled a sense of unease in him, who had previously felt assured of victory. He was certain of one thing. This peculiar domain was not solely about diminishing strength. The light could not merely suppress, it likely enhanced certain aspects. A truth that would soon manifest in Yang Haohan and Long Xingyu. This, he surmised, must be the extraordinary existence they had long concealed. During this grand tournament of the temple, an enigmatic new knight has emerged, heralding potential changes. However, it is currently quite challenging to gather intelligence. It will be prudent to avoid encounters with light attribute mages. Yet, the situation has escalated to a point where retreat is the only viable option. For the influence of this peculiar domain is overwhelmingly oppressive. If they do not withdraw promptly, they may find themselves in dire straits. Li Zinzi, a paragon of patience and contemplation, discerned the necessity of retreating without a moment's hesitation. The pressure inflicted by this unusual realm was formidable, and failure to act swiftly could lead to significant complications. He communicated this urgency to Qiu Yonghao and the accompanying mages, and after a brief deliberation, they extended their apologies to Long Xingyu before departing. They understood that the emergence of this domain had eradicated any prospects of a swift resolution. leaving them susceptible to overwhelming suppression, which would inevitably become common knowledge throughout the holy city. At that juncture, the ramifications would be troublesome. Their remaining temples would lose face, while the prestige of the Night Temple would ascend. The authority and command of the temples are inextricably linked to their renown, making it imperative to conclude matters expediently. Consequently, each individual made their way back without delay. Xue Jisheng cast a resentful glance, his mind already racing to find Sheng Yue upon returning. Once everyone had departed, the master of the Soul Temple, the ninth-tier spiritualist Chen Hongyu, observed the scene with a hint of perplexity. Although he refrained from approaching, an inkling of speculation began to form in his mind. The formidable power of light emanating from Long Xingyu was undoubtedly beyond his capabilities. His spiritual energy had yet to reach that echelon. Few in the Night Temple possessed talent surpassing that of Long Xingyu, with the sole exception being the prodigious Long Junyuan. Despite not having seen him in years, his innate gifts were surely comparable to those of the Soul Maiden, Sakura. In his contemplation, Chen Hongyu suddenly grasped the situation, a smile gracing his lips. He mused that he had initially feared a dangerous entity, but now recognized that, regardless of its strength, the Soul Temple could derive certain benefits and assistance from this individual, especially considering his betrothal to Sakura, whom he regarded as his esteemed granddaughter-in-law. This realization alleviated his concerns. As he concluded his thoughts, Chen Hongyu said nothing further and donned his spiritual winged armor before departing. Witnessing the exodus of these individuals, Yang Haohan exhaled deeply and turned to Long Xingyu, inquiring, "Xingyu, what was that incredible amplification power you just employed?" "The potency of my spiritual energy surged to the 5th level of the 9th tier when combined with the power of the throne." Yang Haohan felt a sense of peculiarity, for this matter was indeed rather extraordinary. This was the domain of Junyuan, known as the God of Light, a realm capable of commanding all illumination, including the domain of light practitioners. Within this sphere, he was the deity of radiance, thus possessing the ability to amplify or diminish all light, wielding it to accomplish any endeavor. Long Xingyu, after some contemplation, gradually extended his hand, demonstrating numerous skills he could not typically perform. However, after a brief moment, he appeared somewhat weary, his complexion slightly pale, as he retracted the domain of the God of Light, dispersing it into the cosmos. The consumption of energy was indeed terrifying. If I am not mistaken, it drains over 20,000 of my spiritual power per second, which is somewhat of a double-edged sword. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Yang Haohan immediately shook his head. It was not a double-edged sword. It was purely a battlefield weapon. If entrusted to me, with my capabilities, I could sustain it for over 10 seconds, a duration ample enough for light attribute practitioners above the 8th rank to unleash their full potential. At that moment, should we act in unison, it would not only pose a significant threat to the other demon gods and demon race, but also to the demon god Huang Fengxiu. Contemplating this, Yang Haohan's eyes sparkled, his spiritual energy swirling with excitement, reflecting boundless joy as he proclaimed, "And when that time comes, we knights, alongside all light attribute practitioners, shall reach the pinnacle that rightfully belongs to us upon the battlefield. At that juncture, we can officially launch a counteroffensive against the demon race, and the annihilation of the demons shall be merely a matter of time." Chapter 29. The Arrival of Long Haochen and the Peculiar Challenge. Ultimately, the annihilation of the demon race is within reach. Yang Haohan spoke with utmost sincerity, his eyes gleaming with amusement at the prospect. Clearly, he believed that with Long Junyuan by their side, such a possibility was attainable. Filled with excitement at this thought, Yang Haohan promptly absorbed the Guardian and Compassion Divine Seal, thrown into his being, and rushed eagerly towards Long Junyuan's position. There was no need for excessive complications. Simply departing would suffice. Observing Yang Haohan's demeanor and considering the recent perception of Long Junyuan, it was evident that the other powerful beings had also taken their leave, none daring to pry into their affairs. This was more than adequate. As for the grand tournament of the Holy Alliance, the leader must have sensed something extraordinary, allowing me to participate as well. If so, it would not pose an issue, It was merely a matter of joining the Demon Hunting Corps alongside the Holy Alliance tournament. Long Junyuan smiled slightly. These tasks must indeed be attended to. He was curious to discover what rewards awaited him upon the completion of his system's tasks, and whether they would lead him to a truly fearsome realm. However, at this moment, Yang Haoan was primarily excited about Long Junyuan's recent domain inquiry. Junyuan, that radiant god domain you just exhibited is indeed your domain, correct? Indeed. You can compress your domain? Yes. What is the cost? It is akin to the cost of an ordinary summoning domain. Upon receiving Long Junyuan's answers, Yang Haoan's excitement surged. In light of this, the future appeared exceedingly promising. A smile graced Yang Haoan's lips, and without further ado, he merely indicated that Long Junyuan should also participate in the grand tournament of the Holy Alliance before departing. This left only Long Junyuan and Long Xingyu in place. After exchanging a few words, Long Junyuan returned to his cultivation, while Long Xingyu regarded Long Junyuan's position with a contemplative gaze, seemingly resolved, before taking his leave as well. At this moment, Long Haochen sat cross-legged in his chamber within the Knight's branch of Haoyue City, attempting to cultivate. Yet his mind remained restless, preventing him from fully immersing himself in his training. He was persistently preoccupied with the source of the terrifying light power he had witnessed earlier. Indeed, he found himself unable to focus on his cultivation. With a hint of melancholy, Long Haochen expressed his frustration, turning to glance at the area of the Long family estate. His emotions drifted, continuously drawn towards it. The overwhelming light power had even instilled within him a sense of nobility, stirring a desire within his being to submit entirely. Yet, how could this be possible? After all, I am the son of light. Long Haochen was somewhat astonished, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable shock. Curiosity welled up within him as he yearned to uncover the hidden truths behind these matters. Yet, no one offered a response. Suddenly, his gaze darted to a particular spot within the room, and he exclaimed, "Who?" It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. Indeed, Haochen, over these past 3 years, your cultivation has not waned. You are on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier, and you can sense my presence. Long Xingyu gradually revealed himself and spoke. Upon seeing him, Long Haochen was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "Father, Haochen, it appears that your physique as the Son of Light is truly extraordinary." Just from that fleeting moment of brilliance, you were able to clearly perceive the power and its level, Long Xingyu said, gazing at Long Haochen with satisfaction. Taken aback, Long Haochen pondered, "Father, do you know what that aura was?" "Naturally, I am aware. It is the overflow of battle power, and among those engaged in combat. One of them is indeed me," Long Xingyu replied. Long Haochen was momentarily stunned. He was well aware of Long Xingyu's strength and purity of light, which was lesser than his own, making it impossible for him to be the one who had just displayed that radiance. Yet, he understood the true horror of Long Xingyu's capabilities. He was astonished to discover that there existed another practitioner of light who could contend with his father. Long Haochen felt a sense of surprise. In his memory, Long Xingyu was the mightiest knight, arguably the one with the highest spiritual energy among the 6 great sanctuaries. Before reaching the 9th tier, the peak of the 3rd tier was considered the highest. Not merely a contest, I nearly lost. The physique of light represents a different level of combat power. Even I would not secure an easy victory. Moreover, his level surpasses mine by more than 1 tier. Although the true outcome was not revealed earlier, and I did not concede in his presence, I can confidently state that I was defeated. Upon hearing Long Xingyu's words, Long Haochen stood frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. It was astonishing to realize that the proud Long Xingyu had indeed acknowledged a moment of defeat. This revelation deepened Long Haochen's curiosity about the mysterious entity. A genuine curiosity stirred within him, prompting a desire to inquire further. However, Long Xingyu did not afford him that opportunity. Instead, he grasped Long Haochen's hand and said, "Enough of this idle chatter. Haochen, come with me, and you shall understand everything. As the Son of Light, you require a capable mentor, and that individual possesses an even more formidable physique and a profound understanding of divine matters. By being near him, I shall feel most at ease." As soon as these words were uttered, Long Xingyu soared into the air, their bodies transforming into radiant light, vanishing from the spot and soaring through the night sky. Only Long Haochen's voice of lament remained. "No, father, don't fly so fast." At the Long family estate. At this moment, Long Junyuan sat cross-legged, his entire being continuously cultivating his prowess. However, suddenly he sensed something and turned his gaze outward. "Oh, teacher Long Xingyu, why have you returned?" In Long Junyuan's memory, Long Xingyu seldom visited the Long family estate. Nevertheless, pondering the reason proved futile, and he gradually stepped forward. "Teacher Xingyu, what brings you here?" Long Junyuan inquired. "This is my son, Long Haochen, who is also a participant in the upcoming demon hunting tournament. I intend for him to accompany you, as, according to your assertion, you both are favored by the divine," Long Xingyu elucidated. Long Junyuan was at a loss for words. What was the intention behind this? If it merely entailed Long Haochen residing within the Long family estate, Long Junyuan had no grounds for objection, as it was a place where all members of the Long family could dwell. However, the implication of Long Junyuan being responsible for him was entirely different. Although Long Haochen was originally the protagonist of Destiny, and Long Junyuan harbored considerable affection for him, it did not imply he was at liberty to care for him indiscriminately. After all, his recent cultivation had resulted in numerous anomalies, which could easily disrupt Long Haochen's focus. Just as he was about to decline, before he could voice his refusal, a notification chimed in his ear, detected the son of Destiny, Long Haochen. A mere practitioner must possess the courage to challenge the protagonist. Otherwise, how can one stand at the pinnacle of this world and confront the demon god? Task requirement: engage in a duel with Long Haochen. Task reward: increase innate spiritual power by 2 points and receive a gift package of equipment capable of yielding items of any tier. Note: Long Haochen currently possesses peak 4th tier strength, making him a formidable opponent. The host is advised to fully understand the strengths of both parties before initiating the duel. Chapter 30. The clan uncle of Long Haochen, with a flick, sends Long Haochen flying. Detecting the destined child of fate, Long Haochen. As a mere practitioner, one must possess the courage to challenge the protagonist. Otherwise, how can one stand at the pinnacle of this world and confront the demon gods? Task requirement: engage in battle with Long Haochen. Task reward: an enhancement of 2 innate spiritual power points and a comprehensive equipment gift package, which may yield items of any tier. Note: Long Haochen currently possesses formidable power at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, making him a challenging opponent. It is advised that the host fully comprehend the strengths of both sides before initiating the duel. The system promptly delivered its notifications, each word resonating profoundly within the mind of Long Junyuan. Absurdly challenging the original protagonist, this is my fate. Otherwise, with Long Haochen as protagonist halo, who could possibly triumph over him? Only Yang Wenjiao managed to win once, the second time he faced defeat. Considering this, Long Junyuan found himself somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any objections. Although accompanying Long Haochen might pose some difficulties for Long Junyuan, the benefits from the 2 innate spiritual power points far outweighed the troubles brought by Long Haochen. Thus, he decided to retain Long Haochen. Very well. I shall keep Long Haochen here. I can also attend to him. Long Junyuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Long Xingyu smiled. If he was agreeable, then all was well. Contemplating this, Long Xingyu turned to Long Haochen and conveyed a few words. Long Haochen nodded in response, and then directed his gaze towards Long Junyuan. Bowing respectfully, Long Haochen pays respects to my clan uncle. Indeed, despite Long Xingyu being Long Junyuan's mentor, they belong to the same generation in the Long family. Thus addressing Long Junyuan as clan uncle was entirely appropriate. However, as Long Haochen lifted his head, he looked at Long Junyuan with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled, "You were the one who aided that bald man outside the holy city, were you not?" Long Junyuan nodded, confirming his identity. He had been aware of Long Haochen and Li Xin's presence back then. With his perceptive abilities, how could he have overlooked them? "What do you mean?" Long Xingyu inquired, puzzled. Long Haochen elucidated everything for him, to which Long Xingyu displayed an expression of sudden understanding. However, he found it somewhat peculiar. After all, this was not in line with Long Junyuan's usual demeanor. If it were a matter of the demon race or demonic beasts attacking humans, Long Junyuan would undoubtedly intervene, even at great personal risk. Yet, when it came to conflicts among humans, he often chose to remain uninvolved. The fact that he would intervene this time was indeed unexpected. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he smiled lightly, engaged in brief conversation with the two, and then departed. As a knight of the Divine Seal, he is burdened with numerous responsibilities, and recently, his adversary, Anan, has been persistently provoking him. It would be prudent to confront this situation directly. Shortly after Long Xingyu departed, Long Haochen turned his gaze toward the position of Long Junyuan, his eyes glimmering with admiration, as if he were beholding his idol. In Long Haochen's recent memories, the extraordinary radiance that had so profoundly moved him stemmed from the existence he battled alongside Long Xingyu, which was evidently Long Junyuan before him. The fact that this individual could potentially contend with Long Xingyu, to the extent that Long Xingyu felt he might lose, implied that Long Junyuan's cultivation must be formidable. Long Haochen surmised that his father's statement was likely a display of humility or an opportunity for the younger generation. Nevertheless, in Long Haochen's perspective, Long Junyuan's innate talent was on par with his own, and his capacity for growth surpassed his. Thus, he believed he could engage in a battle with him to gauge their differences, paving the way for future surpassing. "Uncle, might I inquire about your current level of cultivation?" Long Haochen promptly asked. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan, who had been contemplating how to engage Long Haochen in battle, turned to him and replied, "It is approximately double yours." "Double mine? So that would mean you are a 5th-tier knight with over 3,000 spirit points?" Long Haochen's heart jolted at this realization. If that were the case, he might have the opportunity to withstand a moment against him and ascertain Long Junyuan's upper limit of power, thus determining whether he truly had the chance to surpass him. As long as he maintained a balanced mindset, Long Haochen believed that when he turned 18, he would certainly exceed the mere figure of 3,000. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt a surge of hope, realizing he might indeed be stronger than other children of light. With this thought in mind, he immediately called out, "Then, Uncle, would you be willing to spar with me? I wish to see the gap between us." Long Junyuan, initially contemplating how to initiate the conversation, decided not to say much since Long Haochen had expressed his willingness. He nodded and said, "You may go ahead and make your move. Thank you for your guidance." Long Haochen responded eagerly. The Holy Spirit set and several pieces of magical-grade equipment gradually adorned him, and in the next moment, a surge of spirit power emanated from him. With all his might, he swung his sword toward Long Junyuan, although he had not yet condensed his inner spirit power to match a true 5th-tier powerhouse. The synergy between the Holy Spirit furnace and everything within him would undoubtedly unleash a remarkable force. Moreover, since his uncle had not employed any equipment, this strike would surely pose some challenge for him. Long Haochen's heart surged with determination. Even though no definitive outcome had manifested, he felt a sense of stability within himself. However, this exuberant display did not provoke any unusual thoughts in Long Junyuan. Observing the actions of Long Haochen before him, Long Junyuan felt an abundance of concerns, and the pace was disconcertingly slow. In a mere glance, he could discern countless issues. Nevertheless, he resolved to nurture this young man diligently, for when the time came that he matured, he might indeed prove to be a worthy opponent. For now, however, it was best to refrain from engaging further. Long Junyuan felt no disappointment. He simply did not wish to prolong the encounter unduly. As Long Haochen rushed towards him, Long Junyuan extended his hand, and with a slight flick, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted at that moment, instantly propelling towards Long Haochen's position. In the blink of an eye, Long Haochen was forcefully thrown back. Despite the diminished force, he was still sent crashing against the wall, his shield and sword scattering about him, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. After all, how can mid to late-stage 4th-tier warrior possibly contend against a 9th-tier adversary? Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Long Junyuan's ears. "Host has completed the task. receiving 2 innate internal spiritual energy points and a large equipment gift package. Chapter 31. The transformation of spirit demons into artifacts and the restructuring of the demon hunting core. The onslaught from Long Junyuan was not as fearsome as anticipated. Although Long Haochen was sent flying, he regained his senses after a brief moment of unconsciousness, staring blankly in the direction of Long Junyuan, utterly at a loss. Did you not say that your spiritual power is double mine? That would amount to around 3,000 points of spiritual energy. While that certainly surpasses my own, how could a mere casual strike from you possibly eliminate me so effortlessly? Long Haochen gazed at Long Junyuan's position in astonishment, bewildered by the peculiar circumstances. However, upon hearing this, Long Junyuan detached himself from his prior contemplation of the system's status and regarded Long Haochen with an air of nonchalance. He had not deceived Long Haochen. There was no purpose in lying to him. It was merely a playful manipulation of words. Presently, with Long Haochen at the 4th tier, levels 5 to 6, and himself at the 9th tier, 1st level, it was not entirely inaccurate to claim a doubling of power. This also served to provide Long Haochen with a rationale for engaging in combat with him. As for the present moment, having achieved his objective, Long Junyuan had no intention of further conversing with Long Haochen. Under normal circumstances, discussions would be acceptable, but now that the crucial matters were secured, he was resolute in prioritizing those essentials. It was time to return to his training. Tomorrow heralded the grand competition of the Demon Hunting Corps, and every bit of preparation counted. After imparting this thought to Long Haochen, Long Junyuan turned and made his way to his own quarters, leaving Long Haochen standing in a daze, uncertain of what words would be appropriate to express. This uncle of mine is truly peculiar, Long Haochen murmured to himself. Initially, he believed he could see through Long Junyuan, but in hindsight, he realized he had been overly optimistic. How could he, with his limited understanding, ever hope to comprehend Long Junyuan? Of course, Long Junyuan's rapid progression was primarily due to the recent completion of his task. Quite satisfactory. Indeed, after surpassing 70 points, each additional point of innate spiritual power offers a significant enhancement. Not to mention, I have ascended directly from 121 points to 123. Quite commendable. Long Junyuan mused, a smile creeping across his face, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contentment. However, he soon cast his gaze elsewhere. System, open the random gift pack. Long Junyuan commanded. The system gift pack has been opened. It detects that the host's current cultivation level is 4th tier, 7th level, and has allocated a top-tier spirit demon weapon, a spirit demon sword, to the host. Long Junyuan, I was promised the potential for any tier of equipment. It seems you have yet to assess my true rank, he remarked, exasperated. 9th tier, 1st level divine knight, the system responded. Then why do you bestow upon me a spirit demon level weapon? Long Junyuan retorted, bemused. This is the equipment most suitable for the current host as determined by the system. I hope the host will make full use of it promptly, showcasing its capabilities in the upcoming demon hunting tournament. The system replied. Long Junyuan remarked, this system seems to be quite mechanized. However, in the first instance, he retrieved the spiritual magic sword from his system space. Upon grasping it, he immediately sensed a difference. The sensation was not akin to that of spiritual magic equipment. Or perhaps, when Long Junyuan engaged with it, he exerted a measure of force. Had it been spiritual magic equipment, it would likely have shattered under his impact. Yet, this sword remained intact. As he infused spiritual energy into it, a resplendent golden radiance emanated, radiating in all directions. And Long Junyuan distinctly perceived that it was the pure light of a divine artifact. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or react otherwise. This system was utterly reminiscent of a gaming interface, adhering rigidly to its programmed narrative. Long Junyuan silently mocked it. Nevertheless, the system's shortcomings did not imply that the rewards were flawed. The information provided by the system was occasionally inaccurate, a fact substantiated by the enhancements to his innate spiritual power. The so-called gift box had indeed conformed to its original design, providing him with the most suitable equipment, a 9th-tier divine artifact of light, which was precisely what he needed. Long Junyuan gazed at the divine artifact in his hands, feeling immensely satisfied. After all, he had yet to possess a true divine artifact. The strongest he had was merely a quasi-artifact, an immortal grade at best. Now, having acquired a genuine divine artifact, it was undoubtedly the ultimate enhancement. Had he wielded this sword during his battle with Teacher Xingyu, coupled with the impact of a light god domain, it was likely that Teacher Xingyu would have been swiftly overwhelmed. With a slight smile, Long Junyuan regarded the sword, but he refrained from further commentary. Instead, he directed his soul, force, and spiritual energy into the sword, fully refining it. That was the crux of the matter. As his thoughts settled, Long Junyuan entered a state of refinement. The following day, on the streets of the holy city, Long Junyuan walked alongside Long Haochen, making their way to the venue. Throughout their journey, Long Haochen discreetly observed his clan uncle. He pondered all night, unable to fathom how Long Junyuan, with merely 3,000 points of spiritual energy, could effortlessly breach his defenses with a casual strike. It was exceedingly peculiar. Could he possess more than 3,000? Long Junyuan had long since noticed Long Haochen's scrutiny, but chose to disregard it, maintaining a steady course toward their destination. Before long, the two arrived at the Alliance Grand Arena. Here lies the venue for the forthcoming selection competition of the Demon Hunting Brigade. Under ordinary circumstances, participants would enter with their designated identification badges to engage in battle, with designated personnel overseeing the proceedings. However, at present, there are no auditors in sight. Instead, an array of guards stands vigil, seemingly preventing entry. Observing this scene, Long Junyuan finds himself perplexed. Ignoring Long Haochen, he strides forward with determination. Though the area is teeming with people, as a 9th-tier holy knight, Long Junyuan cannot be impeded by those who barely reach the 7th tier. While others perceive the situation as normal, he swiftly navigates through the crowd, reaching the announcement board in mere seconds to scrutinize the information displayed. To his surprise, he discovers only a single piece of information. Yet, despite its solitary nature, it encapsulates the most critical point. Upon discerning this, Long Junyuan furrows his brow in astonishment, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate that the Demon Hunting Brigade would undergo a reform in its system." Chapter 32. The reform of the Demon Hunter Corps and the assembly of knights. To Dragon Lord Yuan's astonishment, the Demon Hunter Corps had undergone a reform of its system. Observing the transformations before him, he found the situation rather absurd. However, without lingering in hesitation, he approached to examine the details of the reform. Upon closer inspection, Dragon Lord Yuan comprehended the essence of the changes. The reformation was indeed peculiar. It entirely abolished the previous one-on-one duels, justifying that such contests did not embody the qualities and capabilities expected of a demon hunter. The true objective of a demon hunter lay in teamwork and the eradication of demonic entities. Upon reflection, this rationale seemed quite reasonable. The primary focus of the reform was to eliminate the one-on-one challenges and to provide corresponding reconnaissance equipment for hunting the beasts and concealed demons in the mountains surrounding the holy city. Most of these creatures had previously slaughtered humans and were thus driven into these areas. Hence, this initiative did not appear problematic. However, the process seemed overly cumbersome. Deciding it would be best to consult Leader Yang for clarification, Dragon Lord Yuan thought it preferable to avoid the hassle of these reforms. For those less powerful demon hunters, whether at the 3rd, 4th, or 5th rank, the provisions might prove beneficial. Yet for him, they fell woefully short. Rather than engage in this endeavor, he would rather complete matters himself. Just as he resolved to head over and address the situation with Yang Haoen, intending to meander and perhaps slay a few 5th or 6th rank demons for some excitement, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Detection indicates the host is about to venture into the Holy City Mountains to hunt beasts. As a prospective member of the Demon Hunter Corps, combat experience and familiarity with surrounding allies are paramount. The experiences gained during this venture will be invaluable for the future establishment of the Corps. Task requirements: eliminate 10 demons and beasts, including at least one 5th rank beast or demon. Task rewards: to be determined based on the host's performance. Each kill will yield spiritual energy that can be compressed and transferred to the host for enhancement. Note, within the Holy City Mountains, there exist not only 4th and 5th ranked demons and beasts, but also 7th, 8th, and even higher ranked 9th tier beasts. In the face of such foes, inept practitioners stand powerless, facing only a path to demise. Dragon Lord Yuan. Goodness, this infernal system proves reliable at critical moments. If that were the case, it implied that should he succeed in slaying a 10th rank beast, equivalent to a human 9th rank entity, it would yield a minimum of 100,000 points. Although I am the god of light, their spiritual power levels cannot compare to mine. However, any 9th tier magical beast possesses a cultivation level that is significantly more challenging than that of humans. To ascend to the 10th tier, their quality can equate to a human's innate spiritual power of 60 points, or even 70. By this estimation, a single beast could potentially provide me with over 5,000, or even 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Upon contemplating this, Long Junyuan felt a stirring within. His current spiritual energy exceeds 100,000, but does not surpass 110,000. If this calculation holds true, hunting 10 magical beasts, or at most 20, might indeed assist him in breaking through these thresholds and reaching the second level of the 9th tier. This prospect seems quite worthwhile. With this in mind, Long Junyuan nodded in agreement. This system has finally presented something of genuine value. In light of this, I shall venture forth and take a look. Even if I do not manage to ascend to the second level of the 9th tier, acquiring a few thousand or even tens of thousands of points of spiritual energy should pose no issue. This trade appears to be quite advantageous. Reflecting further, Long Junyuan found the notion rather appealing. At this moment, Long Haochen had yet to push his way through the crowd, as it was overly congested, and he was hesitant to use his spiritual power out of fear of causing harm. However, upon seeing Long Junyuan return, he glanced over and respectfully inquired, "Uncle, what is the situation, and why are we not allowed entry into the venue? Let us amend the rules and relocate to a different gathering place." "I can explain everything to you there," Long Junyuan replied. Though Long Haochen felt a hint of confusion and surprise at this, he refrained from voicing any objections and simply followed Long Junyuan to the new location. Soon, they arrived at the alternative gathering site. As they reached their destination, Long Junyuan had already provided a thorough explanation. After absorbing this information, Long Haochen was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Long Junyuan and exclaiming, "Is this a temporary rule change? It seems so peculiar, given that war could erupt at any moment and circumstances were ever-changing. Such a modification to the rules seemed rather normal." Long Junyuan did not elaborate further, merely offering a casual remark. He recalled that the original situation did not encompass such a change, likely due to the events of the previous day, which prompted Yang Haoen to make this sudden adjustment. It was somewhat coherent, albeit barely. Long Haochen chose not to dwell on this, as he spotted a familiar face approaching. "Haochen, where were you yesterday? I did not see you at all," Li Xian inquired, disregarding Long Junyuan and focusing solely on Long Haochen. "My father came to find me and took me to see my uncle," Long Haochen replied candidly. "Your uncle?" Li Xian asked, puzzled. Long Haochen gestured towards Long Junyuan, saying, "It is this gentleman." As Li Xian looked over and caught sight of Long Junyuan's visage, she couldn't help but silently remark on his striking handsomeness. At that moment, realization dawned. "You are the one who drove away that fellow from Xiuqing on the very day of your arrival, aren't you?" "Indeed, that individual was my clan uncle." Long Junyuan remained silent while Long Haochen provided the answer. Just then, a contemptuous voice cut through the air. "Ah, so it's the clan uncle of that worthless disciple of Yihua. It seems your family isn't particularly esteemed either, considering you've produced two useless individuals." Turning to face the source of the voice, they beheld Gu, whose injuries from a couple of days prior were still evident in the bandaging on his body. Yet his expression remained as defiant as ever, as if he regarded everything with disdain. Indeed, he looked down upon all, convinced of his own invincibility. Save for a select few he truly acknowledged. Long Junyuan frowned upon hearing this, although Guiwu appeared to him as nothing more than a mere insect. His incessant buzzing would elicit unfavorable opinions from anyone present. It was precisely Guewu's incessant remarks that drew the attention of all the knights in attendance, subtly transforming the scene into a focal point. Chapter 33. Yang Wenjiao was taken aback. How could Long Junyuan appear at the demon hunting team selection competition? The commotion from Guewu had been incessant, and all those present had heard it. Brother Duani, what is happening over there? Why is it so noisy? Yang Wenjiao, who had been meditating to stabilize his emotions, was disturbed by the raucous noise. As the grandson of the alliance leader of the Holy Temple, he had a certain reputation. Despite this, the surrounding individuals remained silent, engaging in hushed discussions. Guewu's outburst had directly intruded upon his peace, causing him annoyance. He turned to look at Duani, the second knight, and inquired. It seemed that Shuxing, that troublemaker, had instigated yet another incident, even going so far as to provoke someone directly. There were whispers about him being overly meddlesome. Should we make him quiet down? Duani asked. Never mind, as long as it doesn't escalate too much. Although we are the seed contestants of this round, we have no authority over the other participants. Even if my grandfather is the leader of the Holy Temple this time, we should just let it be, as long as it doesn't become a major issue, Yang Wenjiao replied, shaking his head. In truth, had it been in his previous disposition, he would have intervened to put an end to such a futile spectacle. However, he suddenly recalled the words of a powerful individual who had once advised him. If the demon race attacks the human race, as a knight, one must act. But if the conflict arises between humans themselves, it is best to remain indifferent, unless it threatens the very foundation of their existence. This principle had resonated deeply with Yang Wenjiao, leading him to adopt a more composed demeanor, exuding a certain leadership quality. Nevertheless, he did not wish to involve himself in this trivial matter, even though it might provoke further conflict in their upcoming battle. He believed that disputes among his own kind should not be his concern. His focus lay on the struggle between humanity and the demon race. That was the essence of his purpose. Regardless of the discord between individuals, he resolved not to intervene. It would be wise to take a look, nonetheless. We still need to head towards the Holy City mountain range for the demon hunting team's assessment. If this situation escalates, and we do not intervene, it could become quite troublesome, Duani urged. After saying this, he noticed Yang Wenjiao's lack of intent and shook his head in resignation. It appeared that this fellow was indeed serious about not getting involved. If that's the case, you can handle it yourself. It's better than risking a real problem. However, just as Duani made his way over, Yang Wenjiao opened his eyes, slightly turned his head, and gazed in that direction. Initially, he had no particular thoughts about the situation, as it seemed inconsequential. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding events, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something utterly terrifying, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Surprisingly, it is this individual who has arrived at the Ghost Martial Arena. At this moment, Ghost Martial exudes an air of arrogance, his gaze towards Long Junyuan filled with derision. Previously, he had the audacity to act heroically by aiding the bald-headed Sima Xian. Yet now, upon learning that this young master would also participate in the Demon Slayer selection competition, he brazenly dares to approach. Truly, he seems oblivious to the very notion of death. Upon arriving at Haoyue City, it will be prudent for him to remain low-key and refrain from any actions, for this is of utmost importance. As Ghost Martial gazed at Long Junyuan, he assumed that, since Long Haochen and Li Xian hailed from the modest Haoyue City, Long Junyuan must be a mere product of that insignificant locale. Consequently, he felt justified in pursuing his own ambitions. After all, Haoyue City is but a secondary city, while Xiuqing is a principal city. Moreover, his master, the teacher of his father, Gue Ying, further bolstered his confidence. The distinction between what is trivial and what is significant was abundantly clear to him. Witnessing Ghost Martial's demeanor, most of the knights present displayed expressions of distaste and conflict. As knights, they largely embraced the trial of light, possessing a commendable sense of justice. Thus, witnessing Ghost Martial's behavior naturally incited their genuine aversion. However, Ghost Martial's status as the apprentice of the city lord of Xiuqing served as a potent weapon in his arsenal. After all, should matters escalate, incurring the ire of a 7th-tier secret silver knight, particularly one of the main city's lord, would not be a trivial affair. It could very well be tantamount to a death sentence. Contemplating this, all present cast pitying glances towards Long Junyuan, seemingly resigned to the belief that he could not retaliate against this provocation. Yet, Long Junyuan harbored no notions of fear. It appears that my absence from the holy city, or rather my lack of visibility, has proven to be a miscalculation. Even the most inconsequential beings feel emboldened to bark here. Upon uttering these words, Ghost Marshal was consumed by rage and poised to strike. However, in an unexpected turn, his eyes widened in terror, as if he had encountered a horrifying creature. His breath quickened, as though an invisible hand was tightening around his throat, and his complexion deteriorated rapidly, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot from oxygen deprivation, taking on a pallid hue, as if he were on the brink of demise. At this sight, all present were rendered speechless. What affliction has befallen Ghost Marshal? Why has he suddenly succumbed to such a condition? Just then, a leg swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Ghost Marshal, sending him hurtling away. In an instant, his condition improved significantly, yet he immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The crowd, stunned, turned their gazes towards him, eager to discern who possessed such audacity to act at this moment. Just moments ago, Ghost Marshal had boasted so brazenly, yet he refrained from taking action, fearing the repercussions. However, upon closer inspection, with a gentle demeanor, standing an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, adorned with flowing golden locks and clad in a distinctive ensemble, there exists no other individual resembling Yang Wenjiao. Upon witnessing this scene, a collective astonishment enveloped the onlookers. They gazed in disbelief, for in their memories, Yang Wenjiao had never deigned to concern himself with their trivial matters. Yet, unexpectedly, he chose to take action this time. Similarly, Duan Yi found himself perplexed. Having just exchanged words with Yang, he was taken aback by the immediate escalation. However, they were afforded no opportunity to inquire further, for the current Yang Wenjiao was oblivious to their presence, fixated instead on the position of Long Junyuan, appearing somewhat dazed. Initially, he had harbored doubts, but upon glimpsing this figure, realization struck him with profound clarity. He was utterly confounded. He could not comprehend why a being as invincible as Long Junyuan would make an appearance at the demon hunting team selection competition. Chapter 34. Yang Wenjiao on his knees. The consequence of Guiwu. At this moment, everyone was somewhat bewildered. After all, they had not anticipated such a turn of events. Typically mild-mannered, the usually unassuming Yang Wenjiao had, in this instant, disregarded all decorum and taken action during the Demon Hunter League selection. This was truly astonishing. Everyone watched in shock as Yang Wenjiao made his presence known, utterly perplexed by his motivations. The kick he had just delivered had not employed any spiritual power. It had merely caused Guiwu to stagger upon impact with the wall, leaving him dazed for several seconds. Initially oblivious to the unfolding situation, Guiwu's awareness soon sparked fury within him. Who dares to kick this young master? Do they wish for death? His enraged voice echoed throughout the selection arena. Guiwu believed that as a disciple of Xiuqing and the son of the future Xiuqing Lord, he was of an esteemed status, one that should command respect. The audacity of someone daring to strike him, especially in front of so many witnesses, ignited his wrath. He vowed to ensure that the perpetrator would pay dearly, just as Long Junyuan had. But as he gazed forward, Guiwu was struck dumb. He beheld the furious expression on Yang Wenjiao's face, a gaze that seemed to harbor lethal intent. The overwhelming aura of a fifth-tier powerhouse radiated from him, pressing down upon Guiwu with an immense, terrifying force. In that moment, Guiwu recalled the difficulty and weight of Yang Wenjiao's earlier strike. A wave of fear washing over him as astonishment flickered in his eyes. How could Yang Wenjiao, the prince of the holy city, intervene in their affairs? Wasn't he known for his reluctance to involve himself in their disputes? The humiliation he had just experienced felt as if an unseen hand had gripped his throat, and now he realized it was Yang Wenjiao's doing. Among the younger generation, few could instill fear in Guiwu, but Yang Wenjiao was one of them. After all, he was merely the prince of Xiuqing, while Yang Wenjiao was the grandson of Yang Haoan, the leader of the Holy Palace Alliance. To challenge him was akin to affronting his own revered master, the Lord of Xiuqing, who would treat Yang Wenjiao with utmost respect. With this thought, Guiwu hesitated and took a step back, silenced by apprehension. As anticipated, Yang Wenjiao disregarded him entirely and, with unwavering determination, strode towards Long Junyuan. Guiwu's mind raced, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Even as the disciple of the Lord of Xiuqing, Yang Wenjiao would think nothing of me and would effortlessly cast me aside. The individual from Haoyue City, together with the incompetent disciple of Yi Hua, the utterly inept Yang Wenjiao, would undoubtedly not allow him to escape unscathed. Given this fellow's temperament, it is likely that he would soon engage in a heated exchange with Yang Wenjiao. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Yang Wenjiao would undoubtedly erupt in fury. When the two of them clash, it would be quite entertaining indeed. This would serve as a delightful retribution for the previous insult, and perhaps even lead to the demise of that nameless wretch. A sinister grin crept across Guiwu's face. It was abundantly clear that he anticipated a series of misfortunes for both individuals, rendering them incapable of participating in the demon hunting team assessment. Consequently, he would be able to unleash his own hidden strategies, and with his fourth-tier cultivation, successfully advance would pose no challenge whatsoever. As he contemplated this, Guiwu felt a surge of exhilaration. He watched Yang Wenjiao's every step, envisioning the delightful chaos that would ensue during their imminent dispute. Soon enough, Yang Wenjiao painfully approached Long Junyuan. At that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd, as if they feared the slightest disturbance. However, in the next instant, Yang Wenjiao executed an utterly unforeseen action. Within a mere 3 seconds, he suddenly knelt partially before Long Junyuan, forcefully striking the ground with one foot, leaving no room for hesitation, as if to declare his unwavering determination. Dust rose in clouds, and blood seeped forth, yet Yang Wenjiao appeared utterly unconcerned. Trembling as he spoke, Yang Wenjiao pays his respects to Lord Junyuan. This occasion arose from my lax management of the demon hunting team members in the Holy City, resulting in their disrespect towards Lord Junyuan. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, be it Long Haochen, Li Exun, Guiwu, or the others, including the more familiar Duan Yi, quaked in astonishment. Confusion washed over them. Only Han Yu, a descendant of the high-ranking members of the Sanctuary Alliance, stood in shock, his gaze fixed on the exchange between Yang Wenjiao and Long Junyuan, utterly bewildered. What did you just say? This is Long Junyuan? How could that be? Han Yu stared blankly at the two figures, his expression one of utter disbelief. Although he had never encountered Long Junyuan, he was aware that the very existence of Long Junyuan had triggered a ripple effect in the world, ultimately leading to the survival of his father, Han Jiga. Han Jiga, having fought on the front lines, was well acquainted with Long Junyuan and had often spoken of him to Han Yu. Thus, upon witnessing Yang Wenjiao's behavior, a thought crossed Han Yu's mind. Perhaps this was indeed the person in question. Nevertheless, Yang Wenjiao paid him no heed, focusing intently on Long Junyuan, as if seeking his forgiveness, afraid to utter more than necessary. This matter does not concern you, Long Junyuan replied calmly, yet it must still be addressed. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. They truly could not comprehend the identity of Long Junyuan, who dared to speak to Yang Wenjiao in such a manner. However, Yang Wenjiao showed no signs of anger. Rather, he stood up as if granted a reprieve, bowing respectfully to Long Junyuan and expressing his gratitude for the understanding. Afterward, he promptly turned and walked toward Guiwu, his expression filled with indignation. Seeing this, Guiwu paused momentarily and remarked, "Brother Wenjiao, what are you?" Yang Wenjiao dismissed him with a disdainful smile. To act so audaciously toward Lord Junyuan, I cannot accept your address of brother. Guiwu, you are implicated in an insult and have physically attacked the foremost hero of the alliance, which is a serious violation of our regulations. Henceforth, in the name of Yang Haohen, the leader of the Holy Alliance, I hereby revoke your qualification to participate in the demon hunting team assessment. Furthermore, I shall summon the Lord of Xiuqing to personally explain before the leader why, as a knight, he could raise a successor as morally corrupt as you. Upon hearing these words, everyone was left in stunned silence. They recognized that while Gui Wu's actions were indeed serious, such a consequence was utterly unexpected. This could only imply one thing. The situation had escalated due to Long Junyuan's involvement. Given Yang Wenjiao's character, it was clear he would not show favoritism or bend the law. Thus, Gui Wu was destined to face this punishment. Consequently, all eyes turned in astonishment toward Long Junyuan, eager to understand the nature of his presence that could compel Yang Wenjiao to issue such a command. Chapter 35. The terrifying nature of Long Junyuan. The conspiracy of angels and demons. Upon hearing this, Gui Wu was left dumbfounded, grappling with disbelief. The primary reason for his audacity lay in his conviction that the actions he had undertaken would not result in significant repercussions. At worst, he would merely face a reprimand. This had been the case with both Sima Xian in the past and Long Junyuan in the present. However, Yang Wenjiao's words struck him like a death sentence. For an impending member of the Demon Hunter Guild, the punishment of being directly stripped of the qualification for the Guild-S trials was akin to a death sentence or being unceremoniously expelled from the Knight-S sanctuary. This outcome rendered Gui Wu utterly paralyzed with fear. Your Excellency Yang Wenjiao, you cannot be so ruthless. What wrong have I committed? Am I not merely a waste from Hao U.S. City? Is this truly warranted? I refuse to accept this. Gui Wu bellowed, fully aware that should his father learn of this, he would likely be rendered incapacitated, and his master might even be summoned. That would indeed spell disaster. To confront the alliance leader over such a triviality. For the sake of this so-called waste from Hao U.S. City, he was to be subjected to such indignity? Unthinkable. His future lay in becoming the lord of the main city. Such a promising path, now so ruthlessly stripped away. The waste, Yang Wenjiao, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would dare refer to Long Junyuan in such a manner. Such a notion was utterly absurd. If Long Junyuan was a waste, then not a single person within the 6 great sanctuaries could be deemed normal. Even the demon emperor Feng Xiu among the demon race was not a waste. This individual was a true legend. Yang Wenjiao's intervention was motivated by a desire to prevent matters from escalating further. Long Junyuan represented humanity's greatest hope, and Gui Wu's actions warranted immediate consequences. Even if it meant executing him on the spot, it would be entirely justified. Yet, Yang Wenjiao believed that Gui Wu was unworthy of sullying Long Junyuan's hands. Regarding the specific matters, you may discuss them with the Grand Paladin. My previous statements were made in my capacity as the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance. As it stands, you are no longer a member of the Demon Hunter Guild's selection trials. Should you fail to depart immediately, I shall take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing this, Gui Wu stood frozen, recognizing that the decision seemed irrevocable. In that moment, he felt as though he were facing death itself, a blaze of fury igniting within him. Very well, Yang Wenjiao, so be it. Do not expect to evade my wrath. I shall ensure that I do not encounter you in the Sacred City Mountains. Otherwise, I will see to it that you perish along with that so-called Long Junyuan. The Sacred City Mountains are home to numerous terrifying beasts. If I am to suffer, you shall not return alive. With this thought, Gui Wu abruptly retreated, vacating the premises. Observing this, Yang Wenjiao narrowed his eyes, sensing Gui Wu's ulterior motives. Yet he resolved to bring an end to Long Junyuan's plight. It is essential to recognize that Long Junyuan can be regarded as an idol, representing humanity's unequivocal future. His humiliation signifies the disgrace of the entire Knight's sanctuary and all of humankind. At present, he is unable to act overtly, but soon he will seek out his grandfather to establish a case against the genius of the Knight's sanctuary and its vice-master, alleging their disgrace. With this thought, he bowed and addressed Long Junyuan, saying, Lord Junyuan, this matter is my oversight. I shall provide you with an explanation henceforth. Having spoken, he swiftly turned and departed from the scene. All those present were left in a state of shock, gazing at the unfolding events. Who could this individual be that instills such caution in Yang Wenjiao? It is quite terrifying indeed. The title of the League's foremost hero is no trifling matter. This figure must be formidable. Remember his face and name, Junyuan. Do not provoke him. for if Yang Wenjiao is so affected, he is undoubtedly extraordinary. Everyone was exceedingly cautious, fearful of incurring the wrath of Long Junyuan, which could jeopardize their standing. Meanwhile, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at Long Junyuan's position. Just moments ago, she had contemplated taking action, for the mockery from Gui Wu had been intolerable. It is worth noting that Long Junyuan is the uncle of Long Haochen. Given her relationship with him, calling him uncle would not be inappropriate. Yet, Gui Wu had the audacity to ridicule him. Yang Wenjiao's sudden appearance and actions left her utterly stunned. Haochen, who is this person? She wondered, realizing that it was quite extraordinary for the grandson of the Sanctuary Alliance's leader to exhibit such deference. Li Xian was taken aback. Did you not mention he is your uncle? My father's younger brother, Long Haochen clarified. Your father's brother? Li Xian paused, suddenly recalling something. The brother of the God of Judgment and the Knight of Divine Judgment, Long Xingyu, and he has revealed his identity. However, that seems amiss. Merely being a brother does not warrant such reverence, even if your father were present. How could it possibly lead to this reaction from Yang Wenjiao, especially when he is the legitimate grandson of the Sanctuary Alliance's leader? Li Xian's curiosity was piqued. I cannot say for certain, but my father mentioned that my uncle could even surpass him in certain aspects. Long Haochen responded, astonished. He pondered the phrase from Long Junyuan about doubling one's level. What could it possibly signify? Li Xian fell silent, her expression one of shock as she continued to gaze at Long Junyuan, lost in thought. She suddenly felt an overwhelming curiosity about the man before her, sensing an air of mystery surrounding him. After all, if even Long Xingyu had areas in which he was inferior, this situation must indeed be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yang Wenjiao returned to his place. Breathing heavily, it was evident just how immense the pressure had been moments ago. Meanwhile, Duan Yi and Han Yu hurried over. Han Yu, the swiftest among them, inquired, Yang Wenjiao, is this Long Junyuan the same Long Junyuan? Indeed, Yang Wenjiao replied with a long sigh. Upon hearing this, Han Yu felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. It was clear that he was truly taken aback. Long Junyuan, such a true legend, was a prodigy whom even his father, an 8th-tier knight, humbly acknowledged as superior. The fact that he was so youthful and had come to the Demon Hunting Guild's grand competition meant he was under 25 years of age. How could this be? An 8th-tier powerhouse at merely 25? Han Yu was rendered speechless. He did not believe he had the standing to compete with Long Junyuan. Brother Han Yu Wenjiao, who exactly is this Long Junyuan that instills such trepidation in both of you? Especially you, Wenjiao? Your earlier demeanor was quite uncharacteristic, Duan Yi asked, puzzled, as his background was not illustrious enough for him to have heard of Long Junyuan. To put succinctly, Duan Yi within the 6 sacred halls. You may contend against anyone as long as you abide by the rules, even against my grandfather, Yang Haoen, the head of the Knights Hall. However, you must never oppose Long Junyuan. His nature is extraordinary. To provoke him is akin to inciting the wrath of the entire Knights Hall, jeopardizing the hopes of humanity itself. Yang Wenjiao's words struck like nails. Duan Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that such an influential figure would emerge from what seemed a mere selection for the Demon Hunting Guild. Above the holy city, the angelic demon watched with keen interest. After witnessing all that transpired, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Ah, it appears this genius holds an extraordinary status. Even the grandson of the Human Alliance leader regards him with such apprehension, and he bears the title of a hero. Indeed, it seems he possesses the qualifications for the hunt. With this thought in mind, he recalled a demon that was lurking within. In that case, let the hunt commence. The angelic demon's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, convinced that under his manipulation, Long Junyuan was destined for demise. Chapter 36. The Temptation of the Monster Elixir and the Passive Domain of Dragon Lord Yuan. In the wake of the actions taken by the 9th Pillar Demon God, Bai Meng, a cacophony of unending roars erupted throughout the sacred city mountain range. Within this tumult, peculiar beams of light surged forth, as if the very essence of the mountains were convulsing. Countless magical beasts, ranging from levels 6 to 10 and akin to human tier 9 warriors, unleashed their anguished cries, echoing as though they were subjected to relentless torment. In a mere instant, the entire landscape of the Sacred City Mountains underwent a profound transformation. Although the majority of these creatures were bloodthirsty, none dared to resist the formidable demon god who had suddenly emerged. It appeared that this event was meticulously orchestrated by the demon race, for even the powerful Alliance Guardians overseeing the Sacred City Mountains remained utterly unresponsive in that fleeting moment. Now, the mountains seemed to await the inevitable presence that was destined to arrive, specifically the Dragon Lord Yuan, a target of the angelic demon god Bai Ming. At this juncture, Gue Wu hastily returned to his dwelling, fraught with anxiety. While he had managed to maintain a facade of composure previously, the gravity of the situation now overwhelmed him with genuine terror. After all, Yang Wenjiao was the arbiter of his fate with a mere utterance. Presently, in addition to his disheveled appearance, he was consumed by a profound rage directed at Dragon Lord Yuan. He believed that had it not been for Yuan's meddling, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Mocking Yuan, provoking Yang Wenjiao, losing his status, and now needing to summon his ancestral master for assistance. This entire affair was undeniably troublesome. Should he be excluded from the Demon Hunting Corps, he could still rely on the resources of Xiuqing for his cultivation, which would not necessarily spell disaster for him. However, invoking his master could irreparably damage his already tenuous standing in the latter's eyes. The mere thought of this made Gue Wu grit his teeth in frustration. Spoiled and self-centered, Gue Wu had never contemplated his own shortcomings. He merely perceived that those around him conspired against his desires, vowing not to grant them an easy path. Upon returning home, he found his father, Gue Ying, seated and sipping tea. Upon noticing Gue Wu's return, his father inquired, "Gue Wu, what has transpired?" The sudden inquiry from his father left Gue Wu momentarily paralyzed with fear. He had just been stripped of his qualifications for the Demon Hunting Corps assessment. If his father discovered this, his fate would be sealed. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied, "There are reforms underway in the Demon Hunting Corps, and I intend to prepare some materials for the transition. This period happens to coincide with the buffer time granted by the examiner." Upon hearing Gue Wu's words, he did not harbor any doubts, but continued to sip his tea. However, at that moment, Gue Wu suddenly turned to his father and asked, "By the way, father, do you know someone named Jun Yuan?" Startled, Gue Ying shook his head and replied, "No. Is this person quite famous?" Upon realizing that his father was unaware of this individual, Gue Wu could not help but smirk with disdain. It is worth noting that although his father was not particularly strong in combat, he was adept at gathering intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to compete for the position of a city governor with merely a fifth-tier cultivation. The fact that his father did not know this person indicated that Jun Yuan lacked any public recognition. This realization made Gue Wu grit his teeth in understanding. This matter was likely a scheme orchestrated by Yang Wenjiao, who seemed displeased with him, thus seeking a random pawn to facilitate this setup, providing a pretext to oust him. How could it be otherwise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The malice in his heart burned fiercely. Nonetheless, this person is associated with those from the Haoyue branch, seemingly arriving here with that useless disciple of Yi Hua, who is also a relative of his. They have crossed paths with me, and thus, I intend to take advantage of them during the upcoming demon hunting team selection, perhaps even eliminate them. Gue Wu declared fiercely, his intentions far exceeding mere sabotage. He sought their annihilation. As the prince of the cultivation city, he had been the center of attention throughout his life, and the setbacks he faced previously paled in comparison to the trials of the past few days. After being defeated by Long Jun Yuan and returning home, he had even faced isolation. Naturally, his psyche had become distorted. From the Haoyue branch, you say? That is indeed feasible. Just be cautious not to make it too obvious. Let them remain unaware. As for how you wish to proceed, that is entirely up to you. After all, they are merely a few worthless individuals from the Haoyue branch mingling with the likes of Yi Hua, who could possibly possess any talent or substantial background. The cultivation city can shield you from all of this. Gue Ying remarked, slightly adjusting his teacup, confident in his authority. Merely a handful of individuals from the Haoyue branch. If Gue Wu wished to act, then so be it, even if they were ultimately rendered powerless. it would not pose a significant issue. After all, could the Haoyue branch truly compare to their cultivation city? That would be a mere fantasy, even if lives were lost. Even in great numbers, as long as no evidence remained, he could sweep everything under the rug. Given the current severity of the Holy Alliance's struggle against the demon race, much of their manpower and resources were focused on defense, thus granting them an opportunity to sow chaos within the alliance itself. However, he was entirely unaware that this situation had escalated to the point of drawing the attention of the alliance leader. I understand. Guo Wu nodded. In truth, he still needed to explain the situation to his father, but he had no intention of doing so. He planned to be a devoted son, waiting for the arrival of the alliance representatives to handle the matter while he focused on his own affairs. Soon, Guo Wu returned to a secluded location. After a series of actions, he produced a pouch containing a peculiar substance, within which flowed a unique liquid brimming with alluring aromas. Even Guo Wu himself felt an enticing pull from it. It was remarkably extraordinary. However, he suppressed his desire for vengeance. This was the essence of a magical beast, purchased at a high price by his master. To his surprise, it had now become useful. With this, he could attract not only 4th and 5th tier beasts, but also those of the 6th, 7th, and even 8th tiers. Yang Wenjiao and the unknown Junyuan. Before the might of those formidable beasts, your demise is inevitable. Guo Wu mused darkly. He no longer cared about the catastrophic aftermath this would bring upon him, his father, or the entire cultivation city. His sole desire was to eliminate them. After the previous interlude concluded, the examiner soon arrived. Following Yang Wenjiao's account of the situation, he promptly decided to report to the alliance leader, yet the demon hunting tournament continued unabated. The examiners equipped them with their gear, which consisted of the tools for scouting and scoring in the tournament. The demon hunting tokens, capable of being exchanged for items at the demon hunting tower. Holding the demon hunting token and wristband, Long Junyuan couldn't help but chuckle. In hindsight, I seem to have lost out a bit. One must understand that the merit value of the demon hunting tokens is not exclusively attainable by demon hunters. Over the past decade, the number of demonic beings and beasts I have slain likely rivals that of any 9th-tier hunter, yet I had not claimed these tokens, resulting in a substantial loss of merit value. Had I done so, even if I couldn't obtain something equivalent to a title-level reward, I could have easily cultivated several individuals worthy of the Imperial-level demon hunting team. Long Junyuan pondered this, though he did not dwell on it for long. After all, his objectives lay elsewhere. Regardless of how much merit he amassed, it would only serve to enhance his capabilities with secondary artifacts. While he did not disdain them, acquiring secondary artifacts was not particularly challenging for him. Why rely on the demon hunting tower for such? The primary reason he agreed to participate was to hunt the vicious beasts that threatened humanity and extract the spiritual power from them. As for merit and rankings, they were of little consequence to him. Slaying a 7th-tier beast would likely secure the top position, yet Long Junyuan remained indifferent. Once he had gathered all the necessary items, Long Junyuan said little and followed his original path toward the Sacred City Mountains. Long Haochen contemplated briefly before following suit, with Li Xian naturally trailing behind Long Haochen. Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu were momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, they decided to follow suit. Their curiosity towards this individual piqued. After departing the city, they journeyed for approximately an hour before reaching the Sacred City Mountains. However, Li Xian found the situation rather peculiar. It's strange, she mused. There are indeed numerous mountain ranges along the way, and I had anticipated encountering several 3rd or 4th-tier magical beasts attempting to provoke us. Yet, why we encountered none? This seems rather excessive. She glanced at Long Haochen with surprise. Long Haochen, in turn, directed his gaze towards the location of Long Junyuan, stating, "This is all due to my uncle." "Ah, Haochen, are you so infatuated with your uncle that you attribute everything to him?" Li Xian questioned, perplexed. "Sister, you failed to sense it earlier. As we traversed, an invisible force of spiritual energy emanated from my uncle, radiating outward in all directions. Although it wasn't a direct release, it enveloped an area of several hundred to even 1,000 meters around us. Countless magical beasts dared not approach even slightly, which is why we were able to pass through so smoothly, Long Houchen explained. His curiosity regarding Long Junyuan had reached its zenith, and he was eager to uncover the true extent of his uncle's cultivation and the legend that surrounded him. Chapter 37. The Sacred City Mountain Range, a plethora of anomalies, and the machinations of angelic demons. Nevertheless, Long Houchen's assessment did not deter their advance. In the next moment, they all ventured deeper into the Sacred City Mountain Range. Faintly, the echoes of countless beasts resonated through the air, including many formidable creatures of the 7th, 8th, and even 9th ranks, instilling profound fear within them. Li Xin, currently only at the 4th rank and inexperienced in confronting such power, was understandably apprehensive upon hearing those roars, hesitating to proceed. Indeed, the oppressive aura of a 6th rank being would likely overwhelm her, let alone the ominous presence of 8th and 9th rank creatures that filled her with dread. Were it not for their aspirations to become demon hunters, she might have fled long ago, fearing the loss of such an opportunity. Rest assured, sister, Long Houchen reassured her. Though we are but 4th rank, my uncle is here, capable of rivaling the Divine Knights. He will provide ample protection for us. Hearing this, Li Xian's anxiety began to ease. However, this only reinforced Long Houchen's resolve. His words were meant to comfort her, yet he did not intend to remain under Long Junyuan's protection indefinitely. Furthermore, he doubted whether Long Junyuan possessed combat prowess comparable to his father's, perhaps excelling in other areas instead. Nevertheless, Long Junyuan seemed unconcerned, focusing intently on the scene before him. His soul power was formidable, being of the divine light constitution. His soul had already evolved to the threshold of divine essence, granting him exceptional perception and comprehension among humans. One could only wonder how much further he could ascend and whom he might rival after further enhancement. At present, Long Junyuan himself was uncertain of the exact level of his divine essence. However, with his sweeping gaze, he surveyed a substantial portion of the Sacred City Mountain Range. Except for a few locations enveloped in the radiance of divine artifacts, the rest lay bare before his eyes. The antics of a certain fool appeared not to have imparted any lasting wisdom. Yet, a peculiar aura emanated from behind him, suggesting the presence of something unusual. It was not merely the essence of ordinary demons, but rather akin to that of a demon god, indicating that the demon race was perhaps scheming something in the shadows. Long Junyuan's gaze flickered with intrigue as he contemplated the unfolding scene. If it were indeed a demon god, it could prove to be quite fascinating and not necessarily an adverse development for him. Considering the rewards from the system, whether confronting peak 8th rank or 9th rank demon gods, their essence would inherently surpass that of ordinary 9th rank beasts, thus presenting him with greater opportunities for enhancement. Moreover, it was generally understood that the demon race could not trespass into the sacred city, including the Sacred City Mountain Range. The Holy City can undoubtedly be deemed the most formidable bastion of the Temple Alliance. The ease with which the demon race can infiltrate signifies a profound issue, suggesting an intricate plot has been long in the making. It is imperative to address this matter first. After all, I shall inevitably venture forth to conquer and lay waste to the heart of the demon capital. Thus, let us first unleash a surprise upon them using the resources of the Holy City Mountains. Upon uttering these words, Dragon Lord Yuan wasted no time. In the next moment, an extraordinary and radiant light enveloped him, and without a hint of hesitation, he advanced. Observing this, Li Xian and Long Houchen followed suit. As for the duo behind them, Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu exchanged glances and trailed along, uncertain of what might transpire, but confident that accompanying Dragon Lord Yuan would yield no adverse consequences. They were also acutely aware that Dragon Lord Yuan had long since noticed their presence. With this realization, they felt considerably reassured and continued to follow. Along the way, they vanquished numerous ferocious beasts, accumulating a wealth of points. In the depths of the Holy City Mountains, Gui Wu lay ensconced within the underbrush. At this juncture, he cannot be described as merely disheveled. He was battered and bruised. His peculiar cultivation appeared in tatters, his garments and armor riddled with tears, revealing numerous wounds. Each movement elicited cries of agony. Damn it, these worthless imbeciles from the Crescent Moon branch shall rue the day they crossed paths with me. It is precisely because of you that I have come here, and I shall ensure that all I have endured is repaid in full. Guo Wu seethed inwardly. Just this single excursion had subjected him to untold torment, encountering various 4th and 5th-tier beasts along the way. Had it not been for the outer sanctum of the Holy Mountain, he might have managed to escape. Should he venture into the inner sanctum, he would likely meet his demise before even realizing it. Nevertheless, he found himself in dire straits, attributing all his misfortunes to Dragon Lord Yuan, Long Haochen, and of course, young Wenzhou. It was time to set his trap. Ha ha! Even if this is merely the periphery, once dispersed, it will be sufficient to attract 6th and even 7th-tier beasts, particularly the savage, carnivorous kind. One must understand that this creature named Jun Yuan, at his strongest, is merely a 5th tier, confronted by 7th-tier foes. He would be wise to embrace his fate. I shall ensure that you meet a death so profound that your remains will not be found. As these words left Guo Wu's lips, he struggled to rise, dragging his battered form to drop a potion capable of luring powerful beasts before him, completing the placement of several devices. He then burst into a sinister chuckle, his mind already weaving fantasies of what was to come. In the moments that followed, he prepared to gather the remains of Long Junyuan, Long Haochen, and Yang Wenzhou, creating a scene of exquisite poignancy. However, he remained oblivious to the extraordinary light and shadow that suddenly materialized behind him, manifesting as a peculiar little world. This world was shrouded in darkness, permeated by an aura of annihilation. Countless beings, adorned with pure black wings, traversed its depths, each step echoing with the essence of death, oblivion, and the decay of all existence. At the very center of this diminutive realm stood a towering pillar, upon which shimmered a unique symbol of winged angels, radiating an aura of immense power akin to the eruption of a divine artifact, truly terrifying. Perched atop the pillar was an exquisitely handsome figure, exuding an unsettling charm, adorned with a monocle and manipulating threads that danced in the air. In that moment, he gazed indifferently upon the unfolding spectacle before him, his gaze fixed intently on Guo Wu. Let this demon god observe how these grotesque humans engage in their self-destructive chaos, and behold the extraordinary actions that arise from it. Furthermore, what true strength does Long Junyuan possess? Indeed, this demon god was an angelic entity. Not long ago, Guo Wu had faced numerous life and death crises, all of which had been deftly resolved by the angelic demon god. Moreover, he had been subtly manipulated with thoughts of eliminating Long Junyuan instilled within him. It was precisely this influence that transformed his typically feeble demeanor into one of fervent resolve at this critical juncture. The angelic demon god excelled in the art of manipulating the human psyche. Now, let me witness the true power of Long Junyuan. Once the results are discerned, the day of the demon god's descent will herald the moment of his demise. Chapter 38. What you have lost is merely life. Yet what I lack is the qualification for the Demon Hunter examination. Not long after the arrangements by the Ghost Warriors, Long Junyuan and his companions arrived. At this moment, Long Junyuan displayed neither hesitation nor immobility. Instead, he ambled forward with an air of nonchalance. His pace was unhurried, remaining within the periphery of the Sacred City mountain range. With each step he took, his mental energy unfurled, as if striving to penetrate the mysteries of his surroundings. Indeed, my perceptions were not mistaken. Upon entering the Sacred City mountain range, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It felt as though a unique blend of magical and spiritual energies lingered here, observing all that transpired. Yet fortunately, these forces had not succumbed to madness. They remained restrained. Consequently, the knights participating in this challenge encountered little peril, their path relatively unobstructed. Long Junyuan mused. In an effort to maintain order, the major temples had reformed their assessments, albeit each adapted according to their respective vocational customs. Thus, only the knightly class ventured into the mountains, while practitioners of other professions attended to their own duties elsewhere. As Long Junyuan pondered, an unusual radiance suddenly flickered, accompanied by Li Xian's warning, "Be careful." Turning to investigate, he beheld several magical beasts with glowing red eyes that abruptly surged forth. The weakest among them were peak 4th tier, with numerous 5th-tier beasts also in sight. The creatures moved with terrifying speed, their intent unmistakable. They aimed to consume the intruders. This was precisely the cause of Li Xian's earlier alarm. However, Long Junyuan remained unfazed. In his eyes, these lowly 4th and 5th-tier monstrosities were inconsequential. Had he deemed them worthy of attention, his mental acuity would have detected them long ago. Rather, he chose to disregard them. After all, to acknowledge such beings would be to diminish his own stature. Nevertheless, with the beasts charging toward him, intent on battle, Long Junyuan could not simply allow them to pass unchallenged. Though these magical beasts possessed limited intelligence, their capacity to discern danger should not be underestimated. Survival would surely be preferable, Long Junyuan reflected. With this thought, he snapped his fingers lightly. In the next instant, waves of pure light energy erupted forth, cascading in all directions and striking the beasts. In an instant, the magical creatures found themselves devoid of any chance to resist, their lives extinguished. Witnessing this, all present were momentarily taken aback. In particular, Li Xian and Long Haochen, who had just been gripped by panic and prepared to fight for their lives, now gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Especially Li Xian, whose warning had barely escaped her lips before the entire episode concluded in an instant, left her momentarily dumbfounded by the abruptness of it all. Indeed, it is rather marvelous. These are all 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts. To annihilate them so swiftly is no small feat. Not only would it be implausible for another 5th tier to achieve this, but even a 6th tier would find it impossible. Moreover, he eliminated them all in one fell swoop, leaving no room for exertion. This cannot simply be the prowess of an ordinary 6th tier. Could it truly be a combat strength of the 7th tier? Li Xian could hardly dare to contemplate such a notion. Her gaze widened as she turned towards Long Junyuan's back, shouting loudly, "Attention, a 7th tier magical beast. This is no trivial matter." Li Xian's voice rang out. The earlier 4th and 5th tier beasts were manageable, especially with their numbers, and the 2 5th-tier knights stealthily following behind, who might still possess some fighting power. However, a 7th tier is an entirely different story. That level already belongs to the upper echelons of the Holy Alliance, far beyond their capabilities. This is something utterly insufferable. It was in this moment that Li Xian felt compelled to shout. A flicker of despair emerged in her eyes as trepidation took hold of her. At the same moment, Long Haochen, along with Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu, who were witnessing this scene, also found their breaths quickening, as if facing a formidable enemy. Though they were indeed the true prodigies of this demon-hunting competition, destined to become 8th tier or even 9th tier in the future, that was merely a prospect for the days to come. In their current state, a 7th tier magical beast represented a genuine harbinger of death. With this thought, everyone became acutely aware, even fearful. Yang Wenjiao, despite recognizing Long Junyuan's terrifying capabilities, arguably the greatest genius in history, could not fathom that he possessed the strength to subdue a 7th tier attacking magical beast. After all, no matter how talented he was still merely 18 years old. At this level, how could one possibly break through to the 7th tier? However, amidst their shock, Long Junyuan appeared somewhat puzzled. He had already taken note of this creature, but had simply chosen to ignore it. Was it merely a 7th tier? Why all this caution? 8 years ago, when I first entered the 6th tier, I was already capable of slaying 7th tier beasts, even those at their peak. This one is merely at the threshold of the 7th tier. What is there to fear? With a shake of his head, Long Junyuan focused on the situation before him. "Human, you shall perish," roared the 7th tier magical beast, its body glistening with strange fluids as though drawn to the scene. It was inherently bloodthirsty towards humans. Upon witnessing Long Junyuan's slaughter of the other beasts, it sensed the scent of blood and erupted into a frenzied charge towards his location, its energy surging to its pinnacle. intent on overwhelming Long Junyuan in one decisive strike. Meanwhile, Gui Wu observed this with a satisfied smile creeping across his face. Ha ha ha, just like that, devour him. He truly consumed him, and then devoured others, annihilating them all. Thus, exacted my vengeance, ha ha ha. You wretches, who deprived me of my qualification for the Demon Hunter tournament, deserve far worse than death. Within Ghost Weapon S's heart, a tempest of rage surged. He had come to believe that Long Junyuan and his companions were undoubtedly doomed. A sense of exhilaration enveloped him. He merely wished for their demise. It was a matter of personal retribution. Moreover, it was too lenient a fate for them. After all, they had merely forfeited their lives. While he had sacrificed his opportunity to participate in the Demon Hunter assessment and the prospects of his future. However, in the next moment, he suddenly witnessed an extraordinarily terrifying and bizarre radiance erupting from Long Junyuan. In an instant, even the 7th-tier demon could not approach him. It was as if, from within, it perished instantaneously, without a chance for resistance, thus meeting its end. Upon sensing this, the entire arena was left in utter astonishment. Meanwhile, in Long Junyuan's mind, the system provided its response and notification. Numerous beasts have been slain, accumulating 699 spiritual power, purifying and accumulating all spiritual power, granting the host 1,000 points of spiritual power. Chapter 39. The Worth of Long Junyuan, the Insect and the Demon God. This situation truly amounts to a sham. Indeed, the quality of spiritual energy from mere 5th and 7th tier beasts is utterly lacking in value. Nearly 40,000 points of spiritual energy, when distilled, amounts to merely 1,000 points, which is hardly alarming. It is evident that one must seek out 8th or even 9th tier entities to find any real potential in this regard. Long Junyuan responded with a sense of incredulity. At that moment, his spiritual energy surged instantaneously. Yet this 1,000 points elicited little sensation within him. Alas, after all the toil, a mere 1,000 points feels rather paltry. Nonetheless, it suffices to compensate for a session of cultivation. He resolved to hasten his entry into the depths of the Sacred City mountain range, eager to slay some 8th or 9th tier beasts, or even the peculiar demons that inhabit the area. Long Junyuan contemplated that if tasked with vanquishing the light attribute beasts cultivated by the Night Sanctuary, he would never engage them. However, should it be the beasts of this Sacred City mountain range, he bore no psychological burden whatsoever. In his understanding, these creatures have been driven here precisely because they posed a threat to humanity, having hunted many ordinary humans. If he did not take action against them, they might very well turn their aggression towards humans. Their innate bloodlust and propensity for slaughter were part of their nature, unlike others who might restrain themselves. They would attack humans on sight, regardless of whether humans approached them. Given this reality, Long Junyuan felt no guilt in slaying them. He was prepared to take decisive action. Yet, while he felt calm, those around him did not share his demeanor. At that moment, whether it was the relatively weaker Li Exin, Han Yu, or the somewhat aware Long Haochen and Yang Wenjiao, all gazed in shock at Long Junyuan's position. Cousin, you just instantaneously defeated that 7th tier beast. And without a hint of difficulty. How is that even possible? That was a 7th tier creature. Even a knight of that level would think twice before confronting it. Long Haochen exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. His understanding of his cousin had never suggested such overwhelming power. He only knew he was formidable, but this was beyond comprehension. A 7th tier beast, what is there to fear? If you were my age, you could easily dispatch a mere 7th tier demon as well, Long Junyuan casually remarked. Just a 7th tier? How strong can that be? Long Haochen was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, could it be that at 18, he too could so effortlessly dominate such demons? Yet, he remained astounded. At this moment, gazing at Long Junyuan's presence, an unmistakable curiosity gleamed in their eyes. Li Exin felt the same way. This man was shrouded in enigma and exuded immense power. Meanwhile, Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu stood frozen in place, astonished as they stepped forward. Yang Wenjiao stared blankly at Long Junyuan, muttering, indeed, the legends of Yulong Pass hold true. Previously, I believed that the excessive admiration for Lord Junyuan had given rise to such extraordinary tales, but upon closer inspection, I realized that this is not the case. He may truly embody the essence of the legends. Yang Wenjiao spoke solemnly, his gaze revealing profound reverence. On the other side, Long Haochen and Li Xian caught a pivotal phrase and immediately approached with inquiries. What legend? Hearing this, Yang Wenjiao paused for a moment, understanding that he ought to elaborate. He continued, according to the legend, Lord Junyuan is said to be the true embodiment of the God of Light within Yulong Pass. He is a being capable of attaining divinity, and previously, amidst the various battles at Yulong Pass, he managed to ascend to the upper echelons, even vanquishing formidable demon lords, including the notorious 72 demon gods. Among them were not only lower-tier demons, but also powerful ninth-order demon gods. The numbers rival those of the esteemed Sir Xingyu, the divine Seal Knight. Among the demon race, he is known as the slaughter machine of the demons and the demon god slaughter machine. Upon hearing Yang Wenjiao's declaration, both Long Haochen and Li Xian, as well as Han Yu, were taken aback. The term demon god slaughter machine is an exceptionally terrifying designation among humans closely associated with demonkind, let alone the ominous title of slaughter machine itself. In that moment, they comprehended the true weight of Long Junyuan's stature. Contemplating this, Long Haochen turned his gaze towards Long Junyuan, his eyes filled solely with an insatiable competitive spirit. He realized that Long Junyuan was undoubtedly a being of the light, recalling that his father had previously mentioned he was not the only one of such divine lineage, though he had not specified who they were. However, it was evident that Long Junyuan was indeed one of them. The emotions swirling around were not limited to Long Haochen and his companions. Even Gue Wu, who had been observing quietly, felt a flicker of dread in his eyes. How could it be that a seventh-order beast was so effortlessly subdued by this individual? Gue Wu was left dumbfounded. He had prepared himself for the possibility of Long Junyuan's immediate demise, considering that a seventh-order beast would spell death even for his father, Gue Ying. His ancestor, that illustrious knight of the Silver Foundation, would have had to concede defeat and spend considerable time eradicating such a creature rather than dispatching it in an instant. Thus, Gue Wu was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that all his meticulous preparations had been so effortlessly dismantled, leaving no chance of success. At that moment, he truly realized that he may have provoked a formidable entity. However, he had not anticipated that Long Junyuan was already aware of his existence. Yet, this individual was ultimately inconsequential, merely a shadowy little creature consumed by dark thoughts, not worthy of an early demise at his hands. Nevertheless, atop the head of Gue Wu, there existed a presence that at this moment was utterly astonished, not so much in a state of confusion, but rather filled with exhilaration and satisfaction. How remarkable it was! At merely 18 years of age, a participant in the Demon Hunting Guild had managed to single-handedly annihilate a 7th-tier magical beast. This indicated that he possessed the combat prowess of a peak 7th tier, if not even an 8th-tier warrior. Undoubtedly, this would mark him as the foremost genius of the Alliance. If he were to be eliminated subsequently, it would indeed be a most splendid affair. The angelic demon god, Bai Meng, expressed his excitement. Being one of the most esteemed entities among the demon race, rarely stirred to such elation. At this moment, Long Junyuan was one of those rare causes for his enthusiasm. However, he failed to notice that in the next instant, peculiar golden lights began to manifest around him and Gue Wu, transforming into a unique prison that continuously emitted strange energies, surging forth and enveloping them both. In that very moment, it ensnared the consciousness of Gue Wu and the angelic demon god Bai Meng, rendering them unable to move excessively. The first to react to this scene was the ethereal figure of the angelic demon god, a formidable 9th-tier being who could not possibly remain oblivious to the unfolding events. What was happening? The angelic demon god pondered, starting to seek the cause. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Long Junyuan's voice resounded nearby. There is no need for that little creature and the demon god over there to continue hiding any longer. Chapter 40. The Self-Destructive Angelic Demon God. Long Juanyuan's calculations. The diminutive creature over there, along with the demon god concealed within its form, need not hide any longer. Rather than lurking in the shadows, it would be more prudent to emerge openly. In an unexpected turn of events, Long Junyuan cast his gaze toward a specific location, his expression devoid of emotion, and uttered these words with deliberate slowness. Simultaneously, the pure radiance bestowed upon him by his divine physique manifested into a luminous prison, which swiftly enveloped the surroundings, entrapping the target within its confines. In that instant, the angelic demon god Bai Meng reacted. As the ninth column demon god, Bai Meng's prowess was comparable to the formidable beings that stood before him, boasting a cultivation level of ninth stage, fifth rank. Even as a mere illusion, his presence was immensely formidable, allowing him to respond aptly to any situation. However, the sudden emergence of this extraordinary prison ensnared him, leaving the angelic demon god Bai Meng momentarily bewildered. How could it be that a mere 18-year-old youth could perceive the existence of a demon god and counteract with such potency, even employing divine energy to restrain him? A profound doubt arose within Bai Meng, yet he hesitated not for a moment, activating his consciousness with no intention of choice, aiming to flee. If his identity were to be revealed, it would enable him to be countered by the various demon gods, a predicament he could not afford. Yet, in the very instant he attempted to escape, Bai Meng immediately sensed the authentic restraint emanating from Long Junyuan. How could it be? I am utterly unable to mobilize my consciousness to depart from this prison of radiant energy. It has completely bound me. How can it be that, despite my consciousness being but a faint echo, its essence rivals that of any nascent eighth stage existence? This mere boy, at the tender age of 18, possesses abilities that transcend the eighth stage? What sort of genius is this? Wasn't the reincarnated child of your merely at the seventh stage at the age of 18? Bai Meng was left in a state of shock, grappling with the notion of such a prodigy. He had always held a firm confidence in his own strength, believing himself to be on par with the fourth-ranked necromancer demon god, Samakina. Only the top 3 demon gods could compel him to relent. Yet how could this insignificant human possibly pose a threat? The thought of escaping was nothing but a delusion. Even should his true form appear, he would not be daunted. The speed of those above the ninth stage was terrifying, and at this moment, apart from the 2 of them, none of the others had yet to react. Long Junyuan, with a deliberate stride, approached the angelic demon god Bai Meng. Having been wronged by the demon race, he was resolute in his intent not to let this foe escape unscathed. It appears this individual is truly extraordinary. I overheard the remarks of those fellows just now. Long Junyuan, was it? Moreover, within our demonic kin, he bears the moniker Demon God Slaughter Machine. Though I have long resided in the demon capital, conducting investigations within the holy city for decades without ever probing the outside world, I remain unaware of the current implications behind this titled Demon God Slaughter Machine. Yet, given its association with both Demon God and Slaughter, it likely carries significant renown among the demonic clans. I shall inquire further in due time. Nevertheless, he is assuredly no weakling. At such a tender age, he possesses the ability to perceive my presence as a demon god. His future accomplishments shall be boundless. Thus, he must be eliminated without delay. Such are the thoughts of the angelic demon god Paimon. Yet, at that very moment, the radiant chains began to emanate an eerie aura, seemingly intent on restraining the angelic demon god Paimon within their grasp. This sight jolted Paimon from his contemplation. This wretched human dares to attempt binding me, a demon god, within this place? Preposterous. Enraged, the angelic demon god's consciousness erupted with a surge of overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness self-destructed without hesitation. Soul energy dispersed wildly, and spiritual force scattered in all directions. Simultaneously, Gui Wu, who had been intently observing Long Junyuan, snapped his gaze toward the young man in astonishment. He actually detected me. Gui Wu seethed with fury, and he dared to call me an insect. This humiliation is entirely his doing. I swear, I will. Before he could finish, the self-destruction of the angelic demon god's consciousness surged forth like wildfire. In an instant, terrifying waves of energy erupted, and within moments. The signs of mental collapse overwhelmed Gui Wu's mind. His eyes widened in shock. Though his physical body remained intact, his soul shattered beyond recovery, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Long Haochen and his 3 companions stood frozen in bewilderment. The explosion, though merely a consciousness detonating, had produced a considerable disturbance. Coupled with Long Junyuan's cryptic words, they were left utterly perplexed, uncertain of what had truly transpired. Yet Long Junyuan remained indifferent. A survivor of countless battlefields, how could he be shaken by the demise of a single individual? Moreover, he held no fondness for Gui Wu. Though Long Junyuan could not be bothered with such insignificant pests, their elimination was hardly an unwelcome outcome. This demon god is rather resolute. The moment he sensed my attempt to restrain him, he feared I might uncover his secrets, hence his swift and decisive self-destruction. Such were Long Junyuan's musings. To him, the matter was as straightforward as it was ruthless. The demon god exhibits a certain decisiveness. However, it is regrettable that Long Junyuan is not the powerless individual he had envisioned. In the next moment, with a subtle gesture, the radiant prison of light began to expand in all directions. As the god of light, Long Junyuan, devoid of his cultivation, is indistinguishable from the divine. Consequently, as long as he desires, he can perceive the forces surrounding him and harness all the elements of light to gain insight. Even a mere flicker of the demon god's consciousness, should it manifest, would leave traces among the celestial beings, and for Long Junyuan, uncovering these traces is a matter of simplicity. Soon, realization dawned upon him. Ah, an angelic demon god? No wonder Gui Wu was completely ensnared by him. He is indeed one of the few demon gods who employs intellect. It should have been evident, for if memory serves, this being has always relished looking down upon everything from a lofty perch, manipulating all entities like puppets on strings. Surely, he harbors grand schemes, Long Junyuan mused. Then, he abruptly lifted his gaze, a flicker of golden light flashing within his eyes. Yet, now that I am aware, your so-called grand plan, demon god, shall dissipate into nothingness. Chapter 41. Entering the Inner Circle. The schemes of the demon emperor Feng Xiu and the angelic demon, the reason why Long Junyuan made this statement was that within the aura of the angelic demon, he sensed not only the power belonging to the angelic demon, but also the presence of other demonic powers. Having fought countless battles among the demon race over the years, Long Junyuan possessed an acute sensitivity to the auras of any demon or demon god. Thus, he was able to detect the angelic demon's presence at the earliest opportunity. Although he could not immediately discern the weaker demon's identity, he was well aware that it was merely a low-tier demon, possibly at the pinnacle of the 8th rank or just entering the 9th. This aura was so distinct that it likely resided within the depths of the Sacred City mountain range. With this realization, he resolved to venture inside. Having spoken, Long Junyuan offered no further comment. His actions were decisive. He would pursue his intentions without hesitation. Since the demon had personally come forth, offering spiritual energy so readily, how could Long Junyuan possibly decline? He had no desire to merely settle for a few thousand or 10,000 units of spiritual energy at this location. It would be far more practical to return and cultivate instead. With this thought, he dismissed the corpse of the ghostly warrior at his feet and turned his gaze towards several individuals who looked on in fear at him and the unfolding events. They had been following him closely, and despite his pride, Long Junyuan would not treat them with disdain without cause. I intend to enter the core of the Sacred City mountain range. Those who wish to accompany me may do so. If not, that is also acceptable. Long Junyuan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mixture of surprise and a peculiar fear. They had never anticipated that Long Junyuan would desire to enter that inner sanctum. It was simply beyond their comprehension. In the outer circle, the so-called 6th and 7th rank beasts were already the strongest beings. However, upon entering the inner circle, these ranks would merely represent the lower tier, for there existed 9th rank beasts, some of which numbered 2 or 3. Yet, Long Haochen quickly regained his composure and remarked, "If my uncle is willing, I too wish to witness the true nature of the ninth-rank beasts and observe the terrifying prowess of a strong fighter, such as yourself. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Furthermore, my father has mentioned that you may not be weaker than him. With your protection, we can naturally venture forth. Long Haochen articulated this, prompting Han Yu and Yang Wenjiao to exchange puzzled glances. Your father is teacher Xingyu, correct? They inquired. Very well, this is of no concern. Since you are willing, it shall not be an issue. Long Junyuan replied nonchalantly. He held the confidence that he could shield these few individuals even amidst the fray of ninth-rank battles, regardless of their number. Immediately, he extended his hand to lift Li Xian, who had agreed, along with Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu, who were stunned by Long Haochen's identity. They ascended slowly, heading toward the inner circle. He was eager to discover the true nature of this demon god who dared to target him. Likewise, he harbored his own intentions. He wished to ascertain just how much spiritual power a ninth-tier demon god could bestow upon him and how long it could spare him from arduous cultivation. This was of utmost significance. In the heart of the demon city, within the domain of the angelic demon god, Bai Meng was regaining his composure. He roared in fury. Damn it! How dare you mock me so brazenly? You even seek to bind this demon god completely. How dare you? His voice resonated with a surge of spiritual energy, causing the entire celestial master domain to erupt in chaos. Countless angelic demons, flapping their ebony wings, were swept away by the unleashed energy, with many falling abruptly in that moment. This was the true might of a ninth-tier, fifth-level demon god, and with his demon god pillar still nearby. His power was even more terrifying. The release of spiritual energy did not only explode in that vicinity. Simultaneously, far away in the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Emperor Feng Xiu sensed the situation surrounding Bai Meng. He furrowed his brow, pondering, what was Bai Meng up to? How dare he unleash such an aura in the demon city? However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, Bai Meng was one of his old friends, and his contributions to the demon race were formidable. If he wished to express his anger, so be it. It mattered little, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Samikina, have you located the demon slaughter machine? He then inquired, turning to the necromancer demon god, Samikina. I have not found it, Samikina replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu furrowed his brow once more. 3 long years, and yet this sort of formidable strength has emerged among humans, remaining elusive. Truly perplexing. Feng Xiu articulated his thoughts, for he had always been focused on the realm of the demon race. He could accept the slaughter of demons. Their lives did not concern him. Yet, he preferred to maintain control over everything. Thus, whether it was the fall of demon gods or the soaring of the proud, it remained the same. However, he had never grasped the essence of the entity known as the demon slaughter machine. This was why he had disregarded the angelic demon god. This matter held greater importance. Little did he know that the angelic demon god was presently engaged in this very pursuit. Soon enough, the angelic demon god began to calm, although still filled with rage. He managed to suppress it. Biting his teeth, he declared, Very well, since it has come to this, I shall wage war against this individual known as Long Junyuan. The demon god slaughter machine, is it? I shall bring about your demise. With that, the angelic demon god Bai Meng immediately summoned his subordinates, the 9th-tier demon kings, instructing them to investigate the so-called demon god slaughter machine. He proceeded to activate the remaining elements. Insightful demon god, Clausel, take a moment to truly comprehend this aura. It belongs to a human prodigy by the name of Long Junyuan. Upon discovering him, strike without hesitation. The top 3 demon gods possess the right to select their subordinate demons, and although the angelic demon god is not among the top 3, he has the privilege to choose due to the trust placed in him by the demon god, Emperor Feng Xiu. The 49th pillar, Insightful Demon God Clausel, is one of the 3 lesser-tier demons he has selected. Thus, communication could transpire through the demon pillar. After concluding these matters, a glimmer of flame flickered in his gaze, as if he envisioned the demise of Long Junyuan. The so-called demon god slaughter machine is merely a manifestation of humanity's ignorance towards the demon gods, a mere refinement born from misunderstanding. This time, I shall present to you the true power of a demon god. The angelic demon god Baimeng wore an exceedingly satisfied smile, as though Long Junyuan had already perished before him. Indeed, in his eyes, at the age of 18, even with ordinary 8th-tier combat prowess, the pinnacle of strength is still limited to a 7th-tier cultivation level, such as the nature of prodigies. However, a prodigy is merely a prodigy. Only through growth does one become a true powerhouse. This time, regardless of your innate talent, a 9th-tier demon god has arrived, accompanied by his demon pillar. Your demise is, without a doubt, assured. This narrative is from a friend's work, a blend of Doloa 2 with elements of Naruto. The author has previously achieved 6,000 consistent subscriptions, ensuring the quality of the material. Rest assured, it is worth your attention. Chapter 42. The Confidence of the Insight Demon God. The Intervention of Dragon Lord Yuan. Within the Sacred City mountain range, at this moment, the 49th pillar of the Insight Demon God, Crossel, sits cross-legged, his spiritual energy radiating outward. Lord Baimon is excessively cautious. After all, he is merely a human. How could he be so invested as to compel me to act personally? I wonder what he is thinking. If he wishes to implement his meticulously crafted plan from a century ago, would it not be more straightforward to assault the Sacred City directly? Instead, he insists on this futile selection for the Demon Hunting Brigade. Moreover, hunting down a few ordinary 7th-tier beings should suffice. Is it truly necessary for a demon god to intervene? Are there indeed 9th-tier beings among these so-called geniuses? A 9th-tier under 25 is laughable to the point of absurdity. Crossel muses, perceiving that while there may be some talent among the participants in the Demon Hunting Brigade competition, none possess the caliber that necessitates his direct involvement. Indeed, not a single one. This conviction stems from his identity as a 9th-tier demon god. However, suddenly, he senses a presence approaching and raises his gaze. Though his mental reach does not extend throughout the entire Sacred City mountain range, it remains formidable. He quickly identifies the figures drawing near: Li Xian, Yang Wenjiao, and Han Yu. One is 4th tier, while the other two are 5th tier. They are relatively inconsequential and easily extinguishable. Yet, he notes that one among them possesses impressive potential. Turning slightly, he observes the position of Long Haochen. Not bad, although merely 4th tier. His potential vastly outstrips that of the two 5th tiers. His attention shifts again, and soon he finds himself fixated on the figure at the front. The most extraordinary of all, Dragon Lord Yuan. Upon first sight of Dragon Lord Yuan, Crossel intends to belittle him, but he is abruptly taken aback, staring in disbelief. This appears to be a pure embodiment of light, perhaps even a sovereign of all that is luminous. No, even the darkness I embody, the 9th-tier darkness, evokes a sense of fear in its presence. This is a true talent of the light attribute. Without exception, this unmistakably is a genuine genius. It seems this is the Dragon Lord Yuan spoken of by Lord Baimon. A flicker of excitement dances in Crossel's eyes, clearly. Upon seeing Dragon Lord Yuan, he perceives an intriguing prospect and contemplates his next move. He understands that the time has come for him to act. Without the slightest hesitation, he extends his hand, and a tremendous aura manifests in that instant, while behind him, the pitch-black demon god pillar begins to ascend slowly. In an instant, it crashed down merely 10 meters in front of Long Junyuan and the others. The terrifying demon pillar radiated a magnificent light, expanding in all directions. The insightful demon Klosser slowly ascended, positioning himself before the demon pillar, his formidable power emanating outward. The strength of a 9th tier reached its zenith in that moment. Why does a demon exist within the Holy City Mountains? Yang Wenjiao was taken aback upon witnessing this spectacle. No, a demon is still a 9th tier demon. Is this some kind of joke? In that instant, he made a decisive choice. Fall back quickly. If we can escape one, we must, he shouted, his face etched with despair. This action was merely a last-ditch effort. After all, before the 9th tier, they were but weaklings. No matter how strong Long Junyuan was, he barely possessed 8th tier combat prowess. How could they possibly contend with a 9th tier being? However, as the power of the 9th tier erupted, all present were momentarily stunned. frozen in place, unable to act further. Fear enveloped them. You wish to flee? It seems that I have not intervened in human territory for some time, leading you to believe you have a chance to escape before this demon, Klosser sneered. With that, he extended his hand, and in the next moment, a peculiar aura began to emanate from him, followed by an array of special energies that continuously spread across the heavens, transforming into a prison that ensnared the surrounding 100 meters entirely. Upon witnessing this, despair washed over the group. We are doomed. They dare to confront a 9th-tier demon? There is no hope for Long Junyuan. His strength is at best 7th tier, perhaps 8th tier, while facing the most fearsome of the 9th tier, the 72 demon pillars. Regret washed over them. Had I known, I would not have entered. They realized that this mission had turned out to be alarmingly straightforward. They could not fathom what actions had provoked Lord Baimeng's ire, making this the first time in a long while that someone had drawn such hatred. Klosser continued his disdainful remarks. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a terrifying surge of luminous spiritual energy began to coalesce, transforming into a sharp sword that flew towards him. In that moment, Klosser was momentarily stunned, as if he had witnessed something horrific. However, he quickly regained his composure, gathering his power to block the incoming strike. Yet, under this assault, he felt a sense of suffocation. What a formidable move! It rivals the power of the 9th tier. At that instant, Klosser suddenly understood. Why was the angelic demon so agitated moments ago? It was because there truly existed an abnormality. Soon he beheld a figure, exuding an immense surge of spiritual energy, charging towards him with alarming swiftness. The voice of Long Junyuan was devoid of emotion. Earlier, he had sensed Klo Sel, believing him to be concealed in the shadows, yet unbeknownst to him, Long Junyuan had already detected his presence. With a single stroke, he aimed at the insight demon Klo Sel, who, in that fleeting instant, perceived a terrifying aura descending upon him. Panic gripped him, prompting an immediate retreat. He understood that if he were to withstand that strike, given its dreadful velocity and explosive power, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries unless he transformed into a demon. What is this? What speed is this? I've barely had time to react. Gelo esil vos astonisheth. The previous strike, a 9th-tier damage, he could somewhat rationalize. However, this exceeded his comprehension, indicating that the individual before him might indeed be a genuine 9th-tier powerhouse. This realization left the insight demon in a state of shock. If it were a 7th or 8th-tier opponent, he could still engage recklessly. Yet, among beings of the same tier, humans inherently possess superiority over demons. How could he contend with someone of equal strength? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. One 9th-tier individual might lack the capacity for counterattack, but multiple adversaries could change the equation. Just as the insight demon Klo Sel contemplated this, the 49th insight demon pillar radiated a blinding light, unleashing a terrifying brilliance that shot skyward. In an instant, a unique aura and light began to spread. The next moment, numerous magical beasts converged from all directions. Whether 7th tier, 8th tier, or the scarce 9th tier beasts, they hastened towards the radiant beacon of the demon pillar, completely drawn in. At that juncture, they surrounded him entirely. Realizing this, the insight demon Klo Sel cast a detached glance at Long Junyuan and the 4 companions below. He understood that humans were creatures of emotion. Their evident camaraderie implied a strong bond, which could be exploited for a comprehensive ambush. With this in mind, Klo Sel turned his gaze towards Long Junyuan and remarked with a smile, if it were just one 9th tier, you might still protect them. But now, with 4 9th tiers and countless 8th tiers, how will you shield these mere 4th and 5th tier weaklings? However, protecting them is futile. Soon, when the onslaught begins, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 43. The resurgence of the 4 great 9th order beasts in the realm of the Light God. Under the guidance of the Insight Demon Pillar, the countless magical beasts of the Holy City Mountain Range, regardless of whether they were 7th, 8th, or 9th order, emerged in that very moment. A terrifying aura erupted in a continuous wave, shaking the air as it surged towards Long Houchen and his companions. Long Houchen, as the Son of Light, found the oppressive force manageable, while Han Yu and Yang Wenjiao struggled. And Li Exun, the weakest among them in terms of cultivation and innate spiritual power, was particularly affected. So many ninth-order beasts. Who would have thought that Lord Jun Yuan could contend with such formidable ninth-order demon gods? However, with this many ninth-order foes, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to endure. The four of them shared the same thoughts, resigned to their fate. After all, if it were Jun Yuan alone, he could likely escape, but protecting the four of them, mere burdens, was an impossibility. Even seasoned holy knights would find it untenable. Yet, they were mistaken. Observing the slowly approaching ninth-order magical beasts and the smile of the insight demon before him, Jun Yuan scoffed and declared, "It seems you intend to distract me with your numbers and limit my actions. A clever ploy indeed. However, you failed to consider that my willingness to bring them here signifies one thing. I fear not your constraints." No sooner had Jun Yuan's voice faded than a peculiar radiance enveloped him, and in the next instant, his aura surged to its zenith, forming an overwhelmingly terrifying circular domain centered upon him. In an instant, this domain expanded in all directions, enveloping the surrounding area within 100 meters. All present felt a strange sensation unlike any they had experienced before. Particularly for Long Haochen, at that moment, the light within him surged with joy, dispelling any discomfort and replacing it with profound comfort and vigor. How terrifying the power of light was. Even his own innate light energy seemed to revere and celebrate this force. What level of light spiritual power has my uncle attained? Long Haochen was taken aback. And it was not just him. Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu, along with Li Exun, who had nearly succumbed to the oppressive force moments ago, now felt liberated from their previous sensations. Under the cleansing influence of the light god-s domain, they perceived the ninth-order magical beasts as mere trifles, insignificant in comparison. The feeling was utterly bizarre. Of course, they were unaware of what had transpired. However, the insight demon Crossel, standing nearby, understood perfectly, his eyes flashing with astonishment. In that instant, he grasped the nature of what was unfolding. A domain? In the realm accessible only to those of the ninth tier and second level. The insight demon god found himself utterly astonished by the presence of Long Jun Yuan. To his disbelief, this battle had escalated to a domain war of such magnitude. What on earth was happening? The insight demon god was at a loss for words, as the situation was profoundly bewildering. However, he swiftly regained his composure, turning his serious gaze toward Long Jun Yuan. His formidable powers began to coalesce, and the brilliance of the demon god pillar re-emerged, seemingly guiding the formidable beasts around him. Yet, this was of little concern. There were numerous powerful beasts present. Alongside the demon god, their combined might exceeded that of 4 ninth-tier entities. With the demon god pillar's presence, this human stood no chance of resistance, he mused. After all, no matter how powerful a ninth-tier, second-level domain expert might be, they could not possibly contend with the combined forces of 4 ninth-tier beings and countless 8th-tier warriors, not to mention the need to attend to the trifling 4th and 5th-tier weaklings. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he unexpectedly sensed a strange and terrifying aura erupting from Long Jun Yuan's position. In the next moment, a divine artifact, shimmering with an unusual golden light, manifested and unleashed its energy, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, Long Jun Yuan charged toward a 9th-tier ferocious beast. Though these 9th-tier beasts were incredibly powerful, defeating them would typically require considerable effort from other 9th-tier warriors. Yet, Long Jun Yuan's speed was astonishing, allowing him to reach the beasts in a heartbeat. Judgment of the Holy. The 8th-tier skill erupted along with his elixirs and spiritual energy, coursing through the artifact's veins, striking a 9th-tier beast in an instant. The beast stood no chance for retaliation, meeting its demise in a flash. You have slain a 9th-tier beast, gaining 120,000 points of spiritual energy. Purification and accumulation of spiritual energy have increased the host's spiritual energy by 20,000 points. At that moment, a peculiar surge of spiritual energy erupted within Long Jun Yuan, propelling him skyward in mere moments, significantly enhancing his own power. Indeed, though it was just another ninth-tier beast, it was a formidable opponent, and the spiritual energy gained from this encounter was remarkably substantial. A slight smile graced Long Junyuan's lips. The total amount of his spiritual energy now approached an impressive 130,000 points. Excellent. Let's continue the hunt. Long Junyuan's thoughts were resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed his aura, surging forth with renewed vigor. Upon ascending to the ninth tier, every maneuver in battle with the spiritual elixir represents one's utmost limit. In other words, Long Junyuan had instantaneously replenished his spiritual energy with that last strike. In the blink of an eye, he continued his onslaught. The next moment, his entire reservoir of spiritual power erupted forth, and his boundless cultivation radiated outward, propelling him toward the remaining magical beasts. At that juncture, those ninth-tier magical beasts had already reacted. Yet, how could they possibly contend with Long Junyuan, who commanded the domain of the light god and wielded divine artifacts? They swiftly met their demise. Host has slain 3 ninth-tier magical beasts, accumulating a total of 350,000 units of spiritual energy. After purification and accumulation, the host's spiritual energy has increased by 60,000 points. In that moment, Long Junyuan's spiritual energy surged to an impressive 190,000 points. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Long Haochen and his companions were left astonished, for they were merely at the 4th or 5th tier and could not possibly match the true speed of a 9th-tier Long Junyuan. However, the Insight Demon God was not so oblivious. Being a 9th-tier entity himself, he comprehended the entire scene, momentarily rendered speechless. Everything was so astonishing. Was this really a youth entering the Demon Hunting Corps assessment, rather than a divine knight who had deliberately altered his age? The cursed demon god found himself utterly dumbfounded. What an extraordinary situation this was. After hearing the final system notification of the last magical beast, Long Junyuan smiled faintly and turned to the position of the Insight Demon God, calmly stating, "Now, it's your turn." Chapter 44, Preventing Demonization, Defeating the Insight Demon Now. It is your turn. The Dragon Lord Yuan gazed at the Insight Demon closer before him, a flicker of trepidation glimmering in his eyes as an aura of power radiated from him. In the face of a demon, particularly one of such formidable 9th-tier strength, even the Dragon Lord Yuan could not afford to be reckless. He had to respond to every situation with utmost caution. To put it plainly, the 4 great 9th-tier demons posed considerable pressure on Dragon Lord Yuan, even if they lacked coordination. After all, a 9th-tier powerhouse, regardless of their individual weaknesses, still commanded respect. However, should he manage to strike decisively before they could react, it would undoubtedly be a splendid achievement, swiftly resolving all matters at hand. Now that the 3 formidable 9th-tier demons had perished, Dragon Lord Yuan felt little concern for any remaining 9th-tier beasts. As for the haphazard 8th-tier demons, they held no significance for him. His sole focus lay on the Insight Demon closer and the Demon Pillar beside him. Yet, he was not inexperienced in combat against powerful demon entities. He knew well how to guard against the impending threat. This ability is terrifying. It transcends the capabilities of an ordinary 9th tier, Closer remarked, somewhat shaken. After all, this situation was beyond his expectations. He had intended to mount a coordinated assault, but it had proven impossible. The other 9th-tier beasts, devoid of intelligence, were nothing more than mere obstacles, lacking any real threat. However, the demon pillar of his own was still present, and with the transformation into demonhood, he would surely ascend to the 3rd tier of the 9th level. As Closer uttered these words, an exceedingly radiant and terrifying aura emanated from him. The position of the demon pillar mirrored this phenomenon. A formidable force of immortal caliber surged forth, coalescing into an enigmatic luminescence that propelled itself toward the Insight Demon. Once fully demonized, I shall suppress him in one fell swoop. Moreover, with my demonic power, I shall obliterate every existence within the Sacred City Mountains without exception. This should indeed be sufficient to instill dread in humanity. The Insight Demon Closer expressed his exhilaration, then cast a furious glare toward Dragon Lord Yuan. Kill, kill, kill. This wretch has left me in such a plight, and now he must face my wrath. Should I succeed in vanquishing this human prodigy, the rewards from Lord Baimon, the angel demon, would surely elevate me to the second tier of the 9th level, granting me mastery over my domain. With this thought, Closer felt an undeniable joy welling up within him, envisioning the moment of Dragon Lord Yuan's inevitable downfall. After all, aside from the mightiest of demons, none can impede the transformation into a demon. No one. This is precisely the essence of the Insight Demon's arrogance. However, unbeknownst to him, through countless battles against demon transformations, Long Junyuan had already acquired profound experience. He had faced even a 36th ranked demon. Moreover, the Insight Demon Closer before him was hardly a formidable foe. Upon sensing this, Long Junyuan exhibited no hesitation or deliberation. In the next moment, he slowly extended his hand, and an extraordinarily peculiar radiance began to coalesce, expanding ceaselessly from his palm. In an instant, the domain of the light god manifested as a unique ripple, spreading forth to intervene between the demon pillar and the Insight Demon Closer. At that moment, Closer realized with astonishment that he had lost all connection with his 49th demon pillar. This sight left him momentarily dumbfounded. It was indeed an unprecedented phenomenon for a demon to sever ties with its own demon pillar. Reflecting on this, Closer, filled with trepidation, gazed towards Long Junyuan and stammered, "What have you just done?" Yet, Long Junyuan remained silent. As a true paladin of retribution, he preferred to resolve conflicts swiftly and decisively, rather than indulge in futile exchanges. With that thought, he wasted no time and charged directly at the Insight Demon Closer. In an instant, he stood before him. Witnessing this, Closer was momentarily taken aback. The situation was indeed astonishing. Nevertheless, he was a 9th-tier demon, possessing formidable combat experience. The moment he saw Long Junyuan make a move, he retaliated. "Even without the demon pillar, you shall not subdue me. I am at the pinnacle of the 9th tier." Closer roared. He attempted to counterattack, but found no opportunity to do so. In an explosive surge, he directed his spiritual energy towards Long Junyuan's position. However, he suddenly found himself in disbelief. He recognized the terrifying power emanating from Long Junyuan. The strength bestowed upon him by this domain felt as if it were harnessed from the most potent light of eternity. Akin to a divine sovereign, even the reigning monarch had never instilled such a sensation within him. In that moment, Closer was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that one day he would encounter such a phenomenon where light and darkness are interdependent. Yet he found himself directly constrained by darkness. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Nevertheless, Long Junyuan paid no heed to Closer's thoughts. In the next moment, his cultivation erupted with a sudden vigor, radiating forth as the domain of the light. God responded in kind. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance enveloped Long Junyuan. At the horizon, piercing the dawn, a terrifying manifestation of the ultimate deity of light emerged behind Long Junyuan. Like God, judgment, Long Junyuan uttered with a calm demeanor. By the 8th tier, he possessed the capability to contend with a 9th-tier demon god, even achieving victory. Now, with his cultivation doubled and wielding a formidable artifact, how could he possibly not be a match for the Insight Demon God? The fearsome Phantom of the Light god wielded a sword, and with a single stroke, it transformed into a terrifying golden beam, soaring towards the heavens. In that fleeting moment, even the Insight Demon God, a 9th-tier entity, had no chance of resistance. It was as if he was rendered to nothingness. Detection of the host's defeat of the 49th pillar, Insight Demon God Class Cell, whose spiritual power was 18,000. Purified and accumulated, the host's spiritual power increased by 30,000 points. In an instant, Long Junyuan's aura erupted, and his boundless cultivation surged forth. The 9th tier, each level a harbinger of terror, akin to divine retribution, truly formidable. At this moment, Long Junyuan ascended from the 1st to the 2nd level of the 9th tier. Initially, the thought was merely to strive for the 5th tier, yet unexpectedly, he had directly reached the 9th tier. Long Junyuan chuckled as he sensed his own aura. With merely 2 or 3 days remaining until his breakthrough to the 9th tier, he never anticipated ascending to the 2nd level so swiftly. An 18-year-old at the 2nd level of the 9th tier is far more astonishing than one merely entering the 9th tier at the same age. Now, perhaps even without the suppression of the domain of the Light God, he could overpower Master Xingyu. Long Junyuan mused, feeling quite satisfied with this enhancement. He then gazed ahead at the fallen demon god, now merely an ordinary demon pillar, alongside the pillars and crowns of demon gods attempting to flee. Long Junyuan grasped the crown of the demon god, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he turned his attention to the position of the demon pillars. This time, it seemed the harvest would be even more rewarding. Having slain countless demon gods before, he had never been so close to perceiving the demon pillars. Now, it appeared he had the opportunity to test the resilience of the demon pillars. Chapter 45. The Rebellion of the Demon God Pillar, a Sword of Annihilation. For humanity, the Demon God Pillar is undoubtedly the most coveted target for destruction. However, the opportunity had always eluded them. Despite being a transmigrator, Long Junyuan understood the significance of the Demon God Pillar. Yet, as the God of Light, he also comprehended the prudent way to manipulate it all. He possessed the means to obliterate the Demon God Pillar while simultaneously stabilizing its essence and exerting complete control over it. This was the terrifying aspect of Long Junyuan. With this thought in mind, Long Junyuan slowly approached the location of the Demon God Pillar. Soon, he beheld its divine aura. As the God of Light, Long Junyuan was immensely familiar with this celestial resonance. It was indeed one of the pivotal points in the formidable 9 heavens and 10 earths annihilation formation that could suppress the Austin Griffin, evoking a profound sense of awe within him, even at the immortal level. Indeed, if he could seize the essence contained within, perhaps he could catch a glimpse of the remnants left by the Creator God. Contemplating this, Long Junyuan did not hesitate. He positioned himself before the Demon God Pillar, adopting a stance as if to initiate something significant. Suddenly, his spiritual energy erupted. Meanwhile, in the distance, all beings within the domain of the God of Light began to react. They looked around in astonishment. The 8th tier magical beasts, although they did not flee, found themselves struggling to crawl on the ground, daunted by Long Junyuan's recent display of power. Upon witnessing the demon crown in Long Junyuan's hand, they comprehended the magnitude of what he had just accomplished. Did Lord Junyuan just eradicate the demon god completely? At this moment, Yang Wenjiao stood transfixed, his expression a mix of disbelief and uncertainty, as if the unfolding events before him had rendered him momentarily speechless. After all, this was a demon god. According to legend, Long Junyuan was a slayer of demon gods, a notion Yang Wenjiao was willing to accept. Yet, the fact that a single individual could vanquish a demon god who wielded control over the Demon God Pillar, especially a 9th-tier demon god, left him utterly dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It was simply too extraordinary. The other 3 shared similar sentiments. The judgment of the God of Light? Was this the formidable power belonging to their esteemed uncle? It was truly terrifying. The title of the God of Light must not be a mere appellation. Could it be the power wielded by their uncle? This implied that he had long transcended the status of the Son of Light, and this God of Light was his designation. Long Haochen was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that his uncle could possess such overwhelming prowess. As for Li Xian, she was simply filled with genuine astonishment. After all, she neither had a terrifying constitution nor a formidable background, leaving her in a state of utter confusion regarding all of this. Aside from confusion, there were no other circumstances. Nevertheless, he genuinely cheered for Long Junyuan. After all, this individual's power was truly formidable, stirring even Li Xian's heart. Yet, she could not articulate the essence of her feelings. Meanwhile, Han Yu felt a bittersweet pang. Despite having been aware of Yang Wenjiao's existence, he had maintained confidence in his ability to secure the top spot in the so-called Demon Hunter selection competition. However, upon witnessing Long Junyuan's emergence, he dared not entertain such thoughts any longer. It was absurd. A single individual capable of vanquishing a ninth-tier demon god without suffering significant backlash left him feeling utterly powerless. Even with the assistance of his esteemed elder, there would be no chance of resistance. Indeed, they would likely be subjected to a relentless and brutal defeat. The prospect of victory seemed utterly futile. At that moment, their attention was drawn to Long Junyuan's position, leaving them momentarily stunned. "What do you suppose Lord Long Junyuan intends to do?" Li Xian inquired, her wide eyes reflecting surprise. "I can't shake the feeling that he is viewing the demon pillar before him as an adversary, intent on shattering it." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. "I share this sentiment," Yang Wenjiao remarked. "But how could that be possible? Over the past 6 millennia, countless predecessors of ninth tier and above have hunted innumerable demon gods. Despite the countless times demon gods have perished, including the moon demon and star demon, the demon pillar has never sustained damage. Is Lord Junyuan truly aiming to break this record? How could that even be conceivable?" Yang Wenjiao, though not disbelieving, found himself perplexed. The notion was simply too extraordinary. Everyone paused, unsure of what to say. They believed that while Long Junyuan's strength was indeed terrifying, challenging a demon god ranked within the top 36 should pose no significant issue. The odds of victory seemed favorable in that realm. Yet, to shatter the demon pillar? That appeared implausible. At that juncture, the demon pillar, sensing the impending threat of Long Junyuan's immense power, began to emanate a sense of crisis. In that instant, the entire sacred city mountain range trembled, the earth quaking violently, while countless beasts unleashed wild howls. Above, myriad strands of unusual black lightning manifested, continuously spreading in all directions, creating an overwhelming atmosphere that left all present in awe. Though the lightning was forcibly conjured, any being below the 7th tier that came into contact with it would be obliterated in an instant. Even an 8th tier powerhouse might meet a bitter end. This was the resistance of the 49th demon pillar. Yet, in the face of it all, Long Junyuan felt little trepidation. Instead, he bore an air of disdain. For the remaining existence, this moment instilled a genuine sense of dread. If for the Lord of Dragons, it was quite the opposite. He regarded it with utter disdain. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Is this your rebellion?" Hardly impressive. As his words faded, a terrifying aura of radiant light gradually enveloped him, reaching its zenith in that instant, unleashing an inexhaustible wave of power. The divine sword in his grasp expanded in tandem with his form, steadily suppressing the transformation of the 49th demon pillar. The chance to flee had vanished. With this thought, the Lord of Dragons slowly swung his sword. This strike represented the true obliteration of the demon pillar. A history unexplored by humankind would commence with this very blow. Chapter 46. Mastery of the origin of the demon god pillar, the tremor of the angelic demon god. In the next moment, the terrifying sword belonging to Long Junyuan descended instantly upon all that lay before him. Sensing this, the 49th demon god pillar was naturally filled with trepidation and sought to flee. As a demon god pillar, it possessed a measure of intellect, and with its origin being remarkably stable, it instinctively understood its course of action. Alas, it remained merely an immortal-level demon god pillar. Had it been a renowned artifact-level demon god pillar, perhaps there would have been a chance for escape. However, as an immortal-level entity, how could it possibly stand against Long Junyuan, who commanded the realm of the light god and wielded formidable artifacts? In a mere instant, the sword fell. A strike belonging to the light god descended with ferocity, mercilessly striking the demon god pillar. At the moment of impact, numerous fissures began to manifest upon its surface. As time progressed, the power of the light god swiftly infiltrated the demon god pillar. Within moments, the cracks widened, and the entire pillar disintegrated, reduced to nothingness, shattering violently. Once the demon god pillar shattered, a unique aura emerged, imbued with an essence of utter desolation and profound sorrow, tinged with a hint of divine retribution, a truly remarkable phenomenon. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Long Junyuan offered a faint smile and extended his hand. The destruction of the demon god pillar meant the obliteration of the core that bore all leading to the dissipation of its essence. Yet, this did not imply the absence of preventive measures. With the insightful demon god crown in hand, Long Junyuan promptly activated his own light god power, successfully affixing it to the crown. The essence of the insightful demon god pillar was instantly constrained, its power directed towards the demon god crown. In an instant, under Long Junyuan's command, they coalesced. This sufficed. Although the demon god pillar was destroyed, as long as the essence of the pillar was secured, there remained the possibility of unleashing the true might of the demon god pillar in the future. Long Junyuan mused. He was acutely aware of the existence of the 10 days, 9 realms demon destruction formation, and the terror of divine retribution. While his strength had undoubtedly reached a fearsome level, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Thus, the destruction of the demon god pillar was inconsequential, but retaining control over it was of paramount importance. With this in mind, he slowly turned his head. Yet, upon doing so, he beheld Long Haochen and his companions, standing transfixed in place, utterly dazed. After all, they had indeed witnessed history. Long Haochen's situation was particularly extraordinary, for he sensed that after Long Junyuan's triumph over all obstacles, the bright moon had suddenly emerged. Moreover, Long Haochen, for reasons unbeknownst to him, was able to perceive a fervent surge emanating from the very essence of the bright moon. This was an extraordinarily wondrous sensation. This human had effortlessly obliterated a demonic pillar, Austin Griffin. Oh no, more accurately, it was the bright moon that now gazed in a dazed manner at the spectacle before him. For the bright moon, the past remained shrouded in mystery. However, the hatred for the demon race that coursed through his veins was unequivocally profound. The fact that the Dragon Lord Yuan had managed to destroy the demonic pillar left him utterly astounded. This was indeed exceedingly peculiar. Soon after, Dragon Lord Yuan slowly approached the 4 individuals and 1 beast, casting a calm gaze upon them. "It is merely the destruction of a demonic pillar," he remarked nonchalantly. "Why such alarm?" The others felt a palpable hush settle within their hearts, yearning to articulate something, yet finding themselves at a loss for words, merely staring blankly at Dragon Lord Yuan. Nevertheless, he did not elaborate further. Observing the inner circle of demonic beasts prostrate before him, he did not dwell too long on their plight, but declared, "It is nearly concluded. This matter is at its end. Let us swiftly eradicate these demonic beasts and return to the holy city. If I am not mistaken, the signs of our recent battle were quite pronounced, and the holy city has likely taken notice. It would not be amiss to offer them a surprise." A faint smile graced Dragon Lord Yuan's lips as he spoke. With a slight gesture of his hand, potent spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a radiant prison of light that surged towards the location of the demonic beasts. This time, Dragon Lord Yuan intended to accomplish something monumental within the Holy City mountain range, within the domain of the angelic demonic god. At this moment, the pitch-black angels trembled, recounting everything to the angelic demonic god Baimon. The gravity of his words instilled a profound dread within him. As the final words fell from his lips, Baimon erupted in fury, unleashing his spiritual energy. Under the unmasked pressure of his might, even a 7th-tier fallen angel could not withstand a mere fraction of it, and in an instant was utterly annihilated, falling lifeless to the ground. Yet, Baimon paid no heed to this occurrence. A mere 7th-tier demon was beneath his notice. Ah! What a slayer of demonic gods! What a Dragon Lord Yuan! This demonic god had schemed against humanity for countless years, never anticipating that he would one day be so outmaneuvered. Having recently grasped the terrifying aspects of the slayer of demonic gods and learned of his formidable achievements, Baimon immediately comprehended the precariousness of his situation. As an angelic demonic god, he regarded all beings as mere pawns. For a century, he had been the unequivocal master of the chessboard, yet now he found himself ensnared in a web of deceit. This matter required careful deliberation. Should this entity, known as Dragon Lord Yuan, truly be the so-called slayer of demonic gods, then Clausel would undoubtedly be unable to ascertain the outcome in a short span of time. Should those humans become aware, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, considering that Fellow's remarkable achievements, It is plausible that even Crossel might not stand as his equal, mused the angelic demon Lord Baimon. Clearly, he had already reached a corresponding resolution within his mind. Contemplating this, he began to silently summon Crossel. Yet, the moment he called out, the circumstances shifted dramatically. Instantly, Baimon sensed an unusual disturbance. He was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the rapidity of events. Crossel had fallen. How could this be? It had scarcely been 2 or 3 hours, and yet he had perished with such astonishing swiftness. Baimon found himself astonished. He had not anticipated that the dragon Lord Yuan could act with such alacrity. Yet Crossel's demise, while lamentable, at least illuminated the existence of this formidable adversary to the demon clan. Now that they were aware of the identity of the demonic slayer, subsequent actions could be strategized more effectively. It seemed that the meticulous plans devised over the past century had been preemptively thwarted, yet it was not entirely a loss. After all, countless talents and powerful beings would accompany him in death. However, at that moment, a resounding hum echoed through the various provinces of the demon clan. This was particularly concentrated along the borders, where the pillars of the demon gods emitted mournful groans in response to their destruction. Even the unparalleled demon dragon pillar of the demon god emperor was not exempt from this phenomenon, not to mention the 9th pillar of the angelic demon god. In that instant, Baimon stood in a daze, for he could perceive that the source of the disturbance was the 49th Insight demon god pillar. Realizing this, Baimon was left momentarily speechless, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss. For the first time in history, a demon god pillar had shattered. Chapter 47. The Malice and Authority of the Demon God Emperor. The concept represented by Dragon Lord Yuan. The demon god pillar shattered. How could this be possible? The Insight demon god was unexpectedly destroyed. At this moment, the angelic demon god Baimon found himself somewhat dazed. If it were merely the fall of a single demon god, Baimon would remain indifferent, for demon gods are merely revered by those existing outside. However, for him, the Insight demon god occupying the 49th position holds significant weight within the demon realm, as countless entities could easily be found. Yet, the demon god pillar is an entirely different matter. Strictly speaking, among the 72 demon god pillars, apart from the 3 principal pillars of sun, moon, and stars, the other pillars, whether it be the 4th, the death demon god pillar, or the 72nd, the serpent demon god pillar, share only a disparity in quality among the demon race. The rarity among the pillars, however, is not vastly different. After all, the absence of any single pillar would greatly diminish their collective power. Perhaps for ordinary demon gods, the true significance of the demon god pillars remains elusive, but Baimon comprehends their true essence. The destruction of a demon god pillar by Dragon Lord Yuan signifies something profound. I must urgently seek his majesty. This matter cannot be resolved by me alone. In an instant, the angelic demon god Baimon was struck by clarity and resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, he rose and swiftly made his way towards the demon emperor's palace. At that moment, the demon god emperor Feng Xiu was seated upon his throne, his spiritual power radiating outward. His typically indifferent gaze now betrayed a flicker of turmoil, as if he were perplexed by the unfolding events. Had it not been for his exceptional composure, he might have already been thrown into chaos. After all, this concerned the very foundation of the demon race, the demon god pillars. Yet, he remained filled with fury, his formidable presence expanding. The moon and star demon god was absent, while several demon gods, including the 4th pillar, the death demon god Samakina, were present beneath him. At this moment, the wrath of the demon god emperor instilled a certain trepidation among them. As they understood the gravity of the situation, the destruction of a demon god pillar is no trivial matter. Soon after, the angelic demon god Baimon, despite sensing the unsettling atmosphere, resolutely entered. "I have come to see your majesty," he said, kneeling upon the ground. "What is the matter?" The demon god emperor Feng Xiu inquired, somewhat distressed. "Your arrival is timely. We must swiftly investigate the truth behind the shattering of the demon god pillar and respond accordingly." Hearing this, Baimon paused, then replied, "I have come to seek your majesty precisely for this matter." "Oh, it appears," The demon god Emperor Feng Xiu spoke in a low tone, suddenly realizing that the insight demon god of the 49th pillar was likely under Baimon's command. Thus he should possess knowledge of the events. Who has caused the destruction of this insight demon god pillar? Dragon Lord Yuan. The angelic demon, Bai Meng, elucidated thus. Long Jun Yuan. Who is this 9th rank of the Holy Temple Alliance that I have not heard of? Upon hearing this, the demon monarch, Feng Xiu, shook his head and responded. Engaged in a myriad of affairs, the trivial 9th rank naturally did not capture his attention. In the eyes of the demon monarch, even the leader of the Holy Temple Alliance, Yang Haohan, would not stand as his equal. In fact, within the sacred demon continent, he perceived no worthy adversary. Not even the potential threat posed by the demon god Slayer, which could feasibly eliminate them, was deemed significant in his perspective. Thus, this so-called Long Jun Yuan was an enigma to the demon monarch, one he had no chance of recognizing. According to the information, it has been reported that within the last 5 years, a formidable demon god slayer has emerged in the demon realm. And, as I've come to learn, this individual is none other than Long Jun Yuan. The angelic demon, Bai Meng, conveyed this information. Upon hearing this, the expression of the demon monarch Feng Xiu subtly shifted. His flawless visage quivered slightly, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. He began to recount all that had transpired. The demon monarch gradually adopted a more somber and earnest demeanor. In his view, this matter had escalated to a level warranting his intervention. At this moment, all present turned their gazes toward him, and Bai Meng fully articulated everything. All beings were struck by a profound sense of astonishment. Even the demon monarch Feng Xiu was no exception. He had not anticipated that this so-called demon god slayer would be a remarkably young prodigy, still eligible to partake in the demon hunting squad. Long Jun Yuan, indeed, appeared to be of the dragon lineage. The demon monarch Feng Xiu remarked coolly, though he was undoubtedly surprised by the developments. Beneath his astonishment lay only calculation. The obliteration of the demon pillar instilled in him a profound sense of impending peril, yet the demon monarch remained remarkably composed. He would not succumb to panic, but instead would address this matter with clarity. Essentially, it indicated that someone possessed the capacity to destroy the demon pillar. Thus, the source of such power must surpass all existing demon pillars. In light of this, the resolution for the demon monarch Feng Xiu was singular. Bai Meng, he began. I am here, replied Bai Meng. Now, activate the scheme you have orchestrated for a century, and you shall personally execute it. I will lend my support from the sidelines. This insight into the demon god was prompted by your command, and thus, the responsibility lies with you. You are to take charge of the entire endeavor in order to atone for your transgressions, spoke the demon monarch with an air of authority. This proclamation carried significant weight. Ordinarily, the top 12 ranked demons are prohibited from entering the center of the Holy Alliance, as it would create considerable ripples. His words signified that the angelic demon held a certain privilege. If that were the case, then the implications were indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the angelic demon smiled faintly. This action, ostensibly a punishment, was in truth a reward, or perhaps a personal vow. With this thought, the angelic demon Bai Meng gradually knelt and declared, I shall not disappoint your majesty. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. With a 9th tier, 5th level demon god personally taking action, and the unparalleled demon god Emperor Feng Xiu assisting, the so-called demon slayer and anyone capable of challenging him were rendered utterly inconsequential. Humanity, in the end, would inevitably succumb to the might of the demon race. The genius shall undoubtedly prevail. At this moment, at the residence of the Holy Alliance's leader, Yang Haohan was seated, contemplating various matters. As the leader of the Holy Alliance, his responsibilities were numerous and ever-present. Soon, the Grand Paladin Han Qian approached slowly and said, Leader, there is a matter that requires your immediate attention. Is it urgent? Yang Haohan inquiret Puzlet. As the leader, he typically preferred to address matters in chronological order to avoid chaos, unless they were pressing issues. Generally, Han Qian did not come to him with urgent matters, so he had no intention of resolving it immediately. He thought it best to set it aside for later consideration, even if the matter involved his grandson, Yang Wenjiao. Yes, it is quite urgent. It pertains to the upcoming demon hunting competition, and the orchestrator of this event is Dragon Lord Yuan, Han Qian stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan fell silent for a moment before responding, "Speak." There was no choice. When it involved Dragon Lord Yuan, Yang Haohan would prioritize this matter above all else. Such was the weight of Dragon Lord Yuan's significance. Chapter 48. Long Junyuan, the creator of the true history of the alliance. So, what exactly transpired? I recall that at this juncture, he should have been amidst the great competition of the Demon Hunting Corps, having entered the Sacred City mountain range. Moreover, the tasks were situated in the outer circles, posing little danger to them. Not to mention, with Junyuan's prowess, even the Ninth Order Beast Kings within could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Yang Haohan gazed at Han Qian before him, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. And he inquired. He simply could not fathom what events might have unfolded concerning Long Junyuan. It appears that Junyuan, unable to restrain himself, had ventured forth with several participants from the Demon Hunting Corps selection, directly entering the inner region, where he eradicated the beasts, resulting in the demise of all the 8th and 9th Order magical beasts, leaving only those of the 7th Order and below. Han Qian spoke, Somevat Breotlisli. This grand competition did not last long. Once that peculiar radiance emerged, they promptly proceeded to investigate the situation, only to discover a scene of devastation and not a trace of magical beasts, which genuinely startled them. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan remarked appreciatively, "Indeed, this is reminiscent of what Long Junyuan would do. However, such occurrences are not entirely unusual. Ninth Order magical beasts would pose a considerable challenge for you. Yet, Long Junyuan possessed the ability to contend with Ninth Order foes even at the 8th Order. One can only imagine the terrifying level of his strength after ascending to the 9th Order." Yang Haohan had a profound understanding of Long Junyuan's capabilities. Although he had not witnessed his true strength at the 9th Order, he had observed him at the 8th Order, and now, with his breakthrough to the 9th Order, the magnitude of his power was indeed formidable. Moreover, we have also detected signs of a demon god and the demon god pillar. Based on my perception, that particular demon god is of the 9th Order, the 4th 9th demon god, the insight demon god Clausel, Han Qian replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan's previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted, and he cast a gaze of astonishment towards Han Qian, bewildered by the revelations. A demon god and a 9th Order one, accompanied by a demon god pillar, and Long Junyuan emerged victorious. In response to Yang Haohan's perplexed inquiry, Han Qian continued to nod, expressing disbelief as he replied, "Indeed, not only did he win, but according to my perception, he also vanquished that 9th Order demon god. Furthermore, during my investigation, that demon god pillar was completely shattered, indicating that in Long Junyuan's actions, the future 72 demon gods, who have suppressed us for a full 6 millennia, will now be reduced to merely 71. Han Qian's heart surged with fervor as he resolutely affirmed. Hearing this, Yang Haohan was momentarily taken aback. He prided himself on his extensive experience, and while he had slain several demon gods, he had not anticipated being so profoundly shaken by the mere mention of the 49th pillar. However, for humanity, vanquishing the star demon and the moon demon is not an unattainable feat. Yet, the destruction of the demon pillar has never transpired. Han Qian, are you certain? This matter is no jest. That is the demon pillar, a true demon pillar. Yang Haohan, having lost his previous composure, looked at Han Qian with profound confusion, for this was indeed an astonishing revelation. The demon pillar, indeed. Yet, Han Qian offered no explanation but slowly raised his hand, revealing a shard of pitch-black material that floated before him. The shard exuded an aura of deathly stillness, sending a shiver through Yang Haohan's heart, instilling a sense of dread within him. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. This is a fragment of the demon pillar, he pondered. Indeed, it is a fragment of the demon pillar. After the Dragon Lord Yuan annihilated the Insight demon, he did not take the demon pillar with him, but left it safeguarded by the light spirit power, awaiting my arrival to claim it fully. Among it lie the remains of several 9th tier and 8th tier magical beasts, though the magic crystals were taken by Dragon Lord Yuan. Nonetheless, their value remains exceedingly high. Han Qian elucidated. However, Yang Haohan paid little heed to the latter part of his statement, his heart ablaze with excitement. After all, Dragon Lord Yuan has indeed made history. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Ha ha ha. I was initially concerned that supporting this lad Yuan might lead to his rebuke. Yet now, he has achieved such a remarkable feat, one that surpasses even the vast majority of the Alliance's formidable powers. A groundbreaking historical moment. Yang Haohan felt immense satisfaction. He had previously contemplated that if they were victorious, he would bestow the position of the leader of the Holy Temple Alliance upon Dragon Lord Yuan. After all, it would be of equal benefit to both himself and Yuan. However, he ultimately rescinded this notion. Though Dragon Lord Yuan possesses terrifying talent, his presence within the Holy Temple is minimal, and his accomplishments cannot compete with the numerous powerful figures of the Alliance, which could lead to discontent unless his strength were overwhelmingly superior. Yet how could that be? Now, with the unprecedented act of destroying the Demon Pillar, Yang Haohan's prior thoughts were reignited. Take me there. I wish to personally ascertain the truth of this situation. If it is indeed true, then the true leader of our Knight's Holy Temple may well descend upon us. Furthermore, this incident could propel the entire Holy Temple Alliance to new heights, perhaps even surpassing the demon race entirely. This first place is indeed quite intricate. The announcement alone has taken a considerable amount of time, yet has made some progress. The issue is not significant. Dragon Lord Yuan returned to his abode, having just completed the preliminary trials of the Demon Hunting Guild. Indeed, in this overwhelming state, the first place was secured, followed by Long Haochen, and subsequently Yang Wenjiao, Li Xian, and Duan. Remarkably, they too achieved such a status due to the formidable 8th and 9th tier magical beasts hunted by Long Junyuan, which contributed to their distinguished merits. Thus, they found themselves among the elite ranks. However, Long Junyuan held no particular thoughts on this matter. After all, under the original circumstances, these four had successfully joined the Demon Hunting Brigade, and given their prowess, their current membership posed no issue. Upon concluding all results, Long Junyuan intended to return and contemplate the intricacies of the 9th tier's second level. Yet, upon his return, he noticed a figure residing within himself. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yang Haohan. Upon seeing Long Junyuan return, Yang Haohan smiled gently and approached him, saying, "Junyuan, you have truly astonished me. Your achievements have indeed forged a new chapter in the history of the Alliance." Chapter 49. Yang Haohan's determination and the commencement of the Holy Temple Grand Tournament. How do you explain this? Long Junyuan smiled faintly. Yang Haohan's unexpected arrival was indeed quite peculiar. However, Long Junyuan was not easily intimidated. Historically, no entity in the Alliance had ever succeeded in demolishing the Demon God Pillar. Neither the Child of Reincarnation from 3 millennia ago, nor the Radiant Sword God, Yi Wuxiang, from 2 centuries past had achieved such a monumental feat, yet you are different. Unexpectedly, this marks your debut in the Holy Temple Alliance, and you have already surpassed them by obliterating the Demon God Pillar, delivering a significant blow to the foundation of the Demon Clan. Yang Haohan spoke with palpable excitement. Typically composed, he was genuinely thrilled at this moment. As the leader of the Holy Temple Alliance, the utmost ambition of any Alliance leader is to eradicate the Demon Clan or inflict genuine harm upon their very essence during their tenure. Yet, for 6 millennia, despite their relentless struggles, they merely diminished the superficial combat strength of the Demon Clan without ever undermining their true foundation. Now, with Yang Haohan's accomplishment of destroying a Demon God Pillar, it was a matter profound enough to shake the very core of the Demon Clan. How could this not bring joy to Yang Haohan? His elation was heartfelt. "Leader, if your visit is solely to congratulate me on this achievement, then perhaps you will need to come by many more times in the future, even seeking me out from far and wide," Long Junyuan remarked. Understanding Yang Haohan's sentiments and excitement, a subtle smile gracing his lips, Yang Haohan paused, realizing the implication of Long Junyuan's words. He understood that this was a promise. After all, a consistent presence would signify Long Junyuan's ongoing commitment to slaying the demon gods and dismantling the demon god pillars, heralding an era of prosperity for humanity. How could Yang Haoan not be compelled to visit under such circumstances? You certainly have a way with words. I shall await the day when it truly arrives. After hearing these words, Yang Haoan felt a burgeoning thought within him. Should he emerge victorious in the forthcoming contest? He contemplated passing the mantle of alliance leader to Long Junyuan. After all, he was young and ambitious, and perhaps he would be better suited for the role. Even if he preferred to avoid the burdens of leadership, remaining in the holy city while delegating significant matters to Long Junyuan was a feasible arrangement. The next day, the Holy Temple Alliance Grand Tournament was set to commence. Remember to don your exquisite golden base battle armor and join that old fellow Tianyin, Yang Haoan instructed. This time, I intend to demonstrate your prowess to these seasoned veterans. Long Junyuan naturally nodded in agreement, eager to engage in battle with the foremost powers of the alliance and ascertain the true extent of their respective strengths. The following morning, today marks a pivotal event within the esteemed Temple Alliance, namely the Grand Tournament held every 10 days. This particular competition holds the power to determine the supreme authority of the Temple Alliance, specifically the position of its leader. It also serves to enlighten the populace regarding the current prowess of humanity. Unlike the selection process of the Demon Hunting Corps, this event is devoid of any concealment, allowing all to witness the proceedings. Before long, 6 teams emerged almost simultaneously from 6 distinct passageways. 36 knights, 36 mages, 36 assassins, 36 warriors, 36 summoners, and 36 priests appeared at the gates of their respective trial grounds. Each individual donned their emblematic gear, representative of their sacred order. Yet, the most captivating sight remained the knights of the temple. At the forefront stood Long Tianyin, a towering figure clad in azure armor that radiated an unparalleled aura of strength, crafted from the divine armor of the god of order and law. Beside him were Long Xingyu, adorned in the crimson and golden armor of doom and slaughter, and Yang Haoan, the leader of the alliance, wearing the pure white armor of protection and unity. However, behind these 3 esteemed knights was not the grand paladin Han Qian, but rather a mysterious golden knight donning a mask. His exquisite golden base armor was distinctly unique, exuding an aura of sharpness. The power emanating from him was not that of an epic-level orange glow, but rather an independent luminescence belonging to the realm of the immortal, a most peculiar sight. This individual was none other than Long Junyuan. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings, quickly absorbing all that the 5 other temples had to offer. To his surprise, his upgraded golden base armor made its debut not within the temple, but at this grand tournament of the Temple Alliance, a most extraordinary occurrence indeed. Long Junyuan chuckled inwardly. The Knights of the Temple boasted not just 12 epic knights, but also 4 divine golden base armors. The so-called 4 great golden divine armors were those of the 4 divine seats, excluding the eternal and creation seat, as well as the fear and sorrow seat. Each bearer of these armors had been a knight of considerable renown, nurtured by the legendary knights themselves. Each piece surpassed the ordinary epic level, representing the pinnacle of epic gear, a half step into the immortal realm. It can be said that while one who wields a golden divine armor may not necessarily be a divine knight will undoubtedly possess a golden divine armor. This holds true for Long Tianyin, Long Xingyu, and Yang Haoan alike. As the god of light, Dragon Lord Yuan could hardly be oblivious to such matters. Recently, under his nurturing, his unique set of skills has suddenly embarked on a journey of evolution. Consequently, he refrained from employing them during battle. It was only yesterday that Dragon Lord Yuan completed his evolution and subsequently made use of them. This can be regarded as the first instance within the exquisite golden base battle armor to transcend its limits and achieve an immortal existence. Naturally, Yang Haoan was unaware of this development, and even Dragon Tianyin and his son Long Xingyu were in the dark. In light of the remarkable feats accomplished by Dragon Lord Yuan, this particular event might be considered trivial. However, upon hearing this news, Han Qian might very well be moved to tears. Shortly thereafter, as Dragon Lord Yuan made his decisions, information began to circulate. Dragon Tianyin, accompanied by the members of the sanctuary, proceeded towards the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, Dragon Lord Yuan observed the surroundings with a smile, inexplicably ignited with a fervor for battle. In the past, Long Xingyu had repeatedly instilled in him the notion of overcoming the other sanctuaries. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Now, let me witness the true prowess of these esteemed predecessors. Chapter 50. The Calculations of the Great Temples, the Opponent of Dragon Lord Yuan. The Grand Tournament of the Temple Alliance has been held for countless years, standing as the pinnacle of competitions within the Temple Alliance, and thus, its procedures have always been exceedingly clear. The grandeur of the trial grounds of the Alliance far surpasses that of the Demon Hunter Tournament's venue, evoking a sense of awe even in Dragon Lord Yuan upon his entrance. This is, of course, to be expected, without employing the more terrifying scale and materials. It would be impossible to create such an atmosphere. Generally, the use of this trial ground occurs during either the Grand Tournament or battles between 9th-tier combatants. If not managed properly, it could easily affect the entire Holy City, which would indeed be a significant problem. Soon enough, Dragon Lord Yuan returned to his designated position, the resting place of the Knights Temple. His ranking was, in fact, quite formidable, placing fourth only beneath the 3 divine knights of the Knights Temple, and even above the esteemed Knight Commander Han Qian. This was only natural, considering that Dragon Lord Yuan was essentially the vice master of the Knights Temple, potentially even capable of assuming the role of master, albeit lacking the divine throne. His designation among the Golden Knights was also notably distinguished, being the first. Golden Knight number 1. What lay ahead remained to be seen. This grand tournament could be deemed the highest level event of the entire Temple Alliance. While my memory suggests that victory was assured due to the involvement of the 3 divine seals, my presence has brought forth various divine seals among the temples, leaving uncertainty regarding whether they would unite to besiege the Knights Temple. Thus, it would be prudent to maintain vigilance and adopt various precautions. Though Dragon Lord Yuan preferred not to engage in the internal intrigues of humanity, always focusing on the external threats posed by the demonic races, the significance of the grand tournament compelled him to take action. However, his contemplations were soon interrupted. At that moment, accompanied by the resounding clash of steel, 6 grand doors began to close. Each entrance was guarded by formidable 8th-tier warriors from the various temples. A deep, resonant voice proclaimed, "I am Chen Zidian, the chief judge of this grand tournament. For this event, 54 demon hunters shall serve as judges. Everything will adhere to the principles of fairness and justice. The rules have already been announced, and I shall not elaborate further. All participants in the first round of the individual competition, please take your positions. The drawing ceremony is about to commence." Chen Zidian, a legendary figure among humans and the leader of the Demon Hunter Brigade, known as the Fall of the Demon God, was a respected elder whom Dragon Lord Yuan held in high regard. Due to his esteemed reputation, upon his arrival, Dragon Lord Yuan rose and bowed slightly in respect towards Chen Zidian. Following the ceremonial gesture, all present gradually took their seats. However, once seated, the moment did not simply conclude. All present gradually turned their gaze towards the location of the Knight's Sanctuary. This was equally true for both the Mage's Sanctuary and the Warrior's Sanctuary, all of them displaying a serious demeanor. After all that had transpired, how could they not harbor curiosity towards the Knight's Sanctuary? It was uncertain whether the hidden power of the Knight's Sanctuary would make an appearance. Given the circumstances, should that power indeed arrive, it would pose a significant threat to all practitioners of light attributes at the 8th tier and those newly entering the 9th tier. At the Mage's Sanctuary, the Lord, Li Zhengji, regarded the Knight's Sanctuary with an indifferent expression, speaking softly. Within the Knight's Sanctuary, only the enigmatic figure of Long Junyuan could instill a sense of threat in him. After all, he had thoroughly grasped the other 3 divine seals. The uncertainty surrounding Long Junyuan made him somewhat tense, leading him to ponder the possibility of swiftly gathering information. This was of utmost importance. Yet, without engaging in a decisive battle, he could not discern who Long Junyuan truly was. Thus, he could only hope that when he finally identified and analyzed the true strength of their faction, they would not encounter the mysterious Long Junyuan, which could jeopardize their plans. Meanwhile, At the warrior's sanctuary, Qiu Yonghao cast a wary glance in the same direction. He, too, had sensed the unique force of Long Junyuan's domain from their past encounters, having suffered greatly as a result. Consequently, he contemplated the situation of the impending battle. If his perceptions were correct, during that time at the Long family estate, there had only been 3 distinct presences, aside from the 2 divine seals. There was merely one aura at the initial stage of the 9th tier. That must have been the contingency. However, if it were only at the initial stage of the 9th tier, then despite possessing that terrifying domain, it would not be a match for him, Qiu Yonghao mused. In contrast to Li Zhengji's apprehensive thoughts, Qiu Yonghao was determined to win, eager to triumph over Long Junyuan and thereby prove the strength of the warrior sanctuary. For this reason, he hoped to encounter Long Junyuan in the near future and achieve victory. This was the aspiration of a warrior. As for the other sanctuaries, they too were fixated on the Knight's sanctuary, as if it were the ultimate boss, a most peculiar phenomenon. Observing this, Long Tianyin could not help but smile. It seemed that during his time in the Holy City, Junyuan had indeed accomplished much, evoking such trepidation among them. Long Tianyin, witnessing this, felt no particular concern. He merely laughed heartily, addressing his junior with mirth. After all, the more accomplished Long Junyuan became, the happier he was. Although there were conflicts among humans, they would not affect the larger picture. At most, it was merely a struggle for power, a means to gain foresight. Thus, Long Tianyin remained untroubled. The stagnant atmosphere of the Holy City had begun to stir, thanks to Junyuan's arrival. It is no wonder they would react this way. Yang Haohan smiled faintly, his expression revealing a unique nuance. After all, he himself was under considerable pressure. With Long Junyuan's arrival and the completion of everything, he felt a significant alleviation. However, upon hearing this, Long Xingyu shook his head, stating, "There is nothing to fear. With Junyuan's strength, even I cannot suppress him significantly, let alone them. Moreover, there are nearly 200 participants from the 6 great sanctuaries. The probability of being selected swiftly is already low, let alone being chosen alongside the top powers of the other 5 sanctuaries. The hope is almost infinitesimal." Long Xingyu spoke with a calm demeanor, clearly exuding confidence. Long Junyuan's strength could be considered among the elite of the Night Sanctuary. And the first round of the grand competition was a clash between the top powers of different sanctuaries, a scenario so unlikely. However, just as he finished speaking, a pure white light of selection began to coalesce and gradually descended. One beam of light fell upon Long Junyuan, the one designated as the gold number 1. This was not particularly significant. Yet another beam illuminated the warrior's sanctuary, targeting its master, the war god Qiu Yonghao. Upon witnessing all this, the inhabitants of the other sanctuaries and those within the Knight's sanctuary were left in stunned silence. They understood well that this grand competition was purely random, devoid of any underhanded dealings. Yet, that was precisely what made this situation utterly astonishing. The first match was of such an elite caliber. It was simply exhilarating. Chapter 51. The discussions of the temple's denizens. Dragon Lord Yuan shakes the sword god. The unfamiliar knight, Golden One, faces the seasoned champion, the temple master Qiu Yonghao. In the annals of the Alliance, encounters of this magnitude, pitting masters against one another, are scarce, and this occasion is no exception. Xingyu, your tongue is indeed sharp. For these mere words have ensnared Junyuan. Upon witnessing this outcome, Long Tianyin could only cast a resigned glance at his son, lamenting the ill-fated predictions of this crow's mouth. Similarly, his heart was heavy with regret. After all, he had previously clashed with Qiu Yonghao, both possessing comparable strength. Had Long Tianyin not wielded the throne of the god of order and law, he would have found it nearly impossible to triumph over Qiu Yonghao. In some scenarios, Qiu Yonghao might even have the upper hand. This grand competition, however, forbade the use of preparations. Hence Long Tianyin held little faith in Long Junyuan's prospects. The 9th tier realm, each step akin to reaching the heavens, reveals a staggering disparity of 10,000 points of spiritual energy, an ominous figure indeed. Yet, Long Tianyin remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding the battle between Long Junyuan and Long Xingyu. No one had informed him of the details. As this unfolded, Long Xingyu paused, but soon scoffed, remarking, "No matter, Brother Qiu's prowess is indeed formidable, yet Junyuan may not necessarily succumb." Nevertheless, his conviction lacked firmness. Although Long Junyuan possessed the domain of light, Qiu Yonghao's spiritual energy surpassed his, and his mastery of sword intent was far superior. Even with a 10,000-point depletion of energy, Long Junyuan might still find victory elusive. Yet, Long Junyuan remained unfazed by their speculations, wearing a slight smile. The victor remains to be seen. Soon, Long Junyuan rose gracefully and made his way towards the arena. With each step he took, the golden base armor that adorned him dissipated, replaced by the manifestation of spiritual liquid, which morphed into a unique armor and two heavy swords enveloping him. The temple's grand competition prohibits the use of external equipment. However, harnessing one's own spiritual liquid to form equipment poses no issue, a fact that is quite straightforward. Qiu Yonghao also promptly stood and swiftly approached the arena. The high-ranking warriors of the temple and the participants observed this spectacle, their eyes gleaming with confidence. The knight from the temple, it seemed, was rather unfortunate. This so-called Golden One, unfamiliar to them, likely was participating in the grand competition for the first time. Little did they know, this inaugural venture would lead to an immediate defeat, facing the temple master in the very first round, thus offering the warrior's temple a most unfortunate garment. The high-ranking members of the warrior temple expressed their sentiments with a certain gravity. It was evident that they had effectively sentenced Long Junyuan to a figurative death. In their eyes, facing the unfamiliar knight Qiu Yonghao, who was at the formidable level of a Tier 2 9th rank, he stood no chance of victory. Both Qiu Yonghao and Long Junyuan, having traversed the tunnels belonging to their respective temples, swiftly arrived at the arena. The audience was wholly engrossed, eager to witness the outcome of this match. In the arena, the two combatants adhered to their respective customs, offering each other a slight bow, demonstrating a commendable degree of decorum and prowess. Qiu Yonghao, feeling a notable pressure emanating from Long Junyuan, pondered whether he might be the concealed figure that Long Xingyu had kept hidden within the dragon family estate. He had been contemplating the extent of this individual's strength, never anticipating that he would encounter him in the very first match. The shared affinity for the light attribute seemed to bind their fates together. As Qiu Yonghao regarded Long Junyuan, a subtle shift in his expression revealed his intrigue. Unlike those who could not discern the nuances from above, the mere presence of someone capable of inducing pressure upon a 9th-ranked Tier 2 war god like himself could not be underestimated. Such an individual was undoubtedly not weak. This realization prompted Qiu Yonghao to observe Long Junyuan with keen interest, eager to see how events would unfold. Long Junyuan spoke sparingly, responding with a calm demeanor. He possessed the confidence that came with his abilities. "Proceed, if you will. I am keen to discuss certain matters with you. Yet I am aware that time is of the essence in the temple tournament. When you ascend to a prominent position within the temple alliance, I shall seek you out." Qiu Yonghao, embodying the poise of a senior, gestured dismissively, as if granting Long Junyuan the opportunity to take the lead. Observing this exchange from above, Chen Zidian could not help but smile at the unexpected display of seniority from Qiu Yonghao. However, if his memory served him correctly, this esteemed knight was indeed Long Junyuan, a young man who had recently broken through to the 9th rank at the peak of his strength. It was unfortunate that he would face Qiu Yonghao so soon, likely leading to an inevitable setback. Chen Zidian hoped this defeat would not lead to Long Junyuan's complete despondency. Nevertheless, enduring such a trial could yield profound insights. For the young man was extraordinarily talented. Given another 3 years, he might surpass even Chen Zidian himself. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that within the Temple Alliance, nothing was hidden from him, as he was a highly respected elder. His familiarity with the demonic lineage only deepened his understanding of Long Junyuan's exceptional talent, which surpassed even that of the demon emperor Feng Xiao. Yet, he held reservations about Long Junyuan's ability to contend with Qiu Yonghao. Despite his prodigious gifts, Qiu Yonghao had lived for 2 centuries a true stalwart of the Night Temple, with experience and status that eclipsed all but the fallen demon gods. This has already transformed age into strength. Long Junyuan is indeed a formidable opponent. However, he remains unaware of their intentions. He is not a person prone to sentimentality. Since Qiu Yonghao intends to take the lead, Long Junyuan will not refuse. He will merely make Qiu Yonghao aware that his assumptions are fundamentally erroneous. With this thought, he hesitated not. The sword forged from the essence of spirit liquid ignited in flames at that moment. His cultivation surged forth, and without a moment's pause, he charged toward Qiu Yonghao's position. The pressure he exuded amplified instantaneously, cascading forth. Sensing this, Qiu Yonghao was momentarily taken aback. He felt a significant shift in Long Junyuan's state, one that instilled within him a profound sense of peril. In response, he concentrated the elements of light from the surrounding world, intending to summon his own spiritual sword to guard against Long Junyuan. Yet, such a possibility eluded him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the luminous elements of the world were not gravitating towards him, a ninth-tier light war god. Instead, they were inexorably drawn to Long Junyuan, with not a trace remaining with Qiu Yonghao. Realizing this, Qiu Yonghao found himself utterly dumbfounded. How could it be that my comprehension and affinity for light at the ninth tier, second level, were being utterly overshadowed by someone at the pinnacle of the eighth tier, merely on the cusp of the ninth tier? What level of innate spiritual power do you possess? Chapter 52, Qiu Yonghao's Divine Sword Domain, Long Junyuan's Light Devastation. Upon sensing the resistance emanating from the light's spiritual power, Qiu Yonghao found himself momentarily bewildered. After all, this situation was utterly perplexing. He was a formidable warrior, a second-tier god of war who had traversed the ninth tier for over a century, possessing an awe-inspiring strength that was not easily comparable to ordinary beings. Yet, this unfamiliar golden knight before him had, in an instant, rendered him incapable of perfectly absorbing the surrounding light elements, instead depriving him of them entirely. In light of this, Qiu Yonghao felt a sense of shock. He promptly summoned his internal spiritual energy, intending to resist, but was thwarted by Long Junyuan's astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura erupted forth with overwhelming might. The strike landed upon Qiu Yonghao's position instantaneously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qiu Yonghao involuntarily let out a heavy breath. An immense pressure began to coalesce around him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he staggered back several steps, his spiritual energy becoming somewhat unsteady and leaking outwards. As he gazed at Long Junyuan with a mix of disbelief and bitterness. Such terrifying power! This could not possibly be the strength of one who had merely just ascended to the ninth tier. It was likely that he was a second-tier entity as well. How did a knight of such caliber suddenly emerge from the knight's sanctuary without any prior intelligence? Qiu Yonghao looked on in confusion, his eyes filled with astonishment at the unfolding events. Given his understanding, he had never anticipated such a possibility, a sudden appearance of a second-tier, ninth-tier warrior. However, it was hardly surprising that he was unaware, as even within the knight's sanctuary, such information was obscured. Yet, pondering this was not his immediate concern, for the earlier encounter had profoundly shocked him. He had sensed a suppression emanating from Long Junyuan, not an overwhelming domination, but a significant restraint. To exert such pressure upon Qiu Yonghao was no small feat, indicating that Long Junyuan's perception of light was extraordinarily formidable, and his external and internal spiritual powers were undoubtedly on par with Qiu Yonghao himself. At present, Qiu Yonghao's internal spiritual power was approximately 230,000 points, placing him firmly within the ranks of a seasoned second-tier, ninth-tier warrior. Thus, it stood to reason that Long Junyuan's cultivation was likely equal to his own. In that moment, Qiu Yonghao could not help but feel a jolt of realization. It appeared that this encounter would indeed prove to be a fierce battle. He had not anticipated that he would unveil his trump card in this initial confrontation, originally intending to reserve it for the three Divine Mark Knights, only to find himself employing it against this unknown Golden Knight instead. Xiao Yonghao forced a bitter smile. His original targets had merely been the three divine marks, not the unheralded Long Junyuan. Yet, fate had dictated that he reveal his prowess in this unexpected duel. However, he found himself at a loss. He was unwilling to concede defeat, especially not in the very first round. After all, he was the esteemed leader of the Warriors' Sanctuary. With that thought, he gathered his entire essence of spiritual power. Xiao Yonghao's eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, and behind him, a colossal golden greatsword materialized, soaring into the heavens. The piercing intent of the sword instantly enveloped the arena with an aura of lethal ferocity. Radiance surged forth, an inexhaustible energy cascading around him. Even Long Junyuan could not help but feel the immense pressure in that moment, a testament to the sheer terror of Xiao Yonghao's current prowess. Clearly, that previous strike had exerted considerable pressure on Yonghao. Otherwise, given his cultivation level, he would not have unleashed his domain of sword intent so explosively. Li Zhengji observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. He pondered for a moment, but then shook his head in disappointment. It was unfortunate. He had hoped to witness the depth of this unfamiliar knight, yet it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. After all, in a certain sense, Yonghao's domain of sword intent had reached the pinnacle of the alliance, arguably surpassing even the illustrious sword god Yi Wuxiang, whom he had admired throughout his life. In fact, its caliber was akin to that of a divine artifact, and not merely a low-tier one. Were there a knight of the divine seal seated upon a throne of divine insignia, Yonghao might find himself outmatched. However, within the context of the Sanctuary-esque grand competition, even those three knights of the divine seal would prove to be inadequate opponents, let alone this unfamiliar knight. The master of the magic sanctuary, Li Zhengji, offered his commentary. After sharing his thoughts, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly disinclined to witness further events, for in his mind, the outcome of the contest was already determined. Long Junyuan would face utter defeat. There was no suspense to be found, as he was pitted against Xiao Yonghao, the mightiest of warriors. The other masters of the various sanctuaries shared similar sentiments. Even the three knights of the divine seal felt the same. Within the Sanctuary-esque grand competition, the enhancements brought forth by Yonghao's domain were overwhelmingly formidable. Long Junyuan was already on the path to annihilation. A path to defeat. Yet, Long Junyuan remained oblivious to their thoughts. Were he to discover them, he would undoubtedly feel exasperated. How could they underestimate his domain of sword intent? It was indeed powerful, at least in his own understanding of the sword. He felt no comparison to Qiu Yonghao's might, as he was utterly dominated, with little room for resistance. Long Junyuan assessed everything before him with a critical eye. In this regard, he acknowledged his inferiority. After all, Qiu Yonghao had wielded the sword for 2 centuries, his obsession likely rivaled only by the legendary sword god Yi Wuxiang of yore. Long Junyuan had wielded a sword for far fewer years, and his greatest ability had always been the invocation of light power, which paled in comparison to Qiu Yonghao's prowess. However, Long Junyuan did not need to measure his swordsmanship against that of Qiu Yonghao. Without hesitation, he surged forward towards Yonghao, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation. Amidst a subtle haze, an extraordinary ripple of light erupted at that moment. However, the swiftness of Long Junyuan rendered it unobservable in time. This was the final battle. With this sword, I shall determine the victor. Observing the approaching Long Junyuan, Qiu Yonghao's heart momentarily stilled, his focus sharpening, and he instantaneously surged towards Long Junyuan's position. The colossal golden sword behind him erupted forth, cleaving towards Long Junyuan. The force of that strike erupted in an instant, likely surpassing the power of a 9th-tier ultimate forbidden spell, relentlessly pressing toward the realm of divine prowess. It was utterly terrifying. Had it been any other being, whether it be Yang Haohan, who summoned the throne, or Chun Zidian and Li Zhengji, they would have hesitated to confront it head-on. Yet, Long Junyuan was different. No matter how fearsome Qiu Yonghao's sword might be, it was ultimately not a divine technique, but rather a light attribute skill. And Long Junyuan bore no fear of light attribute skills. In fact, he possessed boundless resilience and confidence. With this thought, Long Junyuan gazed upon the incoming sword of Qiu Yonghao, a unique luminescence flickering in his eyes as the light behind him gradually transformed into substance. He softly uttered, "Light, deprive." At that moment, an endless radiance converged upon Long Junyuan, morphing into a 12-winged angel, shimmering with ethereal wings, enveloping the entire venue. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers, leaving them bewildered by the unfolding events. Only Long Xingyu and Yang Haohan comprehended the sheer terror of what was transpiring. This emanated from the realm of the divine. As the light gradually dissipated amidst the awe of the crowd, what emerged in its wake was even more shocking. For the domain of the sword wielded by the hall master of the warrior sanctuary, Qiu Yonghao, had vanished, replaced by utter helplessness, while Long Junyuan's ordinary spiritual sword now rested perilously against Qiu Yonghao's neck. Witnessing this scene, all present understood the significance of that moment. Qiu Yonghao had been defeated. Chapter 53. The Victory of Dragon Lord Yuan, a suppression befitting the divine. In this moment, the entire arena was enveloped in astonishment. Some stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, grappling with the enormity of what had transpired. For this outcome signified the defeat of Qiu Yonghao, the foremost warrior of the warrior sanctuary. This indicated that the Golden Knight #1 could single-handedly challenge the entire warrior sanctuary, a notion that was utterly preposterous. Even the legendary demon hunter, Elder Chen Zidian, found himself momentarily speechless, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of Dragon Lord Yuan. Even at his level, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from that recent confrontation. This was no trivial matter. Nonetheless, he promptly announced, in the first match of the elimination round, Golden Knight No. One of the Knight's sanctuary emerges victorious. Upon hearing these words, Qiu Yonghao gradually regained his composure. The sensation he had just experienced left him momentarily dazed, truly bewildered. Wasn't he that supposed to be the pinnacle of his spiritual power? His utmost limit? How had he lost? How had Dragon Lord Yuan triumphed? At that moment, an endless sea of confusion swirled within Qiu Yonghao's mind, leaving him in a state of profound bewilderment, unsure of what to articulate. In contrast, Dragon Lord Yuan was devoid of such contemplations. His cultivation was comparable to Qiu Yonghao's. There was little to differentiate their strengths. Thus, if he had been suppressed, how could victory have been possible? With that thought, he sheathed his sword, inclining slightly towards Qiu Yonghao in a knightly gesture, stating, "Elder Qiu, I am honored." With that, he gradually retreated, making his way back to the resting area of the knight's sanctuary. Qiu Yonghao, adhering to protocol, found himself momentarily stunned as he slowly returned to his position as the leader of the warrior sanctuary. All present were equally astonished by the spectacle. Who is this knight? Capable of subduing our leader? They whispered. Indeed, while the warrior sanctuary might be deemed relatively weak, their leader was nonetheless ranked among the top 10 in the Sanctuary Alliance. How could he have succumbed so easily? The knight's sanctuary had concealed its depths well, revealing such formidable strength only now. This power likely rivaled that of the mightiest shield knight, positioning him among the strongest, second only to the 3 divine seals and the legendary star knights. In that moment, countless individuals rendered their judgments, whether from a warrior sanctuary or the other 4 great sanctuaries. Among them, a particular assassin sanctuary leader, fully aware of Dragon Lord Yuan's identity, gazed at him with great excitement, his eyes reflecting nothing but satisfaction. However, Qiu Yonghao remained oblivious to all of this, sitting in a daze, seemingly lost in thought, entirely neglecting his surroundings. Only after Li Zhengji flew over to investigate the situation did he finally react. "Yonghao, what just happened? How could you suddenly fail?" Li Zhengji inquired, a look of confusion evident on his face as he gazed at Qiu Yonghao's position. Qiu Yonghao, slightly turning his head, revealed a trace of helplessness in his eyes, while internally he was engulfed in profound anguish. "I don't know," he replied. "You don't know? How is that possible?" Li Zhengji expressed his bewilderment, not blaming Qiu Yonghao, but rather finding the situation utterly perplexing. Given Qiu Yonghao's prowess, it was indeed strange that he was unaware of how he had lost. When that burst of divine light erupted, I only felt a wave of dizziness, and then all my spiritual energy seemed to pour out in an instant. Not only was my cultivation suppressed, but even some of my foundational abilities became inaccessible. Once my domain was thoroughly repressed, all the spiritual energy within me dissipated, leaving me with less than 30,000 points. By the time I regained my wits, the match had ended, leaving me no chance to react. Qiu Yonghao spoke solemnly. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with everything that had transpired, yet he found himself powerless to change the outcome. After a deep sigh, he continued, if I had to describe that feeling, it would be akin to the oppression of a deity. As soon as he uttered those words, Qiu Yonghao seemed to accept their weight, sighing once more and adding, yes. It was just like the suppression from a divine being of light. I had no possible means to resist. In a state of bewilderment, I faced utter defeat. Qiu Yonghao sighed again, appearing deeply disheartened. It was evident that discussing this matter was exceedingly difficult for him. Upon hearing all this, Li Zhengji found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, he could clearly see that Qiu Yonghao was no longer in a state to be provoked. He seemed to have fallen into a kind of madness. Any further pressure or forceful questioning might push him over the edge. While the willpower of a ninth-tier expert should not be so fragile, they were indeed far more stubborn than ordinary individuals. With this thought in mind, Li Zhengji sighed and gradually returned to his position, his gaze fixed intently on the knight's sanctuary. He resolved to do nothing but observe the unfolding abilities of Long Junyuan. Qiu Yonghao had already fallen into an inexplicable defeat, and such a scenario could not be allowed to repeat itself. As Long Junyuan returned to his rightful place within the knight's sanctuary, all the powerful figures there exhibited no change. At that moment, they focused intently on him, their expressions reflecting a hint of satisfaction. They trembled inwardly at the terrifying strength Long Junyuan had previously demonstrated. Junyuan, this time, you have indeed accomplished something remarkable. Qiu Yonghao, the most formidable warrior of the Sacred Hall, would surely have posed an insurmountable challenge for me had I been unable to wield the throne. Yang Haoan remarked with a smile. Ah, it was merely a stroke of luck, just luck, Long Junyuan clarified. However, upon finishing his statement, everyone cast incredulous glances at his position. This fellow certainly knows how to put on a show. At that moment, Long Xingyu suddenly interjected, "What luck are you referring to? I distinctly sense the power and impact of your light god domain, along with everything it unleashed. It seems that, during the battle, Qiu did not fully comprehend your strength, leading to his total suppression. Even if the domain manifested, he would have been unable to resist." Long Xingyu spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyin appeared somewhat puzzled, unable to grasp the full meaning of Long Xingyu's words. "What is the light god domain?" Long Tianyin inquired, his confusion evident. "That is Junyuan's domain." Though he understood each word separately, the combined phrase eluded him. Without hesitation, Long Xingyu transmitted his thoughts directly into Long Tianyin's ear, recounting the battle between Long Junyuan and himself in detail. After absorbing all this information, even Long Tianyin could not help but speak solemnly. So it is not merely the deprivation of the spiritual power of light attribute warriors, but also the utter lack of any possibility for resistance. You truly are the light god. Chapter 54. The terrifying nature of the light deity. A perfect coincidence. Is this truly the light deity? Observing the demeanor of Long Junyuan, coupled with the revelations made by Long Xingyu, Long Tianyin could not help but feel a sense of helplessness, even a stirring of genuine emotion. It is noteworthy that to suppress Long Xingyu is no trivial feat regardless of the circumstances. Possessing the ability to subdue such a formidable figure is indeed a remarkable distinction, a pinnacle of excellence. Presently, the only one within the Sacred Alliance capable of restraining Long Xingyu appears to be the legendary Star Knight, Yang Haoyu, who is diligently refining himself in preparation for a breakthrough to the 9th tier, 5th level. Moreover, Long Junyuan, at the tender age of 18, embodies such innate talent and power. Although he possesses an overwhelming advantage, the abilities bestowed by such talent are inherently his own. To exhibit such prowess at this age is truly unprecedented. given this exceptional gift and the potential to aid humanity in achieving an essential goal. Long Tianyin felt no inclination to question his attitude. He could only affirm, "Indeed, you are correct. If Junyuan possesses such capabilities, particularly a masterful command of radiant energy, then the upcoming first battle will be a different matter altogether. However, in the subsequent rounds, there will be domain battles and contests among the Alliance's strongest. While they are already aware of his domain, they remain incapable of countering its effects. Unless they choose to exclude light attribute practitioners from the upcoming contests, an unlikely scenario, as apart from summoners, who are neutral, more than 2 top-tier light attribute practitioners from the top 10 of each of the 4 major sanctuaries will surely participate. What was once their advantage may now become their liability, especially when compared to our knights, who also cultivate light attribute magic." Long Tianyin spoke earnestly, clearly beginning to envision the possibilities. The surrounding knights, who understood his words, shared in this sentiment, while those who did not grasp the meaning could still discern the excitement on Long Tianyin's face. As for Long Junyuan's own thoughts, they bore little relevance. After all, his identity in this regard was conferred by others, not something he had earned for himself. However, this contemplation did not persist for long. Following the conclusion of the 90th match, the hour had grown late, signaling the time to announce the results. Chun Zidian's authoritative voice echoed throughout the grand arena. On the first day of the sacred tournament, the first round of individual matches has concluded. The results are as follows. From the Knight's Sanctuary, 27 participants have advanced. From the Magic Sanctuary, 23. From the Soul Sanctuary, 16. From the Assassin's Sanctuary, 14. And from the Warrior's Sanctuary, 10. After the first round, the scores aligned with the number of participants advancing. Indeed, the strength of the Knight's Sanctuary remains formidable. Encouraged by Long Junyuan's intervention, they were all filled with enthusiasm. In an instant, their fighting spirit surged, correspondingly elevating their combat prowess to a formidable level. Thus, this outcome was achieved. One could assert that their accomplishments were inextricably linked to Long Junyuan. Following the conclusion of the competition, although this initial matter drew to a close, all the sanctuaries within the Holy Temple Alliance turned their gaze towards the Knight's Sanctuary, where Long Junyuan resided. They sought to uncover traces of Long Junyuan's departure and investigate his true identity, while they had no intention of assassinating him. Given the united front of the 6 major sanctuaries, any attack on the genius of another sanctuary would undoubtedly make them an absolute enemy. Even drawing the attention of Chun Zidian, the demon hunter, they were not foolish enough to provoke such animosity, having witnessed the consequences before. Rather, their aim was to ascertain who he truly was and study every aspect of him to formulate a countermeasure in the future. However, Long Junyuan's counter-surveillance abilities were not to be underestimated. There was no chance of capturing him. Upon noticing their gazes, Long Junyuan smiled slightly, showing no hesitation. Once he ascended to the 7th tier, he could transform his physical form into one of radiant light, becoming an embodiment of brilliance. As the god of light, Long Junyuan was even more formidable in this regard. After conversing with several revered elders, he exhibited no change or hesitation, swiftly transforming into light and departing from the scene. Meanwhile, Li Zhengji and his companions found no trace of Long Junyuan. Approximately an hour later, they finally conceded defeat in their search. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air, completely vanished. Qiu Yonghao lamented. As an ally of the Magic Sanctuary, he naturally wished for their victory. Yet he yearned even more to locate Long Junyuan and delve into the mysteries surrounding him, which could potentially aid his future advancements. Regrettably, he could not find him. They needed to expedite their search. In this personal battle, even if he secured first place, it was not a significant concern, as the Knight's Sanctuary often ranked first or second. However, if his earlier analysis of the power and aura was accurate, it was likely that he wielded domain-level abilities, without identifying potential weaknesses and countermeasures. The forthcoming domain battle could prove detrimental. Qiu Yonghao shook his head, feeling disheartened. He was urgently eager to locate Long Junyuan and conduct an analysis and investigation. They required sufficient time to understand this individual. Failing to do so would spell trouble. Suddenly, the esteemed holy mage, Lin Chun, the leader of the Magic Temple's mage group, approached and spoke. "Master, what troubles you?" Li Zhengji, perplexed, glanced over. "Master, the demon hunting team selection competition is set to commence tomorrow. It is rumored that several powerful juniors have emerged from the Night Sanctuary. Would you care to witness it?" Lin Chun inquired. "Never mind," Li Zhengji replied. "At this moment, my primary concern lies with the grand tournament of the Sanctuary and that enigmatic night. As for the demon hunting team selection, you may manage it entirely. Should any promising candidates arise, do take note, whether from the Night Sanctuary or a Magic Temple." Li Zhengji's focus remained on Long Junyuan, dismissing the notion of the demon hunting team competition. Little did he realize that he had declined an opportunity to directly engage with Long Junyuan the following day. After all, Long Junyuan was someone who participated in both the grand tournament of the Sanctuary and the demon hunting team competition simultaneously. Chapter 55. A unique revelation and Long Haochun's top 16. As Long Junyuan journeyed back, he remained unaware of the observations made by Li Zhengji regarding his training and the combat competition against the demon hunting group. Even if he were to learn of it, he would feel indifferent, for he was preoccupied with a matter of far greater significance. At this moment, with his eyes closed, he moved purposefully towards the Dragon family estate, seemingly enveloped in a peculiar epiphany as he proceeded. It was only when he approached the entrance of his home that he slowly opened his eyes. The glimmer in his gaze surged, imparting an extraordinary sensation upon him. Indeed, engaging in battle with a formidable opponent was essential to fully unleash his potential. His encounter with Master Chiao had proven fruitful. Sensing the power coursing through him, Long Junyuan felt a flicker of joy. Despite his earlier decisive combat, where Chiao Yonghao was swiftly defeated, the reality was far more complex than it appeared. In that battle, Chiao Yonghao had not been testing the waters, but had fought with utmost seriousness. For an experienced elder to engage earnestly in combat posed a significant challenge. Even for Long Junyuan, the god of light, who possessed abilities that countered his foe, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Long Junyuan had approached the fight with utmost seriousness, fearful of an outright defeat. Consequently, when he activated the domain of the god of light, he exerted every ounce of his strength. Under such pressure, even he was compelled to draw out his potential fiercely. The outcome was straightforward. It was the insights gained by Long Junyuan along the way. He breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that he owed much to Master Chiao. Although he had lost and failed to contribute to their points in the Warrioress Sanctuary, his defeat had bestowed upon Long Junyuan a fresh understanding of his cultivation. In this light, the loss was indeed valuable. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Long Haochun standing there, gazing in various directions, seemingly awaiting something. This peculiar behavior puzzled Long Junyuan. Were it not for his knowledge of Long Haochun's true identity, he might have suspected him to be a spy. "Haochun, what are you doing?" Long Junyuan inquired as he approached. "Greetings, uncle," Long Haochun responded, bowing slightly upon noticing Long Junyuan's presence, his face radiating admiration. He recalled the terrifying strength Long Junyuan had exhibited just the day before, which had shaken everything around him. Whether it be the 9-step demon gods or those several 9-step magical beasts before Long Junyuan, they were akin to mere straw dummies awaiting slaughter, effortlessly vanquished. Truly terrifying indeed. After that moment, Long Haochun directly set Long Junyuan as his cultivation goal. Such formidable strength. No matter, merely a day without seeing my esteemed uncle. I was somewhat concerned about your whereabouts, hence my waiting here. Where have you been? Long Haochun inquired with curiosity. Today, the affairs of the Holy Temple were numerous, but by nightfall, they were largely concluded. The Holy City then resumed its curfew. However, Long Junyuan had lingered outside for quite some time, prompting Long Haochun's curiosity about his activities. I participated in the Holy Temple Grand Tournament and barely managed to secure the title of Most Valuable Participant, hence my late return. Long Junyuan replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Long Haochun paused. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Uncle, do you truly take me for one who did not attend the Holy Temple Grand Tournament? You were not present there. The only unexpected participant, the Golden Knight #1, bore no resemblance to you. Long Haochun responded with resignation. He believed Long Junyuan was jesting with him, though not angered. For what reason was there to be angered? He found it somewhat exasperating. Such an exaggeration. After all, though Long Junyuan possessed unparalleled strength, it was said that the Holy Temple Grand Tournament was dominated by venerable elders of formidable power. Despite Long Junyuan's terrifying talent, his youth placed him at a disadvantage against those seasoned veterans. How could Long Xingyu possibly permit his participation? Thus, Long Haochen remained unconvinced. Yet Long Junyuan cared little for such doubts. He saw no need for explanation. In time, all would be revealed. He could not remain concealed forever. However, Yang Haohen intended to utilize Long Junyuan as a hidden weapon to counter the Magic Holy Temple and other factions with ulterior motives, hence the secrecy. Otherwise, Long Junyuan would not have remained silent for so long. But there was no urgency. When the moment arrived, all would be settled. Soon, Long Haochen ceased his inquiries and instead gestured for Long Junyuan to enter the estate. By the way, uncle, he continued, news has arrived. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Demon Hunt Squad Selection Tournament's group stage. We must prepare to finalize the participant list. Long Junyuan nodded. In that case, we shall make the necessary preparations. The significance of the group stage in the Demon Hunt Squad Tournament rivals even that of the top 16, he remarked calmly. Though currently occupied with the Holy Temple Grand Tournament and its grand affairs, only Long Junyuan himself understood that the Demon Hunt Squad Tournament held the utmost importance. At present, is unparalleled. After all, the Demon Hunter Tournament is the main quest of this flawed system, significantly influencing the ultimate grand prize that awaits. Moreover, the primary tasks associated with the Demon Hunter Guild are of considerable importance, as they come with substantial rewards. The evaluation by Long Junyuan will also play a crucial role in this regard. This mere preliminary round has already conferred notable advancements upon Long Junyuan, heightening his anticipation for the extraordinary heights he might reach upon the completion of the Demon Hunter Tournament. This is a pivotal point. Furthermore, during the top 16 matches, Long Junyuan will not relent, for the outcome will determine his final rewards. However, as he pondered these matters, a message resonated within his mind. Main quest, Demon Hunter Tournament Top 16. Task requirements. The host must participate in the Demon Hunter group matches and successfully advance to the top 16. Task rewards, based on the host completion level. Should he successfully reach the top 16, the host shall elevate his preparation level by 1 tier, maximum artifact, and gain 3 points of innate spiritual power. Note, should he fail, the host will merely be an ordinary member of the Demon Hunter Guild, and this reward will be entirely forfeited. The system will only reactivate upon successful enrollment in the Demon Hunter Guild. Chapter 56, Grasping the Jade Hand of Kair, the Eternal Tower of Endless Possibilities. Main quest, the Hunt for Demons, Tournament of the 16. Quest requirements. The host must participate in the group stage of the Demon Hunt and successfully advance to the top 16. Quest rewards, based on the host performance. If successful in advancing to the top 16, the host may elevate 1 piece of equipment to the next level, maximum artifact, and gain 3 points of innate spiritual energy. Note, if unsuccessful, the host will merely be a common member of the Demon Hunt, and this reward will be rendered completely void. The system will only reopen upon the host's successful entry into the Demon Hunt. The top 16 tournament. This prospect seems rather promising. Moreover, the initial rewards are indeed splendid, allowing for the enhancement of 1 piece of equipment. Long Junyuan gazed at the information relayed by the system, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he perceived this endeavor as quite worthwhile. Elevating one's preparedness level is exceedingly advantageous, both for his current circumstances and within the power parameters set by the system. Most gratifying to Long Junyuan is the likelihood that, considering his current equipment, he may soon acquire another artifact level item. This is truly excellent. Contemplating this, Long Junyuan felt a surge of joy within. The upcoming group stage ignited a sense of anticipation. After all, the value to be gained far outweighed any other pursuits. It is well to return swiftly and cultivate oneself diligently. Although he ranked second among the knights during the preliminary round, it was merely a matter of chance rather than merit. This time, He resolved to thoroughly explore every facet to surpass all else. Long Junyuan glanced at Long Haochen's position and softly spoke. Upon hearing this, Long Haochen emerged from his previous state of despondency and nodded in acknowledgement to Long Junyuan. He then accompanied Long Junyuan as they made their way towards the Long family estate. The following day, before the venue of the Holy Alliance Conference, Long Haochen and Long Junyuan stood together, presenting their identity tokens for assessment. The group stage differed significantly from the preliminary round. The latter was merely a selection process. The members of the group stage were bona fide members of the Demon Hunt, shrouded in an aura of strict confidentiality. Even Knight Hua, their accompanying mentor from the Holy Hall, was unable to grant them entry. However, Long Junyuan held no objections to this. Such restrictions were essential for safeguarding the integrity of the Demon Hunt members. Malicious individuals lurk in every corner, even within the holy city itself. Stringency is entirely reasonable. Indeed, it is necessary. Knights of the Holy Hall, Long Junyuan and Long Haochen, please proceed. In no time, the uncle and nephew duo passed the assessment, and the knight on duty, adhering to the information on their tokens, respectfully ushered them into the hall. Hoping for the final grouping, I wish not to be placed alongside you, uncle, for that would diminish my chances of advancement considerably. Observing the surroundings, Long Haochen shook his head, expressing his helplessness. He truly wished to avoid an encounter with Long Junyuan. Who knows, you might even surpass me, Long Junyuan remarked with a faint smile, teasingly. At this, Long Haochen recalled the terrifying prowess Long Junyuan had demonstrated in the Sacred City Mountains, causing him to shudder involuntarily and shake his head. Never mind that. How could I possibly compare myself to you now? Long Haochen indeed harbored aspirations of exceeding Long Junyuan. Such was his ambition. Yet he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that he currently stood no chance of surpassing him. Thus he chose to relinquish the thought. However, just as the two were conversing, a chilling aura of lethal intent approached their vicinity, exuding an overwhelming terror. Even Long Haochen felt a shiver run down his spine, for the murderous intent instilled in him a profound fear that rendered him unwilling to confront it directly. Surprisingly, he discerned that the ominous presence was not aimed at him, but rather at Long Junyuan, which left him astounded. It was utterly unexpected that someone would dare to provoke Long Junyuan, especially a fellow candidate from their cohort. Yet, in that moment, Long Haochen came to a realization. Since this was merely a fellow examinee, there was no need for Long Junyuan to concern himself. He could simply handle it himself. However, in the next instant, he abandoned that line of thought upon hearing a cool, feminine voice, though not the crux of the matter, delicate and hesitant, which after a moment's pause, called out, Long Junyuan. At this, both individuals turned their heads in unison. The newcomer was a girl of modest stature, possessing an ethereal beauty, clad in a distinctive purple assassin's robe, gazing at Long Junyuan with a conflicted expression. Unsure of what to say, her heart was stirred with uncharted emotions. Saint Kai, Long Junyuan immediately recognized her, inquiring, what troubles you? My reincarnation trial seems to have been preliminarily passed, and it is far less painful than before. In fact, I can advance further. Naturally, I've come to express my gratitude to you. Saint Kai said, her gaze fixed on Long Junyuan, her voice imbued with appreciation. Simultaneously, a ripple of emotion stirred within her, for this marked the first time in her life that someone had come to her aid, even if that person was somewhat unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan did not hesitate for an instant. He reached out and grasped Kai's wrist, channeling his spiritual energy into her being. Witnessing this, Long Haochen was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, you are being rather straightforward, especially in the midst of the Demon Hunting Alliance competition. As she sensed the touch emanating from the hand upon her arm, Kai, who had already passed through the trials of reincarnation, began to regain a semblance of her humanity, causing a hint of shyness to bloom upon her delicate face. Yet, she did not resist. Although embarrassment lingered, Kai was fundamentally rational in her actions. She understood the capabilities and intentions of Long Junyuan, and thus, she refrained from opposing him, quietly awaiting his next move. Indeed, it appeared that Senior Xingyue was not entirely foolish. At the very least, he recognized how to stabilize this entire situation thoroughly. Everything seemed to be progressing seamlessly, and as long as the necessary arrangements were made, a permanent resolution would soon be within reach. Long Junyuan responded succinctly. Foolish ancestor. Kair could not help but shiver upon hearing this. While she harbored some disdain for her ancestor, being the leader of the Assassin's Sanctuary, she was taken aback that someone would speak of him in such a manner. Yet, the statement was undeniably accurate. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Out of curiosity, Kair inquired, "What is this method of achieving a permanent solution?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Although she was unaware of the distinctions between the death god's chosen and the war god's chosen, Kair, having endured the relentless torment of the reincarnation trials, was fervently eager to resolve this turmoil. Her excitement was palpable. In response, Long Junyuan felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Setting aside the matter of divine awakening, as a chosen of the death god, if Kair wished to fully resolve her plight or showcase her abilities, she would require soul power, specifically the most potent soul power. And to acquire such soul power, there existed a place in this world renowned for its strength. There was no need for further elaboration. It was direct and unequivocal. The Tower of Eternity. Chapter 57. Reform of the group stage. If it were Long Junyuan, the circumstances would be entirely different. Indeed, Long Junyuan's ultimate aim is the Eternal Tower. If one were to designate a singular artifact as the most formidable and terrifying among soul-related treasures, without a hint of hesitation, it would undoubtedly be the Eternal Tower. Wielded by the previous Child of Light, the Necromancer Saint, who lies in eternal slumber beneath the cataclysm, Ilex. As the most powerful necromancer in the annals of history, there is no equal. In the realm of soul manipulation, Long Junyuan can assure himself that he would stand no chance against him. There is simply no possibility. Therefore, should he gain possession of the Eternal Tower, and subsequently channel its power through Saint Kair, the outcome would be nothing short of terrifying. It could even grant him divine favor directly. Long Junyuan possesses great confidence in this regard. Thus, he shall await the conclusion of the round of 16. And upon successfully acquiring this so-called new divine artifact, he will be poised to embark on a journey to resolve all matters at hand. How delightful! After all, he is dealing with a demigod-level entity. Although Long Junyuan is a deity of light, he currently stands at merely the second tier of the 9th rank, still considerably distant from Ilex's might. It would be prudent to enhance his own strength before confronting such a formidable presence. Nevertheless, Long Junyuan is well acquainted with Ilex, and is not overly concerned about any potential backlash. In due time, all will become clear. For now, he shall continue with the competition. One wonders if the leader has instituted reforms for this group stage. Let us proceed to discover. A faint smile graced Long Junyuan's lips as he stepped forward. Naturally, Kair followed closely behind, aware of Long Junyuan's prowess, yet bewildered by his decision to participate in the demon hunting tournament despite his significant strength. Such a choice seemed rather peculiar. However, she chose to remain by his side. Similarly, Long Haochen, though somewhat perplexed, also adhered to the group. Before long, the trio entered the arena, whereupon they encountered a tall maiden clad in pink armor, who approached them with a bright smile. "Lord Junyuan, Haochen, you two have finally arrived." It was Li Xian. Following her greeting, she gazed at Long Junyuan with admiration. This sentiment was not solely due to his remarkable strength. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Long Junyuan had significantly assisted her previously. In the final moments, he had yielded the opportunity to face some 7th and 8th tier magical beasts, allowing Li Xian to secure 4th place in the preliminary night rankings. Long Haochen claimed 2nd, Yang Wenjiao 3rd, and Han Yu 5th. Thus, Li Xian was filled with exhilaration, as the stakes were incredibly high. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xian continued. This time, the group stage seems to mirror the previous format, albeit with a reform structure. It no longer follows the previous system where individuals took turns battling. Instead, it has transformed into a free-for-all. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, everyone turned their attention forward. At this moment, the rules were being inscribed. The regulations for the group stage were quite straightforward. All 60 participants would be assigned to 6 groups through a random draw. Originally, these individuals were to compete in round-robin tournaments across 6 separate arenas within the Sacred Alliance trial grounds. This meant that each participant would engage in no fewer than 9 matches, thereby minimizing the element of chance and allowing these young contenders to accumulate invaluable combat experience through rigorous battles. Subsequently, the top 2 from each group, along with the 4 best third-place finishers, would advance to the top 16 knockout rounds. However, this time, the format had entirely changed. There would no longer be individual matchups. Instead, 10 participants would clash in a chaotic free-for-all, with the top 2 emerging victorious. The remaining defeated competitors would either contend based on their current state or engage in another round of tumult to determine the final outcome. This method, albeit brutal, was refreshingly direct. One could say that this alteration in rules suited me perfectly. After all, it was simpler and more forthright, bringing a swift conclusion to the proceedings. Long Junyuan regarded the new regulations with no inclination to voice any grievances, for the advantage lay squarely with him. Soon, they advanced together, with the various vice leaders of the 6 great sanctuaries and the leaders of the 8th-tier factions, including the esteemed paladin commander Han Qian, standing amongst them, their formidable auras radiating power. Before long, Han Qian took a step forward. With all participants now gathered, the grouping ceremony was about to commence. The numbering of all competitors would remain as it had been during the preliminary round. Your mentors have likely informed you of the finals format, and I shall not dwell on it further. We shall now proceed with the draw, grouping 10 individuals at a time. Once the draw is complete, you will head directly to the trial grounds for the first round of competition. As Han Qian spoke, a massive crystal orb slowly ascended from beneath the platform. This orb, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter and hollow within, contained 60 small orange spheres, each seemingly inscribed with a character. Surrounding the crystal orb were 6 hollow crystal columns, each marked with the numbers 1 through 6. Soon, Han Qian unleashed his spiritual energy. In the next instant, the 60 orange spheres within the crystal orb began to vibrate violently, and one by one, they were ejected from the nearly indistinguishable openings around the orb, perfectly landing within the 6 crystal columns. The numbers within each group quickly materialized. The first number to appear for Group 1 was the second-ranked knight, known as Duan Yi, who had placed 6th in the preliminary round. Well done, old Han. What luck you have, drawing a 5th-tier knight on your first attempt. If memory serves, this 5th-tier knight Duan Yi is undoubtedly a contender for the championship, even possessing the potential to triumph over Yang Wenjiao. It is likely that Group 1 will see either a first or second placement. I couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, casting a jovial glance toward Han Qian's position. The others, upon witnessing this, cast their eyes towards it. To them, Duan Yi was likely to seize the first position in this group, marking him as a formidable seed competitor. Han Qian also smiled, feeling exceedingly pleased with Duan Yi, considering him a promising talent. In Han Qian's view, he even possessed the potential of divine aptitude. However, moments later, the smile on Han Qian's face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. This situation proved to be quite challenging for him. Han Qian sighed, pondering the perplexity of Ren Wuquang. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the second position, which belonged to the 100th knight. The individual in the 100th position appeared strikingly familiar, causing Ren Wuquang to momentarily pause in disbelief. Suddenly, he recalled the information he had seen earlier, and realization dawned upon him. His eyes fell upon Long Junyuan, who stood beside Long Haochun. He was taken aback. Damn, I completely forgot that Long Junyuan was also participating in this demon hunting competition. Chapter 58. The purpose of the group stage and the emergence of Long Junyuan upon witnessing this scene. Ren Wuquang was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that Long Junyuan, whom he had previously seen, would also make an appearance. This was the formidable Long Junyuan of the 9th tier. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of trepidation surged within Ren Wuquang. He found himself at a loss for words, as the mere existence of Long Junyuan represented an unparalleled force, not just in the Demon Hunter tournament, but potentially even in the Holy Temple tournament. The presence of such a being in the Demon Hunter tournament, alongside the other elite contestants from the Holy Temple, was indeed a daunting prospect. It was no wonder that Han Qian sighed in resignation. After all, the arrival of Long Junyuan signified absolute invincibility, rendering any hope of victory for Duan Yi utterly unattainable. The internal conflict among the contestants only added to Han Qian's sense of helplessness. This feeling of despair did not bring Ren Wuquang any joy either. For Long Junyuan's presence among his peers indicated a foregone conclusion of victory, leaving the warriors of the Holy Temple with scant prospects for triumph. Old Quang, what's the matter? Why you seem so dazed all of a sudden? Lin Chun, the holy mage, glided over with a puzzled expression, eager to understand Ren Wuquang's sudden distraction. However, Ren Wuquang quickly shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He was all too aware of the implications surrounding Long Junyuan and understood his true worth. With such strength and talent, it was inconceivable for Long Junyuan to remain concealed within the confines of the Holy Temple Alliance for long. His abilities would inevitably come to light. But for the time being, it seemed the Knights Temple was in no rush to act. This, however, was of no concern to Ren Wuquang. He certainly did not wish for Long Junyuan's capabilities to be revealed through his own actions, as that would undoubtedly spell disaster. Thus, he shook his head and remarked, "It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled a rather distressing matter during our conversation. I'm feeling much better now." Lin Chun, intrigued, inquired what distressing matter. Ren Wuquang pondered for a moment before replying, "My magical beast is about to give birth." Upon hearing this, the others understood Ren Wuquang's concealed thoughts. Yet, they refrained from dwelling on such matters, as the ongoing tournament took precedence. Despite the Holy Temple Alliance being a collective, the various temples remained in a state of competition, making the acquisition of additional intelligence nearly impossible. Soon enough, the results of the first round were announced. Contestant number 2, Duan Yi, and contestant number 100, Long Junyuan, along with a total of 10 participants, were perfectly revealed in the information. Am I truly destined to exist alongside this esteemed figure, Lord Junyuan? One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary powers he possesses that elicit such profound reverence from Yang Wenjiao. He appears to wield remarkable strength. I am compelled to ascertain whether I could possibly stand in comparison to him. This time, I shall endeavor to challenge him and see if I can emerge victorious. As the results unfolded, Knight Duani, standing nearby, attentively cast his gaze towards Lord Long Junyuan. Although he is a guardian knight, his rise from humble beginnings to attain such prowess is a testament to the numerous battles he has endured. His combative spirit is undeniable. Thus, upon learning that he would be grouped with Long Junyuan, Duani's previously dormant warrior's heart ignited fiercely. He was filled with an intense fervor. However, Yang Wenjiao, observing the scene, felt a pang of concern as he discerned his friend's intentions. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he thought, "Duani, please do not act recklessly. If you end up facing Lord Junyuan, while he may harbor no ill will towards you, the sheer force he can unleash is something you cannot withstand." Yang Wenjiao's thoughts remained unspoken. Soon enough, the names of all participants in the first group were announced, and they promptly took their positions in designated areas of the arena. Despite the ample space of the arena for the demon hunting tournament, with 10 participants, it promised to be a fierce melee. I must prevail. If I can withstand the onslaught and bring down 8 opponents, victory will be mine. Indeed, I must hold firm and ensure that 9 individuals, everyone except myself, are eliminated. If I achieve this, I shall secure a place among the top 16. As the foremost genius of our city, I am resolutely determined to accomplish this feat. At this moment, every talent present felt a surge of inspiration, irrespective of their ranks, as they mentally prepared for the impending battle without reservation. After all, advancing beyond the preliminary rounds means entering the top 16. Those who make it to this stage will have the opportunity to compete in the finals, vying for a chance at the top 3. It is vital to note that initial placements yield little reward, as they involve intense competition within the various sanctuaries, where considerations of mercy may arise. However, The rewards for securing a spot in the top 3 during the finals are none other than 3 spirit furnaces. For any practitioner, the significance of these furnaces is immense, compelling all participants to exert their utmost effort. With aspirations for those coveted spirit furnaces, no one held back. They surged towards the center with unwavering resolve, intent on achieving an outstanding ranking in this battle. Consequently, everyone engaged fiercely, initiating their conflicts without a hint of restraint. Similarly, it is precisely for this reason that, even though the Arbiter hovering above is a formidable 7th-tier pinnacle warrior, the chaotic nature of this battle necessitates the presence of an even stronger force for precautionary measures. Despite his formidable rank, the intensity of the ongoing conflict brings a slight tremor of astonishment to him. At that moment, he notices the indifferent figure of Long Junyuan, standing still and devoid of any reaction or thought, which causes him to furrow his brow slightly. The crux of transforming this into a melee battle lies in testing their reflexes and agility amidst chaos, to refrain from combat and merely endure. Although a commendable strategy within the demonic skirmishes, utterly contradicts the purpose of this group competition. Immediately, he declares, "Knight number 100, prepare to engage. Should you fail to act within 1 minute, according to the rules of this group match, you will be deemed the loser." Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan raises his gaze slightly towards the Arbiter. He initially intended to offer his comrades a glimmer of hope for continued competition, yet he did not expect this individual to compel him to begin combat. Very well. Without further ado, Long Junyuan nods, and in the next moment, he slowly extends his hand, a peculiar radiance shimmering to life within it. Instantly, it is cast forth before him. In that fleeting instant, whether among the contestants or the high-ranking officials of the Alliance, the entire arena is enveloped in an unparalleled brilliance. All present perceive it as the embodiment of ultimate light. Chapter 59. The Victory of the Top 16, the Ascension of Long Junyuan's Divine Artifact. Indeed, it was the epitome of radiant light. In that moment, whether it was the competitors, the referee, or the 6 terrifyingly powerful beings at the pinnacle of the 8th tier standing on the stage, all experienced a profound tremor from within. They were utterly taken aback, as this instantaneous brilliance blinded their eyes and caught them off guard. It was unfathomable, an awe-inspiring luminosity. What kind of power was this? It could either be 4th tier or 5th tier. How could such a terrifying radiance manifest? Even the Alliance leaders might not possess such might. Han Xian, Ren Wuquang, please investigate if any competitor has brought forth an external source of power. Otherwise, how could such a level of energy be unleashed? The powerful beings on stage voiced their anxious concerns, particularly Lin Chun, who needed to observe everyone present. Being blinded would pose significant trouble. Thus, he hastened to address the situation. However, the outcome was not as he had anticipated. There was no error, nor was there any use of foreign power. This strength belonged solely to the individual in question. Upon hearing this, Han Xian sighed and shook his head in response. The revelation sent a shockwave through all present. They cast bewildered glances in his direction. Had this information come from Ren Wuquang, their skepticism might have lingered, for that old rogue occasionally acted foolishly. Yet, they were certain of one thing. Han Xian would not casually lie. With that in mind, it seemed this matter was indeed genuine. Soon, the blinding light receded, replaced by an absolute clarity of vision. At that moment, they all focused intently on the center of the arena, but once they truly beheld the scene, they were left utterly dumbfounded. For standing there was a youth, unfamiliar yet not entirely foreign, standing with his arms slightly outstretched, emanating an aura of distinctiveness. Yet beside him, there was no one. In stark contrast, all the other competitors had been cast aside, lying outside the arena, stripped of their combat capabilities, their battles conclusively ended. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present felt an involuntary shudder. They were deeply shaken and gripped by fear, some even kneeling in reverence and trepidation. This cannot be. How is it possible? This feels akin to cheating. Let us momentarily set aside the prowess of Knight 100's radiant power. But what of this terrifying combat capability? Hiss, even the 5th tier Knight 2 was effortlessly dispatched in an instant. How can this be? This is utterly incomprehensible. If such an existence is real, do we even stand a chance? At this moment, countless demon hunters below were trembling with trepidation, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of shock as their cultivation surged within them, leaving only a profound shudder. It was as if they had encountered some extraordinary anomaly. They understood that in the grand competition of demon hunters, the possibility of cheating was virtually non-existent. Thus, it seemed they were destined to be mere spectators in this contest, to be eliminated in an instant. How could this be? These were 9 formidable demon hunters. Even if this individual's radiant power were exceptionally rich, it could not possibly reach such heights. Above the 8th tier peak priest, Master Weakwater, a fellow wielder of light, was gripped by a multitude of fears, utterly astonished by the spectacle before her, the Dragon Lord Yuan and all that he exhibited. Her gaze was filled solely with awe. As a practitioner of the light, her feelings of suppression and astonishment were the most profound. The others were rendered speechless by fear. Only Han Qian displayed an expression of resignation, contemplating whether he could conceal Dragon Lord Yuan's true strength. Yet, unexpectedly, there was no need for such concealment, for Dragon Lord Yuan would unveil everything himself. Below, at that moment, Dragon Lord Yuan gazed at his own fist with a sense of helplessness. It was fortunate that he had suppressed his spiritual power, only releasing an aura equivalent to the 7th tier, merely compelling them with that level of strength. Had he escalated it even slightly, these individuals would have surely met their demise. Observing his fist, Dragon Lord Yuan commented with resignation. However, he said little more and turned his gaze skyward, addressing the now dumbfounded referee. Referee, the match has concluded. You may announce the results. Upon hearing this, the 7th tier referee finally regained his composure. He looked at Dragon Lord Yuan with astonishment, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Good heavens! He had just exhibited such a poor attitude towards this terrifying presence. Who would have thought that he was indeed such an anomaly? The referee stuttered slightly. He was merely a 7th tier. Was it appropriate for him to involve himself with such an existence? Nevertheless, bound by duty, he stammered out the announcement. The first match of this group stage has concluded. The first place goes to Knight 100, and the second place as he spoke. He glanced at the second place contestant, noting that the remaining 9 would compete the following day after a period of rest. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan smiled faintly and gracefully descended back to his original position. At that moment, a notification chime resonated in his mind. Main quest, Demon Hunting Team Tournament, Top 16. Task requirement. The host must participate in the group matches of the Demon Hunting Team and successfully advance to the Top 16. Task reward. Based on the host's completion rate. If successful in advancing to the Top 16, the host may elevate their preparation level by 1 rank to the limit of divine artifacts and gain 3 innate spiritual energy points. Already completed. Task completed. The host successfully achieved the first place in the group matches and, by sheer coincidence, accumulated the highest score, rated as SSS level. The host receives 5 points of innate spiritual energy and elevates their level by 1 rank to the limit of divine artifacts. After toiling tirelessly for so long, he finally obtained what he desired. System enhanced the armored battlesuit of doom and slaughter. Upon witnessing the system's notification, Long Junyuan felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, it was a gratifying completion. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to proceed with the enhancement. At that very moment, a surge of power emanated from the system, instantly cascading back into Long Junyuan. The throne of doom and slaughter within him began to ascend, embarking on a transformative journey from the so-called immortal rank to the pinnacle of divine artifacts. Chapter 60. Undercurrents surging, the eternal tower awaits. In this moment, Long Junyuan felt an unparalleled comfort enveloping him. His spiritual energy surged continuously, and layers of extraordinary power radiated from him, shimmering with a profound golden red light. This brilliance was none other than the illumination bestowed by the upgraded throne of doomsday and slaughter. The enhancement of a divine artifact is invariably accompanied by remarkable phenomena and significant amplification. Moreover, Long Junyuan's innate spiritual energy was also experiencing a remarkable ascent, transitioning from 123 to 128 points, amplifying his divine potential and possibilities. At this instant, he exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating outward in all directions. All practitioners of light were imbued with an inexplicable sense of reverence. Whether it was the competitors or the formidable 8th-tier experts present, they were all stirred by a deep, heartfelt admiration for this young man. Who exactly is this youth? This question echoed in the minds of all those present, as they pondered the terrifying existence that could possess such overwhelming power. However, Long Junyuan had no intention of addressing their inquiries. Instead, he slowly arose, allowing the earlier surge of power and spiritual energy to gradually subside. He then made his way back to his rightful place. "Uncle, what just transpired? Why did such terrifying light energy suddenly erupt?" Even I felt a sense of worship and submission. Long Junyuan looked earnestly at Long Junyuan's position, his eyes reflecting confusion and astonishment. He was the son of light, the sovereign of all illumination. The fact that someone could surpass him in this domain, eliciting reverence from his own light, was indeed unexpected. Yet, it was also quite natural. The son of light could indeed command all radiance. But he was merely a chosen vessel of the light god or the light goddess, inherently flawed. The light god, being the deity of all light, warranted such worship from the son of light. Nevertheless, Long Junyuan chose not to elaborate on this, replying ambiguously, "You are not yet strong enough to comprehend all of this, and your own potential has yet to reach its zenith. Once you break through to the 6th tier, that will be the moment your true abilities manifest." Upon hearing this, Long Haochen felt an inexplicable joy. To him, Long Junyuan's words implied that his current cultivation was insufficient, but upon reaching the 6th tier, he would possess such formidable light. However, the true implication of Long Junyuan's words was that he could commence preparations for the awakening of divine favor at that very moment. It was then that the Son of Light would truly manifest his power. Presently, he was merely at the 4th tier, a far cry from his potential. Furthermore, the notion of clashing with the God of Light was but a fanciful thought. Nevertheless, Long Junyuan did not intend to elucidate further. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Kai Er and remarked, "We shall conclude the group matches swiftly. I will take you to a certain place afterward to address the matters of your reincarnation." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Kai Er's eyes. She had not anticipated that Long Junyuan's method of resolution would involve taking her away to another location. This was exceedingly peculiar. Yet, she refrained from inquiring further and simply nodded softly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Li Xian astutely perceived the nuances of the exchange. The notion of swiftly resolving matters instinctively overshadowed the significance of the term reincarnation. The youth of today were indeed rather hasty. Though the intention may have been to arrange a rendezvous, to express such sentiments amidst the demon hunting tournament was rather audacious. However, she ultimately buried these thoughts, for the competition took precedence. In the elevated area reserved for distinguished guests, Lin Shun and his companions gazed with palpable excitement at Han Qian and Ren Wuquan. They had noted the duo's demeanor in response to Long Junyuan's remarkable display earlier, seemingly unfazed by the anomaly. This suggested they possessed some knowledge beyond the ordinary. "Han Qian, do enlighten us. Is this knight, number 100, named Long Junyuan, the prodigy from your knight's sanctuary?" Lin Shun, having just reviewed the roster, was electrified upon recognizing the name and eagerly posed the question. What was the outcome? This was the crux of the matter. Indeed, Han Qian Sayyid, lamenting that Long Junyuan's name should never have appeared on the list. A mere code name would have sufficed. Upon hearing this, the assembly was engulfed in a state of astonishment. After all, they were familiar with Long Junyuan, yet they had not anticipated that this genius would personally participate in the demon hunting tournament, and to have ascended to such heights was indeed a daunting prospect. Yet, while they pondered thus, Lin Shin held an entirely opposite view. The embodiment of pure light, formidable power, and profound mystery, few had encountered it firsthand. If it were merely an isolated phenomenon, it would be manageable, but if combined, could it be that the Ace Knight of the Knight's Sanctuary, the enigmatic Golden Knight number 1, was none other than Long Junyuan? The mere thought of this possibility sent a jolt through Lin Chun's heart. He fixated intently on Long Junyuan and discreetly conjured magic, gathering the remaining aura of light associated with Long Junyuan. Once the grand tournament of the Demon Hunting Guild concludes, I shall return to inform the Lord of all that has transpired, Lin Chun mused. The presence of Long Junyuan is pivotal. Soon the second, third, fourth, and fifth rounds came to their respective conclusions, and the sixth round followed suit. After Long Junyuan instructed Kai'er to resolve matters swiftly, she exhibited no reservations. With her 5th tier, level 5 prowess, the full force of her spiritual power, complemented by her own reincarnation abilities, erupted completely. In such a rapid confrontation, who could possibly stand against her? Naturally, there was none. Thus, throughout her 6 group matches, her speed was only surpassed by the fleeting brilliance of Long Junyuan. On that day, all were reminded of the dominion exercised by the Assassin Queen, Saint Kai'er. However, this Assassin Queen displayed little hesitation. Upon achieving her results, she gracefully approached Long Junyuan and spoke. Long Junyuan, my group matches have concluded. The next steps are yours to arrange. Kai'er understood that Long Junyuan's capabilities undoubtedly surpassed her own, and there was no need for her to compete with him further. At this juncture, she sought assistance. Was it necessary to maintain an air of superiority while seeking help? Kai'er recognized that if she were to do so, Long Junyuan would have no reason to assist her. Observing Saint Kai'er in such a manner, Long Junyuan nodded slightly. He offered no resistance, choosing instead to execute everything as he had articulated. That was sufficient. With that settled, all that remained was to locate the Eternal Tower. Chapter 61. The Handling and Resolution of Matters, Disputes. Thus, the next step is simply to accompany Kai'er to find the Eternal Tower, and that shall suffice. Long Junyuan observed the unfolding events, contemplating within himself. The situation had become exceedingly clear. Soon, the 6 individuals on the stage, after realizing the circumstances, did not engage in excessive actions. Instead, they proceeded to articulate their intentions and commence their activities. They selected a total of 14 individuals, including Long Junyuan and Kai'er, who had successfully advanced from the group stage. As for the remaining 2, it was due to the overwhelming prowess displayed by Long Junyuan's 1st and 6th groups, leaving no opportunity for the others to demonstrate their true capabilities, thus concluding the contest without a clear understanding of their strength. Consequently, a second screening was deemed necessary. However, this did not concern Long Junyuan and his companions, for after the conclusion of the group stage, they chose not to dwell on these matters and departed from the venue. They made their way towards the heart of the holy city, or more specifically, the Long family estate, or even the location of the Assassin's Sanctuary. Along the way, Kai'er glanced at Long Junyuan and inquired, "What shall we do next? Shall I accompany you? Or how shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan paused momentarily, then smiled gently. Indeed, it was best to conclude matters swiftly, yet not hastily. He replied, "If I were to take you away without a word, especially if I were to lead you into the territory of the Demon Clan, I fear that Saint Moon would lose his mind, and that would indeed complicate matters." Long Junyuan chuckled heartily. Aware of Saint Moon's disposition towards Kai'er, it was clear that such an event would lead to considerable trouble. Kai'er nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Consequently, she refrained from further discussion and simply nodded towards Long Junyuan, stating, "In that case, I shall return for now. Tomorrow, I will proceed to the Long family estate, and at that time, you may make all the necessary decisions." As soon as she finished speaking, she promptly rose and made her way towards the designated location arranged by the Assassin Sanctuary. Her intent was straightforward: to hasten the search for her great-grandfather, Saint Moon, and share everything regarding Long Junyuan with him. While it is true that Kai'er may not yet fully express her deepest emotions, one undeniable truth emerged. After enduring the trials and transformations of the past few days, she felt an unconditional trust towards Long Junyuan. This sensation was quite remarkable. However, Kai'er did not dwell on such thoughts. as she recognized the importance of her immediate tasks. She returned with great urgency. Long Junyuan, observing the graceful silhouette of Kair as she departed, smiled faintly but chose not to elaborate on the matter. He then proceeded directly to his family estate, lifting his gaze to the sky upon re-entering the premises. Dao, Master Xingyu, lurking in concealment like this, is this truly the conduct befitting a divine seal knight? No sooner had these words been spoken than a flash of crimson gold light shimmered above the Long family estate, and Long Xingyu swiftly materialized within its glow. Gazing at Long Junyuan before him, he sighed helplessly. Calling it lurking is a bit much. There was only one path back, after all. Yet almost immediately, a trace of curiosity flickered in his eyes. However, judging by the demeanor between the two of you just now, it seems you intend to take action? What do you plan to lead her? Could it even be the territory of the demon race? Long Xingyu questioned, suspicion lacing his tone. Were it not for his certainty that Long Junyuan could never be a spy for the demons, he might have already drawn his blade. After all, this was the Cycle Saintess. You still claim you weren't eavesdropping? Long Junyuan suppressed an inward sigh, but swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Her cycle trial. Resolving it is actually quite simple. Indeed, I intend to take her to settle it. Truly, there is hope for resolution? Long Xingyu's doubt lingered. If this were truly possible, it would be an extraordinary boon. A Cycle Saintess with an innate spiritual power of 100. If her afflictions could indeed be mitigated, and if she could fully harness the power of her lineage, then for all of humanity, this would be nothing short of a blessing. Under such circumstances, Long Xingyu naturally had no reason to obstruct. Long Junyuan's capabilities were undeniable. Whatever course he chose would be unimpeded. It is possible, though it will require time. She should return in time for the round of 16 and the finals of the Demon Hunt Squad tournament. However, the first round of the individual matches in the upcoming Temple Grand Competition may prove difficult to attend, Long Junyuan explained. At this, Long Xingyu paused, then nodded. Then so be it. This time, the Li Zhongji has indeed made ample preparations. With all 3 divine seals present, we need not fear him. However, his tone sharpened. Prioritize your safety. You are the true future of the Night Temple, and now you bear the responsibility of the Cycle Saintess. Even if the task cannot be completed, ensure minimal losses. That is paramount. Long Junyuan inclined his head in acknowledgement, though inwardly he smiled. None of them knew, at this very moment, his cultivation had already ascended to the 2nd rank of the 9th tier, and he wielded 2 evolved divine artifacts. With such power at his disposal, Long Junyuan was confident that even the necromancer demon god, Samakina, would struggle to best him. Against the star demon god, Vashik, he even held some assurance of retreating unscathed. And that was more than enough. What are you saying? That brat, Long Junyuan, intends to take you to the demon clan, claiming it can resolve all matters pertaining to your reincarnation trial, Shang Yue said, gazing at Sheng Tsai in astonishment, her voice tinged with confusion. Indeed, and judging by his demeanor, he exudes a remarkable confidence. I am inclined to trust him, Sheng Tsai replied, her tone steady as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yue could not help but exhale deeply. One must not hold back a grown woman. However, it matters little. After all, it is Long Junyuan and not just anyone. If she must leave, so be it. Do take care of your safety, Shang Yue remarked after a moment of contemplation. She then cast an irate glance towards the direction of the Long family estate. Long Junyuan, you have whisked away my most cherished great-granddaughter. If you fail to return her safely, I will not let this matter rest. Meanwhile, within the magic sanctuary, Li Zhongji was still engrossed in his affairs. The sage sorcerer Lin Chen approached him slowly, stating, Master, I have discovered an entity akin to that mysterious knight. Li Zhongji's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. However, Lin Chen sighed, hesitating before continuing. The individual is currently participating in the demon hunting team selection competition. Chapter 62. Journey to the Tower of Eternity, the commotion of the demon clan. Indeed, he might currently be participating in the grand tournament of the demon hunters. Lin Chen slowly uttered this statement, which evoked a sense of unease within him. Clearly, under normal circumstances, such a direct implication would not arise. However, the more absurd the notion, the more compelling it became. It was precisely for this reason that Li Zhengji instinctively turned his gaze towards Lin Shun. What do you mean, Lin Shun? He inquired, perplexed. Lin Shun was taking over Han Qian's position in the grand tournament of the Demon Hunters. In Li Zhengji's mind, there is only one conceivable explanation for his participation. Han Qian must have been replaced, and thus the mysterious powerhouse assumed his role. However, that was not the case. Rather, Lin Shun was among the competitors, specifically as Knight number 100. With a sigh, Lin Shun articulated this bewildering revelation. Knight numero 100? What does that signify? Li Zingzi, upon hearing this, immediately set aside his current tasks, directing his full attention towards Lin Shun, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He was indeed puzzled. You must be aware of Long Junyuan, correct? Lin Shun began. Of course, he is a concealed genius from the Night Sanctuary, though I possess little information about him. Li Zingzi nodded. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he remarked, are you implying that he is currently participating in the grand tournament of the Demon Hunters and is very likely to be that mysterious Golden Knight? Yes, is highly probable. The terrifying surge of radiant energy, his formidable cultivation, and that aura devoid of any duskiness, all point towards him, Lin Shun replied. If my memory serves me right, that genius named Long Junyuan is merely 18 years old, perhaps even younger than 14. And yet, the Golden Knight, who could potentially defeat Xiao Yonghao, is not an ordinary 9th tier. He belongs to the 2nd level of the 9th tier. An 18-year-old at that level. And still a tier 9? How can this be possible? Li Zhengji shook his head, expressing his skepticism. Nevertheless, he recognized that Lin Shun would not fabricate false information without reason. Thus, an investigation was necessary. Please share that information with me. I will conduct a thorough inquiry. He responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun promptly relayed all pertinent information to Li Zhengji. Shortly thereafter, with the acquired details, Li Zhengji raised his gaze towards the location of the Alliance Leader's residence, his eyes flashing with a hint of trepidation. Was this Long Junyuan indeed the Golden Knight? Or was it something else entirely? Although we, as members of the Night Sanctuary, do not resort to any underhanded tactics, a necessary understanding must be attained. Therefore, let me delve into the capabilities of this terrifying genius, who has remained hidden for over a decade. Meanwhile, Kair, holding a green bamboo staff, stood at the entrance of the Long family estate, her blindness a mere habit, having long since adapted to it. There was no hint of impatience in the wait, rather a profound calmness as one stood steadfastly in anticipation. Soon, rays of light began to coalesce, and Long Junyuan arrived at Kair's side. Upon seeing her, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "You are early this time. Given the significance of the reincarnation trial, I dare not harbor any hesitation, even if the chance of success is exceedingly slim." Kaia expressed his hopes, acknowledging that after Long Junyuan elucidated the distinctions between the god of war and the god of death, and employed his soul power for transformation, her circumstances had improved considerably. Yet, she still resolved to resolve everything in one fell swoop. After all, having harbored fear regarding this matter since the tender age of 3, she yearned to eradicate it once and for all, thus her urgency. Urgency is not inherently detrimental. Indeed, a modicum of haste can foster progress, and even create avenues for survival. Since you are prepared, I shall escort you. The journey from here to the destination may seem lengthy, yet under my guidance. We shall not linger, Long Junyuan declared. As his words faded, a series of ethereal lights began to emanate from beneath them, coalescing into a unique platform that bore Long Junyuan and Saint Kair. The moment she laid eyes on this phenomenon, her breath quickened. This was indeed a divine artifact, and the sensation it evoked was akin to that of the god emblem, throne summoned by the previous leader. This platform was, in fact, the radiant foundation of the Armageddon and Slaughtergrade artifact that Long Junyuan had attained. Given the necessity for haste, such equipment was most suitable for their journey. Steady yourself. I shall now accelerate our departure from this place. In the realm of demons, it is wise to avoid confrontation if one lacks sufficient strength. We shall strive for a swift resolution. As Long Junyuan completed his statement, Kair intended to voice her thoughts, but the terrifying speed surged forth, leaving her no opportunity to continue. In an instant, the divine platform soared, departing the sacred city with an unimaginable velocity, making its way to the border of the warrior sanctuary and subsequently to the abyss of Eternal Tower. Though many among the sanctuary's elite reacted, few possessed the ability to intercept them in time. This was not solely the case for the sanctuary. The demons were similarly unprepared. At this moment, the observant angelic deity, Bai Meng, was continuously monitoring the sacred city through ethereal threads, attentively following Long Junyuan and his companions, and had indeed gathered some scarce information. They have departed from the holy city. Where do they intend to go? After the previous events, Baimon understood that they could no longer launch an assault within the holy city. Although the entire strategy could rely on that plan, the time was not yet ripe. Thus, they merely observed. At last, a possibility has emerged. Next, they must locate the destination and promptly assemble the concealed demon god from that moment. Perhaps even I and His Majesty could personally intervene. We could ambush them along the way. A 9th-tier demon god is not a formidable opponent. But if there are several 9th-tier demon gods, even with my own 9th-tier 5th-level prowess, how could we not prevail? Such are the contemplations of the angelic demon god Baimon. However, at that moment, he sensed something alarming. The speed of Dragon Lord Yuan was astonishingly swift, causing a terrifying transformation that nearly eluded Baimon's awareness. Yet just now, he managed to grasp the information and discovered one of Dragon Lord Yuan's intentions. He actually planned to infiltrate the territory of the demon race. Chapter 63. The Demon Tribe's Territory. The impact of wailing on Dragon Lord Yuan. In this chapter, the Dragon Lord Yuan, known as the Demon God Slayer, harbors the audacious intention to directly infiltrate the realm of the demon tribe. Is he truly unaware of the gravity of his recent actions? Observing this unfolding scenario, the angelic demon god, Bai Meng, is struck by a profound astonishment. Although the circumstances may seem advantageous to him, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. After all, humanity, despite possessing the means to contend with the demon tribe, remains largely at their mercy. In truth, the current state of the human race is one of oppression at the hands of the demons. If such a predicament exists within their own territory, venturing into the demon tribe's domain would be akin to a lamb entering the den of a wolf. Nonetheless, Bai Meng cannot afford to feel regret for Dragon Lord Yuan's reckless decision. This situation, in fact, aligns perfectly with his own interests. How audacious to exhibit such arrogance, to regard the entirety of my demon army as mere trifles, and to stride forth so brazenly. Such insolence cannot be overlooked. If that is the case, then let him await his doom. Under my onslaught, I refuse to believe that he can emerge unscathed from the demon tribe. He shall pay the price for his desecration of the 49th demon pillar with his life. Thus, the angelic demon god Bai Meng declared, her gaze chillingly ominous. It is evident that in her heart, she has already sentenced Dragon Lord Yuan to death. He is destined to meet his downfall. For Dragon Lord Yuan, this relatively short journey is of little consequence. Typically, after breaking through to the 9th tier, he could traverse such distances within a day, even without the aid of enhancements. Now, equipped with formidable gear, his speed is nothing short of terrifying. Consequently, he swiftly brings Saint Kaier into the demon territory, arriving at the outskirts of the ominous wailing cave surrounding the heart of the demon tribe. Have we truly arrived? At this moment, Saint Kaier appears somewhat dazed, her expression reflecting the overwhelming velocity of their travel. Even as the reincarnation saintess, she feels the strain of such rapid movement. Unconsciously, she tightens her grip on Dragon Lord Yuan's hand, a reflexive gesture born of instinct. In a certain sense, he has become her sole bastion of hope in this perilous situation. However, Dragon Lord Yuan harbors no such thoughts. We have arrived. Now, we need only enter this cave and uncover what lies within. That will suffice, he states matter-of-factly. With that, he conjures a luminescent aura, gently enveloping Saint Kaier, effectively dispelling all her negative sentiments. Saint Kaier swiftly regained her composure, exhaling deeply. Then let us proceed as you wish. With a nod, both of them reached an immediate consensus. However, As they ventured into the cave, a pair of eyes emerged outside the weeping cave, radiating an overwhelming presence. Those eyes belonged to the angelic demon, Baimon. The weeping cave, indeed, presents a formidable challenge. Even I cannot fully comprehend its depths. Yet, it suffices for me to know your intended destination. Henceforth, I shall await your emergence here, unperturbed by your eventual return. Prepare to confront an onslaught of countless demons upon your exit. After all, you are merely a lowly 9th-tier second-level being, accompanied by a burdensome companion. I am eager to witness the extent of your terrifying power that allows you to survive my cleansing. Meanwhile, Long Junyuan and Shang Kaier swiftly entered the cave. Though the interior was modest in size, it was ample for two. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the demon race, indicating that a significant number of their kind had ventured here. In this brief span of mere hundreds of meters, thousands of fallen demons lay scattered, including many 6th-tier demons, truly extraordinary. However, a question lingered in the air. What could compel them to meet such a fate? Shang Kaier, gazing at the scene before her, questioned with a fluctuating expression. That is quite simple, Long Junyuan replied, gesturing lightly. In that instant, the thin, luminous, circular membrane enveloping them shifted, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Within the blink of an eye, a piercing wail reverberated through the mountains, accompanied by the chilling sounds of anguished cries, sending shivers down Shang Kaier's spine. The wails continued, each one escalating in intensity, echoing through the mountains as if the very earth trembled at their sound. The violent sound waves dislodged fragments of rock, creating an even more harrowing clamor. Although the trials of reincarnation had once been more terrifying, Shang Kaier found herself taken aback by the present situation. Soon after Long Junyuan managed to suppress the chaos, he paused in contemplation. It was no wonder they had perished. Not only them. Should a 9th-tier entity dare to venture into the heart of this wailing abyss, calamity would surely befall them. Shang Kaier remarked, withholding an additional thought. Had she come alone, or even a powerful being like Shang Yu from the 9th-tier realm, they might have been adversely affected by this terrifying resonance, unable to even enter. This mournful sound possesses the capacity to influence even the strongest of 9th-tier beings. Truly, it is a source of profound dread. It was merely because Long Junyuan was extraordinary that the mournful wail posed no sense of competition against him, against his radiant power. It felt as though he were at a natural disadvantage, easily able to repel it. This aspect truly piqued Shang Kaier's genuine curiosity. However, it was quite reasonable. After all, that lamentation was released from the eternal tower of Ilex, the very embodiment of the Son of Light. As the God of Light, Long Junyuan embodied the power of Ilex himself, completely unafraid of it. The meager might of the Eternal Tower could be said to be utterly ineffective against him. Similarly, upon grasping the situation, Shang Kaier began to feel a sense of anticipation. He was somewhat eager to discover what Long Junyuan would reveal next, what he claimed could assist him. Long Junyuan, however, did not elaborate much. Instead, he swiftly grasped Shang Kaier's hand and dashed toward a specific location in an instant. His speed was astonishing. With the mournful wail having no effect on him, he surged forward like a force of nature, arriving at the site of the Eternal Tower in mere moments. Chapter 64. The Marvelous Applications of the Eternal Tower, Utilizing Every Essence of Undead Energy. Deep beneath the Wailing Cavern, thousands of meters below, the air had grown exceedingly thin. However, for the 5th-tier Saint Kaier and the 9th-tier Dragon Lord Yuan, this posed no challenge. They descended effortlessly. They swiftly traversed the necessary tunnels and soon arrived at the innermost depths of the Wailing Cavern. As Dragon Lord Yuan had anticipated, upon fully entering the diamond-shaped cavern, they beheld a towering structure, a 7-story edifice, soaring over 100 meters high, exuding an ancient charm. The grayish-white tower, emanating a dense gray aura, was imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation and the terrifying fluctuations of necromantic energy. This monumental tower stood at the very center of the conical cave, occupying the vast majority of its space. Layers of gray luminescence radiated from the tower, and the oppressive aura surged outward in all directions, enveloping Saint Kyr in a powerful wave of energy. Although she was the reincarnation saintess, her experiences were limited to the Holy Alliance and, more narrowly, the Assassin's Sanctuary. She had not encountered more terrifying entities, let alone the Eternal Tower, which was a super artifact. Is this what you refer to as the existence that can remedy all my afflictions? It truly is terrifying. The essence within feels as though it is suppressing even my reincarnation body. What manner of equipment is this? Saint Kyr inquired, perplexed. Do you recognize it? Dragon Lord Yuan asked. I am aware of this. That necromancer, the deathly sage, once eradicated the illustrious Holy See single-handedly. He is renowned as the foremost necromancer in history, unparalleled. Saint Kyr affirmed, sharing her knowledge. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, could it be that this is the equipment mastered by Elekis? Indeed, this is his most significant and peak equipment. The Eternal Tower is the pinnacle of necromantic art and can be described as the ultimate artifact evolved from a divine weapon. Dragon Lord Yuan explained with a hint of detachment. As a favor to the Lord of Death, should the Eternal Tower manifest, and she harness its formidable essence of souls, her condition would undoubtedly improve significantly. Dragon Lord Yuan remarked softly. Of course, while the Eternal Tower may eventually come into Saint Kyr's possession, at this moment, Dragon Lord Yuan intended to wield it himself. After all, Saint Kyr would be incapable of unleashing even 1% of the Eternal Tower's power. However, for Dragon Lord Yuan, this posed no issue. Maximizing benefits was paramount. In his recollections, there remained a need to engage with the Eternal Heroes in the near future. Given the current timeline, they had approximately 20 years of life left, and if he could harness a portion of Elekis' power, it might allow them to endure longer. Even residing directly within the Tower of Eternity is exceptionally splendid. Upon hearing this, Saint Kyr felt a surge of joy. Although her emotions were often suppressed due to the agonies inflicted by the cycle of trials, this was a result of the torment she endured. The suffering rendered her indifferent. Yet now, the prospect of breaking free from the cycle of trials, thus liberating herself from further pointless anguish, filled her with elation. After all, it had been a torment that plagued her for more than a decade. As she contemplated this, she intended to voice her thoughts. However, at that moment, an array of grayish-white luminescence encircled the tower, swirling towards it like moths drawn to a flame, densely adhering to the outer layer of the tower's emanating energy. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted without warning, causing the clusters of grayish-white energy clinging to the tower to writhe violently and scatter chaotically. The terrifying sound waves reverberated with an intensity at least tenfold greater than when Kyr last heard them, demonstrating their formidable nature. Moreover, the presence of the undead made Kyr squint. As a nearly divine revered death god, as chosen one, she possessed a heightened sensitivity to the aura of death and souls. It was this very sensitivity that allowed her to perceive the dreadful consciousness of those white souls, evoking a peculiar sensation within her. As a chosen one of the death god, she instinctively felt compelled to wield her abilities. This was remarkably strange. It seemed to be an innate stir of her nature as the death god, as chosen. Dragon Lord Yuan, recognizing her predicament, spoke up. I, too, wish to act. But these undead are quite peculiar. I sense that I am incapable of attacking them, as if they exist beyond my reach. Even when I wielded the Sword of Rebirth just now, I experienced a similar subtlety, compelling me to withdraw. Saint Kyr shook her head in response. Although she, as the death god, as chosen, possessed the potential to purify all souls, her current strength, being only at the 5th tier and lacking divine awakening, was considerably diminished. Thus, the terrifying undead emanating from the Tower of Eternity were beyond her capacity to confront. It seemed that any chance to suppress these undead alone would have to wait until she truly underwent divine awakening and mastered the essence of the death god. This realization brought a wave of frustration upon her. After all, the hope lay before her, yet she found herself unable to resolve it. A most discomforting predicament. Simply put, even if you cannot succeed here alone, you are not without allies. I can't suppress them. Upon hearing this, Dragon Lord Yuan smiled gently. Kaya, Takan Abuk, was left in a state of perplexity. Long Junyuan possesses a remarkable mastery of soul abilities. In Saint Kai's perception, having undergone several deathly soul treatments, he has likely surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary 8th-tier soul cultivator on the path of the soul. Although Long Junyuan is indeed an 8th-tier practitioner, one would expect him to be aligned with the light attribute. How could this be possible? Kaya Zite, initially intending to activate her own reincarnation spirit furnace to assist Long Junyuan in this endeavor, as she trusted in his ability to manage the reincarnation spirit furnace. However, it proved unnecessary. In the next moment, an extraordinarily peculiar radiance suddenly erupted from Long Junyuan. In an instant, it surged forth ceaselessly. With a mere flick of his will, the brilliance intensified, and an overwhelming torrent of terrifying light enveloped Long Junyuan. In the following moment, Kai witnessed it stream forth towards the wandering souls, achieving immediate and unambiguous purification of those spirits. Chapter 65. The Ascension of Saint Caitlin and her entry into the Eternal Tower. Indeed, it was quite decisive. In the hands of the Dragon Lord Yuan, those souls of the undead stood no chance of resistance. They did not even have time to react. Witnessing this spectacle caused a profound tremor within Saint Caitlin, as the sheer terror of the act was undeniable. One might even assert that, after successfully wielding the power of souls and drawing upon a certain legacy of the Grim Reaper, she came to comprehend many aspects of this domain. From her understanding, to purify such formidable undead, one must truly grasp the essence of the Grim Reaper's power. According to Caitlin's interpretation, this was likely what the Dragon Lord Yuan had referred to as the awakening of the divine favor bestowed upon a chosen one, granting them such capabilities. Yet, what the Dragon Lord Yuan exhibited here was an even more extraordinary phenomenon, manipulating those souls as if they were mere playthings, effortlessly suppressing them and acting upon his will. It was profoundly enigmatic. In that moment, any trace of Caitlin's earlier unwarranted disdain for Dragon Lord Yuan dissipated entirely, replaced by genuine admiration. It appeared that even as a chosen one of the Grim Reaper, possessing the true divine legacy of the Path of Souls, she found herself overshadowed by Dragon Lord Yuan in this aspect, perhaps even entirely subdued by him. Given this realization, her reverence was entirely justified. However, she did not dwell on this thought for long, for in the next instant, the endless legion of undead was completely amalgamated by Dragon Lord Yuan, transforming into pure soul energy that surged toward Caitlin. Without any peculiar transformations, it seamlessly merged into her being. At that moment, her already elevated cultivation soared further, 5th stage, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the 10th stage. Feeling this transformation sent a jolt through Caitlin. For the influx of pure soul energy into her body did not bring about any backlash. Instead, it was a sensation of complete harmony. Under the purifying feedback of the Grim Reaper's power, those souls returned to their essence, converting into the primal source of spiritual energy, nourishing both Caitlin and the reincarnation spirit furnace. This wondrous sensation flooded Caitlin's mind, leaving her astonished and even somewhat enchanted. The relentless terror of the soul energy's purification and enhancement propelled her cultivation to ever greater heights, an exhilarating experience that eclipsed all other pleasures. All of this was, of course, thanks to the assistance of Dragon Lord Yuan. Without his intervention, she would likely still be enduring the torment of the trials instead of reveling in her current state. My cultivation has steadily progressed, and I have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, merely a step away from the 6th. If not for my concern about an unstable foundation, the spiritual energy derived from purifying the undead could potentially propel me to the 6th tier. Saint Kai thought to herself, filled with exhilaration at all that had transpired. Her enhanced strength signifies her newfound capacity to resist all that she wishes to escape, elevating her resolve even further at this moment. With a surge of emotion, she cast a grateful glance towards Long Junyuan's position and softly expressed, "Thank you for everything. Were it not for you, my current advancements might not have materialized." and I could still be enduring that futile suffering, harboring resentment towards the Assassin's Temple and the Alliance of Temples. Lost in that peculiar perception, devoid of my own emotions, I would have become merely a sharp blade. Senkai Imum Ulit. For reasons unknown, perhaps because Long Junyuan could be regarded as her savior, she felt a kinship, albeit one that made him appear more formidable. Thus, upon uttering these words, she experienced a profound sense of relief. After all, her nature was not inherently cold. Rather, it had been shaped by a decade of trials. Now, having overcome all obstacles and the potential for suffering, she could naturally return to her former self. It was merely a matter of whom she encountered. Saint Yu and her parents may not have received such fortune, but Long Junyuan, whom Saint Kai held in gratitude, certainly possessed that possibility. Upon hearing her words, Long Junyuan smiled. As a traveler from another realm, he felt a pang of regret and helplessness for all that Kai had endured. She was but an innocent child, and the weight of these burdens bore down upon her, threatening to crush her spirit. Yet, having been able to assist her was undeniably a commendable outcome, and Long Junyuan felt a sense of satisfaction in this regard. Moreover, this also served to cultivate and strengthen his own foundation for the future. As for the current state of the Holy Alliance, Long Junyuan found it lacking and knew that reforms were imperative. In due time, these reforms would not only impact the other 5 temples, but could also significantly affect the Knights Temple. Therefore, he needed to clarify his foundation in advance to avoid becoming universally opposed in the future. While he understood that if everything were to be thoroughly interconnected, Yang Haohan would undoubtedly trust him unconditionally. Such matters are unpredictable, and it is prudent to guard against potential pitfalls. As long as one secures Kair, given her invaluable connection to the Holy Moon and the Assassin's Sanctuary, there would be no need to undertake anything oneself. Of course, that is a matter for the future. For now, it is prudent to address the present circumstances. Do not mention it. Long Junyuan replied to Kaira, meeting her inquisitive gaze. He then turned towards the location of the Eternal Tower and remarked, "Although we have fully utilized the surrounding spiritual power, it merely serves as an appetizer for the Eternal Tower. The truly valuable treasures remain within and upon the tower itself." No sooner had Long Junyuan spoken these words than he grasped Saint Kair's hand firmly, stepping forward without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them found themselves before the grand entrance of the Eternal Tower, an ominous aura emanating from them, as if proclaiming to the tower that the most fearsome presence in this world had arrived. Chapter 66. Entering the Tower of Eternity and engaging with Ilex. As the two advanced forward, they encountered no obstructions from the undead, allowing them to swiftly arrive at the Tower of Eternity. Before them loomed the imposing grand door, and upon gazing at the tower, Saint Seal could not help but display an expression of awe. Is this truly the legendary super artifact? Its grandeur is indeed extraordinary. Even standing before it, one can feel its formidable presence, constantly surging around. Saint-Ciel remarqued. Although he had never beheld such a treasure at this moment, he felt a genuine thrill at its magnificence. After all, the Tower of Eternity was anything but ordinary. Additionally, having slumbered alongside Ilex for 6 millennia, it exuded an ancient charm that added layers of complexity to its allure. It was profoundly enigmatic, and no wonder Saint Seal felt this way. Though she was a favorite of the god of death, such a terrifying super artifact would evoke a response even from the god of death himself, should he stand in its presence. Indeed, this was a rare treasure. However, in contrast to Saint Seal's awe, Long Junyuan remained composed, observing everything with a detached demeanor. He was well aware of the existence of the Tower of Eternity and could not be moved by its presence. His mind was already filled with pertinent thoughts. "Let us proceed," Long Junyuan stated calmly. With a casual gesture, a peculiar radiant force materialized in his hand, which he then directed toward the grand door. With a creaking sound, the doors of the Tower of Eternity swung open, revealing a peculiar black mist that began to emanate and spread in all directions. It was the purest essence of death. Are we truly to enter without knowing what awaits us within? After all, Ilex, the necromancer, is no trifling adversary. He once single-handedly faced the entire glorious church, a force far more potent than our current Holy Alliance. One cannot dismiss the possibility that he has left behind some form of contingency to guard against any disturbance to his slumber, Saint Seal expressed with a hint of anxiety. Yet, Long Junyuan remained unfazed. He effortlessly unleashed a beam of pure light, counteracting the dense black essence of death. Do not worry, with me here. Whatever traps he may have laid will ultimately prove futile, perhaps even serving to our advantage. With that, as the necromantic aura dissipated, Long Junyuan boldly stepped forward into the Tower of Eternity. Observing this, Saint Seal hesitated not and followed suit, stepping into the tower alongside him. Long Junyuan had always been her ally, and it was inconceivable for her to merely watch him undertake and execute these tasks alone. Even if Saint Kyer were to fail, her involvement would lead to inevitable doom. Soon, the two of them ventured further inside. Upon their complete entry into the Tower of Eternity, the great doors sealed shut, restoring the surroundings to their natural state. Were it not for the dissipating white mist of the undead, there would likely be no trace of Long Junyuan and Saint Kyer's existence. Upon entering the Tower of Eternity, Saint Kyer experienced a moment of peculiar disorientation, but she quickly regained her composure, only to be awestruck by the scene before her. Before her stood a vast hall, devoid of the anticipated darkness. Instead, it was illuminated by a pale gray hue. This space was far more expansive than the tower appeared from the outside. Saint Kyer understood that such an extraordinary phenomenon could only be orchestrated by a master well-versed in the path of space, as such power was utterly unattainable by ordinary means. Within, 48 colossal pillars supported a dome soaring nearly 10 zhang high, with all the grayish-white tones displaying a faint distortion. Even with her cultivation, Saint Kyer was unable to discern the true nature of the interior. The 48 pillars stood majestically on either side of the hall, while what lay at the center remained obscured. Nevertheless, through her perception, she could sense something significant. Indeed, this is the terrifying power bestowed by the super artifact. At this moment, I cannot help but feel a profound sense of awe and longing, though I am left wondering what lies within. Upon hearing Saint Kyer's words, Long Junyuan offered a faint smile. His mental prowess was formidable, having evolved to the level of divine consciousness, allowing him to transcend any restrictions imposed within this realm. Thus, the contents of the hall were equally unconstrained by limitations. It served as a staircase to ascend to higher levels of the Tower of Eternity. While the interior boasted remarkable wonders, the structure of the tower was straightforward. As seen from the outside, it consisted of 7 tiers, and they currently occupied the first level. The rear likely led to the staircase ascending to the second tier of the tower. Long Junyuan responded nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. It appeared that merely obtaining this tower was insufficient. Truly mastering it would require significant effort and perseverance. Hearing this, Saint Kyer murmured in response, as Long Junyuan's words provided her with a new objective. However, he merely smiled at her thoughts without elaborating further. Just then, an enigmatic voice resonated through the sky. "Welcome to the eternal slumber." The voice was profoundly melancholic, yet imbued with an inexplicable and distinct essence, heavy with resonance. Even Kyer could not help but tremble slightly, raising her gaze towards the heavens in astonishment. "What is this sound? Could it be that it has discovered us?" she inquired. Long Junyuan responded, "It is merely the preparatory sound left by Ilex, indicating that someone has entered, coincidentally responding to us. Is it not intended to drive us away? What purpose does this sound serve?" Kyer continued to probe. "It is likely for the purpose of accepting disciples," Long Junyuan replied, drawing upon his memories. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a flicker of peculiar brilliance gleamed in his eyes. He added, "Nonetheless, while it may be for the purpose of accepting disciples, I have no intention of becoming his apprentice." With that, Long Junyuan lifted his gaze once more towards the sky. His eyes possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality, as if they could pierce through the entirety of the first layer and even beyond to the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth layers. They swiftly ascended to the 7th layer, where Ilex resided. Indeed, Long Junyuan intends to take action regarding Ilex this time. Chapter 67. The eruption of radiance. The awakening of Ilex, as far as I am aware. Following that fateful battle, the necromancer, Ilex, vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Initially, I presumed he had transcended his limits and ascended to a higher realm, or perhaps he had met his demise. Otherwise, he would have returned on the day the demon horde descended. To my astonishment, he lay in eternal slumber instead. Upon hearing the introduction from Lord Long Junyuan, Saint Care suddenly grasped numerous concepts and lifted her gaze towards the heavens, her mind alight with thoughts. However, she was soon reminded of something and turned to Long Junyuan, inquiring, if he truly intends to take on apprentices here, then the Eternal Tower must be one of the most significant advantages for his chosen successor. If neither of us harbors the desire or intention to become his disciples, how do you propose we acquire this Eternal Tower, which can be deemed our primary objective for this visit? Saint Care was rife with doubts. After all, she could not fathom that. With Ilex's formidable demigod-level prowess in Days of Yore, they would stand a chance against him. Even the combined forces of the Holy Alliance would likely face insurmountable challenges. The illustrious Holy See of the past, in terms of strength and all else, utterly eclipsed their current Holy Alliance. If the once glorious Holy See had fallen so low, what hope did they have? Moreover, they now had but Long Junyuan present. While he was indeed immensely powerful, Saint Care did not believe his strength was sufficient to wrest anything from Ilex. The future might hold promise, but in the present, it seemed utterly implausible. To inherit his legacy, one does not necessarily need to become a necromancer, nor must one fully take on his mantle. Gaining his recognition or consent could suffice. Long Junyuan remarked calmly. With that, he extended his hand, accompanied by Ilex's declaration. To enter the Eternal Tower I have forged signifies you as an exceptional necromancer. A small luminous sphere materialized in his palm, radiating an extraordinary glow the next moment. Almost instantaneously, it ignited into flames, witnessing the astonishment etched on Care's face. Long Junyuan had no intention of lingering on Ilex's superfluous words. Without hesitation, he clenched his hand firmly. In the next instant, a terrifying brilliance erupted, radiating outward in all directions. Within moments, it illuminated the entire vicinity, not merely where Long Junyuan and Saint Care stood, but even the distant regions shrouded in darkness were engulfed in this light. The necromantic energies attempting to impede its advance found themselves utterly powerless against such divine radiance. Indeed, this was the ultimate light of the God of Radiance, the purest force of illumination in existence, often described as divine light. Such an overwhelming power could scarcely be hindered, even by deities themselves. Moreover, what of the Eternal Tower crafted by the demigod-level Ilex? In the next moment, a terrifying radiance began to expand, illuminating the entire expanse of the Eternal Tower. This brilliance did not merely envelop the first layer. It cascaded through the subsequent layers, second, third, fourth, fifth, and even the sixth. It erupted forth, surging directly into the pinnacle of the Eternal Tower, the seventh layer. Such a formidable light of power was indeed awe-inspiring, surpassing even my previous capacities. And even now, at the zenith of my strength, I felt an overwhelming sensation of being suppressed. Within this spectacle, Ilex gradually awakened, long ensconced in slumber. He perceived the external world only passively. Ordinary occurrences failed to elicit any response from him. Neither the arrivals at the Eternal Tower nor the other entities undergoing the eternal trials could rouse his essence from its dormant state. At most, they merely triggered the illusions he had left behind. His true form, however, remained impervious to such stimuli. After all, he was already of demigod caliber. Although his corporeal body had perished, his spirit embodied the entirety of that realm. Given this, what could possibly capture his interest? Remarkably, something indeed did. Now, he gazed down upon all that unfolded beneath him. The gray mist that constituted his essence revealed a flicker of curiosity, as if it were directly perplexed by the display before it. Such an overwhelming level of light power. Even at my former peak, I could not compare, despite the fact that the individual before me had yet to reach such heights. Ilex pondered this, beginning to contemplate the nature of the situation. After all, he was the child of light. Even though he had not cultivated his light power since reaching the 8th tier as pinnacle, having instead focused on mastering necromancy. His very essence, as the child of light, rendered him a pure candidate for illumination. With each elevation in his cultivation, it would invariably reflect back upon his light. Thus, his light power remained at a demigod level. Yet, this only deepened his intrinsic curiosity. To be a child of light, particularly one of demigod status, possessing such formidable light power was no trivial matter. It warranted profound contemplation. Soon, however, his thoughts crystallized. Moments latte. His essence intoned gravely. The child of light is favored by the divine, a cherished emissary of the goddess of light, wielding the utmost brilliance of the mundane realm and bearing the true qualifications for ascension to divinity. To surpass such a level of light, it might require the presence of an actual deity, for the light of the divine could only originate from one possible source. Ilex contemplated this earnestly. The astonishment reflected in his eyes was genuine, and he soon lifted his gaze downward, lost in contemplation. However, Saint Seal remained oblivious to Ilex's shock. Upon sensing Ilex's message, which vanished along with the brilliant light emitted by Dragon Lord Yuan, he was momentarily taken aback. What have you just done? This is truly extraordinary. Saint Seal marveled at the position of Dragon Lord Yuan. Although her impulsiveness was somewhat attributed to the trials of reincarnation, she could not help but acknowledge that in the presence of Dragon Lord Yuan, she felt utterly unqualified to be reckless. His prowess was simply astounding. With the intention of resolving matters decisively and avoiding the futility of engaging in trivial challenges, he raised his gaze to the heavens and declared, "The power I unleashed just now is more than sufficient to reach that level." He should be making his appearance soon. Chapter 68, The Everything of the Light God. The Invitation of Ilex and the Path to Heaven. Next, he is about to make his appearance. Long Junyuan spoke indifferently, his expression devoid of emotion, as if no unexpected event were occurring. He is indeed about to appear. Are you saying that you just directly transmitted your power to the position of that deathly necromancer, summoning him forth? Kaya inquilet puzzled. She felt a sense of suffocation. Indeed, she had always been rather reckless, often resorting to her dagger in moments of disagreement. However, such skirmishes were trivial compared to the magnitude of what Long Junyuan faced. After all, he confronted either the pinnacle of the Alliance's might or the foremost of the demon clan, or at the very least, a top-tier demigod who had dominated an era. This was truly remarkable. The records of his achievements were verifiable. Complete suppression. Long Junyuan nodded slowly, then raised his gaze towards the eternal tower in the sky, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. His demeanor remained impassive, yet veiled within it was an unfathomable sharpness. It was as if, through his probing, he could perceive the infinite existence before him, breaking through barriers to traverse to the 6th layer, arriving there in an instant. Perhaps at this moment, he has already awakened and is quietly observing everything from his slumbering position, analyzing our situation as well, Long Junyuan stated, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Kyer had no particular thoughts. Meanwhile, Ilex, on the 7th layer, gazed with some astonishment at everything below. He felt a mixture of helplessness and surprise. Regardless of conjecture or the power he had already attained, Long Junyuan's assertions held no inaccuracies. Similarly, with Ilex's strength, he had already discerned everything that needed to be uncovered. Indeed, the essence of light was fearsome. Although I am no longer a mere practitioner of light, I still retain my original source of light. Upon releasing that source moments ago, it trembled and instinctively submitted, an ability that even the former Pope of the illustrious Holy See, a demigod, could not possess. Now, to exhibit such power indicates that this individual embodies the legendary physique of the light god, a being far surpassing the blessed ones, achieving the true essence of divinity. Even if he is not, he is nearly so, an existence incomparable to an ordinary blessed being. Ilex reflected within, having come to comprehend much at this moment. Even under the assault of radiant energy, his desire to take on a disciple and pass down his necromantic arts began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity about the dragon monarch himself. However, at such a considerable distance, it was impossible to perceive the divine mysteries inherent to him, which only served to heighten his intrigue. It was clear that he had come for a purpose, as suggested by his earlier words directed at me. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he had come of his own volition or at the behest of the resplendent church. Should it be the former, discussions could proceed smoothly. But if it were the latter, I would offer counsel where possible, and if not, regardless of whether he were mortal or divine, I would ensure his demise. Such were the thoughts swirling in Ilex's mind as he hesitated no longer and extended his ethereal arm. In the next moment, light trembled, and in an instant, the boundless power of illumination enveloped the surroundings, cascading downward and continuously gathering at the first level. In contrast to Ilex's overwhelming emotions, St. Caer, upon hearing this, inexplicably recalled information about Ilex from the past. Guided by her initial impressions, she instinctively remarked, "This seems utterly impossible." According to the countless texts left by the resplendent church, this necromancer had shown no semblance of reason. From childhood to adulthood, his temperament had been exceedingly irritable and violent, which had ultimately led him to become a necromancer and incited the past persecution by the resplendent church. Upon hearing this, Dragon Monarch Yuan could not help but feel a sense of resignation. What a remarkable piece of folklore. Indeed, only the victors can dictate history. Though the resplendent church was not the victor at that time, and had suffered greatly, they had indeed triumphed over Ilex and spent a century embellishing these events. Thus, the version of history experienced by later generations differed significantly, obscuring the church's corruption and the grandiose facade they upheld. However, before Dragon Monarch Yuan could speak, a voice filled with resignation, steeped in age and narrative, resonated from the void. "It appears that the resplendent church has not preserved a commendable reputation for me in my slumber. They fail to consider that, without their actions, how might everything have descended to such a state? Young lady, I understand you may harbor considerable prejudice against me, but you must recognize that from the moment of my birth, my essence represented all that is virtuous and pure. The Son of Light. How could I have been so tempestuous throughout my upbringing?" Upon hearing Ilex's words, Caer was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though she had been caught speaking ill of someone. Meanwhile, Dragon Monarch Yuan did not share this sentiment. Instead, he smiled gently and gazed toward the horizon, realizing he had not miscalculated. Indeed, Ilex had been observing all along. The God of Light. Who would have thought that one day I would encounter such an extraordinary being? Though my desire to take on a disciple remains steadfast, the existence of a being of the God of Light's caliber is beyond the scope of my tutelage. However, I find myself quite curious about you. As the road to heaven unfolds, I hope we can converse further. No sooner had the words left my lips than a dazzling light emerged from the edge. Indeed, the road to heaven is truly a pathway. More precisely, is a staircase. In this gray and white eternal realm of the undead, this golden staircase stands out remarkably. It ascends towards the higher and deeper night sky. The staircase extends at a 45-degree angle, with a steep incline and uniformly spaced steps, all enveloped in a rich golden glow. This is the road to heaven, leading to the 7th layer of the Eternal Tower. It genuinely stretches towards the heavens above, yet this path appears to have no end. Yes, it seemingly stretches infinitely, which is quite terrifying. Let us proceed, for we have been sincerely invited, and it would be unwise to show hesitation. Long Jun Yuan, upon observing this, smiled slightly and, without much hesitation, extended his hand. After a brief moment of hesitation from Caer, she placed her hand in his. Together they ascended, moving directly from the 1st layer to the 7th. Their goal, of course, was to swiftly find the Lich Archmage, Ilex. Chapter 69. The Son of Light, Elex, Inferring Meeting. Within the memories of Long Jun Yuan, the so-called Golden Path to Heaven is indeed quite lengthy. In the original text, it was stated that Caer ascended step by step, traversing over 100 stairs. This was particularly true for the transition from the 6th to the 7th level. Now, however, they find themselves on the 1st level. Initially, It was anticipated that Alex would exhibit numerous extraordinary maneuvers. It became apparent that the height of the Golden Path at that time was merely a result of Alex's remarkable skills. All of this transpired at the mere whim of Alex. Mastering the laws of space, he eschewed any unnecessary actions. The number of steps was few, and he arrived at the pinnacle in an instant, merely 9 levels. Upon reaching this final tier, a radiant gate materialized before them, shimmering with a unique aura that expanded in all directions in an enchanting manner. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Long Junyuan instantly comprehended the situation. Clearly, this was a trap set by Alex. It was likely that upon awakening, he immediately assessed his circumstances and sought to test the waters. However, his testing ability was rather lackluster. The gate bore no concealment. With a casual glance, Long Junyuan perceived that the light energy seemed to sense the benevolence of the god of light, prompting it to exhibit itself. The luminous energy erupted, reaching its zenith in an exhibition of radiant tremors. Yet, this had no effect on Long Junyuan. In fact, any attempt at testing was futile, as he found no success. Nevertheless, Alex's actions were not entirely in vain. Just because Long Junyuan was unaffected did not imply that others would share the same experience. Upon witnessing the spectacle, St. Kyer felt her mind momentarily clouded, as though she had glimpsed some terrifying entity. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and gazed ahead, remarking, "This aura is indeed formidable. I felt a momentary daze just now. Moreover, the essence of this aura resonates with the feeling I experienced when I beheld you beside Long Houchen. The source of light is remarkably similar, quite profound." St. Kyer expressed her thoughts, revealing a hint of astonishment. After all, such a situation was indeed rather exceptional. To liken it to her experience with Houchen, it was true. The Son of Light is typically seen as a savior of an era, holding a rarity and essence that places it at the pinnacle among all divine favored ones. The necromancer Alaksh, who was the previous chosen of the light god, stands in stark contrast to the current chosen, Houchen, who emerged 6 millennia later. It is entirely natural for one to sense a familiarity between them, as Dragon Lord Yuan calmly remarked. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. The radiant power of light that had just flickered with an extraordinary brilliance could indeed have repelled endless horrors, for it was summoned by Alaksh, a demigod-level chosen. However, the present Dragon Lord Yuan is the true god of light. The mere luminous energies conjured by Alaksh cannot constrain him, nor instill any fear within him. Such is the extent of his current prowess. With a simple gesture, he opened the luminous gate, causing the light to dissipate, or rather, to revert to its pure essence. Re-entering Dragon Lord Yuan's being, entering the much-coveted realm of light was indeed a moment that would stir the very essence of light itself. As the gate swung open, Dragon Lord Yuan took the hand of the still-processing St. Kyer, stepping into the light. Yet, the one astonished was not merely St. Kyer, but also Alaksh, the necromancer, who resided deep within the 7th layer of the Eternal Tower. He gazed with a mix of trepidation and intrigue at Dragon Lord Yuan below. To his surprise, he realized that Yuan could discern his identity as the child of light merely through the energies present and the scant elemental light available. Coupled with Yuan's formidable mastery of light, which even eclipsed his own near-divine strength, this indicated that Yuan might indeed possess the essence of a light god. Alaksh's mind raced with analysis. He was certain that the current Radiant Church and its rulers would not allow any trace of his identity as the child of light to endure, not even the slightest hint. Furthermore, during the time when his identity was known, there were no more than 10 individuals aware of it, and after his complete rebellion, such information would have been utterly silenced. After all, to be the true favorite of light, a child of light, and yet rebel against the Radiant Church, betraying the very institution of light, was unprecedented. In that era, all light-affiliated practitioners would have turned against the Radiant Church. Having endured Alaksh's devastation, the once mighty foundation of the Radiant Church had been irreparably weakened, leading the remaining dynasties of the Glorious Age to contemplate rebellion against its hegemony. Thus, the beleaguered Radiant Church dared not retain such information. for it was clear what their fate would be without the support of the most numerous and powerful light practitioners of the time. They understood all too well what the title of Child of Light represented, a stark contrast to the current deprivation of such significance. Upon learning all of this, it is only natural to swiftly align oneself with the Son of Light and subsequently choose to oppose the glorious church. In ordinary circumstances, the glorious church would not fear such defiance. However, following the ravages of war, it finds itself too weakened to resist and thus resorts to concealing the truth, intending to recuperate gradually, hoping to stabilize its power. Alas, they were unable to achieve this before the arrival of the demon race, leading to their downfall. Yet, Ilex remained oblivious to these events. In the next moment, gazing down at Dragon Lord Yuan, he pondered. Judging by his words, it appeared that a new Son of Light had emerged in this era, one who seemed to have already forged an early acquaintance with both this deity of light and the divine favorite of death. It remained uncertain whether this individual could be persuaded to accept his mantle and become a truly formidable necromancer. Should that occur, perhaps the glorious church of this age would also face its inevitable reckoning. Ilex mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within, as if his desires were being fulfilled. At that moment, the peculiar portal before him shimmered with an extraordinary light, and soon, Dragon Lord Yuan, accompanied by Saint Kair, stepped forth from its depths. This marked the first genuine encounter between the Son of Light of yore and the pinnacle of illumination in the present, the divine dragon Lord Yuan of the Holy Demon Continent. Chapter 70. The Awe of the Light God. The resplendent Holy Sea has been annihilated. Moments later, the portal of light opened. From within, Long Junyuan emerged slowly, accompanied by Saint Kair, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the scene before him. So, this is the 7th level of the Eternal Tower? It appears significantly different from the previous 6 levels, although it is considerably smaller. The power emanating from its essence is indeed on an entirely different scale. Upon arriving here, Long Junyuan cast a sweeping glance around. Everywhere he looked was adorned in gold. His observation was undoubtedly accurate. In comparison to the first layer of the Eternal Tower, this 7th level is notably more compact. The circular chamber spans approximately 30 meters in diameter, with an arched dome above. Surrounding it are 12 golden pillars encircling the space. At the center of this star of 6 points lies a colossal coffin, exuding an aura of overwhelming strength. A closer inspection reveals that this golden coffin has long surpassed the level of immortality, ascending to the realm of divine artifacts. It has transcended the ordinary, having been nurtured and infused over 6 millennia, nearly reaching the status of a supreme artifact. This is not surprising, considering the coffin is adorned with an array of exquisite gems, each comparable to 9th-tier treasures. Not only gems, but also the magical crystals of beasts and spiritual elixirs of humanity, none of which are below the 9th tier. A stark contrast indeed. Kair gazed around, puzzled, and suddenly her perception sharpened, igniting a spark of realization. In her deep contemplation, she discerned that Long Junyuan spoke the truth. The atmosphere here is indeed terrifying, not only suffused with an absolutely pure light energy, but also with a soul power that surpasses even the realm of reincarnation, rendering it exceptionally unique. Kair firmly believed that if she were to cultivate here, she would undoubtedly reach a formidable level in the future. Contemplating this, she felt a stirring within her. Nevertheless, her resolve remained formidable, and she turned her attention to her surroundings, inquiring, "But where is that necromancer?" "Right ahead," Long Junyuan replied nonchalantly. His gaze drifted, landing upon the golden coffin, within which Saint Kair sensed an immense pressure. In that moment, a flicker of trepidation, or perhaps desire, flashed in her eyes. The essence of death within her swirled, seemingly harboring an intention to completely refine the figure of Ilex before her through reincarnation. Unfortunately, this thought did not linger long, as it was swiftly dispelled by the overwhelming presence that soon manifested. A moment later, a gray soul essence materialized, transforming into a humanoid form. The figure before us is strikingly handsome, yet there lingers a trace of unique sorrow between his brows. Upon assuming human form, an enigmatic golden aura of soul energy emerges, rendering him quite extraordinary. This is none other than the necromancer, the harbinger of death, Ilex. However, in this moment, he pays no heed to Saint Seal's recent actions or the nuances brought forth by the power of the Grim Reaper. Instead, he gazes in astonishment at the position of Long Junyuan, exclaiming in surprise, "I never thought I would witness the presence of the God of Light one day." Furthermore, it is not merely a divine being, but a true embodiment of the light, truly unfathomable. Had I possessed such a constitution and strength in my former days, I would have effortlessly ascended to the 9th tier and perhaps even conquered the illustrious Pope of the Half-God Church with such power. Ilex looks upon Long Junyuan's position, his face etched with regret. He expresses no reservations. His heart is filled solely with awe for the figure before him, or perhaps a sense of regret. Soon, he regains his composure and casts his gaze towards Long Junyuan once more. In the ephemeral depths of his eyes, a flicker of anger, or perhaps a hint of menace, becomes evident. He inquires, "However, even if you are the God of Light, your earlier actions have been rather audacious. How dare you disturb my eternal slumber and sever my legacy? With your mere 2nd-tier status, how could you possibly possess such audacity? The God of Light is indeed formidable, but he is not a true divine being. He is merely a presence of the 2nd-tier realm." Ilex does not feel intimidated. After all, while he can wield his own light, he cannot directly contend with the powers of souls or the abilities of necromancers. Thus he remains unafraid. In fact, he now harbors thoughts of devouring Long Junyuan. As the Son of Light, he understands that by assimilating such a terrifying constitution, he might indeed acquire that power. Although the God of Light's essence is fearsome and mysterious, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Even if he cannot, Ilex could eliminate a troublesome adversary in the process. Moreover, he perceives that such a formidable genius must have been nurtured by the illustrious church. And should this one return alive, it would undeniably bode ill for him. He must devise a plan to eradicate the other sons of light from the illustrious church. For if another half-god or a son of light destined to become a true deity were to emerge, Ilex knows that he would find himself in dire straits. Though he fears not the divine, he is currently in a diminished state. Should the God of Light capture him, he would indeed be in a predicament. Thus, he resolves to take the initiative. Yet, Long Junyuan remains indifferent to his threats. As the most notorious transgressor in the annals of human history on the sacred demon continent, following the cataclysm, the entire realm lay in ruins, utterly powerless to resist the chaos. Yet, you have remained peacefully asleep for 6 millennia, oblivious to the events transpiring beyond your slumber. Upon hearing the term sinner, a surge of emotion welled up within Ilex. The ethereal energies within the Eternal Tower, along with the entirety of its formidable power, were summoned in that very moment, erupting with an unparalleled intensity. One can only imagine the magnitude of Ilex's unleashed might. How audacious it is for you, the esteemed members of the glorious church, to utter the word sinner. And you, despite being the God of Light, remain blind to the truth. You are merely a pawn of the glorious church. Ilex's spiritual energy surged forth, preparing for confrontation. The Dragon Lord's actions were indeed infuriating. However, upon hearing this, Kair could not help but interject. The glorious church has long been extinguished since the invasion of the demon race 6,000 years ago. Chapter 71. The invasion of the demon clan and its connection to Elex. Upon hearing Kair's words, Elex's fury dissipated entirely, replaced by concealed ecstasy hidden beneath the shock. He had not anticipated the sudden downfall of the illustrious Holy See, a formidable entity in the realm. It is essential to recognize that during the war, despite his assaults on the Holy See, the conflict was of a global magnitude. The 3 great nations suffered significant damage, emerging from the war severely weakened, their combined strength falling short of even half that of the Holy See at its zenith. Moreover, their lack of unity rendered them incapable of opposing the Holy See, an impossibility. Thus, it was clear that an unexpected turn of events had transpired. Contemplating this, Elex gradually suppressed his breath, restoring his aloof demeanor. He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, what transpired over the last 6 millennia? How did the Holy See fall? And what precisely is this demon clan you speak of? When did such a race emerge in the sacred demon continent? Alex no longer erupted in rage. Instead, he fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, it dawned on him the significance of Long Juanyuan's assertion that he was the greatest sinner. Yet, he was reluctant to accept this truth. This realization was precisely what Long Juanyuan had anticipated. The intent behind declaring Alex as the sinner was never to provoke him. After all, feudal anger held no merit. Only the decline from greatness could offer profound insights. Once the demon clan emerged and its association with Alex's rebellion was established, the situation became undeniably clear and monumental. With this in mind, Long Juanyuan stepped forward, recounting the events that had transpired since the cataclysmic battle between the undead and humanity 6,000 years ago. He spoke candidly of the relentless suffering and dire consequences brought forth by the demon clan's invasion, as well as the epic confrontations waged by humanity against them. Though Alex maintained a demeanor of cold detachment, it must not be forgotten that he remained a child of light. Regardless of the transformative experiences he had endured, the absolute purity inherent to his identity had not waned in the slightest. This indicated that upon learning of these events, he would inevitably temper his anger to confront the issue at hand. In alignment with Long Juanyuan's expectations, Alex gradually fell into silence, and the purity of the child of light began to resurface. In that moment, his ethereal form shimmered with a resplendent light, signifying his return to the innocence and conscience inherent to his being. The laughter that once accompanied the demise of the Radiant Church has now vanished entirely. Upon learning of the church's destruction, he found himself devoid of hatred towards it, replaced instead by a profound sense of dissolution. It was precisely because he relinquished his animosity that he could once again harness the power of the Son of Light and begin to ponder this matter. After a brief moment, he sighed and remarked, "I truly did not anticipate this. A past filled with rage and revenge has led to such an outcome for the entire holy demon continent. It is no wonder you would label me the true sinner among humanity of the holy demon continent. The arrival of the demon race nearly plunged humanity into utter catastrophe. Had I not resorted to necromancy out of hatred, but instead devoted myself to cultivation, ascending to demigod status, that Pope would have posed no challenge to me. In truth, he recognized his fault. His vengeance had inadvertently affected countless innocents rather than solely targeting his enemies. Yet, one cannot blame him entirely. Any individual witnessing the obliteration of their family would struggle to maintain composure, and even refraining from a massacre would be commendable. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that following a century-long war, the demon race descended, and humanity found itself bereft of the means to resist. Its fighting strength diminished to a mere fraction, rendered utterly impotent. Thus, they unwittingly adorned the demon race with a bridal gown. This encapsulates the essence of the problem. Time, however, has the power to wash away all grievances. Upon realizing these truths, Alex's heart was unburdened, and he willingly acknowledged his errors, even contemplating atonement for his misdeeds. Furthermore, the identity of the dragon sovereign no longer incited his disdain. Perhaps I should not have placed my trust so swiftly in a stranger. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to your divine association with the God of Light, I instinctively feel compelled to trust you. Pray, enlighten me. What brings you to summon me here? And what pressing matters does the Holy Alliance face that would prompt such a risk? Alex regarded the dragon sovereign with a serious demeanor, his breath noticeably shifting as he spoke. This is indeed a straightforward matter. The dragon sovereign bore no semblance of politeness. He had never feared or revered Alex. There was no need for any additional expressions. Speak plainly about your desires. As for the Saint Chai heir beside him, although she was the reincarnation of a holy maiden, having sensed Alex's formidable strength, she did not tremble in fear. Yet, in comparison to the dragon sovereign, a flicker of concern and trepidation was evident. Nevertheless, this was a separate issue altogether. Alex, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Is it possible that your Holy Alliance is unaware of your purpose in coming here?" Or did you venture here of your own volition? Indeed, that is the case. Long Junyuan spoke softly, revealing his thoughts beneath the majestic demeanor of the God of Light. Relax. However, I do have a purpose for being here. One of them is the reincarnation saintess beside me. This place can be regarded as the pinnacle of soul power across the entire holy demon continent. It is exceptionally conducive to her cultivation and will greatly assist in the awakening of divine favor. Upon hearing this, Elax glanced at the position of Saint Kyra, nodded, and said, "Indeed, necromancers are the practitioners of the soul, and the Eternal Tower, being the apex of necromancy, is naturally suited for those favored by the god of death. However, there's another matter." Elax then turned to face Long Junyuan. In response, Long Junyuan smiled gently and remarked, "That is quite simple. It involves mastering your Eternal Tower and granting you an opportunity for redemption." Chapter 72. The Atonement of Ilex, Clearing the Insects. "You are given a chance for redemption," spoke Long Junyuan, his tone imbued with a nonchalant arrogance, as if he had already secured Ilex's fate. Under different circumstances, Ilex, with his fiery temperament, would have likely erupted in fury, contemplating an immediate confrontation with the Dragon Lord, regardless of whether he was a god of light or any other being. How dare one speak to him with such disrespect? After all, he was Ilex. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing Long Junyuan's words, Ilex found himself momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Yes, relaxation. He could not fathom why this was so. However, upon learning of the demonic invasion of the sacred demon continent and the immense turmoil it brought upon humanity, Ilex's subconscious thoughts underwent a significant transformation in that instant. He had sought vengeance, and rightfully so, but his relentless pursuit of retribution had resulted in untold suffering across the sacred demon continent, leading to the brutal incursion of the demons. After all, during that time, the 72 demon pillars and the 72 demon gods that had come were indeed formidable. Yet, humanity was not entirely defenseless. Even if one disregarded the semi-divine power of the Pope from the glorious Church, there were still several 9th-tier and 8th-tier beings capable of mounting a counterattack. Regrettably, all of this eventually faded into a mere dream. Those powerful figures had perished in the conflicts, or else, by the end, it would not have been left to the likes of the 6th or 7th-tier Shao Hua to bear the brunt of the struggle. Ilex had long since lost faith in the glorious Church, and he had little inclination to concern himself with humanity. Yet, this did not imply that he could tolerate the invasion of humanity by an extrinsic race such as the demons, who had even seized 2/3 of the sacred demon continent. This was something he could absolutely not accept. Thus, he was willing, under certain circumstances, to allow Long Junyuan to take control of everything concerning him. Redemption? Perhaps. While I may never be able to completely cleanse the sins of my past, making amends now is certainly not out of the question. The glorious Church has crumbled, and all the hardships and hatreds of bygone days have dissipated into the ether. Although I harbor no affection for your Holy Alliance, it stands as a protective coalition for the entirety of humanity. Ilex articulated his thoughts. As the god of necromancy, the slumbering catastrophe, and a demigod, he believed that no one had the right to judge him, not even Long Junyuan, the god of light, nor that goddess of life. The only being truly qualified to judge him was himself. And now, having cast aside all hatred, he recognized that he indeed should seek atonement. It is not so much a desire for forgiveness that Iliax seeks, for he is indifferent to such matters. Rather, he yearns to reconstruct something upon the ruins of his past misdeeds. He could accept any nation unifying the entire holy demon continent. Yet he cannot abide a foreign race subjugating humanity. Should you require my assistance, he continued, you may summon me at any time. Although the study of necromancy is notoriously arduous, once mastered, its terrifying efficacy on the battlefield eclipses that of any mere sorcerer. Furthermore, I shall temporarily entrust the Eternal Tower to you. Within it lies a method for learning necromantic arts. You need not delve deeply, for with mere diligence, you may acquire the foundational skills. With the insight of the God of Light, I trust that your progress will surpass even my former self. Iliax spoke thus. prompting a subtle smile from Dragon Lord Yuan. That would suffice. After gaining a modicum of mastery over the Eternal Tower, he would simply cast it into any fortification, allowing the fallen souls of the demon race to be absorbed. In time, they would turn upon one another, a fitting spectacle. With this thought, Dragon Lord Yuan also smiled faintly. Strategically, this was sound. Nodding, he exchanged a few more words with Eliax before departing with Kair. He felt a pang of pity for Eliax, yet the reality of his status as a human sinner was inescapable. Moreover, having slumbered for 6 millennia, Eliax was exceedingly extreme in nature. Thus, a cooperative relationship sufficed, while any further ties were unnecessary. After all, the current Dragon Lord Yuan could not guarantee his ability to contend with Eliax. As he watched Dragon Lord Yuan and Kair vanish, Eliax cast a sidelong glance. Momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation, who would have thought that the very level I had long coveted would manifest before my eyes today? Yet, I find myself unable to seize or devour him. Indeed, the brilliance of the God of Light is undeniable. The revelation that my personal vendetta has inadvertently aided this foreign race in their incursion upon the holy demon continent is truly laughable. Eliax chuckled bitterly. Despite his prolonged slumber over the past 6,000 years, his mind had never ceased grappling with hatred, plotting how to obliterate the glorious church in the future. However, upon its complete annihilation, he found himself unexpectedly disoriented, even bewildered. After a prolonged silence, he cast a fierce glare towards another direction, his eyes betraying a flicker of hatred and rage. The demon race. How dare they launch a surprise attack on the holy demon continent in my moment of vulnerability? Now, let them witness the true terror of the necromancer, the harbinger of cataclysm, within the Wailing Cavern. At this moment, Long Junyuan and Shang Kair had returned to the Cave of Sorrowful Howls, glancing at the skeletal emblem of the eternal melody upon his chest. Long Junyuan couldn't help but smile faintly. It appeared that these circumstances had indeed reached a conclusion. Unexpectedly, this outing had bestowed upon the Holy Alliance a formidable ally. Although he was deemed a sinner in the historical records of the Alliance, should he truly manifest on the battlefield against the demon race, he would undoubtedly serve as a devastating weapon. Shang Kair remarked this with a certain seriousness. Then, suddenly turning to Long Junyuan, she inquired, "What shall we do next?" Upon reflecting for a moment, Long Junyuan gazed toward the crevices of the cave, seemingly sensing something. Narrowing his eyes with a hint of danger, he replied, "Naturally, we must clear away those approaching pests." Chapter 73. The Wrath of the Momentary Demon God and the Angelic Demon God Baemon. Let's first cleanse these crawling creatures, spoke Long Junyuan with a tone that resonated with chilling authority. His formidable prowess surged within him, exhibiting an aura that felt distinctly unique. The embodiment of light, though generally benevolent, unleashed a terrifying might when infused with the intent to kill. In that instant, even Shang Kair felt the ripple of his overwhelming presence. Despite being the reincarnated saintess, endowed with extraordinary perceptive abilities, she remained merely a fifth-tier entity at this juncture, distanced from the formidable beings that surpassed her. In such circumstances, her ability to sense was significantly hindered, leaving her filled with curiosity. "Come with me," Long Junyuan invited. "It seems several formidable adversaries have arrived, presenting quite the challenge." He had sensed the presence of 9th tier, 4th level, and even 5th level entities. Were it not for his current state, he might have chosen to proceed with caution. However, he was no longer the novice who had yet to ascend to the 9th tier. The 9th tier, 5th level entities were not to be underestimated. Had Long Junyuan still been a mere son of light at the 2nd level of the 9th tier, he would have harbored trepidation towards such adversaries. Yet, as a being of divine light, far surpassing the conventional understanding of a god of light, the dynamic shifted entirely. Resolute in his thoughts, Long Junyuan rose, bearing Shang Kair aloft as they soared into the skies, determined to catch their foes off guard. Above, at the Wailing Cave, an extraordinary atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. 3 pillars of demon gods stood sentinel, emanating a terrifying aura that infused the dreary cave with a unique vibrance. Beneath one verdant pillar, the 7th pillar demon, The green demon rider sensed an unusual occurrence. Suddenly, he turned towards the ninth pillar, the angelic demon god Baemon, who shimmered with the distinct light of a fallen angel, and spoke. Lord Baemon, it seems the wailing sounds below have abruptly ceased, with little chance of resurgence. Baemon commanded 3 demon gods, the recently fallen Insight demon god Clausel, the 37th pillar, the dark phoenix demon god Phoenix, and now the green demon rider. In a strategic maneuver to subdue Long Junyuan, Baemon had summoned the green demon rider directly from the battlefield, hoping to unleash its potential. He believed that, despite its perceived ineptitude, it would still prove useful in their endeavor. As such, you two may temporarily observe from the edge of the cave entrance. Should there be the slightest disturbance, report to me immediately. The angelic demon responded with a placid demeanor. Though his prowess was formidable, he relished the sensation of omnipotence. And now, with these 2 demons serving under him, they too were to be under his command. Indeed, the demon rider, Qingyo, nodded in agreement. You are best suited to oversee the grand scheme. Henceforth, the task of eliminating that worthless human shall be entrusted to us. With this thought, a smile crept across his heart. Without hesitation, he strode towards the lamenting cave. What a so-called demon slayer. He merely seized a few trifles. Among the demon clan, he basked in the favor of the demon hunting brigade, and in the sacred city mountains, he had slain the Insight demon Clausel. This opportunity arose, no doubt, due to the multitude of human champions within. Now, it is time for this demon to take action personally. No matter how many wings he possesses, he shall not escape. That fool, Phoenix, truly is an imbecile for refusing such a splendid opportunity to achieve glory, allowing me to snatch it away. Watch as I successfully acquire the resources belonging to Clausel, swiftly surpassing him. Qingyo chuckled inwardly. Clearly, he viewed the Dragon Lord Yuan as a mere soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the lamenting cave. Observing the scene before him, he resolved to wait here. The great Lord Bai Meng was surveying the surroundings, and nothing could evade his perception. Thus, this was the sole exit. Before my esteemed Lord Qingyo, he would surely have nowhere to hide. Upon his appearance, he would meet his demise. There was no other possibility. As Qingyo reveled in his thoughts, he fixed his gaze upon the unfolding spectacle. He discerned a remarkably unique golden radiance transforming into a luminous blade, flickering incessantly with a terrifying brilliance, advancing towards his position. Accompanied by a divine light judgment, it surged forth, threatening to engulf Qingyo. Startled by this sudden onslaught, Qingyo gasped. However, after swallowing hard, he refused to retreat and braced himself to endure this strike. It was merely a human skill's impact. This sword might slay the remaining peak 8th tier beings, but could not obliterate this demon. Unleashing his full cultivation at that moment, he could withstand it. The divine light judgment, a 9th tier forbidden spell, reached its zenith under the assault of a being of light like Dragon Lord Yuan. In the instant it encompassed Qingyo, he had no chance to resist, and in a heartbeat, he was obliterated. Only his emerald green diadem of the demonic god remained at the site. In an instant before Baemon could react, it plunged into the Wailing Cavern. Witnessing this, the dark Phoenix was left utterly astonished. With a mixture of shock and trepidation, he gazed toward the location, his form trembling. Although he too was a 9th tier demonic god, the ability to instantly obliterate a being like Sierra posed a tremendous threat to him. Fear was inevitable. Baemon, however, quickly regained his composure. What do you mean Sierra has fallen? Baemon was taken aback, his countenance pale with shock. A flicker of rage passed across his brow, and in that moment, his cultivation surged, unleashing the power of the angels in his hands as he advanced toward the Wailing Cavern. Demonic God Slayer, Dragon Lord Yuan, do you possess the audacity? This time, I vow to see you utterly perish here. Chapter 74, Instant Darkness, the Phoenix Demon God. A dog-eat-dog struggle among the demon gods. Dragon Lord Yuan, this demon god decrees that today shall mark your utter demise. You shall accompany my 2 demon gods to their graves. At this moment, The angel demon god Baimeng gazed fiercely at Dragon Lord Yuan's position, roaring with fervor. His angelic threads surged with energy, emanating a peculiar aura. The angelic threads radiated a brilliant light, unhesitatingly darting towards the demon crown belonging to the Qing Yaoqi demon god. Though he held the Qing Yaoqi demon god in disdain, regarding him as merely a peak 8th-tier entity, even among demon gods, he paled in comparison to any of his 9th-tier archangels. However, this demon god was still a member of the revered 72 demon gods. Thus, his demon crown represented a precious treasure of the demon race, one that could not simply be relinquished, especially not to a lowly, inconsequential human. This thought ignited a profound loathing within the angel demon god Baimeng. With this realization, Baimeng made no hesitation. His power erupted, a vast aura expanding as he aimed to seize the Qing Yaoqi demon god's crown. Yet alas, he was still too slow compared to Dragon Lord Yuan. In a swift turn of events, the crown of the Qing Yaoqi demon god fell into the depths of the Sorwing Cave, landing in Dragon Lord Yuan's grasp before dissipating into a cloud of gray mist. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the terrifying radiance of the divine judgment, a modest gray 7-tiered pagoda underwent constant transformation, discreetly withdrawing from the battle, its destination remaining an enigma. Meanwhile, within the demon realm, no one seemed to notice this occurrence. Upon witnessing this, the angel demon god Baimeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his handsome visage twisting in rage. The transformation from his typically elegant demeanor into such a state illustrated the magnitude of fury that Dragon Lord Yuan had provoked within him. Cursed be this wretch. Very well. With 2 9th-tier demon gods surrounding him, I shall witness how he intends to escape this predicament. Baimeng roared, his magical energy surging forth as he charged towards the Sorwing Cave. With all his angelic might unleashed, he surged into the cave, only to be met with an overwhelming emptiness that incited his deepest ire. How could this be? The place was devoid of any presence. Where was Dragon Lord Yuan, the demon slayer? Baimeng stared in astonishment at the desolation surrounding him, his eyes reflecting a simmering fury. His power erupted once more, unmistakably indicating that he was pushed to the edge of wrath, yearning to annihilate Dragon Lord Yuan. Yet, the truth was he could not find him. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. No, it cannot be. Lord Baimon, please save me. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the angelic demon Baimon was suddenly taken aback, as if he had heard a prophecy of certain doom. His heart trembled, and he swiftly turned to gaze outward. At that moment, he beheld a figure standing beside the dark phoenix. Surrounding the two, an extraordinary radiance flickered, erupting continuously, obliterating the darkness that belonged to the demon realm. It dissipated into nothingness. This was the epitome of light. Such was Baimon's thought. In that moment, he was profoundly shaken by this brilliance. After all, his darkness was retreating in the face of this overwhelming luminosity, which seemed poised to invade and extinguish him entirely. This peculiar sensation ensnared him, prompting deep reflection and dread. However, this train of thought soon dissipated, for he heard a cry, a lamentation. Within that wail, amidst the brilliance, the silhouette of the dark phoenix was engulfed by the encroaching light, its darkness vanishing instantaneously, reduced to nothingness. In mere moments, it was utterly extinguished, no longer manifesting. From within, a dark crimson crown of the demon god slowly emerged, settling into the hands of Dragon Lord Yuan. Not long after, a hazy mist materialized within Dragon Lord Yuan's grasp. Under the mist's invasion, the crown of the demon god completely disintegrated, and even Baimon's earnest search yielded no possibility of recovery. Witnessing this, Baimon's demeanor softened, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment as he gazed inward. Soon, however, realization dawned upon him. A spark of fury ignited in his eyes as his powers surged forth. Dragon Lord Yuan, how dare you slay the dark phoenix again? Baimon roared, his aura expanding with palpable wrath. Indeed, it was crucial to note that in Baimon's eyes, the seemingly useless demon, Qing Yao, was but cannon fodder. Yes, mere fodder among fodder. And while the demon god Colossal could barely be considered a pawn, the Phoenix demon god Phoenix was different. He was ranked as the 37th demon god, a master of dominion. He was the strongest demon under Baimon's command, and his sudden demise inflicted greater damage upon Baimon than the combined losses of the other two demon gods. This incident could potentially jeopardize Baimon's standing before the demon god Emperor Fengxiu. Oh, do you wish to meet them again? Upon hearing all this, Long Junyuan suddenly lifted his head and gazed at the angelic demon Baimon before him, a hint of disdain flickering across his expression. Long Junyuan, you shall pay dearly, the angelic demon roared. With that, the domain of angels erupted, and the towering pillars of angelic demons behind him pulsed with an aura of absolute terror, amplifying Baimon's presence. The terrifying essence of a 9th-tier, 5th-level being was unleashed in its entirety at that moment, strikingly formidable. However, in comparison to Long Junyuan's domain of the Light God, it still fell short. The Light God, the Eternal Tower, has rendered these three demons as mere remnants of power, devoid of any combat ability. Should we simply cast them out? The indifferent voice of Ilex echoed in Long Junyuan's ears. They had just struck a certain deal. Let them out directly. I am curious to see how these demons will engage in their own infighting. Chapter 75, Summoning the Undead Demigods. The three undead demigods descend. Release them directly. I am eager to witness how these demigods engage in their own conflicts, Dragon Lord Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Previously, all of his demigod crowns had been entrusted without exception to Ilex within the Eternal Tower. Ilex harnessed the powers contained within these crowns to forge and resurrect the undead. Although merely possessing their essence, even Ilex would find it arduous to manifest an identical being. However, the demigod crowns serve as the wellspring of their might. With the crowns in hand and the demigod pillars at his disposal, one could conjure a new demigod existence. Indeed, in its most formidable form. This implies that as long as the demigod crown is secured, Ilex, with his prowess, could summon a demigod of equivalent stature. Thus, in the preceding circumstances, Ilex had swiftly engaged in the summoning of the undead. For him, even an undead demigod of the 8th-tier peak or the nascent 9th tier could be summoned instantaneously. Now, he awaited but a single command from Dragon Lord Yuan, and that command was uttered with remarkable clarity from Yuan's lips. Consequently, a peculiar gray light radiated from him, transforming into three unique, dim portals that erupted forth. What trickery do you intend to employ? The angelic demigod Baimon bellowed in fury, charging toward Dragon Lord Yuan without a moment's hesitation. Behind him materialized a shadowy wing, a manifestation of his fallen angel essence. This act signified his resolve to engage in a life-and-death confrontation with Yuan, unleash the true form of the angelic demigod. At that moment, a blinding aura enveloped Baimon, culminating in an explosive surge of fearsome power, prepared to pierce directly toward Dragon Lord Yuan in a bid to vanquish him. This maneuver represented the full force of the 9th tier, 5th-level angelic demigod Baimon. Not even a 9th tier, 7th-level star demigod would dare to withstand such an assault. Thus, witnessing the unmoving confidence of Dragon Lord Yuan, Baimon could not help but smile inwardly. This individual was far too arrogant. Soon, with no hesitation, the angelic demigod Baimon surged forth at astonishing speed toward Yuan. Yet upon seeing this, Dragon Lord Yuan remained entirely unfazed. He merely shook his head in disdain and softly uttered, "Dark Phoenix. Phoenix demigod strike." As these words left his lips, a dark silhouette emerged behind him, soon replaced by the terrifying form of a pitch-black phoenix, flickering into existence. This black phoenix shone brilliantly, continuously erupting within the void. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged directly towards the position of the angelic demon god Baimon, unleashing the pinnacle of his immense power in that instant. In a flash, he thrust towards Baimon with ferocity. At this moment, the angel was left utterly astounded. How could Phoenix possibly wield the power of the Phoenix? The angelic demon god Baimon, too, was taken aback. The force of this strike was somewhat misaligned. Even in its diminished state, it could barely withstand the foundational strength of the Dark Phoenix. As they collided in midair, the energies dissipated after a brief moment. This turn of events, however, did not leave Baemon in a state of shock. Rather, his astonishment lay elsewhere. He gazed in disbelief at the position of Dragon Lord Yuan, unable to comprehend how the 37th pillar demon, the Dark Phoenix, which should have perished at his hands, had resurrected once more. As the superior of the Dark Phoenix, Baemon's awareness of its essence was likely more acute than that of Phoenix itself. Just moments ago, when Dragon Lord Yuan had made his move, Baemon had sensed quite clearly that Phoenix had been utterly vanquished, dead beyond the possibility of revival. Yet now, standing before him was a being that had defied that finality, transformed into a unique life form. Moreover, he could not detect any life signatures from them, indicating their demise. Yet here they stood as extraordinary entities. Reflecting on this, the angelic demon god Baemon paused, a new thought emerging within him. Observing the scene, he spoke gravely, "Undead." Indeed, he discerned the truth. The life form before him unmistakably bore the essence of the fourth demon, the undead demon, embodying the powers of the undead. However, this revelation only deepened Baemon's confusion. In his perception, Dragon Lord Yuan radiated a brilliant light, a champion of absolute luminosity. How could such an entity possibly have mastered the dark and deathly magic of the undead? This notion left Baemon profoundly shaken. Yet his shock did not end there. In the next moment, two unseen gray orbs materialized, and shortly thereafter, the recently fallen demon rider Qing Yao and the long-perished Insight demon Clausel emerged, standing in opposition to the angelic demon god Baemon, regarding him with a detached demeanor. At this juncture, the three powerful demons, once loyal to Baemon, had entirely rebelled against him, choosing to confront him instead. This overwhelming sense of betrayal left Baemon in a state of disbelief, profoundly shaken to his core. What exactly have you done to transform them into mere specters, devoid of any self-awareness? The angelic demon, God Baimeng, gazed in astonishment at the position of Dragon Lord Yuan, his eyes revealing a profound sense of dread and bewilderment. He truly could not comprehend the events unfolding in Dragon Lord Yuan's domain. Nevertheless, Dragon Lord Yuan was disinclined to provide any explanation. As an adversary, your naivety is astonishing. To pray for elucidation from your enemy is rather foolish. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Advance." Do you truly believe that the three of them can rival me? At the pinnacle of the 8th tier, the first level of the 9th tier, and the second level of the 9th tier, they lack any qualification to contend with me. The angelic demon, God Baimeng, scoffed. Fear not, for those who will engage you are not merely themselves. They are accompanied by their corresponding powers. Dragon Lord Yuan replied coolly. No sooner had he spoken than three pillars of energy, emblematic of the demon gods, suddenly materialized behind them, continuously transforming into their primordial essence. The implication was unmistakable. They intended to undergo a direct metamorphosis into demon gods. Chapter 76. The undying demon god transcends. The angelic demon god breaches defenses. At this moment, the three great demon pillars stood resplendently behind their respective demon gods. Remarkably, even the shattered Insight pillar reappeared in its entirety behind the Insight demon god Clausel, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. It was indeed a peculiar sight. What demon pillars are these, and when did they begin to move? Moreover, you dare to undergo demonification? The angelic demon god, Baimeng, responded with a hint of astonishment. The unfolding scenario was unexpectedly bizarre to him, for demonification was an exclusive privilege of the demon gods. Not even the formidable 9th-tier demon dragons possessed the right to wield demonification, let alone those of the lower ranks associated with the 72 demon pillars. Each demon pillar harbors its own unique essence, requiring the consent of its respective deity for utilization. Due to this, any reckless attempt at employing them would inevitably lead to one outcome: failure and death. At that moment, the three great demon gods were no longer the esteemed lords of the demon realm, but had devolved into lowly, undead beings, subjugated under the hands of mere humans. The only possible outcome was annihilation, an absolute failure, devoid of any hope for success. Contemplating this, a smirk of disdain crept upon Baiming's lips as he remarked, "How audacious, to dare employ the esteemed demon pillars for the sake of these wretched undead. Very well, then. The impending backlash of the demon pillars will assuredly obliterate you and these three pitiful demon gods who have become your loyal hounds." Baiming roared with fervor, feeling an unexpected exhilaration within. Although the demise of three of his subordinates would diminish his standing among the demon kin and eliminate his chances of competing with the more prominent demon gods, he remained unfazed. As long as he could slay Long Junyuan, the very demon slayer whom even the demon emperor had deemed worthy of death, his stature in the eyes of the demon emperor Feng Xiuxin would remain intact, perhaps even elevated. He envisioned that within a decade, he could restore his former prowess. Moreover, witnessing his nemesis Long Junyuan perish amidst the backlash, succumbing to his own folly, filled him with profound satisfaction. In this moment, he awaited the unfolding events with eager anticipation. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, what transpired in the next instant was precisely what he had dreaded most. To his disbelief, the three great demon pillars, in a mere heartbeat, transformed into a dense essence of primordial power, without the slightest pause or hesitation, and surged directly towards the three demon gods, merging with them in an instant. Moreover, it did not take long for each to achieve their respective transformations into demon gods. Their visages underwent corresponding changes, and, equally, their powers experienced significant enhancements. The 70th pillar, the Azure Demon Rider, originally at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, successfully ascended to the first level of the 9th tier post-transformation. The 49th pillar, the Insight Demon God, Closel, initially at the threshold of the 9th tier, achieved a successful metamorphosis, advancing to the second level of the 9th tier, thereby unveiling his absolute domain, the realm of insight. He could manipulate the power of perception. Meanwhile, the 37th pillar, the Dark Phoenix Demon God, Phoenix at that moment, leaped from the second level of the 9th tier to the pinnacle of the 3rd level, and with the aid of the Eternal Tower, ascended to the 4th level of the 9th tier. At this instant, their strength transitioned from being unable to challenge the Angel Demon God, Baimon, to a level capable of threatening him. This revelation left the Angel Demon God momentarily stunned. This is impossible. Even the first reverse Celestial Demon Dragon Pillar, mastered by the Demon King, could not yield such effects. How much less could this mere human, a wretched being who has betrayed the light and succumbed to the undead? This is absolutely inconceivable. The Angel Demon God Baimon trembled deeply, his eyes filled with sheer terror and astonishment, as well as utter disbelief. The capability of the Dragon Lord Yuan to manipulate the demon pillars was a separate matter. Yet, at the moment when the three demon gods fully transformed, Baimon unexpectedly sensed the mark upon himself re-emerging. Whether it was the two recently fallen demon gods or the earlier fallen Insight Demon God, whose pillar had long been destroyed by Dragon Lord Yuan, the same phenomenon occurred. This situation left the Angel Demon God utterly dumbfounded. The terror of it was overwhelming. Moreover, despite the mark's reappearance, no matter how Baimon called upon it, the connection it once offered remained elusive. This left the Angel Demon God in a state of bewilderment. It is crucial to note that even the 4th Demon God, the Necromancer Samakina, at the 5th level of the 9th tier, could not achieve such a feat. However, this was to be expected. After all, this was the mightiest necromancer in history, the Necromancer Saint, Ilex. Upon succumbing to the undead, they lost their consciousness while retaining their inherent attributes and demon god marks. Was this not a simple task? Furthermore, the crown of demon gods still remains. With such an accumulation of buffs, if success were unattainable, then Ilex would no longer be Ilex. A different title would be warranted. Although the shock was profound for the Angel Demon God Baimon, he was not a man of indecision. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward Dragon Lord Yuan, a flicker of rage illuminating his eyes. Although this demon god does not comprehend the means by which you have accomplished this, rest assured, once I slay you, I shall uncover this mystery. Previously, there were other circumstances, but now, regardless of the cost. You shall fall here." The angelic demon roared ferociously, his power erupting in a moment of desperation. At this instant, he had abandoned all previous thoughts. His sole objective was to eliminate Dragon Lord Yuan at any price, avenging all his grievances. However, Dragon Lord Yuan showed no fear. Instead, he smirked disdainfully. "First, why not subdue your 3 loyal subordinates?" With that, he waved his hand, and a hint of the soul energy from the Eternal Tower manifested as a melody upon his chest. This signified his authority over all the departed souls. He then commanded, "Proceed directly." Chapter 77. The Arrival of Maple Show, the Crumbling Angelic Demon. Without a moment's hesitation, Dragon Monarch Yuan issued commands to the demonic gods, prompting them to spring into action instantaneously. Although the 3 undead demonic gods retained their formidable power, their intellect had been entirely stripped away. They were now mere automatons, mindlessly obedient to Dragon Monarch Yuan. Consequently, upon his utterance, the 3 demonic entities exhibited no hesitation, launching themselves towards the position of the angelic demon Baimon without a moment's pause. They unleashed their full might as if disregarding their own lives, each strike a lethal maneuver, with the singular objective of vanquishing the angelic demon Baimon before them. Damn it, do you truly believe that confining these 3 worthless beings before me grants you the power to withstand my assault? Baimon, the angelic demon, cast a disdainful glance at Dragon Monarch Yuan, his eyes aflame with fury. His discontent with Yuan's actions was palpable. Old grievances, now compounded with fresh animosity, reached a boiling point, and he yearned to obliterate Yuan entirely for a sense of satisfaction. Whether or not they're worthless is irrelevant. What is clear is that you are now shackled by their presence, Dragon Monarch Yuan replied impassively. Upon hearing these words, Baimon felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, his gaze fixated on Yuan with a burning intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole. The thought of unleashing his true power and transforming into a demonic entity to engage in a fierce battle with the 3 undead gods flickered through his mind. However, given the circumstances, such an opportunity eluded him. The moment Dragon Monarch Yuan unleashed his divine light, he had effectively constrained Baimon, limiting his movements. Thus, Baimon was left to rely solely on his own 9th-tier, 5th-level cultivation. In previous encounters, he could have relied on the dominance of a higher-ranking demon over lesser ones to ensure victory, but that was not the case now. No opportunity presented itself. None at all. This realization ignited a profound rage within the angelic demon Baimon. He desperately wished to erase Dragon Monarch Yuan from existence, but found himself powerless to do so. All he could do was watch helplessly as the demonic gods launched their onslaught against him, with little recourse but to attempt a feeble defense. While the numerical advantage of 1 against 3 could be boasted about, for a powerful demon such as Baimon, it was hardly a matter worthy of pride. At this moment, Baimon found himself in a state of profound frustration, enduring a torment greater than death itself. In the presence of the radiant deity, if my perception serves me correctly, there emanates from afar a multitude of formidable auras, each no less than the 5th rank of the 9th tier. Among them, the leader rivals my former peak strength. Suddenly, at the core of the eternal melody within Long Juanyuan's chest, an ancient discourse intertwined with his spiritual energy resonated in his mind, facilitating a fundamental communication. This formidable being must be the demon god Emperor Feng Xiu gracing us with his presence. This individual is indeed a challenging adversary. However, it matters not. There will be ample opportunities to engage with this supreme entity of the demon clan in the future. For now, it is prudent to return and consolidate the forces of the Holy Temple Alliance. Long Junyuan contemplated this, initially intending to seize the moment to exhaust the angelic demon God Baimeng. After all, his demise would undoubtedly benefit them. Yet, with the arrival of the demon god Emperor Feng Xiu, it seems that Yi Ling remains unscathed. Regardless, the gains from this journey have been plentiful. It will be wiser to depart promptly. Resolving this, Long Junyuan hesitated no longer. His cultivation erupted, propelling him swiftly in the opposite direction. Accompanying his flight was a peculiar radiance emanating from the three great demon gods as they re-entered the eternal melody. Upon witnessing Long Juanyuan's intent to depart, the angelic demon god Baimeng was understandably incensed. Yet, inexplicably at that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the three undead demon gods, surging toward Baimeng as if to consume him whole. Thus, Baimeng found himself unable to escape, gritting his teeth as he watched Long Juanyuan's retreat. The depths of his fury were perhaps only comprehensible to him alone. "I will see you dead," the angelic demon god bellowed in rage. Clearly, had anger the power to extinguish life, Long Juanyuan would have perished countless times over by now. Over the centuries, Long Juanyuan stands as the first to bring such humiliation to Baimeng. However, as time flowed on, two black dragons suddenly materialized in the sky, their forms shimmering with a weighty and terrifying presence. At the center of these dragons, the demon god Emperor Feng Xiu descended through the void, his own power radiating outward, the surrounding spiritual energy transforming into a tangible pressure as it spread forth, signifying his transcendence into the realm of demigods, an awe-inspiring strength. Observing Baimeng entangled with the three wraith-like figures, the demon god Emperor Feng Xiu furrowed his brow, perplexed by Baimeng's predicament. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, and an unusual dark hue materialized before him. The faint black radiance appeared remarkably weak. However, at the very moment of its emergence, it seemed as though all surrounding light was entirely absorbed, transforming the once bright surroundings into utter darkness. "Annihilation," murmured the demigod monarch, Feng Xiu. No sooner had the words left his lips than the black radiance surged forth, striking towards the three great undead demon gods. As a demigod-level monarch, Feng Xiu's assault, even if not executed with full force, rendered these three beings, who barely reached the 9th tier of demon transformation, utterly incapable of opposing him. It was inconceivable, absolument impossible. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to nothingness under this single strike. Yet the angelic demon god, Baimeng, did not rejoice at this turn of events. Instead, he stood in shock. "No, your majesty, what are you doing? My demon crown, my demon pillar." Chapter 78. The Wrath of the Demon Clan. Returning to the Holy Temple Alliance. Upon witnessing this scene, the angelic demon god, Baimon, was utterly stunned, rooted to the spot, at a loss for words. He resembled a stray dog, having been viciously kicked, yet unable to retaliate, for the one who had kicked him was the very master who would soon take him in. His heart was heavy with despair. "Baimon, what is the meaning of this? Why does His Majesty personally intervene on your behalf to eliminate your adversaries? Yet you display such an expression? Do you look down upon His Majesty's actions?" The bear demon god, Oliver, who had been displeased with the situation, spoke out sharply. Instantly, the atmosphere in the vicinity plummeted to a freezing point. Although the demon emperor, Feng Xiu, shared a personal rapport with Baimon, the significance of this relationship held little weight in the current context. After all, Feng Xiu was a politically astute being capable of relinquishing all ties when necessary. Not even his son, Abayo, was exempt from this, let alone the mere angelic demon god, Baimon. Hence, the unfolding of events hinged entirely on Baimon's forthcoming words. Realizing the gravity of his demeanor, Baimon quickly composed himself. With a heavy sigh, he replied, "I would never dare to dismiss it. His Majesty's personal involvement is indeed a magnificent affair. Yet these three are not mere humans. They're the three great demon gods under my command." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a moment of silence. The moon demon god, Agars, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I sense no demon god marks upon them just now." He then turned to look at the demon emperor, Feng Xiu. As the second in command of the demon clan, his authority was only surpassed by Feng Xiu himself. If he could sense nothing, it would now be up to the demon emperor to determine the truth. Feng Xiu, too, perceived nothing amiss. He merely shook his head and then directed his gaze back to Baimon, saying, "Continue." His tone bore a hint of anger. It was evident that should Baimon fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, despite the events that had transpired, he would not be dismissed, but surely subjected to numerous constraints. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Baemon pondered for a moment before elucidating everything that had just occurred. As he spoke, the gathered audience was left in a state of disbelief. Yet, through the demon god marks, they clearly discerned that Baemon was not lying. This meant that the humans had indeed committed such despicable acts. They had audaciously ambushed two great demon gods and even stripped them of their demon god crowns. Moreover, they had directly utilized these crowns to forge necromantic magic. Was it not true that this demon-slaying machine, this Knight of Light, could wield the powers of the undead? Such revelations left countless demon gods in shock. Subsequently, they turned their gazes towards the fourth pillar, the necromancer demon god, Sammakina, seemingly seeking to inquire further. Sammakina shook his head and stated, "I possess certain abilities to preserve the essence of the deceased, transforming it into a specter. However, beyond the ninth tier, I am utterly helpless, let alone retaining the mark of the demon god and utilizing the power of the demon pillars for demonification." Upon hearing this, the assembled demon gods were taken aback. After all, if even the foremost necromancer, Sammakina, could only offer such a response, what else could they possibly say? They fell silent, for they sensed countless presences lingering at that moment. Upon closer inspection, they discovered the striking figure of the demon god emperor, Feng Xiu, at their center. Although he appeared unremarkable, the aura surrounding him betrayed a significant shift in his demeanor. How intriguing, he mused. This human is indeed formidable, managing to orchestrate such a grand scheme, merely to await my arrival. It is one thing to seize the diadem of the demon god, but to disregard the esteemed demon pillars is truly fantastical. The demon emperor's dominion over his kind was terrifyingly absolute, and he had distinctly noted the tremors of power moments ago. Although the 49th pillar, which perceived the shattering of the demon pillars, had been destroyed, the 70th blue demon rider pillar and the 39th dark phoenix pillar still remained intact. He could even sense the lingering life essence of these two demon gods, a peculiarity that ignited his fury. "Your Majesty, what are your plans moving forward?" inquired the angelic demon god, Bai Meng, stepping forward to gaze intently at Emperor Feng Xiu. He had reluctantly put aside his shame, opting for an offensive strategy instead, as the astonishing powers exhibited by the Dragon Lord Yuan were sufficient to pique their interest. Even the taciturn Vashik and the scheming bear demon god, Oliver, had ceased their chatter, engaging in discussions about the current situation instead. Now, all awaited the Emperor's next move. Thus, the angelic demon god resolved to take decisive action. "How simple it is," he declared. "We shall proceed with our plans as before, yet with increased intensity." Though his tone was calm, his actions demanded immediate attention. This time, the completion of their strategy would not be weighed against any losses. They would demonstrate the true strength of the demon race and the extent of their machinations over the past 6 millennia. They would make it known that the demon race could contend with them not only in seclusion, but would also wash the holy city in blood. The chilling resolve of Emperor Feng Xiu was palpable, reflecting his genuine determination and intentions. Nearby the gates of the holy city, the grand entrance began to slowly open through the manipulation of reserved magical crystals. However, after night of curfew, the city walls, the streets, and the many peculiarities lay devoid of life. The once vibrant holy city, which would soon bustle with activity, now appeared eerily silent. Only the Dragon Lord Yuan and Kair returned from the realm of the demons. This time, it seems you have accomplished quite a few distasteful feats against the demon race, even seizing their demon pillar and the crown of the demon god. The demons are unlikely to let this go easily. In the streets, Kair gazed at the Dragon Lord Yuan and softly inquired. Yet, regarding such thoughts, the Dragon Lord Yuan had never wavered. "Even if I do not engage directly, the Holy Alliance would not relent in their pursuits." This time, having vanquished 2 major demon gods and acquired the crown and pillar, delivering them to the Holy Alliance would yield even more terrifying consequences. Perhaps this is merely the beginning. The grand vision of the Alliance's prosperity is soon to unfold. Chapter 79. The Helplessness of Yilex, Rejoining the Holy Alliance. Perhaps all of this is merely a beginning. In the future, the pinnacle of the Holy Alliance. The true resistance against the Demon Clan and the ultimate downfall of the Demon Clan will commence from these three demon god pillars. Long Junyuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Although the Demon Clan possesses formidable foundations, their greatest strength lies within the 72 demon god pillars. The loss of even one diminishes their power significantly. Losing three at once renders them considerably weaker. Thus, when challenges arise in the future, the Demon Clan may lack the necessary resources to confront these issues. This is inevitable. As Long Junyuan concluded his statement, a wave of confidence ignited within him, creating an impression that the outcome was as certain as nails driven into wood. The morning sun shone down upon him, illuminating his radiant heart. At that moment, Kai, standing beside Long Junyuan, found herself momentarily entranced. She suddenly sensed that the man before her would likely become a legendary figure within the Holy Alliance in the future. Surely he would. Even Yilex, within the Eternal Melody's eternal tower, could not help but ponder as he observed Long Junyuan. If such a presence had existed during the illustrious days of the Holy Church, would he have fallen to such depths? Probably not. Just as they were immersed in their thoughts, the commander of the city guards approached and accepted Long Junyuan's identity token, granting them passage. After all, whether as the vice master of the Night's Sanctuary or a member of the Demon Hunter Corps, he was certainly qualified to enter. Soon, upon stepping inside and surveying the surroundings, Yilex extended his consciousness, manifesting as a unique ethereal form that slowly emerged. Observing the environment, he shook his head and remarked, "Nearly 7,000 years have passed, yet development remains feeble. It is even less impressive than the glorious era of 7 millennia ago." Yilex expressed his astonishment as he surveyed the surroundings. Given the Demon Clan's invasion, it is commendable that the Holy Alliance can resist. However, the complete reconstruction of the Holy City seems utterly impossible. The current Holy Alliance is devoid of resources, and some 9th-tier powerhouses cannot even be equipped with a full set of legendary gear. Long Junyuan shook his head, elucidating the current state of the Sanctuary Alliance. Upon hearing this, Yilex could not help but sigh, appearing somewhat helpless. After all, this matter significantly pertains to him. In the past, 7th-tier individuals could be equipped with legendary gear, yet now, even 9th-tier warriors struggle to be fully equipped. This is indeed an exceedingly arduous situation. Contemplating this, Yilex found himself at a loss for words. He simply shook his head and remarked, "Once the demon race is vanquished, everything will improve." Will it truly improve? Indeed, it will. In Long Junyuan's memories, following the complete annihilation of the demon race, the entire Holy Alliance underwent a remarkable transformation. A millennium later, not only were there epic-grade equipment, but divine artifacts were also abundant, offered generously to the seemingly insignificant elite demon-hunting squads and their disciples. One can only imagine the staggering quantity of divine artifacts during that era. However, that is a matter for the future. At present, the Holy Alliance cannot partake in such immense resources. One can only hope for this eventuality. That day will come soon. Long Junyuan refrained from elaborating further. He merely cast a glance at Shang Kai, and the two returned to the Holy Alliance, leaving only Yilex standing in place, pondering Long Junyuan's previous words. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and dispersed into the wind, his essence swiftly returning to the eternal melody within Long Junyuan's heart. Is he not back yet? Long Junyuan's companion, Shang Yue, was seated rather unceremoniously in the Lord's residence, radiating a brilliant aura, clearly contemplating some course of action. He still hasn't returned. Yang Haohan, unfazed, acknowledged the situation. Despite having numerous matters to attend to, he remained calm, for he well understood Long Junyuan's prowess. That rascal has taken my great-granddaughter and hasn't returned for 3 whole days. It drives me mad. Shang Yue gritted his teeth. He had initially believed Long Junyuan would only be away for a day, but upon realizing their path led beyond the Holy Alliance into demon territory, the 3-day absence became intolerable for someone as protective of his great-granddaughter as Shang Yue. Glaring at the cheerful Yang Haohan, Shang Yue snapped, "Yang Haohan, you old rascal. Why are you not the least bit anxious? Li Zhengji had prepared extensively for this competition, even managing to defeat Long Xingyu at the last moment, securing first place in the preliminary rounds. Now he had surpassed both the Knight's Sanctuary and the Mage's Sanctuary to claim the top spot. And you remain unfazed? Sheng Yue fumed upon witnessing these developments. What is there to fear? Although Jun Yuan is formidable, the foundation of our Knight's Sanctuary is not to be underestimated. The Mage's Sanctuary may possess depth, but can they truly suppress the Knight's Sanctuary? You underestimate our sanctuary strength, Yang Haohan replied calmly. He understood that if Long Junyuan were present, the circumstances would undoubtedly differ. Yet, as the leader, he must maintain composure. But Sheng Yue was not so composed. Oh, spare me. You know how desperately you wish for Long Junyuan's return. The subsequent second round may be manageable, yet the third round is a different realm altogether. Once the terrifying domain of Dragon Lord Yuan manifests, the capabilities of your Knight's Sanctuary will surge by 2 or 3-fold. With his formidable mastery over light, he will dispatch it outward, leading to the swift defeat of the Warrior Sanctuary and the Priest Sanctuary. At that juncture, the Priest Sanctuary, the Mage Sanctuary, and our Assassin Sanctuary will inevitably falter as well. Saint Moon disdainfully remarked, and after a moment of helplessness, he added, however, none of that truly matters now. All I desire is to confront him, to fiercely strike him with my dagger, for he has absconded with my great-granddaughter, leaving me in utter despair without a trace of news. Upon hearing this, Yang Haohan could only shake his head helplessly, offering a forced smile. Just as his words concluded, a sudden voice interjected from the side. Is that so, Senior Saint Moon? If that is the case, I shall promptly take Kai'er and flee, and you shall never see your granddaughter again. Chapter 80. Re-entering the competition. Everyone awaits Long Junyuan. Are you certain, Senior Sheng Yue? If you intend to proceed this way, I shall take Kai'er and leave immediately. You may never see your great-granddaughter again. As soon as these words were uttered, the first to react was not Sheng Yue, but Yang Haohan. He turned with excitement, gazing towards the source of the voice. Among the crowd stood a young man clad in agile attire, accompanied by a relatively petite girl. Together, they observed the scene before them with a calm demeanor. Who else could it be but Long Junyuan and Sheng Kai'er? At last, you have returned, Junyuan. How perilous was your venture into the demon realm? Yang Haohan inquired. Perilous, undoubtedly, but we accomplished what we set out to do. Although we encountered some troubles along the way, we managed to resolve them swiftly. Long Junyuan replied with a hearty laugh. What do you mean by perilous? Yang Haohan questioned. A hint of concern evident in his tone. Upon hearing the term perilous, the elderly Sheng Yue sprang to his feet, positioning himself beside Yang Haohan, eager to uncover the details of the events that had transpired. His excitement was palpable. After all, if someone of Long Junyuan's strength deemed it perilous, then Sheng Kai'er must have faced considerable challenges as well. Without hesitation, Long Junyuan recounted the entire saga, leaving both elderly gentlemen in a state of shock, seemingly bewildered by the gravity of it all. You mean to say that, amidst the siege of the angelic demon Baimon and the dark-named and azure demon riders, you successfully led Kai'er to safety and even managed to counterattack the dark demon and azure demon riders, emerging unscathed? Sheng Yue gasped in astonishment, glancing at Yang Haohan with incredulity. Such a feat, even with Yang Haohan wielding the seat of the god of protection and mercy and channeling its most potent spiritual energy, he would scarcely be able to replicate even a fraction of that success. This was truly terrifying. Perhaps only Long Xingyu, in the face of all possibilities, could have achieved such a triumph. Beyond that, neither the other Knight of Divine Seals nor the Shield Knight could have accomplished it. However, the Starlit Knight, Yang Haohan, still had his own opportunities, though he would never match Long Junyuan's audacious flair. To be compared with these two legendary figures of the temple, Long Junyuan's prowess was undeniably evident. This revelation left Sheng Yue in a state of shock. His strength had surpassed his own. He was capable of contending with the sealed demon gods and could even slay them with relative ease. Yet, if faced with the Phoenix Demon and Azure Demon Riders, he would need to be more cautious, not to mention the formidable 9th-tier, 5th-level angelic demon Baimon. Such strength was indeed extraordinary. Yet, Yang Haohan was preoccupied with another matter. After you vanquished the three great demon gods, you carried away their demon pillars, ensuring they would not return to the demon race, but rather remain under your dominion, correct? Yang Haohan was taken aback by this revelation. This is truly terrifying. Indeed, do you require me to demonstrate? No, that will not be necessary. I have complete faith in your words. There is no need for further proof, Yang Haohan replied, shaking his head, deeming it pointless to witness. It suffices to know that Long Junyuan has accomplished this. He would not lie about such matters. Then, Yang Haohan couldn't help but exhale a few times, stating, the 72 demon pillars, which had previously caused considerable distress to the Holy Alliance, have now been diminished by 3 in the span of merely a week. This is indeed rather unexpected. This achievement is unprecedented, unparalleled by any before or after. Having said this, Yang Haohan cast a meaningful glance toward Long Junyuan and remarked, in fact, if you so desire, this accomplishment alone is sufficient to elevate you to the position of leader of any iteration of the Holy Alliance. After all, you have effectively ensured that the future demon race will be deprived of 3, if not more, demon-level powerhouses, which is an utterly astounding feat. Yang Haohan's words elicited a smile from Sheng Yue, who chimed in, indeed, Yang Haohan, I recall that your current term has yet to conclude. If this term ends, you could still serve as the leader of the Holy Alliance once more. Perhaps, should your Knights Temple continue to excel in this grand tournament, you may consider relinquishing the position to Long Xingyu and Long Tianyin. The merits of Long Junyuan alone are sufficient to bestow upon him the title of leader of the Holy Alliance, thereby securing greater resources. Given his talents, he could potentially engage in genuine combat with the demon god Emperor Feng Xiu within 20 years, possibly increasing his chances of victory. Sheng Yue laughed heartily, clearly delighted. After all, he found great satisfaction in Long Junyuan's words. Were it Long Xingyu in place of him, he would be quite reluctant to see him take on the mantle of leader, as that individual is truly unsuitable. In that moment, Yang Haohan turned his gaze toward Long Junyuan, seemingly awaiting his response. He had no intention of coercing Long Junyuan into submission or discouraging him from taking the position out of a lust for power. Rather, it was simply that Long Junyuan was indeed the most fitting candidate at present. After all, no one within the Knights Temple is capable of filling this role. The only other candidate, Li Zhongji, is excessively obstinate. Should he assume the role of leader, it would undoubtedly lead to complications, perhaps even jeopardizing the Holy Alliance. Consequently, Yang Haohan could not allow him to take on such a responsibility. Thus, Long Junyuan emerges as an excellent choice. His future prospects are formidable, and he possesses the ability to lead all practitioners of light. Moreover, his temperament is gentle. Although he exhibits a hint of arrogance, how could a genius not? If he were truly to command the Holy Alliance, such traits would not last long. Therefore, this situation presents an exceptional opportunity, one that Yang Haohan eagerly anticipates. Upon witnessing this, Long Junyuan shook his head and remarked, never mind, my aspirations lie elsewhere. At present, the most crucial matter for me is to cultivate my skills, hunt down the demon race, and serve in the upper echelons of the Alliance. The position of the Holy Alliance's leader holds no tangible benefits for me. Long Junyuan responded in a calm tone. Hearing this, Yang Haohan and Sheng Yue felt a tinge of regret. After all, they were rather eager to see what actions and reforms Long Junyuan would implement upon ascending to power, thereby influencing the Holy Alliance. Unfortunately, he declined. However, it is not entirely impossible. We shall see how things unfold in the future. Of course, that is a separate matter. Nevertheless, upon your return, will you continue to participate in the Sacred Hall Grand Competition? Yang Haohan inquired. Both he and Long Xingyu, as well as Long Tianyin and the entire Knights Sacred Hall, were greatly anticipating Long Junyuan's return to partake in the event. Long Junyuan smiled and replied, I have returned with the intention of accomplishing all tasks at hand. Chapter 81. The Schemes of Li Zhongji. The second round of the spiritual power competition commences. Now that I have returned, it is my intention to resolve all matters pertaining to the Holy Alliance thoroughly, rather than leaving them for later completion, spoke Long Junyuan earnestly. This time, he did not plan to vacate the Holy Alliance. Instead, he intended to remain within the Holy City, focusing on the upcoming Demon Hunting League competition and the Sacred Temple competition, ensuring that he completed all necessary tasks. This was of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, both Yang Haohan and Sheng Yuan nodded in agreement, seemingly satisfied. Indeed, their gathering was for the very purpose of hearing these words from Long Junyuan. The delivery of this statement signified that Long Junyuan possessed the capability to execute all he had set out to achieve, implying that ultimately, it might be Long Junyuan who would steer the Knight's Sacred Temple through turbulent waters. This was indeed a commendable prospect. Consequently, the two observed Long Junyuan's position with great satisfaction as they watched him depart the Mage Sacred Temple. At that moment, Qiu Yonghao, the master of the Warrior's Sacred Temple, arrived at the residence of the Mage Sacred Temple's master, lifting a cup of tea with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He raised his cup slightly and said, "Congratulations, Zhengzhi. The Mage Sacred Temple has successfully secured the first position in the initial round. If we can maintain and expand this advantage, perhaps the position of the Holy Alliance leader, long dominated by the Knight's Sacred Temple, may eventually fall to the Mage Sacred Temple under your leadership." Opposite Qiu Yonghao sat Li Zhengzhi, the master of the Mage Sacred Temple, who, upon hearing Qiu Yonghao's words, also displayed a faint smile but remained humble. "I hope so," he replied. "However, the foundation of the Knight's Sacred Temple is not inferior. It may even surpass that of the Mage Sacred Temple. Moreover, both Long Tianyin and Long Xingyu have also come, representing the presence of the three divine seals here. This indicates that in the domain battle, we may not hold the advantage. That battle is crucial, the most significant one." Li Zhengzhi's words carried a tone of excitement. After a brief moment, he shook his head again and expressed his concerns. "Moreover, this is merely the usual scenario. My greatest worry lies with the enigmatic Knight number 1. Should he choose to intervene again, with his terrifying domain combined with the formidable domains of the two divine seals, the outcome could be drastically different." Li Zhengzhi spoke earnestly, clearly astonished. It was evident that he held a deep apprehension towards Long Junyuan. His domain is indeed terrifying at that moment. I even felt as though I had encountered a deity. Qiu Yonghao let out a sigh. He was the sole individual who had truly faced Long Junyuan, and he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. That level of strength instilled within him a profound sense of dread, an emotion he had never experienced before. Yet, it was undeniably present in the face of Long Junyuan, a phenomenon that was rather unfathomable. Qiu Yonghao mused that if given the opportunity to confront Long Junyuan once more, he might ultimately succumb to his own trepidation, faltering in the heat of battle. Such a notion was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, at this moment, he did not dwell excessively on Long Junyuan. He remarked, "However, your concerns are unwarranted, for the esteemed Jing Jin No. One has not chosen to participate in any of the countless matches in this initial round. Perhaps he has been dispatched by the Knight's Sanctuary to undertake other tasks." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengzhi swallowed hard, steeling himself with a resolution. Well then, to avoid prolonged uncertainty, it would be prudent to act first. The second round of the spiritual energy test tomorrow will not deplete too much of our strength, as we are in peak condition. Therefore, why not combine it with the domain competition the day after? 2 contests in one day would ensure that even if Jingji number 1 returns in time, he will ultimately be unable to succeed, Li Jingji declared with a sinister tone. He then exchanged a glance with Qiu Yonghao, and a glimmer of understanding passed between them, indicating their mutual agreement. Unbeknownst to Long Junyuan, these 2 old schemers were plotting against him. However, he was indifferent to their machinations. Upon returning, he found Long Xingyu and Long Tianyin, briefly reassuring them of his safety before embarking on a study with Ilex regarding the matters of his reincarnation power and spiritual energy. Thus, the day passed rather effortlessly. The following day marked the second contest of the Holy Alliance's Grand Tournament, the Spiritual Energy Test. Each sanctuary would dispatch their 3 most proficient individuals for this competition. A colossal crystal pillar had been erected in the center of the testing grounds the previous night, specifically designed for measuring spiritual energy, a terrifyingly well-crafted testing platform. It was capable of gauging energies up to 800,000, if not more, with no established upper limit since its inception 6 millennia ago when the Holy Alliance was founded. However, this was of little consequence. Soon enough, with a single word from Chen Zidian, the competition commenced. The 6 major sanctuaries had each sent forth 3 representatives into the arena, including the Magic Sanctuary, led by Li Zhengji. At that moment, Li Zhengji stood tall and proud. It was evident that he believed victory was assured. This time, collectively, we should be able to surpass 1 million points. The Knight's Sanctuary does not possess such an amount, as those present, apart from Long Xingyu and the strongest shield, do not exceed 300,000 points of spiritual energy. In terms of age, Long Xingyu is a few years my senior, which diminishes his advantages considerably, and my spiritual energy is equally formidable. In this regard, I can certainly prevail. The crucial coordination for the upcoming domain competition will enable me to suppress all. Li Zhengji spoke with satisfaction, clearly elated at that moment. Stability is assured. He even contemplated returning to uncork a bottle of wine to toast to his anticipated victory. After all, becoming the leader of the Holy Alliance has always been his aspiration. Meanwhile, individuals at the Knight's Sanctuary gradually gathered, and Li Zhengji was the first to glance over, eager to witness the downfall of the Knight's Sanctuary. However, suddenly his smile faded, for he beheld a youth clad in distinctive spiritual armor standing among them. At that instant, Li Zhengji was left in stunned silence. No, how could this refined goal number 1 reappear? Chapter 82. Li Zhengji's Bewilderment, the 18-year-old 9th rank, 2nd level. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhengji was rendered speechless. Gazing in astonishment at the position of Long Junyuan, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. It appeared that he was taken aback by Long Junyuan's sudden appearance. After all, he had always believed that Long Junyuan would not attend this time. To his astonishment, today he suddenly recalled something. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. This was not good. He remembered that just yesterday, he had taken Xiao Yonghao to discuss this matter with Chen Zidian, intending to merge their efforts. It was planned that after the first round concluded, they would announce this and proceed to vote. However, during the voting period, neither he nor Chen Zidian could intervene, nor could any representatives from their respective sanctuaries. Ultimately, if all 4 sanctuaries consented, the outcome would likely be the grand competition today, wherein Long Junyuan would truly showcase his prowess. The implications of this were quite unsettling. With this thought in mind, Li Zhengji intended to speak and resolve the situation, but he found no opportunity to do so. In the next moment, Chen Zidian continued to direct them forward. Soon, a total of 21 individuals had gathered in a circle around the crystal pillar. As the chief judge, Chen Zidian stood beside the pillar, ensuring that any participant undergoing the spiritual power test was under his watchful gaze. Any attempts at cheating were utterly impossible. At that moment, Chen Zidian turned to Xiao Yonghao, the somewhat perplexed leader of the Warrior Sanctuary, signaling him to initiate the highest spiritual power test, commencing from the lowest to the highest based on the first round score rankings. The Warrior Sanctuary was ranked 6th, a reflection of their unfortunate circumstances. As the most formidable member of the Warrior Sanctuary, Xiao Yonghao had been entirely eliminated by Long Junyuan in the first round, leaving him no opportunity to resist. Consequently, the results for the Warrior Sanctuary were even poorer than before. Nevertheless, they proceeded with their assessments, ultimately achieving a score just above 650,000. Following this, random checks continued. The Assassin Sanctuary scored 750,000, the Soul Sanctuary 820,000, and the Pre-Sanctuary just over 800,000. Soon, only the Knight Sanctuary and the Magic Sanctuary remained on the field. In the previous match, Li Zhengji had triumphed over Long Tianin, securing the first place. Thus, their total score allowed them to claim the leading position, which granted them the privilege of proceeding to the drawing phase later. In other words, the Magic Sanctuary was positioned behind, with the Knight Sanctuary ahead. Quickly, the 3 participants stepped forward for their tests. Long Xingyu recorded a spiritual power result just above 370,000. The formidable shield came next, with a power reading of over 331,000. And soon, it was Long Junyuan's turn to step forward. Unbeknownst to him, the reason behind Jun Yuan's unexpected advance remained a mystery. Despite his formidable talent, it had yet to manifest as true strength. He was merely at the nascent stage of the 9th tier. Even with the advantage of youth at 18 years and an impressive spiritual energy tally of 82,000, he had yet to reach the coveted threshold of 200,000. At this level, he would indeed stand out within the warrior's sanctuary, yet it would be far more prudent for his father and Lord Yang to take the stage instead. Long Xingyu mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Zhengji gazed intently at Long Junyuan as he approached the testing apparatus. He recalled Lin Shun's earlier assertion that Long Junyuan might very well be the fabled Golden Base Knight. Hence, he was eager to ascertain the truth, to discern the true level of his cultivation. Should it prove true that an 18-year-old possessed the prowess of the 9th tier, it would indeed be a phenomenon of extraordinary proportions. Thus, he was determined to witness Long Junyuan's capabilities. Senior Chun, I am commencing the test, Long Junyuan announced as he positioned himself before the testing light column, offering a respectful bow to Chun Zidian beside him. "Oh, my boy, do begin the test without delay." Chun Zidian chuckled heartily. "I had anticipated your swift ascension to the grand stage, yet here we are, and I am now quite eager to see the extent of your astounding feats." In response, Long Junyuan said nothing further, stepping forward and extending his hand towards the apparatus. In that instant, his spiritual energy surged forth, an outpouring of divine quality. The luminous essence flowed into the testing column, which erupted with a dazzling radiance. The transparent crystal column began to exhibit a transformation in color. Before the gathered crowd, the lowest tier of light flickered to life. A vibrant crimson hue. This red signified the most basic level of the competition, a mere 10,000. In the following moment, the spiritual energy began to ascend, and upon reaching 1/10 of the 10-foot-tall crystal column, the color shifted to orange, indicating a level of 100,000. Yet, no gasps of astonishment arose, for participation in the sanctuary's grand competition required only an 8th-tier strength, merely a preliminary threshold. However, the true contest of spiritual energy in the second round demanded a minimum of the 9th tier, equating to 100,000. As the energy continued to rise, surpassing another 10th, the orange morphed into a brilliant yellow. This yellow denoted a level of 200,000, marking the threshold of domain-level strength. The ascent of color within the crystal column began to decelerate, indicating that the increase in spiritual energy was waning, not exceeding 50,000 points. Observing this spectacle, Li Zhengji allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It appears that the highest peak merely amounts to 250,000 points of spiritual power. Thus, it seems that our magic sanctuary is assured of success in the first round. After all, it is inconceivable for any 9th-tier knight to be under 60 years of age, let alone a 9th-tier level 2, who would likely be no less than 80 years old. If he were a prodigy, we would undoubtedly be aware of it. Li Zinzi Shuklat. As for Long Junyuan's conjecture, it had already been cast aside at this moment. Indeed, for an 18-year-old youth to reach the 8th tier is already astonishing, while attaining the 9th tier, especially the 9th tier level 2, is absolutely impossible. It is certain, this time it is certain. However, both Long Xingyu and those powerful knights from the sanctuary who were privy to the insider information were momentarily rendered speechless. They stared blankly at Long Junyuan's position, disbelief etched on their faces, for they all knew that it was Long Junyuan, and he was merely 18 years old. Yet, his cultivation level, what a legend. An 18-year-old, 9th tier level 2. Chapter 83. The Shattered Dream of Li Zhengji and the Age and Cultivation of Long Junyuan at this moment. Those present who were aware of Long Junyuan's true nature were filled with astonishment, their expressions betraying their incredulity. It was truly astonishing to witness such formidable power at his tender age, especially the old man Xingyue, who gazed at Long Junyuan in utter disbelief, his eyes reflecting sheer horror. After all, it was incredibly terrifying. Long Junyuan, merely 18 years of age, had managed to elevate his spiritual power to an astounding 22,000 points. What does this signify? By generational standards, He ought to be 3 generations below Shang Yue, who had already surpassed the age of 130. Furthermore, achieving the 9th tier indicates a commendable talent. Yet despite this, Shang Yue himself was only at the 2nd level of the 9th tier after more than 130 years of life. It could be said that all that Long Junyuan had accomplished by the age of 18 was far more terrifying than what Shang Yue had achieved in his long life. This led Shang Yue to feel as if he had squandered his existence. It was overwhelmingly challenging. Soon after, Yi Ling's cultivation reached just over 230,000 points. The Magic Sanctuary promptly conducted tests. Li Zhengji and 2 other knights joined forces, collectively reaching a cultivation level of just over 100,000 points, barely crossing the threshold. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced Li Zhengji's lips. Considering their ages, Long Xingyu's cultivation stood at 383,000 points, while the esteemed Shield Elder had 32,000 points, and the Knight of Gold No. 1 possessed merely 22,200 points. Together, they amassed a total of only 925,000 points of spiritual power, still falling short by a substantial 76,000 points from the Magic Sanctuary. It was inconceivable that the Knight of Gold No. 1, as a 2nd level 9th tier knight, could overcome this gap simply due to age. The notion of a knight under 24 years of age reaching such heights was utterly fanciful and impossible. Li Zhengji mused, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, as if he were enveloped in unadulterated delight. In this round, the final score allocation was revealed: 200 points for the first place and 150 for the second. Even if the Knight's Sanctuary secured 2nd place, the Magic Sanctuary could leverage the additional 50 points to maintain their dominance. This advantage would only grow larger. It would even render the Knight's Sanctuary incapable of retaliation. With this thought, Li Zhengji felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The results of the 2nd round of the Sacred Temple competition were about to be announced. Chen Zidian began to speak slowly, intending to reveal the outcomes. At that moment, Li Zhengji's eyes widened in anticipation, his heart yearning for the announcement, as if he could already hear the declaration of victory for himself and the Magic Sanctuary. A smile began to form in his eyes. However, the answer he yearned to hear did not manifest successfully. Instead, it veered towards an entirely different direction. In this 2nd round of the grand competition, the ultimate victor was the Knight's Sanctuary. Upon Chen Zidian's pronouncement, apart from a few who were privy to the outcome, all present from the 6 great sanctuaries momentarily fell into a stupor, their expressions tinged with surprise as they turned to one another, their eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Li Zhengji, on the other hand, was seething with rage. After all, he had just mentally simulated the scenario of his own victory. Now, he was being told that the Knight's Sanctuary had triumphed. Was this not the very definition of a conspiracy? Senior Chen, I hold you in great esteem. You are, after all, the most revered elder within the current Sacred Alliance, and I cannot fathom you engaging in such partiality towards the Knight's Sanctuary. However, I must inquire, the total magical energy of the Magic Sanctuary stands at 1 million points, whereas the Knight's Sanctuary has merely 925,000. How, then, could the Knight's Sanctuary surpass the Magic Sanctuary? Li Zhengji's voice was low and icy, for he had unmistakably sensed the bias. It was evident that the Magic Sanctuary was the rightful first, so why had they succumbed this time? Could it be that the Knight's Sanctuary's long-standing reputation as a suitable leader compelled Chen Zidian to disallow their defeat? To the victor belong the spoils. In this world, such an approach, wherein one remains unchanged despite being surpassed, was utterly implausible. This was unacceptable. Li Zhengji could not reconcile himself with this outcome. Frankly speaking, if such matters were to dictate a lowering of standards, Li Zhengji would hastily lead the Magic Sanctuary to defect from the Sacred Alliance and commence the establishment of their own. They possessed that capability. At that juncture, perhaps the Warrior Sanctuary would follow suit as well. After all, since the Demon Hunting Alliance had so brazenly displayed favoritism, what purpose remained in aligning with them? It would be far more honorable to pursue their own harmonious blend of magic and combat. Yet, Li Zhengji was reluctant to take such a path. Hence, He sought an explanation from Chen Zidian, a true resolution. The Knight's Sanctuary only has 925,000. Where did you derive this data? Might I suggest a reevaluation? Chen Zidian understood Li Zhengji's intent, but instead of reacting with anger, he shook his head, gesturing dismissively as he replied. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengji and all others from the 6 great sanctuaries turned their gazes toward the matter at hand. The situation concerning Long Xingyu and the strongest shield remained unchanged. However, the figures pertaining to Long Junyuan's domain underwent a transformation at that moment, escalating from 222,000 to 334,000 points. Consequently, the numbers associated with the Knight's Sanctuary also experienced an adjustment at that precise instant. Upon reaching a remarkable total of 1,070,000 points of spiritual energy, it surpassed the nearly 7,000 points of the magical sanctuary. Witnessing this extraordinary occurrence, all present were momentarily taken aback. The outcome was utterly bewildering, leaving them in a state of profound confusion regarding the events unfolding before them. How could such a sudden transformation occur? After taking in the scene, Li Zhengji found himself rooted to the spot, repeatedly muttering a few phrases. 300,000 and 40,000, compared to the 220,000 and 2,000 mark. It signifies an increase of 82,000 points of spiritual energy. According to the standards of the second round of the Grand Tournament, this equates to 1,000 spiritual energy per year, amounting to 82 years. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengji paused in indifference. With a century as the benchmark, anything below 82 years translates to 18 years. In essence, this indicates a 9th-tier, second-level entity at the age of 18. Chapter 84. The self-inflicted pitfall of Li Zhengji. At this moment, Li Zhengji was rendered speechless. 18 years old, yet already at the 9th rank, second level. What does this signify? It encapsulates the essence of his long-cherished aspiration to attain the 9th rank, 4th level, and perhaps even beyond to the 5th, 6th, or even the 9th rank, 9th level. For him, these milestones posed no insurmountable barriers. They were merely levels he could manipulate at will. Such an existence was destined for divinity. It would not be surprising if he were to directly ascend to godhood in an instant. Rather, it would be entirely expected. Upon realizing this, Li Zhengji found himself momentarily stunned. If this were indeed the case, then the youth, Long Junyuan, whom Lin Chun had mentioned, might genuinely embody such potential. Perhaps even concealed brilliance lurking in the shadows. After all, a talent of this caliber would likely remain under wraps until he had truly reached the pinnacle of his training, especially given the nature of the Knight's Sanctuary. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Zhengji began to formulate a plan. The 16th round of the Holy Alliance tournament was imminent, and the young man named Long Junyuan would be participating. Thus, it would be prudent for him to attend in his capacity as the Hall Master and observe the upcoming demon hunting selection competition to gauge the strength and caliber of this enigmatic figure, deemed as the mysterious golden number 1 at the 9th rank, second level. However, as Li Zhengji contemplated, he pondered the implications of whether Long Junyuan truly was the golden number 1. Regardless, the emergence of a terrifying genius, merely 18 years of age and already at the 9th rank, second level within the Knight's Sanctuary, heralded significant consequences. It indicated that, in the future, the Sanctuary would not only witness the rise of an individual capable of ascending to the leadership of the Holy Alliance, but potentially someone who could unite the 6 great sanctuaries and lead humanity in a successful counteroffensive against the demon race, reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to humankind. This was a matter worthy of profound contemplation. As he considered everything he had aspired to achieve and the powers he sought to acquire, he questioned whether there remained any meaning or necessity in his ambitions. Meanwhile, as Li Zhengji grappled with these thoughts, Chen Zidian, observing Li Zhengji's dazed expression, smiled gently and inquired, "Zhengji, do you have any further clarifications you wish for me to provide?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhengji snapped back to reality, shook his head, and replied, "My apologies, Elder Chen. I completely concur with the outcome. For 6 millennia, this testing light column has never erred. It will not falter now." The Knight's sanctuary has indeed triumphed over the magic sanctuary, and I stand by this conclusion. As these words left his lips, all present turned in astonishment toward Li Zhengji, momentarily taken aback. They had indeed calculated the possibility, specifically the prospect of an 18-year-old reaching the second tier of the 9th rank. Yet, they found it exceedingly difficult to believe, even reluctant to accept such an outcome. After all, it was utterly unfathomable. One must recognize that the true age for explosive cultivation speed typically occurs after the age of 20, and here he was, not yet 20, having already ascended to the second tier of the 9th rank. Just imagine what might transpire when he reaches 20. Furthermore, many entities from the Magic Sanctuary, including the Lord of the Warrior Sanctuary, Qiu Yonghao, harbored thoughts of potential impeachment, yearning to reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. However, upon hearing Li Zhengji's response, they were momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated that Li Zhengji, known for his obstinate nature, would concede so readily, devoid of any desire to refute. This was indeed perplexing. Yet, Li Zhengji was the true leader among them. If he chose not to oppose or challenge, what could they possibly say? To confront Li Zhengji would be a foolhardy jest. Well, since there are no dissenting voices, I hereby declare the Knight's Sanctuary as the first in this second round, earning 200 points. The Magic Sanctuary follows as second, with 150 points, and the Soul Sanctuary takes third place. His voice was crisp and straightforward, succinctly articulating their circumstances. Upon hearing this announcement, even the usually stoic Long Xingyu could not suppress a flicker of satisfaction on his face, a rare smile indicating his contentment. It became clear to him why Jun Yuan had dared to be so audacious. In the pinnacle of the Alliance's competitive events, comparisons were made against numerous esteemed predecessors, all based on the accumulated spiritual power over time. It turned out that during his recent excursion, he had fortuitously obtained an opportunity, propelling him from the initial stages of the 9th rank directly into the second tier. Long Xingyu smiled inwardly, knowing well the circumstances surrounding Long Junyuan. How could mere conventional cultivation allow one to double their spiritual power in less than a month? Yet, the sacred magic continent was vast and rich. Even during the former glory of the Holy See, it could not fully explore the entirety of the sacred magic continent, let alone the considerably weaker sacred alliance of today. Undoubtedly, within this continent, there existed formidable treasures capable of enhancing spiritual power. Long Junyuan's departure was likely not solely to assist Shankaier, but also to seek out such treasures. Ultimately, he had succeeded, elevating his cultivation to the second tier of the 9th rank, which seemed entirely plausible. Long Xingyu was thoroughly pleased with all of this, for in his view, Long Junyuan had significantly elevated the reputation of the Knight's Sanctuary. Otherwise, had it been anyone else in his stead, it truly seems impossible for the Knight's Temple to secure the top position in this second round. Moreover, with a lead of 50 points, ultimately, their previous disadvantage has been completely reversed. Now, the Knight's Temple stands at the pinnacle of the overall score. However, while Long Xingyu rejoices, there are others who feel disheartened. At the very least, in this moment, Li Zhengji is deeply troubled. He cannot fathom why Long Junyuan possesses such terrifying prowess. Just then, Chun Zidian, who was nearby, suddenly spoke, in accordance with the requests of the head of the Magic Temple and the head of the Warrior Temple, Qiu Yonghao. We shall implement reforms for this third round. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengji was suddenly jolted back to reality, staring blankly in Chun Zidian's direction. A realization struck him, rendering him momentarily stunned. Oh no, he had just forgotten about this matter. It seemed he was about to dig his own grave. Tapte buitantasing, Li Zinzi's frustration. Long Xingyu's delight. As soon as Chun Zidian's words resonated, every present gaze turned towards the positions of Li Zhengji and Qiu Yonghao, eager to discern their intentions. According to the regulations of the Holy Alliance, while private discussions with referees regarding decision-making were permitted once the voting commenced, the decision-makers were rendered mute and unable to engage in any discourse. Thus, both Li Zhengji and Qiu Yonghao found themselves at a loss for words, the frustration palpable. Yet, rules are rules. Those who breach them first inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage in the ensuing contest. Reflecting on this, they felt a twinge of regret for not consulting other members of the Holy Hall earlier, as their decisions had been impulsive. Consequently, only 3 individuals were privy to the situation, the 2 of them and Chun Zidian. The spectators stood in confusion, recalling the regulations, and shifted their attention to Chun Zidian, keen to uncover what the 2 hall masters had discussed with him. Soon enough, Chun Zidian cleared his throat a few times, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the present. After a brief pause, he continued. Due to the recent resurgence of chaos within the Demon Clan, the pressure on the front lines has surged dramatically. Consequently, both Hall Master Li Zhengji and Hall Master Qiu Yonghao harbor deep compassion and reluctance regarding these circumstances. They believe that continuing the Holy Hall competition would lead to unnecessary sacrifices. However, as this is a long-established tradition for determining the leader of the Holy Alliance, it cannot be altered lightly. Moreover, the energy and willpower expended during the second round are not excessively daunting. Therefore, it has been decided that following the conclusion of the second round, the third round's field test will commence simultaneously, expediting the completion of both rounds. Nevertheless, given the significance of the Holy Hall competition, the 6 major halls must each express their stance. Once confirmed, the third round will commence immediately, demonstrating his seasoned eloquence. Chun Zidian elevated the image of Li Zhengji and Qiu Yonghao. Their motives were no longer self-serving. Rather, they stemmed from a commitment to the safety of the entire Holy Alliance. Although all present were seasoned individuals, they were swayed by the words of the 2 hall masters. They turned their gazes towards Li Zhengji, astonished that this man, typically ruthless in his pursuit of personal desires, could utter such sentiments. It is worth noting that the enigmatic Golden Knight No. 1 of the Night Hall possessed an extraordinarily formidable domain. Given the limited time available, it seemed improbable that a breakthrough could be achieved. Nevertheless, they resolutely decided to move forward, their singular aim being the security of the Holy Alliance. This conviction inspired genuine admiration from all gathered. This time, the master of the Magic Sanctuary, Li Zhengji, has become a legend. He is acutely aware of what this moment signifies and feels a profound sense of desolation within. Alas, he has truly ensnared himself in this predicament. Given Li's sentiments, it is only natural that we cannot oppose him, and thus the Knight's Sanctuary concurs. The leader of the Knight's Sanctuary, the god of defense and coordination, Knight Yonghao Han, raised his hand to express his stance. The other masters nodded in agreement, indicating their consent. The Priest's Sanctuary agrees. The Assassin's Sanctuary concurs. The Soul Sanctuary is in accord. All 6 major sanctuaries are in unanimous agreement. At this moment, the outcome is sealed. Li Zhengji and his companions may now voice their thoughts. But the reality has already crystallized, and nothing they say can alter this fact. It is inevitable. Therefore, they must accept this commendation with tears and proceed as fate dictates. Reflecting on this, Li Zhengji and his companions took a moment to steady themselves, then glanced towards Chun Zidian's position, nodding subtly. The meaning was clear. Let us commence without delay. Observing this, Chun Zidian smiled faintly, without hesitation, and prompted everyone to begin their preparations. For the next hour, you may rest. The second and third rounds are entirely different, and the arrangements require some time. You are free to take a break for now, he declared. Soon, everyone departed. Once the members of the Knight's Sanctuary returned to their positions, Long Xingyu, who had been suppressing his laughter, could no longer contain it and erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha! Li Zhengji must be furious right now. Given his temperament, it cannot be due to what Elder Chun just said. Rather, it must be because he noticed that Jun Yuan has yet to return, prompting him to seize the opportunity to initiate the third round before Jun Yuan's formidable domain could manifest. Yet, this attempt to outsmart has backfired. He surely did not anticipate Jun Yuan's return this time. Long Xingyu's heart swelled with mirth. Typically, he seldom laughed, but as someone nearly the same age as Li Zhengji, they shared a camaraderie, both being prodigies and exceedingly proud, which naturally led to conflicts. If the Magic Sanctuary were to emerge victorious, the most discontented would not be Yonghao Han or Long Tianyin, but rather the self-important Long Xingyu. And now, with the Magic Sanctuary's defeat, compounded by their own folly, particularly due to this half-disciple of his. How could Long Xingyu not be elated? He was positively bursting with joy. Indeed, while Li Zhengji is not inherently mischievous, it is unlikely he would desire to initiate the third round under these circumstances. It is precisely as Xingyu suggested. Long Tianyi nodded in agreement. However, they did not linger on this topic for long. In the next moment, Yang Haoan inquired, then continued. I truly did not anticipate this. Jun Yuan has concealed his prowess remarkably well. To ascend from the initial stage of rank 9 to the second rank in such a brief period, achieving an astounding force of 220,000 points, is indeed quite astonishing. Following Yang Haoan's remarks, their gaze fell upon Long Jun Yuan, who remained clad in his resplendent golden armor. Were he to possess such cultivation a year hence, they would not find it peculiar. After all, Long Jun Yuan is a prodigy. Yet, to have surpassed a monumental threshold of 100,000 points of spiritual energy in so short a time necessitated some elucidation from him. At that moment, Long Jun Yuan sensed their scrutiny. Slowly, he lifted his head to meet their gaze. Chapter 86. The Role of Alexis and the Commencement of the Third Round of the Domain War. It appears that everything requires a semblance of justification. After all, the magnitude of this enhancement is truly astounding, as it has propelled one directly beyond a staggering 100,000 points of spiritual energy, ascending into the realm of the second tier of the ninth stage. Even with the physique of a god of light, such rapid advancement would evoke genuine astonishment among them. Dragon Lord Yuan felt a sense of resignation. He had anticipated this scenario long before. However, he had also formulated an explanation and a rationale that would be palatable to them. Indeed, it pertained to Alexis, situated at the center of his being. Furthermore, he had no intention of allowing Alexis to remain shrouded in secrecy until he attained greater strength. Such an approach would render his efforts futile. This time, in locating Alexis, one of his objectives was to aid Saint Kaier in awakening her reincarnation powers, while another aim was to utilize Alexis's mastery over the undead and souls to assist the entire sanctuary in their resistance against the demonic forces. It was precisely for this reason that he needed to unveil Alexis within the 6 great alliances, ensuring that all present recognized his strength and capability. Yet, at this moment, it was still premature to declare anything. The circumstances surrounding Alexis were precarious, and it was prudent to exercise patience. With this in mind, Dragon Lord Yuan promptly addressed the assembly. I am aware that you are all exceedingly curious as to how I have managed such a dramatic breakthrough. I shall take a moment to elucidate this matter, but it involves significant historical elements, dating back several millennia. With merely half an hour remaining before the commencement of the third round of the Sanctuary's domain competition, should we wish to delve into explanations and investigations, it would require considerable time. If we fail to prepare adequately, it could lead to complications. Therefore, let us refrain from probing too deeply for the time being, and instead focus on preparing for the third round of the domain competition. Dragon Lord Yuan spoke with calm assurance. Upon hearing this, the knights present exchanged surprised glances at Dragon Lord Yuan, seemingly convinced that he had indeed encountered a remarkable opportunity. Moreover, it might even be a terrifying legacy from the glorious era of millennia past, possibly predating the invasion of the demonic realm. The mere acknowledgement of such a formidable inheritance by Dragon Lord Yuan signaled its extraordinary nature. Perhaps it was the legacy of a certain generation of popes, they mused. Indeed, they were partially correct. This individual, who nearly ascended to the papacy, ultimately became the slayer of the pope. He was also the one who single-handedly dismantled the illustrious era of the magnificent Holy See, the dread Lich God, Alexis, who lay in eternal slumber amidst the calamities. It was precisely this legacy that Dragon Lord Yuan intended to reveal. Soon enough, half an hour had elapsed, within the grand trial grounds of the Holy Alliance. It must be said that Chun Zidian's efficiency was remarkable. Though the recently tested Spirit Pillar may not reach the level of a divine artifact, it undoubtedly possesses the equivalence of a secondary artifact, representing equipment of the immortal grade. Its mobility proved cumbersome. Yet he had anticipated this scenario well in advance and effortlessly maneuvered away. What remained in its stead was a singular crystal sphere, measuring an impressive 5 meters in diameter and situated at the center of the arena, undeniably colossal. The sphere itself radiated a soft blue hue, with faint, enigmatic waves of spiritual energy emanating from within. Upon sighting the crystal sphere, both the formidable Long Xingyu and Li Zhengji instinctively restrained their auras, gazing reverently at the sphere before them, cautious not to unleash their full power. Is it a holy orb? Indeed, in general, such grand competitions are held within the confines of holy orbs. The current Holy Alliance possesses few treasures capable of withstanding the realm's trials. If one were to name one, the holy orb would certainly be among them. Long Junyuan contemplated this. He had a fair understanding of the holy orb. While it was not classified as a divine artifact, it possessed terrifying characteristics akin to one. Although it bore no divine imprint, its worth was incomparable to any divine artifact. The holy orb is crafted from a unique crystal, capable of enduring immense surges of spiritual energy, easily withstanding over 100,000 units of ninth-tier impact without any modifications. After undergoing numerous transformations of raw materials, along with the enhancement of magical arrays, the internal stability of the holy orb is remarkable, granting it the ability to assimilate any elemental fluctuations. In essence, this holy orb is a special artifact that encapsulates the essence of elemental annihilation. Its capability, reminiscent of the elemental obliteration halo, is such that even a peak 9th-tier demon lord, prior to attaining demigod status, would find it impossible to breach its defenses through mere spiritual force. However, should he unleash the terrifying external power characteristic of the heavenly demon dragon king, the orb could very well shatter. In every gain, there lies a loss. The holy orb's immense capacity to absorb spiritual energy renders it relatively vulnerable to physical attacks. Nonetheless, its true potential is formidable. Under adept manipulation, it can effortlessly consume forbidden spells during warfare. Even techniques of divine caliber can be easily dispelled, provided the orb is not subjected to multiple incursions in quick succession. This remarkable ability is precisely why it is regarded as an ultimate artifact, albeit not classified as a divine one. Historically, it has always been wielded by the leaders of the Holy Alliance. Currently, due to the circumstances surrounding this grand competition, Yang Haohan, adhering to ancestral regulations, has temporarily entrusted the holy orb to Chun Zidian for management until the conclusion of the contest, after which matters will revert to their original state. However, Long Junyuan held no particular sentiments towards the holy orb, as its utility paled in comparison to that of the Eternal Tower. Soon, all present found themselves standing before the holy orb. The remaining contenders from the 5 great sanctuaries remain unchanged. However, this time, the Knight Sanctuary has undergone a significant transformation. Led by the illustrious Knight Dragon Junyuan, the assembly also includes the god of control and restraint, Knight Dragon Tianyin, as well as the father-son duo representing the god of judgment and trial, Knight Dragon Xingyu. After all, these two have served as mentors to Dragon Junyuan in the realms of guardianship and retribution. The synergy between them has proven to be quite effective. This time, all eyes are fixed upon the Knight Sanctuary, particularly on the position of Dragon Junyuan, causing breaths to quicken. Previously, even with the awareness of Dragon Junyuan's formidable prowess, the intensity of the sentiment was not as pronounced. Yet now, even the competitive Dragon Xingyu has chosen to yield, allowing Dragon Junyuan to take precedence in the 3rd round of this grand contest. The implications of this decision are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 87. The Terror of the Light God Realm and the Chaos Unleashed by Long Junyuan at this moment. All present, be they Li Zhengji or others, felt a palpable tension in the air. After all, the uncertainty surrounding Long Junyuan, whose limits remained unknown, was far more daunting than the already established might of Long Xingyu. The fear derived from such ambiguity was inescapable. However, they found themselves powerless, for during the 3rd round of the Sacred Hall Grand Competition, there was little room for dialogue. Once the signal was given, the contest would genuinely commence. As Chun Zidian uttered the word begin, everyone stepped forward. The The sacred pearl shimmered with a resplendent light, and instantly, a terrifying ability to devour energy radiated in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of this were the 18 representatives from the 6 sacred halls. They soon sensed their spiritual energy being relentlessly consumed. Long Junyuan was no exception. Quickly, unleash your domain, lest your spiritual energy be completely devoured, leading to an inevitable defeat. Dragon Tianyin spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan did not hesitate for a moment. He gradually extended his hand, and the formidable light god realm manifested within his grasp. In an instant, it enveloped the sacred pearl, and, in mere moments, the blinding radiance spread outward, completely shrouding the sacred pearl and the entire Sacred Alliance's trial grounds. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were taken aback. What an overwhelming attribute of light! This was the collective thought among the spectators. Those adept in light attributes, including Qiu Yonghao, the master of the Warrior's Sacred Hall, and the trio from the Pre-Sacred Hall, inclusive of Elder Ling, felt a profound shock within. They glanced toward Long Junyuan's position, acutely aware that what was unfolding was far from trivial. Was this the prodigy who had recently captivated the entire Sacred Alliance, the famed Jingji No. 1? The sheer potency of his light energy was terrifying. Even I cannot hope to surpass him in the path of light. At this moment, even the indomitable energy within me felt an unusual sense of submission, a most peculiar sensation. Elder Ling observed the unfolding events, a flicker of excitement evident in his eyes. Clearly, he was somewhat apprehensive. "We must be cautious of the night's sacred hall," one of the priests remarked. Elder Ling nodded in agreement. Soon, each participant began to channel their energy. As Long Junyuan poured forth his strength, Long Xingyu and Dragon Tianyin, father and son, simultaneously infused their own domain powers. Their respective domains, Order and Slaughter, were among the most formidable within the alliance. However, in the presence of Long Junyuan's summoned domain, theirs felt diminished, as if sheltered beneath the protective embrace of the light god realm. Even though they have summoned their own divine seal thrones and are drawing upon the throne's most formidable power to activate their domains, they still feel a sense of unease. Indeed, this sentiment is not unfounded. After all, how could the amplification of divine artifacts possibly surpass that of the Radiant God? Presently, within the realms of the three, the Radiant God's domain is fully expansive, akin to a truly fearsome knight unleashing its spiritual energy. The Order domain serves as a shield in its grasp, while the Slaughter domain acts as its sword. They are merely subordinate forces. Within the Holy Alliance, the only domain capable of eliciting such a response from these two divine seal knights must be the Radiant God domain of Long Junyuan. Moreover, this is without Long Junyuan employing the precious golden artifact or the divine rewards bestowed by the system to enhance his power. Were he to do so, the situation would be markedly different. Nevertheless, even in its dormant state, it represents the most potent amalgamation of the 6 grand temples. After all, this is divine-level prowess. The domains of the other temples, however, do not share this strength. Unlike the Night Temple, which has remained unchanged, the remaining 5 temples are still in a state of turmoil, as they have yet to complete their manipulations. Currently, they are quite disordered. It is evident that Yi Ling has no intention of allowing them to successfully conclude this chaotic phase and move forward. If memory serves, as long as one can stabilize their domain, they should be free to act as they wish, even to assault the domains of others. Long Junyuan gazed at his 2 mentors, Long Tianyin and Long Xingyu, father and son, and inquired. Indeed, Long Tianyin nodded in affirmation, for Long Junyuan was not mistaken. Such actions are permissible, even encouraged within the Holy Alliance. After all, the purpose of this grand temple competition is to ascertain their true strength. However, it is worth noting that most of their domains do not exhibit such power. They are even incapable of withstanding the constraints and devouring abilities contained within the Sacred Pearl, which relegates them to a primarily defensive stance. Yet, according to the rules, such conduct is allowed. However, upon responding, Long Tianyin quickly realized the implications of Long Junyuan's words and looked at him in surprise, saying, "Wait, Junyuan, do Do you mean to complete this endeavor? Long Tianyin was astonished. He had not anticipated that Long Junyuan would exhibit such bravery. Has he always been so audacious? How remarkable! With this thought, Long Tianyin shook his head, cautioning, if this is not managed properly, it could lead to trouble, even though our domain levels are indeed significantly more formidable than those of other temples. However, once you falter, your domain is likely to collapse entirely, potentially resulting in your expulsion, leaving only my realm and Xingyu's in existence. Although our domains are formidable enough to rival the combined strength of the three major realms of other sanctuaries, the Night's Sanctuary holds the esteemed position of the foremost in the Holy Alliance. If it were to fracture, the inevitable outcome could be several sanctuaries deliberately launching attacks against us, which would indeed lead to considerable complications. Long Tianyin was exceedingly agitated. Meanwhile, the typically spirited Long Xingyu chose not to follow Long Junyuan, fully aware that a failure in this third round, or even finishing last, would spell trouble for their Night Sanctuary. Observing their concern, Long Junyuan felt a sense of helplessness. I understand your worries. After all, the matters at stake in this third round are not trivial. He shook his head, but soon nodded in affirmation, stating, however, if I can achieve complete stability and confirm that I will not be suppressed by the Holy Pearl, and instead harness its power, then. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyin and Long Xingyu were momentarily taken aback. Then, a spark of realization illuminated Long Xingyu's expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he declared, in that case, it's quite simple. We shall vanquish them. Chapter 88. The Frantic Domain of the Light God. An early conclusion to the third round? In essence, the directive was clear. Eliminate them without hesitation. Though Long Xingyu embodied the spirit of a true knight, he did not possess the same refined demeanor as Long Tianyin or Yang Haoan. After all, he was a retribution knight, and the nature of a retribution knight is inherently wilder than that of a guardian knight. Furthermore, he had watched Long Junyuan grow from childhood, and he was well acquainted with his temperament. Since Long Junyuan had expressed such confidence, it implied a certainty that warranted their full participation in the impending conflict. Long Tianyin shared this sentiment. However, should an attack be launched, the foremost target would undoubtedly be the formidable Magic Sanctuary to prevent them from reacting and fortifying their defenses. Li Zhengji was a cunning old fox. Once he sensed danger, it would become exceedingly difficult to eliminate him swiftly. Long Tianyin promptly articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan smiled slightly and replied, I am fully aware of this. If we seek to conclude matters swiftly, then vanquishing the strongest Magic Sanctuary is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Long Junyuan spoke earnestly. In the next moment, he began to channel his domain of the Light God, coordinating it with the domains of Slaughter in order to initiate their strategy. However, rather than launching a direct assault, he, like the 15 domains of the other 5 sanctuaries, maintained the status quo within the Sacred Pearl, exhibiting no unusual alterations. Observing this, all present could not help but furrow their brows. Under normal circumstances, the decision made by Long Xingyu and Long Tianyin would elicit no concerns, as it was merely a continuation of the status quo. Yet, with Long Junyuan present, the situation transformed entirely. After all, his domain was utterly terrifying, surpassing all entities in the vicinity, and the fact that such a being would choose to adhere to conventional methods, without an impulsive desire to overturn everything, was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, this might be advantageous. If a protracted battle ensued, the Magic Sanctuary could very well hold its ground. Although they currently ranked second, the gap between them and the first-ranked Night Sanctuary was considerable. As long as they persevered, achieving first place this time would spell victory, even if the Night Sanctuary remained in second. As for the top 10 battle prowess, which would materialize in the fourth round, the Magic Sanctuary was not inferior to the Night Sanctuary. While they boasted the throne of divine seals, the Magic Sanctuary had its own artifacts to wield. Li Zhengji pondered this, feeling an overwhelming sense of stability. It was an extraordinary steadiness. Although Long Junyuan was young and possessed terrifying talent, in terms of endurance, he was merely a being with 200,000 spiritual power. How could he possibly match the endurance of higher quality domains, which consumed energy at a staggering rate? This time, victory was assured. However, Li Zhengji's confidence did not linger for long. What they witnessed next was beyond their expectations. In the sacred realm of the Night S Temple, the distance to their magical sanctuary diminished, drawing perilously close, merely a step away. The ominous aura and oppressive force continued to converge, creating a remarkable phenomenon. Even Li Zhengji, in this moment, felt a pang of trepidation as he gazed in disbelief at the unfolding events. Although most within the Sacred Pearl struggled to master the flow of the realm perfectly, the significance of the Night S Temple led him to dismiss any notion of coincidence. Soon, the outcome became evident. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying beam of light coalesced from the integrated realm of the Night S Temple, emanating an overwhelming force. This golden radiance was none other than the divine domain of Long Junyuan. Surrounding this golden light was a layer of fearsome crimson gold brilliance, representing the slaughter domain of Long Xingyu. It could be asserted that such a sudden onslaught could shatter any Sanctum S fused domain upon impact. However, this remained a theoretical assertion. The presence of the Sacred Pearl significantly restrained the spiritual energy involved, rendering the endeavor potentially futile. Thus, a singular thought lingered in everyone's mind. Had the Night S Temple gone mad? Historically, the 6 great sanctuaries competed within their realms, each fortified by the stable fusion of 3 domains, striving to minimize excessive consumption and maneuver through time. While Long Junyuan's domain appeared formidable, they could not fathom such immense force. Although it seemed they had integrated a divine-level domain, a union of 2 supreme realms, the potential consequences were dire. Once the floodgates opened, be it failure or success, the unleashed domain would undoubtedly become the target of collective assault from all sanctuaries, likely leading to immediate elimination. No matter how fearsome, no domain could withstand the combined onslaught of the 5 great sanctuaries. Yet, they misjudged the situation. As the god of light, Long Junyuan found the Sacred Pearl formidable yet not overly constraining. In swift succession, this maneuver struck the magical sanctuary. In an instant, the terrifying special spiritual energy shattered the magical Sanctum's defenses, prompting Li Zhengji to instinctively retreat and withdraw his hand. In a mere heartbeat, all 3 domains of the magical sanctuary were expelled. Consequently, the magical sanctuary found itself at the bottom of the rankings among the 6 sanctuaries. After regaining his senses, Li Zhengji was left bewildered. What transpired? He surveyed his surroundings, perplexed. Zhengji, you have lost this time. Chun Zidian approached him. Lost? How could that be? Our domain was quite stable. Li Zhengji remained dazed. Though he was a direct participant in the affair, Chun Zidian, who had observed from the sidelines, held a clearer perspective. At this moment, Chun Zidian cast his gaze toward the location of the Knight's sanctuary, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Indeed, your magical sanctuary is quite stable. However, the Knight's sanctuary was specifically designed to counter such stability. I dare say, when it comes to domains, whether within the Holy Pearl or beyond, the absolute level of his radiant domain likely earns him the moniker of a domain slayer without question. Although I cannot delve into my own domain to investigate, it can be asserted that his radiant domain is perhaps the most fearsome in this world, approaching, if not wholly embodying, the realm of divinity itself. Chun Zidian spoke earnestly, exuding a resolute conviction. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengji shook his head. Following Chun Zidian's elucidation, all his previous confusions were resolved in the face of their domains. The domain of Dragon Lord Yuan could undoubtedly be deemed a chaotic slaughter. Moreover, this very chaos may signify the premature conclusion of the 3rd round of the Grand Tournament. He certainly possesses the capability to achieve such an outcome. Chapter 89. The Knight's fury unmatched indeed. It was evident that Long Junyuan possessed such formidable strength. Li Zhengji found himself somewhat convinced, and even ceased to harbor doubts. Yet, a sense of discomfort lingered within him. He lamented, however, this fellow is undeniably clever. This is a stratagem never before witnessed within the Sacred Alliance. likely to remain unreplicated in the future. Thus, he opts not to confront the other sanctuaries directly, but instead chooses to target the softer prey first. He has launched an assault on our magical sanctuary, intending to eliminate the only one capable of rivaling them. Once we are vanquished, the remaining four will be mere trifles. With resignation, Li Zhengji articulated his thoughts. Although he understood precisely where the magical sanctuary had faltered, as the second sanctuary within the alliance, with aspirations to ascend to the first, he could not help but feel pained. He had even established expectations, believing that their sanctuary could secure first place in the third round and subsequently in the fourth, ultimately claiming victory in the grand competition of the Sacred Alliance. In this scenario, he would emerge as the leader of the alliance, with the magical sanctuary recognized as the foremost branch. However, the current outcome had completely derailed his aspirations. With a staggering defeat in the third round, they had ended up with no points at all. Given this predicament, securing even third place seemed a distant dream. Merely retaining fourth would be a commendable feat. It was this stark contrast that weighed heavily on Li Zhengji's heart. Ha ha ha, Zhengji, do not despair. Consider it from a different perspective. Perhaps under your leadership, the Sacred Alliance can ascend to a new echelon, Chun Zidian remarked with a hint of anticipation. However, the speaker's casual tone belied the weight of the listener's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengji felt a jolt of apprehension, furrowing his brow as he glanced towards Long Junyuan's position. A flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. Then, realization struck him. If what you suggest is true, could it be that the Knight's Sanctuary has prepared a new leader for the Sacred Alliance, rather than that old rascal Yang Haoen? Could it be him during this competition? At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the vanished magical sanctuary, a shared sense of shock evident among the onlookers. Among them, the first to react was Qiu Yonghao, the leader of the Warriors' Sanctuary. He stood, utterly astonished, regarding the scene before him, particularly the disappearance of the magical sanctuary, leaving only the three domains of the Knight's Sanctuary in their wake. A look of disbelief crossed his face. This is impossible. The domains of the magical sanctuary are among the three premier domains, and Li Zhengji wields two artifacts. With the explosive power of these artifacts, even the Divine Seal Throne would struggle to suppress them. Moreover, within the Sacred Pearl, what could the Knight's Sanctuary, or rather, that Golden One, possibly have achieved? Qiu Yonghao stared, dazed, his eyes reflecting a profound astonishment, utterly at a loss. Desiring to comprehend the unfolding events, yet receiving no answers, it was not solely him. The others present shared the same sentiment. That rascal Junyuan had indeed accomplished something extraordinary. To actively and wholeheartedly engage with the realms of the other sanctuaries within the Sacred Pearl was an unparalleled feat, one that had never been witnessed before. The elder Sheng Yue, observing all that transpired before him, displayed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, revealing a hint of excitement. He was well aware of Long Junyuan's identity and felt elated by his success. Moreover, despite his usual boisterous demeanor, his relationship with Long Junyuan was not insubstantial. Although he may not claim the championship this time, at the very least, Long Junyuan would not turn against him. The situation unfolded with remarkable clarity. In the next moment, Long Junyuan made his move, and the domain of the divine light erupted forth. A vast and mighty aura radiated in all directions, reaching its zenith in an instant, bearing down upon Qiu Yonghao. Was the target the Warriors' Sanctuary? Yet, to suppress me, to subdue the realms of the three of us, while within the Sacred Pearl. Perhaps in the future you might possess such strength, but you are not yet deserving of it. Qiu Yonghao mused inwardly. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword intent, intending to counter Long Junyuan and secure a decisive victory. However, such a possibility was swiftly dashed. In the blink of an eye, the Sacred Pearl erupted in chaos, and Qiu Yonghao and his companions were unceremoniously expelled. The three stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by their sudden defeat. How had they lost? It made no sense. The domain of the Golden Knight No. 1, while formidable, should not have rendered them entirely defenseless, especially during combat within the Sacred Pearl. Qiu Yonghao exclaimed in astonishment, his confusion palpable. At least we, the Magician's Sanctuary have provided you with a safety net. This time, the Warrior's Sanctuary has managed to recoup some losses. Li Zhengji remarked as he approached with a sigh. What exactly is the nature of that domain? He continued. Previously described as a divine realm, it felt merely ethereal. Now, there was not even a semblance of resistance, as it was utterly dismantled. Do you not find this peculiar? More than peculiar. Li Zhengji shook his head. What I observed was devoid of any superfluous elements. It was a complete and pure suppression, without the slightest hint of trickery. This time we have lost. The domain of the Golden Knight No. 1 may have genuinely touched the divine level, an immense power, which is why both the Warrior's Sanctuary and the Magician's Sanctuary were swiftly overwhelmed, unable to mount even the slightest resistance. Li Zhengji concluded, shaking his head in disbelief. Then, how shall we accomplish this? Given the current circumstances, our failure seems inevitable. Particularly for your magic temple, the ranking at the end of this third round of the grand competition leaves you with no points, ultimately rendering you incapable of competing with the Knight Temple. Qiu Yonghao shook his head in regret and remarked thus. Not necessarily, Li Zhengji countered, shaking his head in response. What do you mean? Qiu Yonghao inquired, perplexed. If one desires, there exists a method to turn the tide and utterly suppress the Knight Temple, thus positioning the Magic Temple at the forefront. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Zhengji's eyes, indicating that he was brimming with ideas. What method? Qiu Yonghao expressed his growing interest. It is to ensure that in the final discourse of the Grand Temple competition, the Knight Temple is the first to face defeat. Chapter 90. The conclusion of the third round reveals an astonishing ranking. If the Knights Temple can be the first to fall in the Temple Grand Tournament, scoring no points, and if at that moment the Magic Temple can ascend to the top of the alliance with absolute superiority, then perhaps there remains a glimmer of opportunity. Li Zhengji spoke with unwavering determination. Indeed, he had come to respect Long Junyuan, for that formidable power and exceptional talent made him the most suitable candidate for the leadership and management of the entire alliance. However, Li Zhengji still harbored several thoughts. In his perspective, Long Junyuan was still quite young. In the domain war and the preceding spiritual power tests, he had triumphed over several seasoned veterans due to his innate gifts. Yet, once they entered the fourth round, the contest would no longer hinge on talent alone, but rather on the genuine strength of the temples and the capabilities of the individuals involved. Although Long Junyuan was powerful, he remained merely a young Tier 9, second level, lacking in combat experience. His opponents were at least Tier 9, second level or higher, and the least of them were nearly a century old, challenging the lowest-ranked demons among the top 24. They had even hunted numerous demons. Such achievements were undeniably beyond the reach of the young Long Junyuan. Reaching this level at the tender age of 18 indicated that his talent was indeed astonishing. Li Zhengji did not consider himself worthy to compare with Long Junyuan. However, achieving this rank merely signified that he had focused solely on cultivation, neglecting the honing of combat skills. It could be said that should he succeed, the ultimate outcome would be Long Junyuan's resounding defeat. Otherwise, how could he possibly fail to grasp the throne of Divine Seals? It was precisely due to this significant flaw that the throne of Divine Seals had not chosen to acknowledge him, leading to such results. At least, this was Li Zhengji's belief. He anticipated this outcome, suggesting that Long Junyuan would undoubtedly encounter problems ahead, thereby providing the Magic Temple an opportunity to exploit his relatively limited combat experience to overcome all obstacles. However, all the entities within the Sacred Pearl did not share his sentiments. Instead, they watched the position of the Knights Temple with great excitement. How could it be? It was quite normal for the Magic Temple to have failed to seize control and to have been directly eliminated. However, the domain of Qiu Yonghao is the realm of ultimate terror, a realm imbued with a terrifying and unparalleled sharpness. Even the domain of slaughter wielded by Long Xingyu cannot suppress it significantly. Now, when combined with the domain of light, it emerges as something truly horrifying. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, the revered Elder Ling, the high priest of the sanctum, gazes upon the unfolding spectacle with astonishment, his eyes betraying a flicker of shock and a momentary daze, as if he is calculating the extraordinary events that have transpired. This is indeed astonishing and utterly outrageous. Yet, he swiftly becomes aware of Long Juanyuan's intentions to intervene. He wishes to obstruct the unfolding events, but finds himself hopelessly outmatched. In a heartbeat, the sanctum of lower-tier light falls under the onslaught of the divine light realm, leaving it with no possibility of resistance. In an instant, it is vanquished, cast aside. Subsequently, it is the turn of the soul's sanctum to face the same fate. Ultimately, only the sanctum of assassins, which can seamlessly integrate with the knight's sanctum, remains a steadfast ally. It is precisely for this reason that the knight's sanctum, or rather Long Juanyuan, refrains from targeting them. In the end, Saint Moon is not foolish. Achieving second place is already an outstanding accomplishment for them. Moreover, he perceives that Long Juanyuan has chosen not to assault them, indicating a desire for a more dignified resolution. Thus, he promptly decides to forego further conflict, concluding the battle with a commendable second place. Soon, all participants depart from the Sacred Pearl. At this moment, both the numerous formidable beings, including those from the Sanctum of Assassins, as well as the father-son duo of Long Tianyin and Long Xingyu, find themselves enveloped in a surreal sensation. They have been entirely carried along by Long Juanyuan, who orchestrated everything single-handedly. However, they are not afforded much time for contemplation. The next moment, the voice belonging to Chun Zidian resonates. The domain battle of the Sanctum Grand Competition has concluded. The Knight's Sanctum claims first place, the Sanctum of Assassins second, the Soul's Sanctum third, the Priest's Sanctum fourth, the Warrior's Sanctum fifth, and the Mage's Sanctum last. At this juncture, even Chun Zidian, who is already aware of the outcome, cannot help but display a peculiar expression. This ranking is indeed bizarre. Since the commencement of the grand competition and the confirmation of the competition format, regardless of the circumstances, it has predominantly been the Knight's Sanctum or the Mage's Sanctum in the first position, with another Sanctum securing the second. Yet this time, the first position remains with the Knight's Sanctum, while the Mage's Sanctum has plummeted to the last place, suppressed by sheer strength, a tremendous disgrace for them. A humiliation of the highest order, without exception. Even Li Zhengji, who was well aware of all these developments, felt a chill upon hearing this announcement, his countenance reflecting deep indignation. Alas, it is truly difficult. The third round of the grand competition has concluded, and the points have been distributed. The illustrious Knight's Sanctuary secured the first position with 500 points, while the final contender stands with no points at all. The rankings are as follows. First, Knight's Sanctuary. Second, Assassin's Sanctuary. Third, Priest's Sanctuary. Fourth, Mage's Sanctuary. Fifth, Soul's Sanctuary. And sixth, Warrior's Sanctuary. Upon hearing this news, the numerous attendees could not help but gasp in astonishment. If the performance in the third round had merely been typical, it would have been acceptable. However, the overall ranking for the Mage's Sanctuary remains in such a precarious position, which is indeed quite troubling. It is even more disheartening to consider that not only has the second place slipped away, but the third position is also no longer assured, plunging them directly to fourth place, a truly humiliating moment for the Mage's Sanctuary. Yet, Li Zhengji felt no anger. Instead, he patted his chest in relief, expressing gratitude that in the previous two rounds, the Mage's Sanctuary had either taken first or second place, amassing a considerable number of points. Had they fallen to last place in this instance, he would have been left speechless before the ancestors. Li Zhengji, finding solace in humor amidst adversity, proceeded to glance towards Long Juanyuan's position, stating, "However, this ranking is merely temporary. In the ensuing final round of the Sanctuary competition, the results will undoubtedly shift, turning the tide entirely." Chapter 91. The Unexpected Demon War. All troops mobilized. Li Zhengji contemplated within himself. He felt a twinge of discontent. After all, Dragon Lord Yuan was exceedingly young, and he remained unaware of the true identity and circumstances surrounding him, possessing merely a vague understanding. With such a person, Li Zhengji could hardly place his trust in the notion that this individual could secure a direct victory for the Knight's Sanctuary. Nonetheless, there existed another potential avenue for the Magic Sanctuary to triumph, and he was determined to explore that possibility. Ultimately, it had always been his fervent desire to see the magic sanctuary ascend as the foremost among the Holy Alliance, a wish imparted to him by his mentor, which he had no intention of squandering. With this thought in mind, Li Zhengji hesitated little longer. He dismissed his earlier feelings of despondency and turned his earnest gaze towards Chun Zidian's direction, his mind racing with calculations. He yearned for victory. Thus, he resolved to strategize accordingly. At present, the third round of the Sanctuary Grand Tournament had concluded splendidly, and he addressed the assembly. Surely, none of you harbor dissatisfaction with this outcome? If anyone does, speak now. Once this moment passes, any further opinions will be disregarded, and there shall be no opportunity for discourse. Chun Zidian continued with the proceedings. No, everyone nodded in agreement. Clearly, no one had any objections. After all, what could dissent signify? Were they to request a re-examination of the third round of the Sanctuary Grand Tournament? That was simply preposterous. Even if a restart were possible, it would bear no fruit, for it was evident that Dragon Lord Yuan had committed no acts of deceit. He would not be disqualified from this round. Should they restart, his formidable prowess would undoubtedly prevail once more, albeit with unnecessary complications. To initiate a restart would be an exercise in futility. Moreover, under ordinary circumstances, given the Night Sanctuary's formidable heritage, even in the absence of Dragon Lord Yuan, they would secure either the first or second position in this round. Why provoke the Night Sanctuary for no reason? The Magic Sanctuary would not engage in such folly. Thus, the consensus was clear. There was no need for such actions. With that, the third round concluded successfully. A day later, the fourth round commenced. Chun Zidian nodded, preparing to speak as the fourth round began. Suddenly, a towering figure, standing an imposing height of 2 meters and 2 centimeters, burst into the hall, exuding an aura of terror and formidable presence. The Sanctuary Grand Tournament was the pinnacle event for the entire Holy Alliance, and any unwarranted interruption could lead to severe repercussions, even jeopardizing the integrity of the Alliance itself. However, upon the entrance of this individual, the members of the Alliance rose in unison, offering respectful bows. This was due to his esteemed position within the Alliance, rivaling the vice presidents of the major sanctuaries, second only to the sanctuary leaders themselves. His contributions are undeniably on par with the presence of all assembled. This individual is none other than a member of the Demon God Esfall Demon Hunting Squad, a comrade of Chun Zidian, and a warrior within their ranks. His prowess is at the third level of the 9th tier. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him the foremost warrior of this era. Were it not for his abstention from the internal power rankings of the Holy Alliance, one might question whether Qiu Yonghao, the strongest of the warrior temple, could maintain his position. What has transpired? Qiu Yonghao inquired, casting a glance towards him. It appears that the demon race has gone mad, with numerous legions becoming frenzied. They have begun to roam the plains of the Holy Alliance, presenting a significant threat of imminent invasion. I must return post-haste to conclude this grand tournament. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in grave trouble. The demon god warrior stated, his urgency evident. What is your perspective, Alliance leader? Chun Zidian, feeling the weight of the situation, turned to the side where the leader of the Holy Alliance, Yang Haohan, stood. While the grand tournament is designed to select the leader of the Holy Alliance, the current leader remains Yang Haohan. Such matters must be determined by him. True to his title as the Knight of the Divine Seal, Yang Haohan promptly declared, the grand tournament of the Holy Alliance is to be temporarily suspended. We shall not proceed with the final round just yet. We must first head to the front lines to ascertain the intentions of the demon race before resuming this last segment of the competition. His decisiveness was clear. While he indeed possessed a desire for control, that was only under ordinary circumstances. With the demonic legions gathering, he could not prioritize power over the safety of the Holy Alliance. Had he chosen such a path, he would never have earned the recognition of the guardian and compassionate Divine Seal Throne, nor would he be the defensive and coordinating Knight Yang Haohan. Upon hearing this, Chun Zidian nodded in satisfaction. He then declared, we shall rest for half a day. Some will remain in the Holy City, while the rest accompany me to the battlefield of the demons to uncover the truth behind these events." In response, everyone bowed in respect. While the Holy Alliance may have its shortcomings, this unity stands as its strength. After 6 millennia of demonic invasions, humanity and the entire Holy Alliance have united against the demon race. Regardless of past grievances or feuds, when it concerns the demons, all animosities are set aside to confront this common enemy. This is the fundamental tenet of the entire human populace within the Holy Alliance, an edict that none dare defy. Even the exceedingly pragmatic Li Zhengji and Long Xingyu held no ulterior motives at this moment, wholly focused on resolving the troubles besetting the Holy Alliance. Li Zhengji's expression, however, bore a hint of discontent, for he had prepared himself for a day of unrivaled carnage come tomorrow. Regrettably, the entirety of potential remains unfulfilled. At this moment, Jingji No. 1, also known as Long Junyuan, fell into a contemplative silence, gazing in surprise at the unfolding events, seemingly engrossed in profound thoughts, perhaps calculating something significant. Upon witnessing this, Yang Haohan promptly took note of the situation. As soon as Chun Zidian concluded his discourse, he swiftly engaged Long Junyuan. While only Long Xingyu and Long Tianin, both esteemed leaders, accompanied them, the others had departed. "Junyuan, did you harbor any additional thoughts within the Grand Hall? Have you uncovered anything?" Yang Haohan inquired directly. In response, both Long Tianin and Long Xingyu turned their attention towards him. Long Junyuan shook his head and replied, "Indeed, the recent incursion by the Demon Clan reveals considerable nuances. Their intentions, I fear, transcend mere invasion." Chapter 92. Engaging in the gift of the Light God. The objective, it seems, is far more intricate than merely invading the Holy Alliance. Long Junyuan spoke in a calm tone, his demeanor remarkably ordinary, as if merely elucidating a trivial matter. However, as he articulated this seemingly insignificant detail, a tremor of astonishment rippled through the hearts of all the powerful beings present. They gazed at Long Junyuan in a daze, unsure of how to respond. "Junyuan, what do you mean? Please clarify," inquired Long Tianin, who approached slowly, clearly anxious about the unfolding events. "It is rather straightforward. The invasion by the demon race is not merely a simple incursion into human territories. I suspect they harbor a more profound conspiracy. You all should recall that I destroyed the demon god's pillar and even brought back several demon gods." Long Junyuan continued. "Indeed, I remember that." Long Xingyu nodded, as if recalling something important. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that their intentions are not solely to torment humanity through invasion? Could it be that they aim for a decisive strike, not only attacking the borders of humanity, but perhaps directly assaulting the human stronghold or even the holy city itself?" Long Xingyu quickly grasped the situation but shook his head. "However, all of this remains mere conjecture. There is no concrete evidence. How can we communicate this to them? Would it require exposing your abilities? While this matter concerns the entire Holy Alliance, revealing it could lead to dissent among its members, which would certainly complicate matters." Though Long Xingyu was often impulsive, he was not foolish. He knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Thus, his conclusion was clear. No, the borders are in peril, and we must act. As the seat of the Alliance, the Knight's Sanctuary cannot remain inactive, or we shall face dire consequences. Moreover, the strength of the Knight's Sanctuary is pivotal within the Holy Alliance. If we do not unite to resist, it would be troublesome. Yang Haohan shook his head and sighed. If this indeed is the scheme of the demon race, it is a cunning plan. At the very least, it has put them in a difficult position. At that moment, a message suddenly echoed in Yi Ling's mind. It was Ilex speaking. "Light God, should you hesitate in this fluctuating battle, I have a splendid idea." Though Long Junyuan did not hold an intimate bond with Ilex, he understood his character and recognized that he would not betray himself or the Holy Alliance at this juncture. He promptly responded, "What is your suggestion?" Within the Eternal Tower lies a small world where communication can occur from any location. If we deliver the token to them, it may allow access to this small world within the Eternal Tower, enabling transmission back to the Holy City through the Eternal Melody here. Indeed, this is an outcome. Upon hearing this, Long Junyuan nodded. You shall create the token. If this method truly exists, it could be effective. Yiling nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Alex was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been speaking hypothetically, not genuinely believing that Yiling would consent. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. On the contrary, he was quite eager to help, for the Holy Alliance fought for humanity. However, he had not anticipated Long Junyuan as decisive response. Indeed, those who achieve great things often disregard trivial matters, trusting those they employ while being wary of those they do not. Ilex pondered to himself, feeling a slight uplift in spirit. Of course, he remained unaware that Long Junyuan was intimately familiar with all his actions and had no fear of betrayal. Long Junyuan's communicative demeanor was also evident to others. Yang Haohan, straightforward as ever, turned to Long Junyuan and inquired, Junyuan, judging by your demeanor, it seems you possess a solution. Indeed, there is a method, Long Junyuan affirmed. What is it? Yang Haohan asked, Buzlet. I recently acquired a treasure capable of linking spaces. Subsequently, I shall provide you with a fragment of this treasure. When you engage in battle, you will be able to utilize this artifact for spatial transmission, allowing for an instantaneous return to the Holy Alliance. Moreover, the number of individuals involved is virtually limitless. Even thousands can be accommodated. Thus, you may freely deploy personnel to guard everything. Upon hearing this, the three men were momentarily stunned. While they recognized each word Long Junyuan uttered, the collective meaning eluded them. This was indeed a remarkable statement. However, the ability to transport over vast distances is quite commonplace. Many epic-level artifacts can achieve this, albeit with restrictions on numbers and strength. They thought. Long Junyuan's implication was unmistakable. There were no limitations on numbers or strength. Anyone could participate. The gravity of this concept was overwhelming. At that moment, the three veteran Divine Seal Knights found themselves momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the situation, which was indeed beyond belief. Before they could fully process this revelation, they observed Long Junyuan suddenly close his eyes, the luminous energy within him surging continuously. Soon, three distinct rings of spiritual energy manifested around him, soaring forth. This is a fragment of my domain of light, Long Junyuan explained. Master Xingyu knows how to wield it. Simply grasp it directly, and you will be able to unleash my domain of light. However, the energy consumption will be double my own, so please study the timing of its release carefully. Upon hearing this, the others did not hesitate for long. They understood that everything Long Junyuan spoke of stemmed from his recent fortuitous encounter. Initially, they had intended to inquire further after this meeting concluded. Regrettably, given the current circumstances, it is prudent to defer any inquiries for the time being. To seek answers now would only lead us astray. Thus, I shall convey everything discussed with Senior Chun and the others, while you remain here in the Holy City to safeguard this place. Should any unforeseen events arise, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall return at once through that unique artifact. Henceforth, the affairs of the Holy Alliance will rest in your capable hands. The various vice presidents of the 6 great sanctuaries, along with the leaders of the major assemblies, will remain in the Holy City. Should any situation arise, you may seek their counsel, and Han Qian will assist you in resolving it. After a brief pause, with a solemn tone, I declared, henceforth, you shall be the foremost arbiter of the Holy Alliance. Chapter 93. The schemes of the Dragon Lord Yuan and the demonic clan's conspiracy, an impending assault. Under the guidance of Chun Zidian, the formidable warriors of the Holy Alliance swiftly cast aside their hesitations. After half a day of meticulous arrangements, the various sanctuaries settled into a state of calm. The entire Holy Alliance began to resonate with its own rhythm. At this moment, Dragon Lord Yuan, the current master of the Eternal Tower, remained in the Holy City to ensure the safe return of the Holy Alliance warriors, choosing not to advance to the front lines. In the Dragon Clan's estate, Dragon Lord Yuan sat cross-legged, not in meditation, but gazing intently at the sky. Senior Ilex, have you discerned what remnants of the demonic clan linger in the Holy City? He inquired, squinting upward. In the heavens above, traces of a demon god were faintly apparent, lurking without making a direct move, seemingly observing in silence. Moreover, it possessed an acute sense, retreating at the first indication of my awareness, thus eluding my grasp. Ilex responded with precision. Indeed, my investigation has revealed that the sensation I perceived relates to an artifact pilfered from the demonic clan, which seems to possess a higher level of resistance. The artifact you refer to, could it be the demon god pillar? Pondered Dragon Lord Yuan, his mind racing with possibilities. If it is indeed the demon god pillar, it must belong to the angelic demon Baimeng. It appears this individual remains undeterred, perhaps seeking retribution for the humiliation endured at my hands. This incursion into the holy city may be an attempt to strike back. He continued, moreover, if this is the case, the demonic forces outside may not genuinely intend to invade. Rather, they aim to create a fade of aggression to bring the holy tournament to a swift conclusion, prompting the warriors of the Holy Alliance to venture forth. This would leave the holy city defenseless, allowing them to capture the stronghold by targeting its heart first. Dragon Lord Yuan shook his head, recognizing the simplicity of such a scheme. While those ensnared within its confines might fail to perceive it, an outsider could easily grasp its essence. He then slowly lifted his gaze, addressing the ethereal presence of Ilex beside him. Elder Ilex, I urge you to briefly release your spectral form and employ your divine essence to assist in this reconnaissance. Should a demon god breach our defenses, it is imperative that you respond swiftly and alert us, enabling the mobilization of the entire Holy Alliance and ensuring the swift return of our leaders. As Dragon Lord Yuan concluded his statement, Ilex nodded in agreement, refraining from further elaboration. Dragon Lord Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately gazed toward the heavens, a smile blossoming within. It was evident that he felt a profound sense of assurance regarding the unfolding events. Among the demon clan, the once beleaguered angel demon god, Baimeng, found himself no longer in disarray. Instead, he knelt before the demon god emperor, Feng Xiao, exclaiming joyfully, Your Majesty, the arrangements have been meticulously completed. From my perception, all the formidable beings within the holy city have departed. Whether it be Chan Zidian, the fallen demon god, or Yang Haoan, the leader of the Alliance, along with the other powerful entities from the Holy Temple Alliance, they have all vacated this place. Notably, amidst those who left, I sense the presence of the one who tormented me. Long Junyuan, he too has exited. Currently, the Holy City harbors only a scant few 9th-tier beings, while the majority consist of those at the 7th and 8th tiers. Should we seize this moment to launch a surprise attack, we could potentially annihilate the entire Holy Alliance in one fell swoop. Baimeng spoke earnestly, his eyes betraying an insatiable ambition, seemingly intent on eradicating humanity and obliterating the Holy City. Very well, Baimeng, this task shall be entrusted to you. The demon clan has suffered considerable losses. The 3 demon god pillars must be attributed to your account. Should you fail to accomplish this mission, despite our long-standing camaraderie, both past and present will be accounted for. The demon god Emperor Feng Xiao stated with a calm demeanor, though his words carried a palpable threat. Despite Baimeng's status as a terrifying 9th-tier being, he felt a tremor of trepidation within. After all, the might of Emperor Feng Xiao was overwhelmingly formidable. Even Baimeng could be subdued with a single strike, leaving him devoid of combat capability. Such was the terrifying prowess of the demon god Emperor. It was precisely for this reason that Baimeng knelt without hesitation, declaring, This time, I shall not disappoint your Majesty's expectations. Upon hearing this, Emperor Feng Xiao nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to rise. He then turned and returned to his chambers. Once alone in a secluded corner, he rubbed his temples and murmured, The backlash from surpassing 1,000,000 points of spiritual power grows increasingly severe. Now, even the slightest exertion of my power leaves me feeling utterly drained. This war must be entrusted entirely to Baimeng. If he fails, I shall consider sending Agaris or others in his stead. Emperor Feng Xiao reflected. Under normal circumstances, he would intervene directly, especially considering the significance of the demon god pillars. 3 years prior, when he had not yet surpassed 1,000,000 points of spiritual power, he would have acted without hesitation. However, now it seemed wiser to refrain. The mere act of wielding his power brought forth suffering. Thus, avoiding its use became the preferable course of action. Reflecting on this, he could not help but let out a sigh. Immediately, he attuned himself to the 72 demon god pillars, realizing that only 69 remained under his control. Moreover, it was uncertain when these 69 pillars would again face an assault from Long Junyuan, leading to potential complications. It was precisely for this reason that he resolved to take action. Under normal circumstances, he might have allowed these humans to continue their antics without concern, but the situation had changed drastically. The demon god pillars were integral to the great annihilation formation of the 10 heavens and 9 earths, and the 7th incarnation of Austin Griffin had already manifested in this world. He needed to eradicate humanity with utmost urgency and subsequently restore the 72 demon god pillars to their full strength through the formation. Only then could he hope to suppress Austin Griffin in the future. Such were the thoughts of the demon emperor Feng Xiao. Subsequently, he recalled the whereabouts of Long Junyuan, for this mastermind behind the chaos was undoubtedly destined for demise. Chapter 94: The Ascendance of Dragon Lord Yuan and the Descent of the Demon Clan. With this thought, the demon god Feng Xiao exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately seated himself cross-legged, entering into a state of meditation without lingering doubts. Although his cultivation could no longer augment his spiritual power in the slightest, he recognized the necessity of regular practice to fortify himself against the onslaught of the world's will. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly arduous to withstand the impact of an entire realm. Indeed, regardless of the formidable strength of the celestial demon dragon emperor and his million units of spiritual power, he still fought within the confines of this world's rules. Thus, how could he hope to exert any form of suppression? Soon after, the demon emperor Feng Xiao gazed into the distance. There lay the location of the priest's sanctuary. However, his own position was never within that so-called sanctuary, but rather beside it, at a spot radiating an enchanting greenish light. This location stirred a palpable excitement within all of his inner powers. If memory served him correctly, according to his younger brother's prophecy, there, in the place known as the Dream Paradise, the divine essence of the nature goddess was on the verge of awakening. Should he master that divine essence completely, he would ascend to the status of a god among mortals. Indeed, everything was within his grasp. The inner workings of the demon emperor Feng Xiao's mind were intricate and abundant. At this moment, he felt as though he was destined to acquire everything the Dream Paradise had to offer, undoubtedly achieving divine stature, which filled him with exuberance. Days passed, and within the Sacred Alliance's venue, Dragon Lord Yuan emerged. Although numerous events were unfolding, such as the abrupt cessation of the Sacred Temple Tournament and the looming threat of the Demon Clan invading the Holy City, such matters were known only to a select few. The participants of the Demon Hunting Tournament were merely at the 4th or 5th tier. Despite their commendable prowess, they remained oblivious to the machinations of the upper echelons. Thus, the tournament proceeded according to its established order, with the 16 and 8 strong matches swiftly concluded. Dragon Lord Yuan, in turn, received the rewards he rightfully earned. Now was the time to depart. Uncle, you remain as formidable as ever. I wonder how you have cultivated such strength at your age. Yang Wenjiao is your senior, yet he could not even withstand a single blow from you. Whether it was he or others, the sentiment remained the same. By his side stood Long Haochen, whom he could consider a nephew. At this moment, he had shed his previous demeanor, now filled with deep admiration for Dragon Lord Yuan. For the latter was a being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with his father, the esteemed knight of divine mark, Long Xingyu, and all this at the tender age of merely 18. Truly, it was a sight both awe-inspiring and fearsome. In the past, Long Haochen lacked a clear objective, or rather, his sole ambition was to grow ever stronger. However, now he has a definitive goal, to relentlessly strive towards surpassing Yi Ling. Although he cannot yet see Yi Ling's figure, this only serves to motivate him further on his journey. Yi Ling remains blissfully unaware of Long Haochen's aspirations towards him, and even if he were to learn of them, he would not harbor any particular sentiments, for having Long Haochen as a benchmark is not inherently negative. As long as Long Haochen remains committed to self-improvement and does not succumb to despair in the face of perceived insurmountability, all will be well. Before long, amidst Long Haochen's persistent chatter, they return to the Long family estate. At this moment, within the estate, Long Juanyuan's cultivation was shimmering with remarkable intensity. Following 2 recent competitions, his innate spiritual power had experienced a significant enhancement thanks to the system's feedback, rising from 127 to 135 points. The sensation of the Divine Light Pro had also undergone a terrifying amplification, prompting him to hasten his return for consolidation. Swiftly dismissing Long Haochen, Long Juanyuan settled down cross-legged to stabilize his cultivation. A torrent of radiant spiritual power gathered around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. The purity of this light energy was astonishingly formidable. In that instant, even the ethereal Ilex was taken aback, his heart trembling as he gazed in astonishment at Long Juanyuan's direction, utterly at a loss. The sheer potency of this light energy was astounding. Could it be that he had transcended even the ultimate limits of a light god-level physique? The magnitude of this power far surpassed anything he had previously witnessed. At this moment, Ilex was utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. Few things in this world could evoke such astonishment, and Long Juanyuan occupied a significant portion of that rarity. Since his return, he had observed immense potential in Long Juanyuan, even more than he had anticipated. What an extraordinary innate spiritual power this must be. Ilex found himself speechless, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, as he remained in a state of shock, Long Juanyuan gradually regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was evident that enhancing innate spiritual power significantly amplified his own cultivation. At this moment, his prowess surged from a substantial 220,000 points to an impressive 250,000, and it continued to rise. If the second round of the Temple Grand Tournament were to occur a little later, it is likely that the additional 81,000 spiritual powers granted by age would not even be necessary. Relying solely on my innate strength would suffice for suppression. Dragon Lord Yuan mused with a subtle smile, gracing his lips. It was evident that he was quite pleased with the unfolding events. At this pace, once the Demon Hunter tournament concludes, he would proceed to tackle the tasks of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers. Ultimately, upon accomplishing the final 9th tier task, he would ascend to a throne far surpassing that of the eternal Creator God. It is likely that he would achieve at least 9th tier level 8, if not level 9. Previously, it seemed that entering such a realm would require a decade of effort. Yet now, that day might be within reach. As Dragon Lord Yuan contemplated these thoughts, a sudden look of surprise crossed the face of Ilex as he lifted his gaze to the heavens, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. "The light god," he remarked. "What is it?" Eli replied, "There are strange fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky above the holy city. It appears the demon race has descended." Chapter 95, The Ultimate Finale, The Radiant Sovereign, Creator Deity. Outline escape. The demon race has descended. Ilex gazed upon this scene, momentarily stunned, a flicker of trepidation evident in his eyes. The unfolding events transpired with remarkable swiftness. He harbored no fear of the demon race. However, he was uncertain whether he could vanquish them all upon their arrival and safeguard the holy city, thereby atoning for his past. Hence, the stirring within him. Upon hearing the news, Dragon Lord Yuan contemplated briefly. Without hesitation, he rose and made his way towards the main hall of the Holy Alliance, where many top-tier powerhouses had already departed. Only a handful of 9th-tier beings remained. Given the circumstances, Dragon Lord Yuan made no extensive deliberations and promptly took a prominent position. Once the discussions concluded, astonishment swept through the assembly, and preparations for defense commenced immediately. Before long, the demon race made their entrance, led by the 9th pillar archangel demon god, Baimon, who descended in a fit of rage, unleashing his formidable power without restraint. His singular objective was to annihilate Dragon Lord Yuan and obliterate everything he cherished. Yet, they were met with the formidable defenses of the Holy City, potent enough to obliterate even 9th-tier level 5 entities. complemented by the terrifying protective forces of the city. In an instant, an explosion of arcane energies erupted, resulting in the demise of countless ninth-tier demons and weaker foes, leaving only a few demon gods, including the Archangel Demon God. In the next moment, Yi Ling charged into the fray, bringing Ilex along to join the battle. Though it was a grueling struggle, they succeeded in slaying the Archangel Demon God Baimon. Amidst this turmoil, Yi Ling's cultivation advanced to 9th tier level 3, with the potential for further ascension. Soon after, they returned to rest. On the battlefield, the human powerhouses suffered significant blows and resolved to fight with utmost determination, calling upon the resources left by Dragon Lord Yuan. In an instant, the 6 major border fortresses activated their defenses, drawing upon the resources and strength of the Holy Alliance itself, resulting in a substantial clearing of demons across the borders. Leaving them in awe, the Demon God Emperor was left dumbfounded. Following Ilex's introduction, the assembly found it challenging to accept, yet ultimately consented, for they required Ilex's strength, with Yi Ling providing guidance to him. Before long, they returned and completed the great demon hunting competition. Dragon Lord Yuan emerged victorious, earning a reward that elevated him to 9th tier level 4. The Holy Alliance also concluded the competition, with the protagonist securing first place. Becoming the Alliance leader, a historic figure as the first to hold dual roles as the leader of the demon hunting team and the Alliance leader. Swiftly, they proceeded with their endeavors. A 5th tier mission arose, resulting in the defeat of numerous demons, a triumphant success. The 6th tier mission led them to the Dream Paradise, where they vanquished 8th tier demons, achieving success and ascending to 9th tier level 6. The 7th tier mission involved the annihilation of 9th tier demon gods, executed with lethal precision, propelling them to 9th tier level 7, with a physical enhancement surpassing 150 points, thus entering the realm of the Radiant Sovereign's physique. The 8th tier task entails the mastery of the demonic pillars, culminating in the ascension to the rank of the Golden Knight, a task executed with ease, while simultaneously serving as the commander of the Golden Knight Brigade. The 9th tier mission involves vanquishing the top 10 demonic gods, swiftly overcoming the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th deities, while inflicting grievous harm upon the 3rd, compelling it to flee. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, the system transforms into an invincible throne, rewarding Long Jun Yuan. With the throne under his command, Long Jun Yuan ascends to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, level 9, and, leveraging the power of the demonic pillars, shatters his limits to attain a divine status. Mastering all forces, he subdues countless multitudes. In an instant, the Holy Alliance converges, uniting all its resources, and then advances toward the realm of the demon race. At this moment, he inherits the unparalleled power of the Creator God. The demonic Emperor Feng Xiao, unable to withstand the onslaught, meets his demise. The protagonist seizes the 72 demonic pillars, successfully transforming them into an invincible formation, actively invoking the power of the God of Divine Retribution. The God of Divine Retribution proves no match. The Creator God's strength is instantaneously suppressed. The 8-headed moon and the God of Divine Retribution are completely severed. The 8-headed moon returns to Long Haochen, while the God of Divine Retribution belongs to Long Jun Yuan, now a companion beast in his arsenal. At this moment, Long Jun Yuan stands invincible. Neither this world nor any existence within its paradigm can rival him. He subdues the circle of the great deities, mastering all within this universe. He becomes the living embodiment of the God of Light, the Creator God,